but I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in that spiral, burst I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know I can know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you. And the real answer is that I fucking hate you. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. 3, 2, 1, go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving to is willing to your demise. You are losing yourself, falling into a voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? If I can make you see through my eyes, there's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your eyes, there's something inside us is prone to demise. And the words you shouldn't heard at all, but turning into what you say you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, lying everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, or defeated by this disease? Perish by this disease. But if you choose the right means to carry on and pursue a plan to create a new beginning, you can still say what's left of you. Got back from the club with a baddie or two. She was looking in my eyes cause she wanted back and they might have got the loot. I throw the bands, now I'm about to buy a chain. If the Cubans talking to me, I might get up from my lane. Just a black while we spinning so we never feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain. Been around, burn out, blow it to the penthouse. Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, then we never get to get it out. Match you in the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. And you flashing all the guns on your life, you a joke. Closing up with bodies when you never ever will. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Good morning, everybody. We're back. This is live coverage of day 2 of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. We're here in Liverpool. My name is Martin Juza, and I'm sitting here with our data analyst, Frank Karsten.
Pleasure to be here as always. Looking forward to an awesome day of competition today.
Yeah, Frank, so give us a brief overview of what happened on day 1.
So 580 players entered the tournament. Iszet Cauldron was definitely the most played deck in Standards by far. We saw it dominate the rounds, but also we got to watch a lot of cool decks in the feature matches. In the final round on table 1, while we were showcasing some of the cooler decks in the feature matches, there was an Iszet Cauldron mirror at table 1, where ultimately it was Maciej Barwik, a Liverpool local, really supported by many teammates from Team Chad Magic all behind him, really showing that camaraderie and support that these events are all about. But he ultimately fell in a hard-fought battle to Dennis Bekiri from Italy, who was here with like a group of 5 Magic playing friends, actually on a bachelor party of David Gustin, who didn't end up making day 2, but seeing his friend end up on the top of the standings with a pristine record, undefeated overnight, already a weekend to remember for them.
Yeah, so Dennis Bekiri is our only undefeated player, playing, as you said, Iszet Cauldron. Let's do a quick reminder about the structure of this tournament and the prizes. So this is a pretty typical structure. Day 1, 9 rounds, all standard. You needed to have 18 or more points to make day 2, which means 6-3 or better, or somebody can sneak in with 5 wins, 3 draws, and a loss as well. Day 2 is going to be 6 rounds of standard before we cut into the top 8. And the top 8 is where everybody with the competitive mindset ultimately wants to be, because that's how you earn the invite for the Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse next year in Richmond.
Yeah, early 2026.
Okay. So 6 rounds today. Top 8 before we crown the winner, which is also going to get this Infinity Gauntlet special trophy that we have.
It's beautiful.
Yes. Then we have the prizes. As I mentioned, top 8 ultimately gets the invite to the PT, but we also have a special promo Spectacular Spider-Man, the foil version for the 128 players of today. And yeah, that's what the players are playing for today. Frank, how about we talk about the day 2 metagame? Because I'm sure that everybody wants to know what were the win rates on day 1. Is it really doing all that well again? What's going on? Where are the other decks?
Yep.
Let's show the slide.
I already crunched the numbers, and well, as we mentioned yesterday, Iszet Cauldron was the most played deck in the field at like 30% of the field roughly. Today, it's also like heavily played. It is 64 players out of 141 in day 2. So that's almost half of the field in day 2 is playing Iszet Cauldron. And yesterday, the non-mirror win rate of Iszet Cauldron against the rest of the field, 60.8%, just dazzling numbers. Even the most played other decks, from Monored aggro to Dimir midrange, Simic Uroboroid, right? This slide was sorted by the prevalence in day 1. They all tended to struggle against Iszet Cauldron in the matches yesterday. Now, one thing that does surprise is the high win rate and excellent result of Sultai Reanimator. Right, this deck that aims to play Superior Spider-Man, turning it into like a bringer of the last gift, take over the game. It put a lot of players in day 2, comparatively speaking, and with a 58.6 win rate, pretty impressive. It didn't do all that well against Iszet Cauldron, maybe running a Reanimator strategy when you expect to face Agatha Soul Cauldron has a bit of issues, but it performed very well against the rest of the field. Conversely, the Simic Uroboroid deck that did so well in Baltimore last weekend, this weekend it just faltered here in Liverpool. Only a 44.1% win rate on day 1. Perhaps the surprise value that it had last weekend in Baltimore is now lost, and people know what the deck is doing, how to play against it, and so on.
Yeah, there you have it. This is the day 2 metagame breakdown. We're going to be seeing a lot of Iszet, and we'll see who comes out of top on top, if it's going to be the Poison Dart Frog deck again, or if somebody came up with something better this weekend.
Unfortunately, no Poison Dart Frogs this weekend, but there were a couple of other cool
maybe a Black Cat or something else in the sideboard, some super
Didn't see that yet.
Special deck. That said, I'm sure you're waiting to see some live action, so we're going to toss it back to Arne and Mengu in the booth.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the day 2 of Spotlight Series in Liverpool. I am Andrea Mengucci from Italy, joining me Arne Huschenbeth from Germany. It's a pleasure to be here, Arne.
My absolute pleasure. I'm excited to be casting here with Mengu by my side, day number 2. We're heading into round 10 and we picked out some spicy decks for you guys. Pretty much everyone, I want to just point that out, 6-3 made day 2, 6-3 or better. Everyone is still in contention for top 8 for that prestigious Pro Tour slot. So we'll be covering those decks, of course, and we are picking out some spicy one. What do we have for this round, Mengu?
We have Temur Surprise. You might wonder, what is that? Well, it's a surprise. So if you stay tuned, you'll watch what it is. The other deck is Mono Black Demons. There's not many surprise there. It's a Mono Black deck, and he plays demons. Very simple, very simple name there.
Yeah.
But yeah, 141 players made day 2. Top 128 wins that very cool foil promo. So, definitely nobody's going to drop from day 2 sometimes because the price go very, very deep. All right, we see the standings, the top 10 tables as Frank mentioned. I think this is, yeah, there it is. As Frank Karsten mentioned, we've got Dennis, Dark Dano on MTG Melee from Italy, undefeated 9-0, and Maseji Barkwick in second place from the UK. We've got also Laurie Thornstorm, Christopher Payumo, Liam Taylor-Collins, which I believe to be playing Monored.
Absolutely.
That player on stream earlier today. We've got Marcio Carvalho, Jacopo Di Napoli, and Adne, Ben, and Andre Santos to round up this top 10. I recognize some good names. It's very cool to see, very strong players traveling all the way here to Spotlight Series Liverpool, fighting for those promos, fighting for those prizes, and that Infinity Marvel trophy that we saw on stream earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. They're having a great start to the tournament. 8-1, 9-0. Again, 12-3 is probably the cut for top 8. So they can still here get 2 losses and be in contention for the top 8. Amazing situation for them. Many of them are playing Iszet Cauldron. We got a lot of Cauldron mirrors at the top tables there. Here we are taking a look at the second slide. We got Adriana Mengucci, who's on my fantasy draft for this event. Tony Matos, as well, a very strong player from Spain, 2 Spaniards.
My fantasy draft team kind of let me down. I forgot only one day 2, so
you'll get better at it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I chose too many friends. I should have, So that is definitely gonna be. We're gonna have some slides with the update. I think you're winning right now in the fantasy draft.
Yeah, we'll definitely bring that in to
to hype up the thing.
I think Simon is doing really well too. I think we might be tied. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we are gonna see lots of Magic today. For the first rounds of, we're gonna feature the more wilder deck. As again I said, it's gonna be a surprise. What's gonna be on Future Match later on? Well, actually, let's spoiler a little bit of a surprise. What is Temur Surprise?
Temur Surprise is a really nice. Well, before we go into that, here you see some of the. This is table number 1 here. Dennis Bicui against Marcio Carvalho. A Cauldron Mirror match, of course, and those other 3 matchups. This is table 2, 3, and 5. They're also all Cauldron Mirrors. So, guys, we probably will have to feature some Cauldron Mirrors at some point during the day. Top 8 in the finals. Yes.
In the final.
We're trying to cover the decks that are still live for the top 8, that are spicy, that are fun, like Temur Surprise, which, as you just asked, is sort of like a Temur ramp deck, a little bit of a control aspect. It's all centered around that Smuggler's Surprise card, a really sweet sort of card advantage spell, protection spell, and also, what's the card called? Tooth and Nail. Yes, Tooth and Nail effect. And you play a bunch of gigantic creatures, of course, to then throw into play. Like Vaultborn Tyrant is a really sweet one they have. What do we have here? Meringue River Regent, of course. Calamity, Galloping. What is it called?
Inferno.
Inferno, yes.
You also play a lot of ramp, so you're actually able to hard cast those big creatures. This deck feels like a very cube-esque deck. You play some unfair ways to put your creature into play, but you can also ramp up your way and cast those creatures. So it's cool to see, a deck like this making the way to day 2. This is definitely an achievement, going 6-3, I believe. The players are getting ready, and as always, we see our judge, our table spotter. Here at the Spotlight Series, no slouch in this future match area. There is.
Oh yeah, everything's prepared. The production here is fantastic. The judge staff has been working hand in hand with the production team. And now that we finally have open deck lists here on day 2, that is worth to mention. We can actually show you guys the deck list so the players don't have a downside.
Yeah, I very much appreciate open deck list events. That makes the tournament fair for everyone. There's no scouting. There's no, just downside of you having your list on coverage. So we see here a couple of Final Fantasy sagas. We see the Esper Origins and the Summon Fenrir. Those 2 cards are going to be just, very interesting addition to the format.
Yeah, you see those as very nice setup pieces. We have Summon Fenrir and Overlord of the Hauntwoods here as ramp on turn 3. And then we can hardcast some of these gigantic creatures or the overlords themselves, or we can cheat them out with Summoner Surprise. And additionally, we have this nice ill-timed explosion, a blast from the past. Hasn't seen that much play lately, unfortunately, but a very sweet one, and of course very strong with all these high costs.
Exactly. Once your deck has so many expensive cards, it's not gonna be hard to find. Even killing a Quantum Riddler is not that hard when you have 6 and 7 drops in your deck.
Yeah, we see it rounded out by some removal spells, and we also have 2 Cavern of Souls and 2 Mistrise Village, so very much prepared for counter magic. Which counter magic, historically very good against decks that try to resolve 6 mana, 5 mana spells. So very nice to have that sort of angle covered. On the other side, Mono Black Demons, which is a deck that has received a few nice ones lately, for example in the form of Demon Wall in Final Fantasy and Cecil, of course, Dark Knight. But also lately, Edge of Eternities has given the archetype Allergy Acolyte and Archenemy's Charm. Archenemy's Charm, especially a sweet one, and noteworthy also the tragic trajectory.
Yeah, so there is a combination in this deck. Unstoppable Slasher plus Bloodletter of Acolytes ends the game. Unstoppable Slasher makes the opponent lose half of their life. Bloodletter of Acolytes doubles the amount of damage that's been dealt. So if you have a number, you divide that number by 2, and then you add that same number, you get the whole thing. That is, a pretty simple math equation that you can.
Have you thought about becoming a math teacher?
No, we already have Karsten. Today, actually, he taught me how to do basic math to, find about win rates while he was doing his homework that he showed earlier on stream. Frank Karsten, of course. I mean, this coverage team are so, Karsten is just so important for this coverage team, because you guys see all these numbers and all these deck names on Melee that are correct, and we all see all this thing. Ed is actually a person behind all of this.
Yeah, he's the brain behind the operations, that is for sure. He's also the one that is picking the feature matches and picking us these sweet matchups out.
Okay, looks like the players are receiving informations whether to start or not. They're actually waiting for us to say you can start. No, actually they're not. I don't want to say that. We are waiting for them to begin. We've got red sleeves versus blue sleeves. Can you guess which player plays what based on the sleeves? And the faces. That's also me.
I'll say Temur Surprise is on the left and Mono Black Demons on the right.
All right.
The black hoodie is giving it away.
Okay. Interesting.
Being on theme here, and the black watch as well. Am I correct?
You are. Josh Corliss from Oh my God! What? Oh, is that flag
England,
from
maybe?
England? Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you have England, sometimes you have UK. That is, I don't know too much of the lore behind that, but I definitely love the flag game from a World Magic Cup competitor in the past, a tournament where we were battling out, holding our flags, bringing it to the table, fighting nation against nation. It was definitely the highlight of my competitive Magic career. All right, so we're starting. We've got some beautiful lands. I believe that's from Tempest versus land from the land box. That is a decision to be made.
Already calling out the players for their choices.
No. I just state the fact that, like Frank Karsten taught me.
Yeah.
We've got a very beautiful land here. We have Overlord of the Houndswood, which maybe is the pick, but at the same time, the Hill-Timed Explosion can kill that demon.
So if there's another Deep Cavern Bat, for example, in hand, or perhaps well, Intimidation Tactics won't actually work at this point, but you are taking the Overlord here because it's the only free drop, right, to stop the curve if you have another discard spell for that ill-timed. If you do not, you might be priced into taking the ill-timed, although...
You'll do that. Ill-timed Explosion is... I mean... That's fine, of course, to take a time explosion. You know, you just take the removals before the bat, so the bat keeps them chipping in. But at the same time, I think disrupting the curve is very, very important. Although Jose did draw a spell that he could play, so
I tend to agree with you, Mengu, and I was yeah, absolutely. Like, because if you don't deploy a creature, and I saw an Annex in Josh's hands, you can just go Deep Cavern Bat, take the Overlord, then play an Annex, and then Joe's is kind of forced into playing the ill-time explosion perhaps on turn 4, or maybe the Meringue, but he's not developing any mana sources, so I really like you pointing out that there.
Overlord of the Houndswood were such a played card in Standard for a while until the ban of Up the Beanstalk, which really just nerfed the card a lot because, well, you know, you don't have that powerful 2-3 combo, not combo, but sequence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh. We've seen an Overlord of the Boiler Beagle. So as you can see, you know, yes, the demon did take a Hill-Timed Explosion, but the deck is just so full of removal that, you know, things will happen. Or you can just ignore the Deep Cavern Bat. There's not like a Gix or anything like that that rewards you for having a bat in play. All right, so let's take a read on the card named Smuggler Surprise. That card cost a total of 6 if you want to put creatures into play, but it costs a total of 3 if you want to mill 4 cards and return up to 2 creatures. So Smuggler Surprise is in Jose Fonseca hand, and whenever you have the card that gives the name to your deck in your hand, it's always a nice feeling.
Yeah, no, it's a very flexible card. You can cast it for all 3 modes as well, for a total of 9 mana, which is pretty expensive. But just the flexibility of it, it protects you guys from Wraths after you've done the surprise. It has instant, so you can flash them in at the end of their turn or during combat. Oh. Yeah, we see an Intimidation Tactics here being cast, which can take a creature or artifact from hand, and in response, Meringue Revolution
draws 3 more creatures.
Draws 3 more creatures, there you go.
Yeah, there's definitely not gonna be, like, this Intimidation Tactics is gonna hit. The problem is that, like, there is Smuggler Surprise, I believe there is a 6th land, and I believe there's a lot of creatures. So, it's gonna be a scary position to be for Josh. Let me see, does Mono Black deck play a discard spell for... No, the Duress is only in the sideboard in 4 copies.
And Duress is a little awkward in this matchup because, you know, most of the big hitters, besides the surprise, and I suppose ill-timed, are actually creatures, so it can miss a lot of the times.
So there is not a land in Jose Fonseca hand, but I believe there's a land on top of the deck.
Are we calling shots already?
Yeah, for sure. Just look how many spells in a row he drew. You know, he must draw land. That's how it works.
But even if he doesn't draw a land, he has a nice Overload there. So perhaps in Josh's position here, you have to think about how do I win this game, and I certainly do not win this game if what Mengucci is just saying happens.
Oh, you can see that the card spotter right now is Simon Nielsen because they just put a predict in the left side.
So yeah, I think he's priced into taking the Overlord and then just hoping that Jose is missing on that 6th untapped mana for maybe a couple turns even. So Josh gets that extra time to yeah, to be honest, I mean, this hand is just incredible.
He
took Urani because it has protection black. I mean, I understand that too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world in which Josh's spot removal skills all the things that happen, and Jose floods and dies. That is, I guess, the plan once you take Urani.
Yeah, it is tough to imagine that against the Vault-Born Tyrant, but we do have Arc Enemy's Charm. At least that one exiles the Vault-Born Tyrant, I suppose. And Annex, Annex number 2 here. Yeah, I mean, Josh has a lot of cards available to him. So
I think that's the plan. I mean, it may not work, but the plan is that you're drawing so many cards that you're able to just outgrind the Temur deck. There is not a land, but a very good card nonetheless. The second copy of Smuggler Surprise.
The way you're talking about it sounds like it's your new favorite card here.
I mean, if your deck... I mean, if you make 6-3 and your deck is called up after a card, you want to draw that card.
Yeah, it's a really sweet one, and I honestly love to see this deck in action. It's one of those cards that, you know, could actually be a player in the future as well. It's so powerful. It's really pushed. I mean, they took the card tooth and nail and wanted to make a design that is modern, that is capable of winning in today's world of Magic, and I think they really got a really strong one with that one. Good design.
This Deep Cavern Bat is chipping in, of course. We've got some life gain back, which is definitely relevant while you're losing so much life. All right, we've got a demon now.
Ooh. And
isn't the demon supposed to be played pre-combat?
Yes, that is true. That is true. We missed that point there.
One damage was missed. If an opponent will lose life during their turn, they lose twice that much. So end of turn, we're gonna drain for 8. No, sorry, deal 8, gain 4.
Correct.
So Jose is at 9. Does Urani have lifelink? I actually don't remember what that card does.
Urani does not have lifelink. It has protection black, protection white.
It flies. Okay, that's why. Because this game might actually just end in a damage war now. Jose is gonna go Overlord of Boiler Biggles, kill the Bloodlaughter of Atlasos. But if Josh has another one, you know, the game might actually be over.
That is true. So we can Smuggler Surprise. Wait a minute, do we have a Calamity? This might just be lethal, to be fair. This is a lot of damage. So we have Calamity Galloping Inferno, which has a mount of cost 1. And the creature that you mount it with becomes a copy, is copied twice and attacking during combat. So now we're going to see Vault-Born Tyrant mount the Calamity, and the Calamity will attack, make 2 more copies of Vault-Born Tyrant, which is going to draw Jose a total of, I don't even know. It's going to gain him a lot of life and draw a lot of cards. It's going to be pretty crazy.
All right, so what is happening here? What is Calamity copying right now?
It's copying the Tyrant, so that's at least, oh my gosh, that's 18 life right there, or is it 12? So there's 3 Titans in play, so that's, and 2 Titans enter the battlefield. I think that's
create a tapped and attacking token. That's a copy. Sorry, I'm missing something. Why is there 2 copies?
The Calamity says 2 copies of a Vault-Born Tyrant, essentially.
Oh, okay, wow. So the Vault-Born Tyrant is 3 in play, so each of these trigger 3 times. So that is a total of 6 cards and 18 life.
I think it's more than that. I think he just drew like 8 or something. Because so the first Vault-Born Tyrant counts the 2 coming into play, that's 2 draws.
Okay. Ooh, I see.
But they all count each other as well.
Okay.
So it's 2 plus, it's 8, yeah, it's 2 plus 3, right? Because, yeah, so it's 8 cards drawn, 8 times 3 life gained.
24 life.
So, and we have a jump block here, I believe, because it's 18 damage coming through, 24 in total, so we have to jump.
Still die end of turn at least?
They die, yes.
Okay.
But when they, wait a minute, are they exiled? Oh, they're sacrificed. So you get, wait. No. You don't actually get the token. You don't get a copy because Vault-Born Tyrant has the disclaimer that it will not make a copy of itself if it's already a token.
All right, so
still pretty good.
We've got a turn here.
Yeah.
This was the combo turn. This was the surprise that you all were waiting for, and me too, I guess. I was also waiting for that. I see that Josh has so many cards in hand. Oh, actually, Jose also has to discard. It's funny, this is turn 6. Both of the players are holding like over 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's, we have to go to discard here.
Yeah, I have to go to discard. That's a phase that you cannot miss. So here, like 5 cards were discarded on turn 6. Pretty classic stuff. Pretty normal thing. So I guess after all, that Ureni wasn't even the worst thing that could have happened.
I mean, this was truly bonkers.
Ooh, strategic betrayal. One of these creatures will go down. Probably that tapped Overlord. Okay, will Josh be able to take down all of these creatures?
It's tough to imagine. We also do have that Unholy Annex dealing yourself. Okay, we have a Tragic Director here, but the Unholy Annex also deals 4 damage end of turn. So that's a little tough.
Maybe you play a little Mutavault here?
Demon Wall. Mutavault, Demon Wall. So that will gain some life. Oh, we have another Trajectory? Oh, we have a Cecil. Okay.
Yeah, so
Josh is fighting the good fight here.
I mentioned Mutavault there because that was a very powerful Pioneer deck with Unholy Annex and Mutavault. Of course, Mutavault is not legal in Standard. But end of turn, we're going to draw 2 cards and drain for 4. And now everything is slowing down. We are also slowing down.
You say,
yeah, we are. No, actually, no. We're not. The people at home to think they have bad internet. But, all right. So, Jose untaps, has 8 cards in hand. Will he be able to find 10 damage? He just needs 2 removal spell. Of course, there's a couple of Upbraid. There's a couple of Into the Floodmaw. There are a couple of Overlord of the, what's it called? Boiler Biggles.
I saw an ill-timed explosion. I think if he is able to discard something... Yeah, okay. He did. Yeah. All right.
Speaking of Overlord of the Boiler Biggles, I have good memories of that because it was in my pool at the Vegas Open. What was it, like 2 years ago? And it was a very good card. I'm very happy to open that in my sealed pool. Love those powerful mythic rares when they're on your side of the table. Less so when they're opponent's side. All right, we've got the sideboard on show. I really love open deck lists because yesterday, again, it was closed deck list and we had to, like, you know, kind of walk around those sideboard or just mention your voice. But today we can show them on stream. We've got this perfect, beautiful coverage by Fanfinity. Look at that screen, perfect.
So yeah, we're looking at, of course, I think that the person here in this matchup that needs the sideboard the most is definitely Josh. He's trying to interact, he's trying to stop the combo, so we have some duresses here, which, as I said, it's a little awkward, but I think it's a necessary evil at this point. And he's likely looking to bring those in to interact with Smuggler Surprise. In addition to that, maybe, you know, the end could help. You know, another removal for something big. Strategic Betrayal, not a clean removal for a bigger creature. Liliana Dreadhorde General is a little bit of a sweet one.
That's a card from the past. Remember that from War of the Spark when it came out.
Yeah.
It's now in Foundation, so Mono Black Aficionado can play it for 5 more years. That's a lot of time.
But the main way Josh wins this matchup, I would think, is if he has an opening hand with the combo you mentioned at the beginning of our round here, which is the Unstoppable Slasher on turn 3 into Bloodletter of Arctozots.
All right, Dimir Surprise, not a surprise anymore. You can see it on screen right now. Summon Fenrir, that's like one of the strongest card from Final Fantasy Draft. Do you remember that powerful uncommon that lets you just so much stuff for 3 mana? You pick up a land and then you pump your thing and then you draw a card for just 3 mana, doing so many things. And pumping up from and ramping up from 3 to 5, it's a big deal because what happens is that you just the next turn can cast your 5-drop, you can cast your you know, set up for that combo by drawing some extra cards. I mean, we've seen how powerful it is. Galloping Inferno plus Voltborn Tyrant, although it's not the main plan. That's what I wanted to say. There's only 2 copies of each. This deck just wants to, it's like a Temur ramp. It's not necessarily a Temur combo deck.
Yeah, pretty much. It has that combo built in and utilizes it when it needs to, but it can also just be that sort of overpowering value pile that puts a bunch of Overlords and Meringue Variations into play. Yeah, and Mono Black Demons, this is I honestly, I don't know, something with mono black decks always gets me. I really love those mono black devotion decks in the past. That's kind of when I started watching coverage and kind of getting into Magic the Gathering. Mono black devotion with Underworld connections and whatnot. Nowadays we have Unholy Annex, a really sweet card advantage engine. And this is a type of deck, I mean, you know, looking again in the future, we see some Proft banning, maybe a Vivi or Cauldron gets banned. This is the deck that could really come in and dominate the format again, you know? That I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I have a memory that you were playing this deck in Pioneer. Am I wrong?
In Pioneer? I was playing this deck in...
No, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Playing as...
Yeah.
It is certainly a deck with Rakdos Demons.
Yeah,
Splash for the Fable,
exactly.
for the Blood Type Harvester.
Last couple of years ago, I think, the RC that we had in Pioneer, or was it last year? No, maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway, I think the Temur Surprise player had a keep, whereas, oh no, the Demon player is going down to 5 cards. 5 cards, not too many, but you have the Anolia Nex, which can bring you back up with that little Phyrexian Arena type of effect. Draw an extra card every turn. Sometimes you lose life, sometimes your opponent loses life. And that is what that 2-drop, that Demon Whale... Demon Wall. Actually, that seems like a card from the past, you know, Demon Wall. But back in the days, they were just doing this wall and just a very simple word in front of it, like wall of air, wall of fire, wall of ice, you know, Demon Wall. So, love to see that.
Again, some Magic history here by Mengucci.
Yeah, after the Aegis Turtle being an icy manipulator, I don't think I can top that one.
We'll see.
So 2 cards are going to go down, and then I'm going to expect a card from Jose to also go down, because I think the Mono Black player love their Discard spell in every format, from Modern to Standard. You want to pick up that hand for 1 mana. Oh no, I see actually that Demon Wall into Anolia Nex in the opening end. So that is the combo that you want to have in order to fight back that card disadvantage from having Mulligan to 5 on the play.
I think we just saw Josh put 2 Bloodlet of Arctisats on the bottom. Honestly, I think I would have preferred to maybe not have the Demon Wall, or maybe not have the Archenemy's Charm and have at least 1 Bloodlet instead, or maybe even both, to be honest. And then just really hope to hit that 3rd land into 4th land and go Bloodletter, and that is a really effective game plan to win the game, because Bloodletter deals so much damage.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see that, to be honest, but...
So we see here Esper Origins. That's a card we've seen yesterday in a couple of decks. One was the Temur Onslaught deck. Esper Origins is a strange card, because on its surface, it's card disadvantage, because you're spending a card and you're not getting a card back. Surveil 2, gain 2, it's, you know, you wouldn't play that card normally. The value of Esper Origins comes from its flashback. Once you flash it back, once you pay that 4 mana, you're going to have a 4/4 that ramps you up and does so much more. So it's just a very interesting card. Also my first pack at the PT Final Fantasy. So I have some memories of that.
Getting the Pro Tour attendance brag in there. I see.
Yeah, that was my last one. I didn't play the most recent one. Maybe if I didn't open Esper Origins, my PT would have gone better. Who knows?
Yeah, green was not the greatest color in that draft format. Overlord of the Ball of the Hauntwoods here on turn 3. Perfect start by Jose. Yeah, you know.
Very good start by Jose. Although now Josh is gonna maybe double up on that Anolia Nex, completely taking back that mulligan by drawing 2 extra cards in the first 4 turns of the game, draining Jose for 4 life. But he's thinking about it, so maybe that's not the easiest play in the world.
Maybe thinking about a discard spell.
Yeah, let's see. Well, those 5 cards you see on the play are his keep, so it's starting hand, so everything else is new. Well, that's not true, actually. There was an Archmage's Charm. No, what's the name again?
Archenemy's Charm.
Wow, that's actually the opposite of Archmage's Charm.
There you go, yeah, maybe.
We
also have an Archdruid's Charm, the green one.
Wow, they never stop.
Yeah.
What's going to be next?
Well, can they come up with a white one, you think?
I don't know. The white one's going to be our Cleric's Charm. No.
I think they might have run out of things.
No, I always have new names. Come on, look at these lands. They will somehow manage to make new land cycle and new land name. Wow, passes the turn. passing the turn with 3 mana up, does not deploy that extra. I wonder what. Maybe just has like a removal spell, Dark Enemy Charm, to stop that combo.
Yeah, so
galloping.
I don't know if I love. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in Josh's hand, but I don't know if I love this passive play here.
Yes.
I would have maybe liked him to play the Unholy Annex, or what he could have also, a little bit of a very aggressive play that he maybe was planning with his opening hand, is he can just put 2 counters on that Demon Wall and go attack for 5 damage.
That was
really clock his opponent.
Yeah, so basically by passing the turn with Arcanemy's Charm up, he's saying, okay, so if you combo, I have the response. If you don't combo, I'm just gonna put 2 counters on my Demon Wall. Which is, you know, basically just turning the enemy's charm into an aura that lets your creature attack. We have the Fenfear summon that is a, a blocker. That also does that. It can also just ramp a land and prevents 5 damage coming in from the Demon Wall.
Demon Wall does have Menace. There's a little...
So you cannot do that, unfortunately.
But Summon Fenrir is very good at stemming the bleeding. It's one of the best ram spells. Also findable with Smuggler's Surprise, which is an additional benefit. Shoot the Sheriff on the Summon Fenrir.
Shoot the Sheriff, the RCQ promo of the current season. We see that in a regular version. 4th Swamp, straight up from the land box to those red sleeves. And it's now time to play either the 4-drop there, Elegy Acolyte, or another Unholy Annex, or, as we've seen it before, just a passing of the turn. Yeah, just playing very patiently.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with Josh there. I think he has to put on more pressure. This type of game is just too good for Jose. He's not under much pressure.
Yeah,
he can deploy his things. He has time. I understand sort of the thinking that Arcanemy's Charm is being held up to prevent a Calamity combo. But you know, we have open deck lists at this point, and Josh knows that there's only 2 Calamities in the deck. So also, he can't play too afraid. He has to play in a way where he's proactive and where he puts on the pressure.
Also, Smuggler's Surprise is an instant.
Yes.
So now Jose completely, quote-unquote, time walks Josh because he just doesn't play anything. It doesn't let him cast any removal spell on his turn, and he's just going to be able to go, oh, so you pass? All right, end of turn, tooth and nail for these 2 very large creatures I have in my hand. Or if Archmage's Charm wanted to put 2 counters in the Demon Wall, Jose could have responded by going Overlord of the Boiler Biggles, deal 4 damage to the Demon Wall in response to that with my Smuggler's Surprise. So a lot of interesting question. Now, speaking of interesting question, of course, we are at a competitive tournament, so you have access to a judge. You can stand up, ask them a question, and take your time at the table. You'll get extra time. Always be sure that you know what's going on. And it's very good that, of course, in the future match area, you even have a personal judge. That's not normally what it is down at the field. Again, 141 players, so that is 80 tables. We don't have 80 judges.
Yeah, not quite that many, but the judge staff is amazing. The judge call is apparently about when exactly the Demon Wall and the Unholy Annex thing happens. I think he's perhaps asking if he removes the Demon Wall in response to the Unholy Annex trigger, what will happen? Yeah. Will he lose 2 life?
Yeah. I also just definitely need that Frank Karsten help because I made 140 divided by 2, 80.
Yeah,
that is definitely.
Quite,
I hope Frank is not listening. Is doing some more math.
I noticed that, but I didn't want to embarrass you.
Oh, you did? Okay. No, I also noticed that, but you started talking. I wanted to I need to say this as soon as possible. But yeah, so we're gonna. For the next time that I'm coverage, I'm gonna make sure I'll study a lot of math. Make sure that I do this simple equation very well. I learned about Bloodletter of Aklat's Unstoppable Slasher. 2 divided 1 plus 1.
That was very good. 2. Yeah.
But I still am not ready for. Well, I didn't even say what I said. They didn't know what I said there. But anyway, thankfully this segment is over and we can go back to the players there. Boom! End of turn. Wait, what's happening? Where did the Unholy Annex go?
Yeah, I'm confused as well. There's 3 mana tapped, but the Annex is in hand.
It's being remanded by a judge call.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe, okay, yeah, I was going to say maybe the judge picked it up. Yeah, all right. Okay. So second next is in play. We attempted to go to the end phase, and the Overlord of the Boiler Beagles will deal the Demon Wolf 4 damage. As a result, Josh will still draw 2 cards, but instead of draining 4 life, he will just lose 4 life, because that's what the card Anoli Annex says. We have a removal spell, though, that can go on that Marengo River Regent, which is just a 6/7 flyer, no more abilities.
I'm not quite certain in what phase we are right now. I'm not sure. We might be still in the second main phase to prevent those draws from happening.
Yeah.
That would make some sense. If you wanted to deal Josh 4 damage, you would do it in the end step, I suppose.
Oh, wow, the Merengue bounced those. Oh, my God, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good play to bounce those 2 on all the next, because that card doesn't do, I mean, you cast it, doesn't do anything. Boom, Galloping Inferno. Saddle, attack, get 2 more 6/7. That's 18 damage. Is that how it works?
If Calamity is 4, so it's 14, yes.
No, okay, so...
No, 16. 16.
4 plus 6 plus 6 equal 16. Yeah, we've said 18 and 14. Man, really.
What are we doing here?
We definitely need that Frank Carson coaching on mathematics. All right, we have an Overlord. Don't know where is that from. Where's that from?
Simon trolling us with Math is for blockers.
Math is for blockers says on Scream. On Stream. Yeah, because we used to be playing, you know, some digital platform. They do the math for us. We don't have to count.
Yeah, exactly.
Just click the spacebar or Magic Arena, and numbers will happen. But yeah, the Calamity in.
It's a powerful one. So the thing about this situation, I mean, pointing out, a deck like Temur Surprise is just really tough to prepare against when you also want to prepare against Monored, Simic Oroboid, and of course Iszet Cauldron. It's just so much different on the spectrum of sort of magic archetypes than those that you really can catch someone like Josh by surprise here. With a deck like that, and Josh is prepared for small creatures and all of that. He's not really prepared for this big value stuff. Well, he's trying to claw back into the game, killing the Meringue.
He's explaining how he's dead on board because he's gonna saddle and make 2 copies of the Overlord, and that's it. Jose Fonseca from Portugal wins this feature match number 1 of day 2, advancing to 7-3. If he keeps on winning, if he keeps on racking up W's, he's gonna achieve that top 8 score. Of course, that's a very, very tough task, but you know, he's here, he's gaming, and so you know, we're gonna root for him for sure, rooting for those surprise decks.
Yeah, for sure.
Those decks that we were not expecting to see, but you know, definitely we're gonna check those out for today, so stay tuned on coverage. We're gonna see a lot more of not conventional deck, let's put it this way, other deck. You know, in that other section, those decks will definitely caught our attention the most.
Yeah, especially something fun, something exciting like Temur Surprise, and at 7-3 still in contention for top 8. Congratulations to Jose, but we're not stopping there. We have another feature match coming for you guys, and it is a sweet one as well. We're playing, we're watching Esper Mill Control, which we saw already yesterday. Here in the hands.
Yeah, I've actually seen this player on a camera here. They were playing against my friend Marco Del Pivo in round number 2 at feature match, and Thiago Almeida actually got the win there. I've seen him casting the Slag. What's it called again?
You mean
Singularity Rupture.
Yes.
I've seen that cast, and I've seen people milling like 32 cards, but something like that, like 20 cards. That is a sweeper that also mills half of the deck alongside that River Churn Monument, 4 copies of that artifact. So this is not just a little mill deck. This actually, this deck wants to win that way. You have no creature. You have 2 creatures, Marengue River Regent, but you're not gonna win very much with those. Actually, they're not in the screen, Marengue River Regent, but trust us, there's a couple of Marengue River Regents in the build, in the deck list.
Yes.
Alongside with 3 copies of Day of Judgment. That is a reprint from the original Zendikar. Of course, we're gonna see a lot of it because that's just a simple just the definition of a Wrath of God, you know, 2 and 2 white destroy all creatures.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna see a lot of that. The blue-white control decks will rely on that card for a very long time in Standard.
Yeah, and similar to Temur Surprise is another deck that is very unique, no creatures, so a deck like Mono Black Demons and whatnot. Prepared for those Mono Red, all of that is going to run into something like Esper Mill and be a lot less prepared. On the other side, Sam Rolfe, a Welsh national champion, Rivals League member, and very much part of my Magic history as well. When I had one of my strongest years in Magic, when we were playing during COVID, Sam Rolfe was a member of Team Handshake, one of the originators behind that team. And yeah, he's brought a Dimir mid-range here. You know, a relative to the Mono Black Demons decks that we just saw. But of course, instead of utilizing Unholy Annex, we have Kaito Bane of Nightmares, a 4-off here, and 3 copies of Enduring Curiosity to provide the punch and the card draw. In addition to that, we see the usual suspects, Spyglass Siren and Cecil in the 1-drop slot. We have Floodpits Drowner in the 2-drop slot. We have an array of removal spells. You're choosing a lot of 1-offs. Bit of Triumph, Shoot the Sheriff, Long Goodbye, 1 Essence Scatter, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spectral Interference. He's really confusing his opponents, I suppose, in best of 1.
I'm asking you one question. Is the starting town better than Multiversal Passage? You know, why would you choose a card like Starting Town once Multiversal Passage is legal? Because, you know, this summer when Starting Town got printed, I was like, oh, this land's great, I'm going to buy 4 of those. But then when Multiversal Passage got out in the new Spider-Man set, I feel like that's just a slightly better card of the similar effect.
Yeah, I would think so. If your deck has perhaps a lot of 1-drops in both colors, then a card like Starting Town is a little bit better because you can go like Spyglass Siren turn 1, and then turn 2 you can go Cecil plus Spyglass Siren. You make it a little bit
Cecil
easier.
plus Tragic Trajectory.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to do so with the Multiversal Passage.
Exactly, something like that, yeah.
Okay,
So
interesting.
that would be a point, but generally speaking, if you ask me which one is better, I would say Multiversal Passage.
Yeah.
Noteworthy, it also enables the Gloomlake Virtues, enables all those. So that's a nice beneficial
that too, wow.
effect that Starting Town doesn't have. Yeah, really good-looking deck list. We have the 4 copies of Azure Beastman I forgot to mention as well, which are great against Cauldron. Shut that one off. Turn
Also
it
very
off
good to
completely.
enable Kaito because it's hard to block.
Yes.
So you just go turn 2 Azure Beastbinder, turn 3 Kaito pretty regularly if
Yeah.
you don't play against removal spells.
He clearly seems to be prepared for Cauldron, also with those copies of Strategic Betrayal in the main deck. We saw 4 there. It's 2 in the main deck, 2 in the sideboard. Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. Esper Mill against Dimir mid-range. Kaito pretty powerful against control decks historically, so this is going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, the Esper Mill deck has so many dual lands because to feel that, you know, 3-color mana base, we see an Authority of the Consuls on turn 1. Unfortunately, that's not very good against the Dimir deck. So here, that thing comes into play tapped, gains Thiago 1 life, Azure Beastbinder is in.
Yeah, two cards that are not very good in their respective matchups, but the Azure Beastbinder, as you said, at least it's a creature that can enable Kaito a turn earlier, which is going to be huge for Sam. And again, we have open deck lists, so Sam can deliberately decide to mulligan a hand that has a bunch of removals, and instead look for Kaito, look for Curiosity. Certainly a downside a little bit, I would say, for Thiago to have this day 2 be open decklist compared to closed decklist, because open decklist, there you go, there's the Kaito. Because open decklist, I think, disadvantages a deck like Esper Mill, as it's a very specific deck. And, you know, in the dark, you would always keep a hand with Dimir midrange that has like 2 removal spells, right? But in this matchup, now that you know that you face against it, you will mulligan a hand like that. So that's a sizable disadvantage now.
So Kaito here, I want to double check, but the mechanic ninjutsu should play. Do you think plays around the card Authority of the Councils?
Well, it comes into play attacking already.
Of course.
But yeah, he did gain a life there from that creature entering the
Yeah, you gain a
battlefield.
life, but the Authority of the Councils does not stop Kaito from dealing 3 damage. And so whenever the 0 ability gets activated, Sam is going to be able to draw one of these 2 cards. I think it was 2 lands, 1 hit the bin, 1 hit the hand, and now we have that sweet turn 4 I mean, I want to say Enduring Curiosity.
That would be...
Happens to play tapped, doesn't matter, and this Kaito just will be able to draw 2 extra cards.
Yeah.
There's a couple of removal spells for Kaito, and I think that's what Thiago is trying to look for.
I saw him pick up a Get Lost right there.
Yeah, exactly. Get Lost, excellent answer for the Kaito. Of course, giving those 2. Man, this matchup seems hard for the Esper deck. That's definitely what the Dimir player wants to be facing.
This is certainly the start that Sam wanted. Now he finds a Spell Pierce, which is going to be nice against some of the more expensive spells.
Yeah, I think Spell Pierce is super good against Esper Mill because there is 6 drop that is non-creature, Singularity Rupture. So it's going to take turn 8 to dodge the Spell Pierce. So Spell Pierce will always be live in this matchup, basically.
But I think we see a Shoot the Sheriff and a Get Lost here, so we can technically reset the board state to just map tokens and authority of the consoles. Which he's not going for the Shoot the Sheriff quite yet.
Yeah, it's just waiting. Again, maybe hoping that Sam counters this. It's open deck list. There's not that many counters. He's maybe happy to just receive a counter on this, so he doesn't receive a counter on the later stuff.
Yeah, he could be baiting that out. He does have a Day of Judgment in hand, so he might be wanting to see more creatures deployed.
Yeah, it's like it's game 1 and Sam has a lot of removal spell in his deck, so maybe it just doesn't matter too much if he just let him draw removal spells, as long as he gets those counters out of the way so that there will be no more counters whenever the Singularity Rupture comes in. Sam is maybe thinking, okay, should I use the Spell Pierce or should I hold it for that famous Singularity Rupture? So sometimes...
Yeah, I think I kind of like... I got a glimpse at Sam's hand, and he had a very loaded hand with a lot of spells, with 2 Flood Pits down and another Curiosity. So I think he's happy to just let that Curiosity die and save the Spell Pierce. Good call.
Yeah. So I think both of the players are actually on a kind of like level, like they're not level 0, as in Thiago, you know, was like, oh yeah, I should play around counters magic, so I should play removal spell in my turn. He didn't do that. He passed the turn. Sam was like, oh wait, my opponent didn't play removal spell in their turn. That means they want me to actually use the Spell Pierce here, so I'm not going to do it. So the players are actually playing on a little bit of a higher level right now, and it's cool to see. We see now the Flood Pits Drowner comes in. So their Authoritative Council's already gained 5 life for 1 mana. So not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, now we had an interesting position. I think Thiago at this point, if I would be in his shoes, would perhaps recognize that it's going to be very tricky for me to actually prevent Sam from drawing a ton of cards this game. So I think what Thiago is now trying to aim for, perhaps, Mill being his kill condition as well, is that he just preserves his life total as much as possible, prolongs the game as much as possible, and let Sam draw the cards, you know. What can he do about it? The card advantage angle, he's not going to win anymore, but he can still win the mill angle, right? And he can still try to sneak out a win by milling Sam and surviving enough.
Yeah, there's only 1 Spectre Interference and 1 Spell Pierce. So there's just very, very little interaction that Thiago, that Sam is presenting for those, like, again, expensive...
Spectre Interference actually just counters artifacts and creatures, which does hit Riverchurn Monument, I suppose, and Marang Rouge, but it doesn't hit the... So yeah, there's just Spell Pierce.
Once again, the Spell Pierce does not get to be played.
Yeah, he's very patient with that one. He wants to keep it for Singularity Rupture. That one's interesting. I mean, I think I understand that. Like, Singularity Rupture is really the most scary card in this scenario, as it really shortens the clock, especially together with a Riverchurn Monument. So Sam just essentially preventing Thiago from casting the card until like turn 8, where he can play around the Spell Pierce. But of course also means that Thiago is able to develop. Or he's going for the card advantage now.
I lost killing the Enduring Curiosity, giving 2 more maps. Now Enduring Curiosity was a 4 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this sequencing. There was no reason to play the Get Lost at this point in time. He could have just waited to make a decision at the end of turn.
Well, he's just playing around Spell Pierce, right? He wants his Day of Judgment to... his Get Lost to be safe.
You think so? Well,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I have a feeling that Thiago kind of values maybe the threats in a different way so far this game. He's just wanting to make sure that there is no more enduring curiosity, but guess what? One more is on the table. Sam is playing 3 copies of that card, and they're all into, not all into play, but 2 of them were seen in this deck so far. We see 6 damage coming in. Draws 2 more cards. Because of course Enduring Curiosity doesn't say 1 or more like other cards do, but says for each creature that dealt damage, you draw a card. But, you know, is this a moment where you're like, all right, draw your whole deck, I don't mind. My plan is to mill you out. As long as my life total is high, I don't care how many cards you have in your hand. You can draw all your... there's a lot of creatures in Sam's deck, 22. Although no Kaito, that would be a very, very important card I have. Let me see how many Get Lost does the Esper deck player play for.
Wow, look like he's not aware of the like he's not playing around the spell piece. He's clearly not.
He's not, because he thought, okay, so you had so many chances of casting that spell pierce on the Meringue Reaver on the Day of Judgment, so you surely don't have it. But Sam has it. Sam had the spell pierce the whole time. He just chose to never play it.
Yeah, very, very well played by Sam for sure. Keeping the spell pierce for the Singularity Rupture here, the most important spell.
And again, Thiago from that shoot the sheriff that he didn't play in his turn to bait out the spell pierce. There was kind of like this game where both the players acknowledged spell pierce and just made their gameplay around it. So we see a fish coming in from that fountain port and an attack for 7. Down to 5, draw 3 cards. But I mean, Thiago has 2 more Singularity Rupture.
Yeah, he does. I don't think I've spotted one in his hand. But
he has only spells because he missed the land drop here. So
yeah, he has a Shoot the Sheriff, a Riveted Monument, a Consult, and a Get Lost. So he can probably survive another turn with those 2 instant speed removals.
Ooh, that's very good land. How many copies of that land are in the deck? 2 copies of Soulstone Sanctuary, super good here, because if Thiago goes for the Wrath of God, he can just make a fish with the Fountain Port, make a 3/3, attack for 4, Kaito the 1/1 away, and that's lethal. That's 6 damage. So we see what's going on here. Oh wow, 2 cards are going to the discard zone. Those are strategic betrayals. Of course, not very good. All right, we pack it up. Dimir mid-range wins the game, and they are advancing to the game number 2. We're gonna see some sideboard screen, and if Sam Rolf had a lot of one-offs in his main deck, rest assured there's a lot more in the sideboard. This is a Reed Duke special, just having a sideboard loaded on with one-offs, just to draw in the right moment. This deck has a lot of card selection.
Yeah, and we're looking at some really good ones here. We have 1 more Spell Pierce, 2 Free Steps, 2 Duress. Those are going to be fantastic here. Might also be thinking about the Tidebinder in the sideboard, which can shut off the Riveted Monument. Elegy Acolyte is another powerful threat if we wanted to do that. In the main deck we have the Strategic Betrayal, the Trajectory, the Long Goodbye. Those are not very good. The Azure Beastbinder isn't very good here. That's a card you are probably looking to trim, as a 2-mana 1/3 is just not enough of a clock.
You said it yesterday as well, and the player ended up casting it on turn 2, so...
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Even wanted to side out this Azure Beastbinder, you know? The players who play love it.
Is it going to shut off a 6/7 again, huh?
Oh, maybe Esper Mill has some creatures in the sideboard. That's usually the plan for these control decks.
They do. But just 2 bases and then some tokens from the Elspeth, so it's not really too threatening. Actually, we can get a glimpse on how Sam is sideboarding right there.
Yeah, back in my days, Baneslayer Angel, you know, you had those Lyra, Dawnbringer, those like big angel coming in from the sideboard of these control decks, so that you just side out removal spell, and then they get you with the angels. This is a pretty classic historical thing that's been happening with these 0 creature deck. 0 creature main deck type of decks, but only a couple of bases.
Yeah, so we are looking at Mistrise Village here. That's a nice one that's going to come in against Dimir. Very important to make that Singularity Rapture uncounterable. We can think about the No More Lies. It's very good against Enduring Curiosity. I think
we just need more answers to Kaito. I was hoping to see some in the sideboard, but there's none of that. I remember playing in the past Devout Decree.
Yeah.
That is a card that when I was playing the green and white deck I mentioned yesterday, that was Kaito's very good against me, and I had Devout Decree on top of Get Lost. So
yeah, we're not seeing that. Again, the metagame is as it is. You can't really justify playing Devout Decree in today's day and age, I suppose. You could maybe play one copy.
Yeah,
but the 4 copies of Get Lost are, it's at least a solid amount of Planeswalker removal to have in your deck.
Yeah, so Dimir is not too popular. I believe it was still like somewhat popular as a Thermos player deck, and it didn't put that bad of a win rate. I mean, it's below 50%, but not impossible to fight against.
Yeah, I think a 49% win rate at the event.
Yeah, I think so. So it's not
the worst.
Too bad. And you are a control player.
Yeah.
Dimir mid-range is a bad matchup for you.
Yes.
So I was thinking that maybe, you want to get that extra care for the Kaito. I mean, we've seen it came into play. It was so good. It drew 2 cards. It dealt 3 damage, and then it died. But like that's a card that sees playing Legacy. That you're talking about. World-class type of card that doesn't see too much playing standard nowadays because how powerful red is. So of course, if Monored, if Blue-Red VV are that popular, it's going to be harder for Kaito to do well. And I think maybe another reason why Kaito doesn't see that much playing standard right now is into the Flood Maw. Because the sequencing of you bouncing your own creature and then seeing your Planeswalker bounced can be a little bit of a tempo loss in exchange of just 3 damage on a card.
I was hoping you would say a different card, but you're absolutely right about that one as well. But I was hoping you were mentioning the card that you called out yesterday in your
Kite?
Yes, absolutely, because that one is quite nasty against Kaito too, or against the Dimir mid-range deck, killing all those 1 toughness creatures and swinging in to sweep the Kaito off the board as well.
Yeah, Nova Elkite, definitely the bane of existence of all of these Flood Pits Drowner, Spyglass Siren, there's just, I mean, we've seen it yesterday at the Win-In very briefly. The last game of day 1 was the mid-range versus Monored, and the Monored player got the win as access to day 2 thanks to the Nova Kite.
One interesting thing to mention here as well, a card that saw a lot of play, and we just saw it in the feature match as well, Deep Cavern Bat, historically a mainstay of Dimir midrange. Sam chose not to run that one, and it's another card that is very, very bad into those 20% mono-red aggro players with that Nova Hellkite to punish the 1 toughness flyer. And yeah, good metagame call by Sam to play the Azure Beastbinder instead, which is a little harder to kill and shuts off stuff like Nova Hellkite, turning it into a 2/2, shuts off Screaming Nemesis, shuts off Cauldron, shuts off Vivi. Really a good card, and one of the reasons why Dimir still is able to hold on in this match.
Yeah, I appreciate that the players are playing very much with their, hand on the table. It feels like they're recording for a YouTube channel or something like that. Because that's, if you, as I have my own YouTube channel, Mango's Workshop, and the general tip is always play as much as possible with your hand in the middle of the table so the cameras ahead can pick up the hand. And, of course, here, this is not YouTube content. We are trying to win. This is competitive Magic. So the players can also hold their cards a little bit closer to the chest, but I'm grateful they do that because they let us have a better insight on what's going on. And what's going on is that the player both kept 7, have a very very good mana base. Sam has basically just 3 Underground Sea down there, which is very cool. No blocks. No blocks. No, we are still in the block phase. Oh, wow.
Yeah, really respecting the Kaito, but that's an interesting option. It's a sort of a dilemma that control players have. If I just have Get Lost, do I use that to kill the creature? Or do I spare it for the Kaito that they put into play? Yeah, sure, I give them the card from the Kaito, but at least I can deal with the Kaito for good.
Yeah, especially with this hand, right? It would be nice, you just get hit by Kaito, draw an extra card, you untap, you play your land. There's no land. Oh yeah, it is land. You play your land, you play Get Lost, you hold that mana for Normalize. I think that would have worked slightly better if we just took the damage.
Yeah, I think so too. And now Sam is going to be very stoked because he can play his Azure Beastbinder in hand, seeing that there's just counter spells and an Elspeth, knowing that his Kaito will resolve next turn. But one thing I'm a little bit surprised by is his choice there with the 3 steps ahead. I think I would have liked to see him take Elspeth there because his next turn is really nicely set up with the Kaito. But if he goes for Kaito here, then Thiago can respond with that Elspeth. That's not how this works. we could try. Ninjutsu is a triggered ability. It's not a spell on the stack. So it normalizes.
I'm pretty sure that and Thiago must have known that because like the previous turn, he just forgot there for a second. So that is, of course, a slight mistake there.
You know, it's a lot of pressure. It's early in the day as well.
Yeah, it's also a future match. Like people always tend to be a little bit more nervous. Not Sam, who looks very comfy in his very comfy gaming chair. Are they playing on the same gaming chair that we are on? It looks
yeah,
like
I think so.
Wow, that's very, very cool, very cool. End of turn, we've got our memory.
Wow, what a draw here off the top. Sam's not going to be happy to see that after he just arrested Thiago. That's an excellent one. And now we probably going to see an Elspeth, but I don't think I saw land there. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so let me actually make sure what Elspeth does. That's not a card that... yeah, it's there, but it's a little for me. It's a 5-mana Planeswalker that, with a +1 ability, is going to be able to make 2 soldier tokens. With the -3 ability, it's going to destroy a creature and opponent control, so that does not kill Kaito, unfortunately. There's no lands.
Yeah, wow, that is incredible. 5 cards C, no untapped land. The Elspeth here really would have changed the game around because Elspeth goes up to 6 loyalty, providing 2 chump blockers. And you know, one thing that Dimir is not very good at, it's not very good at killing planeswalkers. So that Elspeth just churning out tokens, stabilizing, is going to be, would have been huge, but now we see a sift, a coil and catch here. That is tempo negative play by Thiago.
Yeah,
he's really trying to hit the land drops. That's unfortunate for him.
This was definitely some interesting first turns of the game with that duress, and then the choice to get lost the 2-1. I believe the reason why I would have for sure not get lost to the 2-1 is that eventually that Kaito comes down. And when that happens, you need to be ready and have another get lost. Your deck is already so light on get lost. So we see a duress.
Duress taking duress.
A classic.
And we have a creature-heavy hand, 2 flash creatures, a Tidebinder.
Tidebinder is good against Elspeth.
Yeah, that is true. Tidebinder is good against Elspeth, so it's probably going to be held up here.
Although, if the Elspeth would have come down this turn, Tidebinder would have been countered the next turn by Normalize. So actually, as you mentioned, the game would have actually been pretty in a good spot for Thiago with that Elspeth providing tokens to chump the Kaito with.
Yeah, I think Sam might have made... I think I would have taken the Elspeth if I was Sam, but he didn't get punished. And now he's looking in a prime position.
Oh, wow.
Tapping out for curiosity as well. Oh, he drew a Spell Pierce. Oh my god. Well, when it rains, it pours. So now he has the Spell Pierce for the Elspeth, feeling comfortable to tap out.
Drawing a card from the Enduring Curiosity, surveilling 2 and drawing a card from the Kaito. I'm not a big fan of bringing in Duresses against the Dimir deck, but I guess maybe you just have worse cards.
Well, you have the Authority, he probably took that one out, and I think it's reasonable. You're trying to resolve the Singularity Rupture, so you want to get it through.
True. You see that Tragic Trajectory was left in the deck. I guess
wow.
Does kill a 6/7 after all.
Oh, Thiago. I mean, we're playing open deck list. There's 2 Spell Pierce in Sam's list.
Yeah.
But he did just see his hand, right? He did just
drew
see
so
that.
many cards in the meanwhile.
Yeah, he saw 4 extra cards. But
Okay.
that was kind of rough.
All right, so we're counting the race here, and we decide that we don't want to do anything anymore. We just want to go for that emblem, so that Kaito is now at 4 and 5 plus 4, that's 8. Damage going through. There's a Soulstone Sanctuary down there. That's going to be providing lethal next turn alongside Kaito. So Elspeth's coming down. No lands to have the Normalize up. So this Tishana's Tidebinder is going to just wreck the game. Bam. There it is. Tishana's Tidebinder. And there's nothing else to do for Thiago Almeida and Semirolf from Wales.
That was a clinic, yeah. I mean, Dimir midrange showing how it's so good into these control decks, and especially a control deck that tries to resolve 6 mana spells into a Spell Pierce deck. And the Spell Pierce was there twice, so Samrov taking it down. Congratulations for him to moving on. Still got it. The Arena Championship 1 winner, I believe.
We are back. We are back. Me and Arne. Today we managed to not wear the same outfit. We went for a black shirt. I went for a light blue shirt. So yesterday we felt like.
You're looking very crisp as always.
Thank you,
the little scarf, very stylish.
Little scarf, yes. So always keeping my neck warm in this cold weather because of course we are in Liverpool, the UK. Maybe people from the UK don't think this is cold weather.
Yeah, I mean, I walked through the streets last night, and the people didn't look like they were cold, not dressing all that much.
I was wearing a scarf, like a real scarf, not this. I was wearing like a full scarf, a hat. I didn't have my gloves on, but actually would have loved them. So meanwhile the locals were short sleeve.
Party time Saturday night.
Short sleeve, shorts.
Short skirts. Yes.
Yeah. So. Yeah, they are just built different.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely built different here in the north.
All right.
So that was round 10 for you guys. I believe we have... That was the last feature match we had today. We will have some sweet ones coming up in the next round as well for you guys. And I'm excited for the rest of the day. Hopefully we will... What are you thinking? How many Cauldrons, how many non-Cauldron decks will be in the top 8 today?
I'm going to guess 5. 5 Cauldron decks. That was the same number that was in Baltimore. I think it's reasonable. There are a little bit less Cauldron in this tournament than in Baltimore. But yeah, so... after us, will be coming the next commentator pair, of course, Filipa and Simon. You've seen them yesterday for... and you've seen them in the past, whereas I'm the new guy over here. You guys are the experts.
I think you're already feeling comfortable, aren't you? And you're doing a great job so far. Chat, let us know in the chat, I guess, if you rate Mengucci 1 out of 7. Isn't that the new meme thing?
1 out of 7? Is that a new meme?
I don't know. People are talking about the 6 out of 7 thing, Rangrave Regent.
Oh,
there used to be this thing also with like rate something 1 out of 7 instead of 1 out of 10.
All right.
Anyways,
I think we've yapped enough. It is time to send it to Filipa, Simon. But first, let's enjoy this nice video that the production made for us.
Everyone, welcome back here to the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. I'm Filipa, joined by the one, the only Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for day 2. You are already at the round 10 here, but we are going to be ready for round 11 of this tournament. As a reminder, we have 15 rounds and then a cut to top 8. So we are getting to kind of an end to the tournament.
I think there's still a lot left, and especially looking at these rounds, we have a bunch of people. Here in day 2, some people are X and 3, and they're still fighting for top 8. Like everyone who made day 2 have a chance to get there if they win out today. So that's going to be the challenge here. And yeah, we just saw some matches involving some of the other parts of the format that isn't Vivi, and I think we're going to continue to do that.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of challenges, we make always a challenge between the caster, which is the caster fantasy draft. We choose the players that we think are going to do well here in this tournament. Let's see how we are doing with those predictions. Simon, looks like you are ahead.
Beautiful 99, but you're not, far off there with your 96. Of course, a big deal for the caster predictions is whether or not your players manage to make day 2 because that's another way that you can rack up more points. And Stefan Schütz, Oscar Christensen, Emmanuel Gershensson, Matej Sadelkai, and Lauri Tordström are all in day 2. And they're all playing blue and red.
Yes, I mean, you have 99 problems, but it's case to say that the Caster Fantasy Draft ain't one. You're doing very well here. Excited to see how these players perform. A lot of them into day 2. And I have to say, Simon, 5 out of 5 players that you chose are in day 2, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I know my people. It's a lot of good players that I've worked with before. I've actually teamed with all of these players before at various points during my career. I also see, on your end, Marcio, Autumn, Andre Sanch, and Ben Jones all into day 2 as well. Only Jedrek not making it. So yeah, there's a lot of good players here making it into the later rounds of this tournament.
It's going to be a tough one to beat, and I'm excited to see how these players are going to do. Now, Simon, we have been showcasing a lot of different decks. We just saw a Temur surprise deck versus a mono black deck. We then saw the Esper mill that we already had seen yesterday here as well. So a lot of different decks that we are able to showcase here, and I'm sure that Frank Caster also chose a very good matchup here for us for round 11. So starting with a deck that it's Iszet, but it's a bit of a different version of Iszet, right?
Yes, so we aren't gonna watch Vivi Cauldron because some people in this tournament have decided that the actual combo is not that good in the mirror. It's very easily disrupted, it gets super awkward post board. So the way you win a lot of your games is with the Prof card, Prof's Eidetic Memory. As we see here, the top of the standings, we can see that our leader from yesterday, Dark Deno, is now lost the round here, so there's no one at undefeated. A bunch of people at 9 and 1. Shout out to Arne Rosenvinge, who is, I believe, playing blue-black mid-range. The rest of these players are on Vivi. We also see Liam Tiller-Collins picking up a second loss there on the mono red deck.
I mean, a lot of exciting things, and definitely nice to see the leaderboard. It's strange that we no longer have an undefeated player. I feel like when it comes to this part of the tournament, we start seeing everyone already with a loss. Here we have then rank 11 to 20. We see Andres Santos, which is on my caster prediction draft as well. What other names here, Simon, do you recognize?
Well, I just recognize Backup and Combo Man. This is of course, the melee.gg names. You do get to decide your own username, and some people go with their given name, and some people go with their online handles. So yeah, shout out to Backup and Combo Man.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see that. Wondering if playing a combo deck or not. Maybe the Sultai Reanimator,
maybe, yeah.
Actually did quite well. So I think that Frank already talked today about the meta, right? How the meta did and the win rates of day 1. Simon, anything that surprised you there, or you were mainly expecting it?
No, I was quite surprised by the win rate of Simic Ouroboros.
Yeah.
I, thought that was gonna continue its good win rate from last weekend, and it just has not performed that well. On the other hand, it seems like people have actually cracked the code on that Sultai Reanimator deck, and it is doing well this weekend, and I'm very excited about that particular point.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great, and that Gruul Landfall deck seemed really good. The Selesnya Landfall seemed really good. We were talking before we joined here on the booth, discussing why is it doing so well. I suggested maybe the Veil is a very good card right now in the meta.
Veil, yeah.
Do you agree that that can help, or just like...
No, I suspect actually that the Landfall deck might just be a good deck if it's built right. We saw Matthias Jorstad yesterday with the green-white version. There's actually a second copy of that exact deck list in day 2 as well, by a different Matthias. So that seems to be like some good innovation done onto the deck. And yeah, I think like if the metagame is a bunch of like pixie decks with nowhere to run and you can't rely on your Snakeskin Veil, it's possible that the deck falls apart, but that's not really a player in this current metagame, just one pixie player into day 2. So yeah, I could absolutely see that this is also a prime metagame for that deck, but maybe even carrying forward. I'm not sure that Vivi is a big part of why the deck is good.
We saw Vivi do particularly well at 60.8% win rate, which is a high win rate, especially when there's so many players bringing this deck, because the bigger pool that we have of players with the same deck, the better statistics we can get from it and the more insights we can get from it. Do you think that it's only because the deck is that good, or also because the people that choose to bring this deck to this tournament are people that are confident in their skills to pilot it?
Yes, it's absolutely a combination of both. You know, if you know, all of the top players in the room were like decided not to play Vivi, I'm sure that the win rate would go down and the win rate of other decks would go up, but not by like probably not like lower than 55% win rate. I still think Vivi would be the best deck because the inherent both the combo and the flexibility of that deck is just so strong that yeah, it just like carries itself. And I think a lot of people, you know, might be playing it without much practice and still finding themselves win a lot just because they get carried by the strength of the deck. That's something you can do, you know, if you're not, you know, feeling too comfortable in your own skills. Just picking one of the strongest decks is just going to carry you rather than you feeling like you have to carry the deck. You can make a ton of mistakes with the Vivi deck and still come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a deck that has so many options and that you just gain so much advantage that is easy to just steal the game and completely win there. Now, this version of Iszet that doesn't run Vivi and Cauldron, do you think that's, you said that already predicting for these mirror matches, but do you think that's an interesting choice, or do you think they should have just played Vivi and Cauldron?
I am excited to see the deck in action, and yeah, I would not be surprised if it's just better. Like, I think Prof is the actual best card in the deck. Prof Eidetic Memory, that is what the deck is. And then it has this like kind of wonky combo that does go way over the top and sometimes way more over the top than you need to. So like with this version, you get to cut those cards and play stuff like Storm Chaser's Talon and be a lot more like measured, and you just have room for like more generically good cards rather than, you know, the Agatha's Soul Cauldron is a powerful card, but it's not a good card, so to speak. Like, it doesn't, you know, it swings a lot in variety here. As we now sit down here with the players. So we're watching Alex Campbell versus Patrick Zamatana. Patrick Zamatana. Thank you, chat, for bearing over with that. And this is a matchup of Iszet Prof versus Sultai. Oh, so we're watching a different match right now.
Yes, I think we are going to watch that as the backup, Simon, that we were talking. And right now we are watching here Alexander playing Sultai Reanimator, which honestly, this is the deck that I predicted would do well here this weekend. Not too many copies, but it seems like definitely a deck with a lot of promise. With the Superior Spider-Man is one of the key cards. You really want to get that Bringer of the Last Gift in the graveyard and reanimate everything. Cards like Tear of the Peaks allow you to just combo in the spot. This one also has a sneaky Smuggler Surprise, which is very interesting. And yeah, I mean, this deck, we've seen it before. It's...
Can I highlight something really important here?
Yes,
that we haven't seen last weekend. Oblivious Bookworm, 4 copies in this deck. So sometimes we've seen this deck splash red for fear of missing out. And this list, you know, does not do that because there is a fear of missing out in just blue-green. Oblivious Bookworm, at the beginning of every end step, you loot a card. It has something to do with face-down cards as well, with like Manifest, but that is not relevant at all because the deck can't do that. The relevant part is just that you have this repeated looter that is a 2/3 blocker, so you can block stuff like Razorhead, Needlekin, from the red decks, for instance, and actually, you know, save you a bit of life points while you progress your game plan. This deck also plays 2 copies of Terror of the Peaks, and basically can't cast them yet. There's only 1 copy of Cavern of Souls. So we're not going to see that card be cast, but because you play all these Bookworms and these ways to discard, it's totally fine to play uncastable cards. It's not like Valgavoth and Bring of the Last Gift. They're equally uncastable. But getting the Terror of the Peaks into the graveyard means that when you do your thing with Superior Spider-Man, you actually just win the game outright, rather than passing the turn and leaving your Vivi opponent open to potentially going over the top of your powerful combination.
Definitely a powerful deck. Let's see what's on the other side. Who is going to Alexander be facing in this match? And again, like this Sultai deck, really cool one. I thought this was the kind of deck that maybe I would see more on Arena Best of One, but glad to see it here doing pretty well. Just as a reminder, now we have open deck lists on day 2, right? Instead of closed deck lists. How does that change things for players?
Well, it certainly changed the thing where you're like, you know in your opening hand when you have mulligan, like which cards to actually look for, you know, whether to mulligan aggressively or whether to put removal spells back when you're also 6 or not. And here James Jenkins is playing, you know, the classic mono-red deck. You know, this is, you know, the super, basically stock version of this deck. Running, you know, a ton of lands now in the deck because you want to support stuff like Nova Hellkite. We saw that yesterday. How well the deck does when it plays with its big creatures. Post-board, we will also see stuff like Sunspine, Lynx, etc. So 24 lands for this red deck, which is more than you would normally expect. And, you know, just running a clean removal suite here. 2 copies of Shock alongside the 4 Burst Lightning and 2 Witchstalker Frenzy.
And Simon, you know, Mono-Red recently did get affected by bans, right? 2 key cards of the Mono-Red deck got banned, like Monstrous Rage, and the deck is still playing here. Do you think that something like this could happen if potentially VV gets a ban, either VV or Cauldron? Like, the deck will still be played, just not with those cards.
I mean, yeah, we could certainly, you know, if perhaps Addisic Memory doesn't get banned, for instance, we could see a deck like the one we'll see in our next match played without those cards. I don't think you can, like, I don't think if Vivi gets banned, you'll play the deck, but still with the Cauldron, because the Cauldron wouldn't do anything at that point. But certainly the shell of like the blue-red, you know, you have card draw, you have some pressure, you have a lot of hand sculpting. Yeah, that can still be a thing for sure. So we go down into a match here. Alexandra Jimenez Ortega versus James Jenkins.
Alexander, a Spanish player here. A lot of Spanish players this weekend. I see also Tony Martus doing pretty well on the top tables. He is a player that before on regional championships here in Europe has been doing pretty well, top 8ing one of those at least. So shout out to the Spanish community.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to them as these players seem to be about ready to start, and we're heading into our match here. Sultan Reanimator is being played here by Alexander Jimenez.
Yeah, players getting ready, seeing who goes first. That's a big decision when it comes to Mono Red. And looks like Mono Red is on the draw, but with that Bashan out right away, the speed is starting.
Oh yes, we are, you know, zooming out here onto the board already. Burnout Bastronaut, kind of a, you know, I would say Burnout Bastronaut was sitting in the wings in the locker room, just praying for Heartfire Hero to get banned, because that's a card that just, you know, basically overperforms it. Like Heartfire Hero is just a better 1-drop, so Burnout Bastronaut didn't see any play before. But then once, you know, the little mouse got the ban, well then finally Bastronaut could come in and get its time on the top tables here in this red deck as the essentially 3rd best 1-drop that you could play.
Yeah, it's like in football when a player gets injured, it gets the chance to another player to shine.
Yeah, exactly.
And here we have our Bashanot shining. Now, on the other side, we saw that card exactly that you were talking about, that it's an interesting inclusion in this deck that we didn't see yesterday.
Yes, so the Oblivious Bookworm just looting already a Bringer of the Last Gift into the graveyard. Just like a strong start here. As long as Alexander finds the Superior Spider-Man, well, it's going to spell trouble. You don't, like, you might think, oh yeah, so then you need to build up a huge graveyard, so then like you get a ton of things back, but you don't need to, because the Superior Spider-Man will be a 4/4 flyer. And it will bring back the Bringer of the Last Gift with its own trigger. So you have a 6/6 flyer as well. So you have 10 points of power in the air, and you clear the opponent's board. That is good enough. You don't need anything else. And so, yeah, the whole thing here is, can Alexander manage to find the Superior Spider-Man here? As now there's a big curve out here, Hide Claw into the Ember Heart Challenger, and just attack for 3 here, getting up your speed to 3 and passing the turn. And the way James is playing this, by the way, is that he could have like potentially held back the Hide Claw to have a follow-up, but decides that there's no way he can beat this card, the amazing, the Superior Spider-Man anyways. So just going for maximum pressure and hoping that he can kill Alexander before he finds his combo.
But like it is,
here we see it.
Spider-Man, let's get that Bringer. The board is wiped, and there's a tear of the peak.
Even a Terra, yeah. So the way it works is that Superior Spider-Man does exile the card that you copy, but it's a trigger that exiles it. And the Bringer of the Last Gift coming into play is also a trigger. So both will happen at the same time, which means you get to stack them in whichever order you want.
So you still get your 6/6 flyer, even though...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So essentially you make your Bringer reanimate itself. Like, that's part of why this combo is so strong, and way, way better than if you were to just zombify the Bringer. I mean, if you were to zombify it, it wouldn't even trigger in the first place, because it does say if you cast it. So but the Superior Spider-Man was indeed cast, and here we see Alexander explain exactly what's going on. I think maybe they have a judge come over to just clarify that you can indeed do this thing, where the Bringer will come back alongside the Superior Spider-Man. You will clear the board, and you will deal, is that, what, 8 damage to Jenkins' face? And you have 15 points in the air now. So yeah, I think that's it's a pretty scary position. You know, Jenkins has no more threats left. I think maybe a Nova Hellkite, but not one he can play on blocks. Has a Witchstalker Frenzy, I believe.
Reading the rule explanation there, so it does happen. Let's clear the board and let's bring back the Bringer of the Last Gift, the Tear of the Peaks, and the Bookworm. That's going to get some triggers. As you said, 8 damage. Goes face, because there's nowhere else to go, because the board was... Yes, the board was wiped, and oh wow, this is turn 4.
Yeah, the power of this deck when it functions, it is like massive. And let me see here, I remember that the Spider-Man does retain its power and toughness. It is a 4/4, but otherwise copies all other aspects. So in this case, it's just a 4/4 flyer now of the Bringer of the Last Gift. And yeah, that is plenty good. Oh, obviously the Oblivious Bookworm will also still trigger, just for good measure. Draw and discard, fix your hand, put a Valgavoth in the graveyard for later, in case we need that.
This is so, like, what does Monored have to come back from this? Alexander is at 16 life. And
yeah, it scoops it up there. You could survive a turn with the Witchstalker Frenzy, but, like, you know, what kind of life is that?
It's definitely not the Monored life, and congratulations here for Alexander taking game 1, but we are going to have still game 2 and 3. They're open deck lists, so they can have access to each other's decks and choose what to sideboard. We are seeing first here Alexander's sideboard. What is... I like the Cavern of the Soul, by the way, in the sideboard to make something uncounterable. What is the card here that screams, okay, I brought this exactly for Mono-Red?
I believe that the Swarm Weaver is here for the red matchup, potentially. So this is a 4-mana 2/3 that if you have Delirium, which is not that hard to get in this deck that has so much self-mill. If you have Delirium, you make 2 1/1 flyers with Death Touch, and then you pump them so they are +2/+2. And the pump part of it is really important, because a 1/1 Death Touch flyer just gets eaten up by Nova Hellkite. But if they're 2/2, well, then they get to eat the Nova Hellkite. So it's kind of protection against those flying threats from the red deck that you can't really interact with your small chump blockers like Town Greeter. It's also just a good way to get some board presence. Terror Tide is another way that you can clear up a board here. Each creature gets -X/-X, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So that's going to be important here as well. I wonder if he's also going to bring in some intimidation tactics, just to have a little bit more interaction and clear away those pesky cards from the red deck. You also get to potentially discard a Ghost Vacuum if that is in the sideboard, but no Ghost Vacuum, no Graveyard Hate here in this red deck. Instead relying just on the 4 copies of Sunspine Lynx to have a bit of game in this matchup here. As well as 2 copies of Vengeful Possession. That could be quite interesting if you possess the demon and, you know, get to attack with it for 6. Like, that might be a way you can come back into the game. Another thing you can do with the Vengeful Possession is that you could steal something like an Oblivious Bookworm, something non-assuming. But then you get to loot, and then end of turn the Bookworm gets to loot. And so you get to, like, stock, you know, 2 Sunspine Links in your graveyard. So that when the combo happens, it brings all the creatures back from both graveyards.
Oh.
So if you get to discard some, you know, big fatties, that's actually a way where you could contest what's going on.
You can also get your own back. I mean, I love that. Players here shuffling up. This Bringer of the Last Gift deck kind of reminds me of Living End in Modern, you know?
Well, yeah, it is. We actually saw very recently Menino Ney, who is one of the Magic Online players from Brazil, who plays so much Living End, is very much known for the Living End deck, plays it through thick and thin. Well, he very recently won his standard challenge playing this deck. So he also says, well, yeah, this seems like familiar territory. It does the thing. Yeah, okay, destroy the board, bring back both graveyards. Yeah, sure, I know how to do this. Even though it, of course, plays very, very differently in Standard than it does in Modern, where you get to play it with cycling cards.
Now we are going to have Mono Red on the play, and that's going to make a bit of a difference, right? It means that Alexander needs to combo 1 turn earlier, let's say, and let's see James.
As he had James with a 4-land hand, does have 1-drop and 2-drop and a Lightning Strike. Kind of reminds me of the hand we saw yesterday from Tim, who... was playing the Monored deck and kept a hand that was 1-drop, 2-drop, then got hit by Pyroclasm, and then had nothing but lands after that. So there's a risk to keeping hands that look like this. Of course, no chance of Pyroclasm from this deck, but still keeping a 4-lander with just 1-drop and 2-drop. It might be a nice curve out in the beginning, but the issue is you have no follow-up, and it actually is a pretty slow clock if you just go Bastronaut into Razorkin Needlehead. I think you kill on turn 5 or 6 with that draw, and that's just too slow.
Yeah, especially against a combo deck like these that we just saw. So here looks like James decided to take a mulligan, and I think Alexander Jimenez decided to keep.
Right, so pushing a card to the bottom, and now we're ready here with this 6-card hand. And starting again with the Burnout Bastronaut, just so it's a card that is so happy to finally see some standard play. And
absolutely, trying to get all the speed that it can right now.
Oh, and speaking of speed, that was such a fast turn, you know, like if any of you like were, you know, just looking into your bowl of popcorn for a second there, yeah, you would have missed that turn too.
+1/+0.
Yes, so pumping up the Bastronaut just for 1 extra point of damage. No 2-drop available for James Jenkins, but hopefully he has some strong 3s and 4s, and that's exactly what's lurking in that hand. Streaming Nemesis and the Sunspine Links. Bookworm comes down, and triggers end of turn. You get to discard something, and once again,
surprise!
Yes. And since there's no graveyard hate in James's deck, you are so safe to just do this exact thing.
Absolutely.
As now the Screaming Nemesis and the 1/1 Menace comes in here for 4 more damage.
And that Menace being really relevant to allow the Bastronaut to keep attacking more and more. And eventually he'll get double strike, which we know can get very dangerous, especially with some bump spells.
I see that Alexander once again has the cash grab, so could try and go for the exact same line as last game, where you just pass the turn, cash grab, try to find the Amazing Spider-Man, and combo here. But the question he has to ask himself is, like, what happens if I get my opponent untap here with this Screaming Nemesis, and, you know, maybe they play another one, maybe it takes 7 damage, maybe I'm actually in range of dying, even though I get to combo, and what happens if I brick on the cash grab? So instead going for the more disciplined play here, and just using the Bitter Triumph, discarding an Arden, which is another one of those reanimation targets in this deck, to just stem a little bit of the damage here. Of course, it does mean that the Screaming Nemesis will now come back when he does his combo, so there's a bit of a risk to that, but now you have a lifelink creature in play.
Yeah, I think the issue is here that Alexander needs both a land and also the superior Spider-Man, so it is tough, especially when losing so much life. There's the max speed on James' side already. I mean, the graveyard cards are there, they are beautiful, they are ready to return, but there's not a way yet to just get that superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, actually, right now, because the Bastronaut has double strike, you could pump it twice, and that's going to be like 9 damage from these 2 creatures attacking. I guess you could chump block with your Bookworm on the Nemesis and go to 2, but yeah, 2 is not exactly a safe life total. So here we see the cast grab, and it cannot make a food in this deck, really. So just a land grab there, a breeding pool that you just probably have to play tapped here, and hope you don't die somehow. I think there might have been a second copy of Bookworm in hand.
Yes, but there's 1 black mana, so you cannot really cast it.
Was tapped in a way where you couldn't cast it.
There is a Town Greeter, though, so potentially you could go Town Greeter.
Oh, Town Greeter would work totally fine as well, because then you could still block the Burnout Bastronaut. Just putting 2 blockers in front of it is really important, because that is 6 damage represented by it, and it's a little bit more than what Alexander can handle right here.
But actually, I'm not sure. Town Greeter is in the graveyard. I don't think there's one in hand.
Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately, no, yeah. It would be a good one, but there's a Valgavoda Bookworm, I believe a Bitter Triumph, so maybe that's the decision. Do I Bitter Triumph or not? And Meringue River
yeah,
Region.
that could, yeah, the Triumph could certainly do some work here. It's also a question of which one do you kill, and you might just have to kill the Bastronaut, as it is more damage. So yeah, does a shock here, probably has a bit of Triumph then, or at least is hoping to draw it off the Bookworm. But yeah, I think you're right that there is one in hand indeed. As you now see a Razorkin Needlehead and another Screaming Nemesis. So there's a ton of screaming going on in this feature match area. And yeah, you could now you don't really need to kill the Burnout Bastronaut specifically.
Yeah, that's
because it is less damage that you take than just killing the Nemesis. But you also have to think about that even if I do my combo, if I kill the Screaming Nemesis now, I also have to deal with the 2 Nemesis that is brought back. So it is a bit tricky. Again, having the Valgavoth is going to help a lot. I guess even Arden gives the demons haste, so you might actually just win immediately because you have so many demons in the graveyard right now.
It also gives lifelink, which is an important one.
True. Yeah. Okay. So actually, if it doesn't really matter like if the nemesis are brought back here because Alexander will just be able to win immediately if he gets the combo right now. But I do think he needs to top deck the Spider-Man this exact moment because this right here is 5 damage coming in, putting Alexander down to 3, and there is a Sunspine Lynx, which is going to deal 3 damage in James Jenkins' hand. So it's a very do-or-die situation, and we see Alexander here thinking about this play. So the option he has is that he can chump block Screaming Nemesis. This will prevent exactly 1 damage, but you have to do that math. Is it actually worth it to throw away my creature to do one damage? And here we see Superior Spider-Man off the top. Bringing back the bringer of the last gift, multiple of these. Arden comes in, all your demons have lifelink and haste. There's so many of them. Valgavoth has haste too. Get back your Screaming Nemesis, I don't care. And you even get to trigger your Arden here to make a 5/5 copy of the Oblivious Bookworm in the graveyard. So this is just so many demons coming in. I think this is 12, 16, plus 9, 25. Plus,
I think this was...
plus the Nemesis comes in here, so it's 30 damage with haste and lifelink. And James Jenkins ends up losing here with a draw that was so close to getting there.
It was the superior top deck, Simon.
Wow, it truly was. Alexander Jimenez Ortega showcases that he is indeed the superior Spider-Man of this match.
I love to see it. Simon, you know, like, very well played there. I really thought that the Monored player was so ahead, but Alexander Jimenez really showcasing there why this is the, why he's doing so well in the tournament with this deck and really playing for the outs. That's what you kind of have to do, especially at this point of the tournament, and keeping really composure and thinking, okay, this deck has the ability to come back. What exactly do I need to do to make that happen?
Yeah, and you know, that's what he did. You know, like, thought about his outs, thought about like how you actually saw him. I was talking about how like he might have mistapped his mana, so because he couldn't cast the Oblivious Bookworm, but realized that no, I actually need the Swamp on tap. So if I hit something like a Forest, I can cast a Bit of Triumph painlessly, and that's going to like help me save enough life so that I can potentially top deck a Superior Spider-Man. And you know, he needed to like play the cash grab to find the land. That was part 1 of the combo, and then needed to find the Spider-Man. So I think Alexander played pretty well there to maximize his outs to get lucky and make sure that once he did get lucky, it was enough to win the game. And yeah, that's exactly how you're supposed to play Magic the Gathering.
Congratulations. I mean, it was a beautiful match, but we are still going to have also a backup feature match here for round 11. It's also another interesting one. It's actually the one that we were talking about before. So the Iszet Proft versus it was Sultai Control, right? Which is also a very interesting deck. It's not Sultai Reanimator.
No, so we saw Alex Campbell yesterday actually play the Sultai Control deck here, and actually losing to Leyline Red, but has won a lot since then and still finds himself here in day 2. And this is a deck that, you know, it's kind of like Sultai Dragons Control, because it plays Caustic Exhale and it plays Dispelling Exhale alongside Meringue River Regent and even Disruptive Stormbrood, which is like the green-black split card dragon, where the black side is just a spell that's like 2 mana removal spell. So it's not a very impressive card by itself necessarily, but the fact that it's just another dragon that enables your, you know, actually quite powerful counter spells and removal spells makes this deck tick.
I'm very excited to see that match, but before, of course, we have to have an interview with Alexander, the winner here for our first feature match.
Hey, I'm sitting here with Alexander Jimenez Ortega, who just won his match to move to 9-2. Pretty good record. He's playing Sultai Reanimator. Alexander, why did you choose this deck?
Well, basically, when Spider-Man got announced and I take a look at the cards and I saw the Spider-Man deck, I thought the Spider-Man card, the Superior Spider-Man, I thought, oh, this is cool. And then somebody put up a list with the Bringer, and when I saw that interaction, I'm like, okay, I need to break this thing. Yeah. So I started working really hard, even when cards were not available, even on Arena or PTO. I started playing with myself, with proxies and everything, just to try to.
That's super cool.
Work. Thanks. And On the first week, I won my local RCQ with it, but the build was really different from the one I'm bringing today. And after that, I have played like never before because the deck is just so much fun to play. So that's the main driver. Like, I think the deck is good. I think it's powerful. I think it does absurd things, and it's fun to play. So what more can you ask?
That's great. That's great. So, what are the differences between the regular Reanimator builds and the one you're running?
Okay, so one of the main differences is that I'm leaning towards cash grab. Most deck lists are playing usually more town greeters,
Right.
for overlords, and I'm not that fan of playing the Miller effect sorcery speed because that is a downside against BB. Because if you're milling yourself on sorcery speed, they have plenty of they have the information and they can make the best assessment of the situation. Also, post board, you're bringing in some cards, some hit against the Cauldron, so. If you're playing instant speed, they have to keep guessing. Okay, is he gonna mill himself, or is he gonna break my Cauldron if I play it? Why should I do? So that's
good. Yeah, that's good stuff. What do you think your matchup with Iszet is?
I mean, it's fair.
Okay.
I would say that
50-50-ish?
Yeah, I would say kind of. I would say I'm a favorite on game one. Post-board games, I would say they are a smaller favorite. But these are really skill matchup. Like it's really demanding for the BB player. So they really need to know what they're doing in order to not mess up. Because just one small mistake and everything hell breaks loose. Yeah, it's really demanding on the BB side, I would say.
All right, good stuff. Any fun facts, interesting facts about you? You maybe play soccer, you stream, something cool?
Well, no, I just reminded that it was super fun because one of my favorite GP's experience was in a trios in Barcelona where we were doing X2 and we were trying to qualify for day 2, and in the last round we faced you, Shuheya, and Paulo Vitor.
And Paulo, right? Oh yeah. That was sealed.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that was a while. It was like 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, it was Theros.
Yeah. How did the match go?
You guys won, but but I remember that I managed to win against you with a mulligan to 4.
The multi 4?
Yeah, it was crazy because.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough. My mates lost, but it was super fun tournament.
Okay. Anyone you want to shout out? Maybe you're here with a bunch of friends. You're having a good time.
Well, it might be a lot of people because a lot of people helped me to prepare for this. But I just want to shout out, first of all, my teammates, the humble ones. They are the best, especially the one who put up the most with me, Daniel Arellano. He's the best. And also, special shout out to the dentist and Martos, Thompa, a lot of people have, Isaac Herald, like a lot of people have helped me out preparing for this tournament, so shout out to all of them.
Hey, great story. I love the fact that you built your deck, before the real cards even came out, and you started practicing and brewing, and I think that's an awesome story. So best of luck in the rest of the tournament. I hope the good run continues, and we're going to be seeing more of you in the future.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Simon, it has been really fun to see these interviews. I feel like all the players have some story with Martin from back in the day, which is really fun. So Martin is out there also collecting some memories from the lost memory jar. Very nice. We are ready now to go into our backup feature match, which is going to be a very nice one. We talked about this deck list, so let's have them on the board to show you all what these players are running. As a reminder, we are competing for $50,000, 8 Pro Tour invites for the top 8. There's also a very cool trophy for the winner. So a lot of things in stake here at the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. We have now Alex Campbell list on stream. So, Simon, what do you think of this deck list here?
Yeah, so I already mentioned the kind of the dragon package of this deck. It seems like once again, Meringue River Region is playing hide and seek and not actually showing up in the deck sphere, but there are 4 copies of that card in here, alongside Rashasa's Bargain and Consult the Store Charts as ways to draw cards. I just wanted to very quickly mention that there was also 2 copies of the End and 3 copies of what's it called, the deadly cover-up that can essentially remove all the Vivis from the opposing deck. And I think that is how this Sultai control deck is built. Now looking at this deck from Patrick Zamandana, which is, 4 copies of Duelist of the Mind, no Vivi in sight, just instead getting to play, 2 Stormchaser's Talon, actually main decking a Ghost Vacuum, still playing Wild Ride because it's just so good with Duelist of the Mind when you have a turn where you're drawing a bunch of cards, or really good with Fear of Missing Out as well. So yeah, this deck is essentially built around Proft's Eidetic Memory, and there are a few, I think there are 3 players in day 2 who have chosen to play this version of the deck that does not run the Vivi Cauldron combo, and we can see this deck still perform quite well and be very good.
I'm very excited to see how this is going to play out and if indeed it is worth to run this version without the Vivi and Cauldron. But it's definitely interesting and a lot of nice cards that we are going to see. I like the Ghost Vacuum main exactly to be able to disrupt the opponent's graveyard. And of course, the one and only Nathan Stoyer, but 4 of with Duelist of the Mind.
Yeah, so the 4 and only, I guess, in this case.
Yes, the 4 and only in this deck at least.
And there's another really cool mythic in Alex's deck here, Urgent Necropsy, which is a way we could destroy an artifact, a creature, and enchantment at the same time, which against the Vivi deck, of course, I can absolutely blow them out. But no artifacts in Patrick Zamantana's deck here. I will say, by the way, Alex Campbell, no stranger to making day 2 at some of these events, has done a couple in the past. Patrick, coming from, I believe, is that Slovakia or Slovenia? That flag. Sorry for not recognizing that exactly, but regardless.
Let us know, Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Twitch chat always knows.
So, but yeah, Patrick actually has a bit of a PT experience. I played a couple PT equivalent events with the Players Tour Brussels in 2020, as well as the first one of the Players Tour online that happened right after COVID locked us all down. So. Yeah, that's the experience that Patrick brings to this table here, and the expertise. I think this is Slovakia. Okay,
yeah, it is Slovakia. Twitch chat confirmed.
So
I absolutely believe it.
I think this might be the same deck list as Matej Savkai is playing, because he's also, of course, Slovakian player and is playing the Iszet Prof deck. So yeah, these 2 people might have worked together to arrive at this deck list, both making day 2.
If Patrick manages to win and get an interview, I guess we'll find out. But first, he has to disrupt Alex with the Sultai control deck. Now, Patrick already here with the Fear of Missing Out. We all know that's an insane card. But look, that Caustic Exhale taking care of the Fear of Missing Out, revealing a dragon. So a bit of a dragon synergy as well.
Yeah, that's exactly why the deck is built this way. Disruptive Stormbrood is not exactly a great card, but it is a removal spell for 2 mana on a dragon. It allows you to play 1 mana -3/3, which is, I would say, at its instant speed, really strong removal spell.
Absolutely. I mean, with the loss of Cut Down, black decks have struggled a bit to find the perfect 1 mana replacement.
Yeah.
So yeah, some cards are trying. This is one of them. Another Fear of Missing Out. Discarding an island.
And now there's a Delirium online. You could actually just play the Wild Ride right now and attack for 10. And that's exactly what Patrick is going to do. Because yeah, now it is Delirium here with 4 different types. Attack for 5, untap it, and attack again. So yeah, this because enchantment creature from the Fear of Missing Out, land and sorcery.
I love that, and it's still in the graveyard with that harmonized cost. There's a Quantum Riddler as well, which, I mean, if your end is getting pretty thin, as Patrick's is going to recoup you some card advantage.
It's kind of funny, if Alex were to tap out for his stock up here, he doesn't have stock up in his list, and leave the Fear of Missing Out. It'll actually be lethal next turn through the Riddler warp into harmonizing the Wild Ride and doing the same thing again. But of course, we know about the Disruptive Stormbrood, which can take care of Fear of Missing Out, and that's exactly what Alex is doing right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's done. Shuffling it back into the deck.
Oh yeah, ready to draw it at a later point, perhaps, or maybe not hoping to draw it at a later point, because I guess the card is not that strong into this matchup since there aren't.
It does destroy an enchantment, though.
It does destroy Prof, yeah. So if that comes down, the Stormbrood can be very good against it. I do believe that is part of Alex's deck building here and why the Stormbrood is in this deck. There's so many ways to destroy artifacts and enchantments in this Sultai control deck, and I believe why Alex chose to go with green rather than the more popular white.
A land is not great here, right? Because then your Riddler only gets you 1 card.
Yes, exactly. And it's actually even a Spirebluff Canal here, which is going to come into play tapped later. So you do have the Winter Night stories, though. I actually forgot about that. Hang out in the graveyard, so you do get to like draw even more cards here and replenish that hand. So it was looking a bit dire for a moment with all of those lands in hand. But yeah, now it's ripe and full of spells. You can discard an Abrade, discard a Spirebluff Canal, and be ready to develop some more board next turn. But right now, there's no pressure as this Riddler just warps out.
I mean, the card advantage in this deck is really, really strong. We do see the Deadly Cover-Up that you mentioned before. No Vivi, of course, here to get rid of permanently, but I'm sure there's other cards that Alex would be happy to get rid of. There's a console, the Star Shards as well. Alex can kick it, get some card advantage of his own.
Yeah, so Patrick can choose to deploy the Riddler again, but decides instead to go with Marauding Mako into the Scholar, and that way like develop 2 threats rather than just a Riddler, which could potentially be met by a counterspell like Dispelling Exhale. Or 3 Steps Ahead, which are both of those cards are in Alex's deck. So rather than playing one big threat right into counter spells, Patrick decides to just develop the board and with like multiple things, so that it's not as easy for Alex to answer all of it.
Of course, we know about the Deadly Cover-Up hanging in Alex's end.
Interesting here. So the Scholar could just discard the Torch the Tower and have that be it. Because if you're discarding instant sorcery, you don't have to discard an extra card. But actually deciding on purpose to discard an extra card to get an extra counter on the Mako, as well as getting 1 less card in hand, so that possibly the Riddler will draw more cards later. So that's an interesting decision here, just making a little bit more of threats here. But I do believe there is a Sweeper in the hand of Alex, so maybe... we'll see if that extra land is going to come up later. It's a very interesting thing you can do with this deck, both with Winter Night Stories and Steam Core Scholar, where like they, kind of give you the decision to sometimes over discard just to get your hand size lower or get your Mako bigger.
That is absolutely true. And here, let's see what Alex can do. We do know about the Deadly Cover-Up. So playing land here, Deadly Cover-Up. Are we going to collect evidence? No, because there's not enough mana for it, but still wiping the board here.
Yeah, a lot of collect evidence in this Sultai deck, and actually it plays 4 copies of Rakshas's Bargain, which is a 3-cost way to get a 6 mana value in your graveyard, plus even more because it also mills over some cards. So that's a very nice draw spell for this deck, and Alex's deck building really gets to take advantage of it. I'm super curious about this Sultai deck. We haven't actually seen Alex's life total move outside of that 1 Wild Ride turn, but do remember that there's still the Wild Ride hanging out in the graveyard, which can come up at a later point. Right now, Patrick not even doing the Riddler this turn here. Instead, just going for Winter Night Stories and replenishing the hand a bit more, and finally finding the Prof here. So now you could go with the Mako into Prof and put 3 counters on the Mako and have a threat ready to go.
Yeah, let's see if Patrick decides to do that. Quantum Riddler is also so good, and then the Winter Night Stories being able to be harmonized. There's a lot of ways to come back. So let's draw here with the Profts.
Yes, exactly. And that is 4 cards drawn actually from the Proft itself as well. So yeah, you just get to spend 1 mana, make a 5/5. This is the power of the card. Proft Eidetic Memory. We've all seen the card so much in this format now. I think it was very underrated in the beginning. It didn't really read like a big card. What is this?
Strategic Betrayal. You can exile the grave and bye-bye all the Harmonize effects.
Wow, yeah, that's 2 Harmonize effects going away alongside that Mako. But I wonder now if Patrick is in the clear to just play a land, play the Riddler, and draw 2. So we'll see if Alex has an answer for this Riddler here. I don't believe so.
There is a Meringue River region. You don't really want to bounce that, but you can always draw a lot of cards to try to find a solution.
That's true. Yeah, bouncing the Riddler when there's a Proft in play is not the best scenario here. Riddler just drawing 2 here. No need to discard anything. And actually, there's a second Proft in hand. So you could play land, play the second Proft, draw 2 more cards, and just keep it going. I could even play the Ghost Vacuum as well, which is, if you use it proactively against this deck, against Alex's deck, you do want to use the Ghost Vacuum proactively because Alex is using his graveyard specifically for collect evidence. So you want to make sure you remove the evidence before you do anything. Oh, I just realized actually, Patrick of course played a land, so can't do the prof play quite yet. But that'll be available for next turn if this, what you call coiled and catch part of Meringue River region doesn't find anything. And it just found 3 lands?
Yes, Alex just finding a lot of lands and really needing to find some way to stop what's happening here. And this Riddler is going to keep growing with that Proft. And we also have the Ghost Vacuum on the other side.
Yeah, I would love to see Patrick here use the Ghost Vacuum right now on that Deadly Cover-Up, because otherwise an Urgent Necropsy actually could answer all 3 of these cards in play.
Ooh,
and yeah, we'll see Patrick do that exact thing, because it would need to collect evidence 8 to answer all of the things here, and now there's only 4 mana value, so you couldn't even use it to answer the Riddler.
Yeah, and we have Alex here wanting to draw
something good. Oh, that's a counterspell. That doesn't do anything. And the Dispelling Exhale as well, or the Disrupting Exhale. Disrupting Exhale? That's what it's called.
Yes, look at the top deck there. Oh, and putting it on the graveyard.
Yeah, because the issue is that now the Urgent Necropsy doesn't actually answer the Riddler and it doesn't work into the face of the Ghost Vacuum. So Alex needs something else. And is now having to pass here with Caustic Exhale and Disrupting Exhale. No dragons to enable these because that was the Meringue was obviously used for this, and this puts Alex in not so great of a position. He might even die right now. Could potentially use the Caustic Exhale to just give -3 power to the Riddler and buy himself a little bit of time. But yeah, now we see here the potential for Craft a Disc Memory, draw 2 cards, play the Fear of Missing Out, discard a card and draw 2 more cards. And that is just so many counters coming from the Proft. What an incredible card, honestly.
Absolutely, and we have Storm Chase Talent, the card that I haven't seen in a bit.
Oh yeah, and I love the interaction between Riddler and Fear of Missing Out, because the Fear does discard first. So even though you have 2 cards in hand right now, it works out in a way where you discard the Into the Flood Maw and then still get to draw 2 of the Riddler's ability. Just such a beautiful interaction here. And land was already played. You could play the Storm Chaser's Talent, make an order, and then play another Proft to just go even further with the card draw. Right now, the Riddler is exactly lethal. But if you draw a little bit more, you know, maybe you will... I guess you still won't be able to kill through the Caustic Exhale. So yeah, I guess...
Tough decision here.
Yeah, I guess Alex is not actually dying right this turn, but he does have to use his Caustic Exhale just to gain 3 life here, which is not exactly where you'd like to be.
Staying alive, staying alive.
Staying alive at 3 life now.
Barely, but alive.
So yeah, he really needs to top deck another...
Deadly Cover-Up.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point.
Does have enough mana that he could draw Consult the Star Charge and look at the top 8 to try and find it, so that would be another good top deck. Even Rakshasa's Bargain into it would also work, so that's the advantage of having all these lands, is that at least you can, like, you know, easily spend all the mana you want during your turn.
Absolutely, and we have an end up here. Oh, it is the Deadly
Cover-Up. Oh, well, there you go.
Wow.
And this time, actually, the Ghost Vacuum wasn't used preemptively, and so now you actually get to... You do get to collect the evidence needed to have this be online, and that means you get to potentially remove all copies of Quantum Riddler from Patrick's deck.
Can you use your Ghost Vacuum to exile your own Quantum Riddler so it doesn't get... How does it work?
That is a great question. Let me read some cards and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, because I was just thinking if you can then exile your... First of all, it would be great to have a 1/1 of it.
No, sadly it does not work that way, because the Deadly Cover-Up is like the entire effect is in one go, so you can't activate an ability while a spell is resolving. It doesn't create a trigger and give you an opportunity to respond. So yeah, the Riddlers are just like leaving right now, and nothing that Patrick can do about that. By the way, I want to highlight something important here. Patrick decided to not play anything, didn't play the Prof just to cycle, just in case that the Prof in play was removed later, and didn't play the Storm Chaser's Talent, because he recognized that the only way that he wouldn't win now is into a sweeper.
Oh, that's true. I love to see that. So really playing ahead, and that Storm Chase Talent will definitely be very useful in the future, especially because Alex doesn't have a great follow-up. I mean, there's some restless Kutage, which can start eventually attacking, creating food tokens and gaining life, but I mean, Alex had 3. It's not a great place to be.
Yeah, so I wonder if this, like, since the graveyard, most of the graveyard has been exiled here. Oh, actually, that's huge. You get to do the fear of missing out onto the Ghost Vacuum and threaten to make, you know, a 1/1 copy of it, which is actually like pretty threatening at this point in the game. You could potentially just go Storm Chaser's Talent and then just activate the Ghost Vacuum right now, and maybe that's just enough because that would provide lethal once again. So Alex here is sitting on this Dispelling Exhale and actually has the opportunity to just point that at the Storm Chaser's Talent. Patrick can very easily pay for it, but once he pays for it, he can no longer activate the Ghost Vacuum. And so Alex will be under just a smidgen less threatening board state if he does that. That's a Chandra token that is representing the Otter here. And instead we see the level up of the Talent, which is going to bring back into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, so that's back in hand. 3 mana left. Let's use 2 to replace the Proft.
Yeah, so if you play the Proft now, then the issue is that the Dispelling Exhale just gets to point at it. You could play your Mountain first to play around that, and that's exactly what Patrick realized. So yeah, now, you know, you get to essentially cycle your card for free, but also get a plus counter on that Otter token, making it not quite lethal, but pretty close to lethal. The issue is these Into the Floodmaws don't actually have a good target. And the other issue is that there's a man land on the side of Alex Campbell, and that is the
Restless Cottage.
Restless Cottage, indeed.
It's a 4/4, you attack, exile a card, and then you create a food token. Which, I mean, with Alex had 3 life.
Yeah, certainly the food token can keep him alive, but also just a like 4/4 on defense, potentially quite good here. There was another Disrupting Stormbrood drawn, or maybe the same one drawn again, and that can come down and, you know, kill something here. Either kill the Proft or the Talent or the Ghost Vacuum, but instead just trying to go for the ability to kill an Otter here. Which, yeah, I think I actually like that quite a bit because, you know, now you're kind of safe for any sort of interaction onto that Stormbrood. You also know that there's an Into the Floodmaw, so leaving the Otter alive would be quite dangerous. And now you can just go ahead and attack with that Cottage, which you won't quite have enough mana to also crack the food right now, I believe, unless he hasn't played a land drop yet.
Yeah, and with the Into the Floodmaw being able to just bounce the Restless.
Yeah, that's true. So it will get bounced, but you do have another one in play, so it's not that big of a deal yet. And it was we see here Patrick making sure he animates the right one. But yeah, it'll just go into hand. Funnily enough, you can't, if you were to gift it Into the Floodmaw, you could no longer target the Cottage.
It has to be a creature, or if you kick it, it's a non-land permanent.
Wow, okay, so these Cottages are just not coming in anytime soon. I think I actually would have liked to see from Alex not playing the land beforehand. Or actually, something he could have done was to use the Exhale to counter that Into the Floodmaw as well. So it's kind of interesting the way this works out. But I guess because he expects Patrick to level up the Storm Chaser's Talent, expects that there will be 6 mana tapped, and potentially your Disrupting Exhale will be able to counter the follow-up to the Talent. But here, yeah, it is just Meringue River region coming down, and I wonder what it's going to bounce, because, you know, there's not, you know, you can certainly bounce the Ghost Vacuum, and then if you bounce the Talent, yeah, it will be able to come back down, use its abilities again.
There's a counter magic spell.
True, yeah, there is still the...
And you have a dragon now, but of course we know that there's another Into the Floodmaw, so I think Alex may be thinking about then using that counter. Probably needs to counter...
Oh, I love this play from Patrick. Generating 2 Otter tokens, and that is enough to win here with the double Into the Floodmaw, triggering the Storm Chaser's Talent. Wow, that was kind of a crazy game. It was really...
Absolutely. I mean, Otter's MVP.
Truly is. Yeah, I guess actually not using the Dispelling Exhale on that Into the Floodmaw, which I believe that would have worked. was kind of determining for the situation, because that food token could have mattered a lot in padding your life total.
Simon, I have to talk about one of these cards here that we see in Patrick's sideboard, which is Ral Crackling Wit. I played against this deck, and I've lost against the ultimate of Ral.
Oh yeah, you just get to storm off with that card.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. But here for this specific matchup, Simon, what do you think Patrick will bring against the Sultai control deck?
Well, certainly the Ral will come in. That is there in the sideboard for the control sense. There's also the extra copy of Riddler is going to be amazing, as well as 2 copies of Spider Sense. A big deal is whether or not Patrick has designed his deck in a way where he can cut all of the bad cards. I wonder if Ghost Vacuum actually counts as a bad card, because it kind of disrupts the collect evidence part, but it's also kind of a weak card by itself. The cards you do want to cut are the 4 copies of Torch the Tower and the Abrade for sure, and you also want to trim your number of Into the Flood more, maybe remove them entirely, but they do help you a little bit against Meringue River Regent. And then you can bring in stuff like Spell Pierce, Spider Sense, and of course the Quantum Riddler and Ral. So there are like 6 cards you can exchange for 6 cards if you leave in all the Floodmaws, or maybe you decide to have a couple copies of Ghost Vacuum. So I think that's about how Patrick will sideboard for this game here. Spider Sense, of course, one of the new cards from Marvel's Spider-Man, the set. And
I think Frank added in this segment of the most played cards from the set, right?
Yeah, and it's certainly, like, it's just a small, like, side grade of negate. It's not a strict upgrade because it doesn't counter planeswalkers, artifacts, or enchantments. But on the other hand, it counters triggered abilities, and you can play it for 1 mana if you have a tapped creature, which I think is actually quite relevant, especially if that creature is something like a Riddler. Have you seen so much advantage as picking up your Riddler and he gets to warp it again? Whew.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Now let's see here on the other side what our Sultai control player is able to do against this Vivilus Iszet deck. And I mean, I have to say, this deck here ran by our Sultai control player is very interesting and really made to target the meta.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So this is, we're right now looking at Alex Campbell, who is not playing the Iszet deck, but is playing the Sultai deck right now. And yeah, his sideboard is, let me just, you know, look it up here and tell you all about what's in there. Because we can certainly see that there's a lot of like interesting deck building thoughts going into Alex's deck here. And he has 3 copies of Outrageous Robbery in the sideboard here. So that's an X spell that essentially, like, you exile the top X cards of the opponent's deck, and then you can play them. So it's kind of like an X draw spell, but instead of drawing from your own deck, you draw from the opponent's deck. And I wonder if that's coming in a matchup like this, or if it's reserved for other control mirrors. There's also 2 copies of Maulon, Devourer of Spiders, which I'm assuming is a mono-red deck, but this is another X spell where it's a 2/1 lifelinker, comes into play with X counters, and then when it comes into play, it deals X damage to target opponent. And the dealing damage part is really important because Maulon has lifelink, so it's actually draining the opponent when it comes in.
Absolutely, this card is an absolute madness in limited. I have to say it's my favorite limited card. It's just absolutely insane. You know, late on the game you have like a bunch of lands and you are waiting for a top deck. Your opponent is at like 8 life and you're like, okay, I don't know what to do, I'm dying. And this suddenly enters with 8 counters, gains you 8 life, your opponent loses 8 life. Just absolutely wild.
It is certainly a powerful, powerful option. And yeah, may even be good enough in a game like this. Certainly it would have been a nice top deck at the end there to have a Maulon. And also, if the opponent is bringing in stuff like Spider Senses and Spell Pierces, upgrading your expensive cards into creatures rather than instants and sorceries can be quite beneficial. And Alex knows about these cards. He knows there's 2 Spell Pierce and 2 Spider Sense, but no cards like this Disdainful Stroke, for instance, in Patrick's deck. And so that kind of changes how you sideboard potentially yourself, as you can line up your threats the correct way into the opposing answers.
Yeah, let's see here how they choose to sideboard here. And they are going to be ready for game number 2 with the Iszet player winning game 1. You know, Simon, I'm really liking Meringue River Region in this format.
I love meringue, you know, like especially like lemon meringue pie, one of my favorites. And you like in Denmark we use meringue on top of ice cream when you go to an ice cream store. So that's also like a great thing to do. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of meringue myself, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the card enters in several different decks. Just I feel like from the different dragons is the one that also has an amazing instant side.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that it's such a strong split card where you're not unhappy to play either side. Honestly, the card draw spell is the weaker part of the card, and that's a instant speed sift, so it's not even that bad.
Absolutely.
So Fear of Missing Out is gonna come in here, and it seems like the answer in Alex's hand is the Strategic Betrayal, which is Sorcerer Speed. But no, there's actually Heritage Reclamation. That's a way to destroy an artifact enchantment, and Fear of Missing Out is being hurt by its own subtype here, as now it can be picked off. But I see a certain Otter in the hand of Patrick.
Oh, there's a little Planeswalker. Yesterday we were talking about Planeswalkers at Plane Standard, and we only reminded of Kaido, Elspeth, I guess, but Ral can be another one. But look at this card here. It's going to be able to collect Evidence 6, actually. The Raxar bargain, the bargain here.
Yeah, enable the collect evidence that way.
Yeah,
even putting the end in the graveyard, so that's another collect evidence. And I love what Alex did here. Played it his instant speed card draw main phase to play around a potential spell pierce. But of course, it also means that Patrick doesn't have to worry about anything. Well, I guess he wouldn't worry anyways, because his turn is just playing a card draw spell. So I guess he's worried next turn whether or not this Ral will resolve. And I'm interested to see if he's going to slow roll it a bit to potentially play around any sort of counter magic that Alex might have picked up off of that Rakshas's Bargain.
Okay, there's the Meringue River region and passing the turn, which is actually perfect because you can just do it instant speed, end of the turn, draw 3 cards, discard 1.
Well, Alex does have a counter spell, but it's Essence Scatter, which does not counter Ral. So it's a big question now if Patrick will go for the Ral at this moment or try to play around counter magic and be a bit more patient and see if he can find a better spot to resolve it later. Because he does have other options here, but no, just goes for the Ral.
There's
into
no
your mana.
other option.
Yeah, knows that Alex is also representing 4-mana card draw here from Consult the Star Charge and Meringue River Regent. And if you hold it even further, you might actually enable Alex to find the counterspell that he doesn't have at the moment. There was a potential for Alex to respond to this by consulting the Star Charge without Kicker to see if there's a 2-mana counterspell in the top 4, but it's a bit of a risky play. Instead, just says, you know what, I'm most likely not going to be able to counter this Ral, and I'll just make sure that I use my cards efficiently from here on out.
And yeah, I mean, that Ral is going to be difficult to deal with, posing threat that is going to just keep getting bigger and bigger every time you cast a non-creature spell, which we know that Patrick has quite a bit of those. So look out for that -10 ability, which is very scary.
Yeah, so it seems like the answers to the Ral at the moment is just the... okay, so he has the Urgent Necropsy and then the End, which he actually chose to bin on that Rakshas's Bargain. And is maybe regretting that right now as he's now left without an answer to the Ral. He can Strategic Betrayal here to just make the Auto token go away, as well as the graveyard, getting rid of that Winter Night Stories. But yeah, not a super efficient removal spell against this Ral. Gets to leave up the Essence Scatter though, as well as the Consult the Star Charge in case there's no creature played.
And I mean, getting rid of the End might be the end here for Alex indeed, but there's still...
You're on fire today.
Yeah, I'm doing the bad puns.
Yeah, exactly. Like
yesterday, after we finished here the day, we went out and I said, no, I'm very tired. I'm not going to go out. And then I ended up going and I said, you can call me a 2-3 because I had fear of missing out.
That's exactly what you are. Wow, and yeah, I guess it just started last night and has not stopped ever since. But I'm absolutely here for it. I think that's just the perfect joke is the pun. That's
yeah, I mean,
what my grandma has always said.
Magic puns are the best, and here on Patrick's side we see that there's I believe a fear of missing out, or
yeah, fear of missing out and the Duelist of the Mind. And Patrick was thinking about here, like whether to how to develop his turn, and instead decided to start with using Ral as the card draw ability here. He can draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards, and potentially trying to look for a spell pierce so that he can position himself a little bit better. Did not find that. Did find a Spider Sense, so maybe he'll just play the Duelist of the Mind. And actually, this is beautiful. So he plays Duel of the Mind and now gets to use the Winter Night Stories from the graveyard that he discarded to the RAL ability, because the Duelist will be a 4-power creature since he's drawn 4 cards this turn. So now he's drawing 3 more cards, can discard, yeah, just 1 creature. It's very nice. The Duelist is huge now, and he gets a pass here with the Spider Sense up. Or, yeah, he can even play the Mako here and still have Spider Sense up, because he can return that Duelist to hand using the Spider Sense. So it's actually quite interesting that Alex chose to let the Duelist resolve. I'm not sure he quite realized what would happen with that Winter Night Stories as he decided to do that, but maybe he had a very specific creature in mind that he wanted to counter.
Now there's the Exile that can try to deal with the Duelist of the Mind.
Yes, that would be one answer. I wonder if Patrick is just gonna let that go, saving his Spider Sense for something more important down the line. And yeah, this is exactly what Patrick will do. Kind of making the decision really quickly. That's something you have to do when you have a counterspell in this situation. But that
no, we know about the into the
yeah, exactly. So that was a huge decision by Patrick to not choose to care about that Duelist, not try and save it. You know, you can always, you don't have to like stop everything the opponent's doing. You don't have to like try and protect everything you're doing. You can just let things happen, and it enables you to just do much bigger blowouts in the future. Now we see the Fear of Missing Out, which is going to present quite a lot of damage here with the Wild Ride and everything. I actually wonder if it's... I think he can do 16 damage this turn, because he can, through the Duelist of the Mind, he'll be able to both play and flash back the Wild Ride. So the Fear of Missing Out, unfortunately, I guess you could actually make an Otter and make that one haste as well. So I wonder if this is just straight up lethal.
And that's the thing, Patrick's deck really also gets optimized, let's say, when the opponent is completely tapped out. So this is the opportunity that Patrick has here to try to deal the most damage possible.
All right, we'll see if he does go for it. Again, using the RAL just as a card draw effect. So yeah, can use the Fear of Missing Out and play Wild Ride on it twice. Is apparently responding to the trigger from Fear of Missing Out, or did he just not proceed to that yet?
I mean, looks like just maybe missing it?
Yeah, he might just have missed the Fear of Missing Out trigger, which is kind of an awkward one because it's sometimes a downside. Like, if your hand is kind of perfect, it's a bit of an issue. But yeah, so, okay, so just chooses to go for the Wild Ride once here, and then still gets to leave up the Spider Sense, a little bit more of a tempered play. Could use the Wild Ride in the future. So just doing 10 damage, the same play we saw last time. And yeah, forgot about the RAL trigger as well. So yeah, Patrick here might need to sharpen up the gameplay a little bit. We are, of course, at 8-2. You know, it's not that many more wins until you get to top 8. But here we see the Meringue River region, and that's the advantage of Spider Sense compared to Negate. You can counter a triggered ability by just returning the Fear of Missing Out. And this would allow you to play the Fear again, and then play the Wild Ride on it, giving haste, and potentially that is just lethal.
Yeah, going for that. Counter.
Was there also an Into the Flood Maw in the graveyard?
Yep, there is an Into the Flood Maw in the
graveyard. Yeah, and so this actually triggers the Duelist of the Mind as well, so he does get to loot, because he is countering something on the stack. And so the question is the Fear of Missing Out in his hand when he does the looting, or no? And I believe it is, because web slinging is an additional cost. So yeah, but they're just checking it out with the judges here, whether or not that Fear of Missing Out is supposed to be in his hand when he does the looting. And that all depends on whether or not the Spider Sense kind of happens as an additional cost, or upon resolution that you return the creature.
Yeah, we have the card there in the screen.
So let's see here, if this does work and he can replay...
This is a crime, by the way, right? So triggering the...
Yes, it is indeed a crime. Yeah, so that's the thing that is happening with, like, why there's even a question about the looting. So yeah, we do see here, the Fear of Missing Out is in hand. You draw and you discard. And it still has to discard something.
Yeah.
Oh, but I guess he's thinking about what to discard in this position here. Just surveying the board, laying down his hand, thinking about how much damage is being done. It's kind of unfortunate that the RAL trigger was missed last time, because you could have used that to throw 3 extra cards and, you know, potentially create a lot more damage.
I mean, we are in round 11. These players are pretty tired. Being in the feature match is also a stressful experience. And yeah, I mean, it's a missed opportunity there, but Patrick still needs to try to get back from this. And I mean, still in a pretty good spot with the Quantum Riddler just...
Yeah, the Riddler here is huge, actually, because that is the extra card draws that you might need to make this whole thing function. You can do the Warp the Riddler, and then that will pay for the ride onto that fear of missing out. I guess it's... I guess there's no way it's actually going to be straight up lethal on this turn, because the Meringue is big enough to kind of block, you know, like an attacker the first time and an attacker the second time. So you won't quite get there, it seems, unless you find, you know, another Into the Floodmaw. Oh, and actually, you know, Into the Floodmaw is available. So Patrick just chooses to go for, yeah, this is kind of a nice play.
Returning it from the graveyard, yeah.
Bringing back the Floodmaw here, bouncing the Meringue this moment, and I guess you're not... Yeah, that's a crime as well, true. So you do get to draw and discard, you do get to trigger your Rel once again, and I guess the Duelist is only getting in for 2 damage. So the question is, can you set up lethal next turn with that Wild Ride, even through the Meringue River region?
Was there a missed trigger there?
I don't believe so. I think Patrick is just still thinking about what to discard.
Oh, okay.
Which is, yeah, kind of a tough situation, right? Because deciding to discard the best card in his deck.
It's a good problem to have, right? Because it means the other 2 cards in your hand must be pretty good.
Yeah,
the other
exactly.
cards in your hand must be pretty good.
Oh, right. And the Ral hasn't activated yet, so you even get to draw 3 more cards. So actually, this Duelist is rocking in for 5 damage, putting Alex down to 5. And that might mean that the River region has to bounce just the Duelist and the Otter token.
Absolutely. So let's see here what Patrick decides to do, discarding here 2
Yeah, I like this.
Marcos.
Because you leave yourself with a land that you can guaranteed play, and, you know, if you draw... Oh, it might even have a land drop for this turn. Yeah. So even if you draw land next turn, you could actually go the Riddler, draw 2, into the Fear of Missing Out, draw another 2, and just create so much damage on this... like, or create so much card draw, and then maybe play the Duelist, and then give it haste off the Wild Ride. Like, you could do all these things next turn, even through the Meringue.
There is a Shoot the Sheriff, I believe.
Yeah, which is 2 mana, so it's not quite enough for Alex to do both Meringue and keeping up the Shoot the Sheriff. Really wanted a Caustic Exhale instead, but at least now gets to deploy a tap land and pray that this River region is enough for him to survive against that dangerous, dangerous Wild Ride sitting in the graveyard, ready to give haste to anything.
Yeah, let's... Oh, okay, Spell Pierce is the top deck card, so there's a Spell Pierce if you have missing out. Riddler and Duelist of the Mind as the cards that Patrick has in hand. There's also the Ral with 1 counter on it, and the Storm Chase Talent leveled up already to 2.
So I like starting with the Riddler here, getting a little bit more information on how to curve this out. I guess because he has to redeploy the Duelist, it's actually kind of hard to do both that as well as the Fear of Missing Out. Like, so he can still do Riddler into Fear, into Duelist, into Wild Ride. Like, he can still do all of these things. But there's a second Riddler, which I wonder if you're just doing right now just to gain a bunch of extra cards. But I guess it might be a little bit overkill at this point.
Do you have Delirium in the graveyard? I'm thinking so, right?
It has to be, yeah. I think there's probably 6 types in the graveyard, if I had to guess.
More than enough.
So here comes the Fear, but no extra card drawn from that ability. So yeah, right now 3 cards drawn this turn, and it does seem like actually you can't really push through this Meringue this turn. So might just have to temper yourself a bit, make an auto token, but this second Meringue here could be a lot of issues. No, okay, so you can still do this, give haste to the Riddler, right, and it becomes 7 power. Because of that. So actually it's a pretty nice play, because this forces up the trade so that your Ral gets to stay alive. Yeah, that's a really beautiful line that I did not discover at first. Instead of like trying to see if he can sneak around lethal, just making sure that he could haste up the Riddler, which was warped, by the way.
But now if Alex has a way to deal with the Otter and attack with the Restless, he can get rid of the Ral, but then there's still that fear of missing out there.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. You do also have a second Meringue in hand, so you could actually go Meringue and keep up the Shoot the Sheriff right now. And now the Wild Rider has been used, so you're in a much safer position. Yet this game is kind of like, this game is really cool. I love the game states that the Sultai control deck is creating. Both players have to think a lot about what they're doing. And we also see here in game 2, we're at 12 minutes left. So if Alex got a win, he's still 20 life away from doing that, and then also got to win a game 3 in the time frame. Of course, these restless cottagers can swing a game around quickly, but with all the cards that Patrick is doing, it continuously has to fight through things.
And yeah, leaving that Shoot the Sheriff up.
All right, so once again here we see the Fear missing out. Now discarding the Winter Night Stories, and yeah, there's just even more threats here. Can warp the Riddler, can harmonize the stories. You could even like draw more cards with the Ral if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can also start with Duelist of the Mind and then go with the Riddler, draw 2
Oh
cards
yeah, you could even draw 2. Yeah, that's kind of
value.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say nasty, but yes.
They are synonyms usually in Magic.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, and so because you have the Spell Pierce, you're kind of safe to just do this Riddler right here. I assume this Multiversal Passage is on blue. So we now see, in response to the trigger, Shoot the Sheriff come down, and Patrick, yeah, is just gonna be happy to trade this Spell Pierce here to keep his Riddler around, keep his draw 2, and also trigger the Ral. And even trigger the card draw for the Duelist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, of course, right, because the Duelist of the Mind is draw and discard, but the Riddler is still in play at this point. So that's actually draw 2, discard 1, and now he still has 1 card in hand and gets to draw 2 of the Riddler. So wow, that was a massive situation here, and I wonder how many cards are left in Patrick's deck. He's just been drawing so much throughout this game. As we now see another Ghost Vacuum here. I kind of like the Ghost Vacuum plus Duelist of the Mind combination. He gets to do the thing again right now where he can draw 2, discard 1. Just by activating Ghost Vacuum, and the Ral could even tick down here, but I think now Patrick is thinking that maybe it's just better to just tick it up here and potentially force the Meringue to attack it, otherwise you threaten an ultimate next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Alex really needs a Deadly Cover-Up to be able to even try to come back from this situation.
Oh, right, and this actually puts the Ral up to 7, so now it can't even die to the Meringue. And yeah, even a Deadly Cover-Up will still leave a Ral in play, which is, yeah, not going to be the best situation for Alex here. So I think Patrick just is in a solid position here. The control deck is just doing a bit of 2-for-1 trading and trading at a much smaller rate than the way that Patrick's deck can generate card advantage, especially through the power of that beautiful Sphinx from Edge of Eternities.
Console of the Star Shards was the card drawn here, and I think Alex is going to perhaps kick it to try to find the most amount of cards and try to find the Deadly Cover-Up to stay alive at this point.
Yeah, the issue is you're kind of behind on tempo and behind on life, so it's a really tough position. There is that Deadly Cover-Up, though.
Is there an untapped land,
There's also a Caustic, not Caustic, I say, Urgent Necropsy, which can destroy Artifact, Creature, Enchantment, and Planeswalker. So you can kill the Duelist, the Ghost Vacuum, the Ral, and the Fear of Missing Out. And so I wonder if that's what's being picked here. That'll completely send the board back into Square Zero, but there's still the Auto Token in play, and the potential for the for an Into the Flood more plus a few more spells, pumping it up to 5. So it is a bit of a dangerous position, but yeah, I think you just gotta go for it and hope that your Meringue gets to stay alive to deal with that.
Ghost Vacuum can...
Yeah, you can't really disrupt this because this is paying as a cost.
Yes.
So you would have to have used the Ghost Vacuum proactively, but I think there's just too many mana value in the graveyard here already. He needs to, do 9? Yeah, so it's the mana value of the cards that you're targeting with Urgent Necropsy. That's what you need to
do.
Yeah, exactly. So because there was 2 6s in the graveyard, it was just impossible for him to do anything about that. But at least gets to do the Ghost Vacuum and trigger the Duelist of the Mind and draw, just gets to loot one more time.
I mean, pretty good answer here from Alex's side. Let's see if that's going to be enough, because E is at 5 life and there's 7 minutes left. If he manages to somehow win this game, that would be absolutely wild. Patrick only having a Steam color. But is there any Riddler?
Yeah, there's still the Riddler, which is behind that Talon. I think Talon is a 2 level 2. So I don't think it can get back the into the flood more right now, because that would be a way where you could deal a ton of damage. So yeah, instead, I believe Patrick is just gonna play out the Riddler here and try and just develop more board. Doesn't seem like it's very likely that he'll be able to do lethal damage here. He would have to, like the only way he could go for lethal would have been to play the Steam Core Scholar and draw into like Proft plus into the Flood more exactly, which is not too likely. So instead going for this play, actually draws a bunch of cards through that Winter Night Stories. I guess he still has the opportunity to hit those things. And there is another Storm Chaser's Talent here, which is going to be able to return that into the Flood more, but not right now, because there's not enough mana to do all of that. So just gonna play it out here, and this just means that you can deal with the Meringue next turn. So the big deal here is making sure you get enough board presence where you can threaten lethal while not having so much board presence that a sweeper will completely destroy you and leave you with no gas. That's a bit of a tricky situation to navigate all that, but honestly, the tap Riddler here, again combining with Harmonize and the Spider Sense, yeah, it is a great combination here. Drawing a card off that Fear of Missing Out, and I do believe that this is enough pressure here. Spider Sense potentially coming into play once again.
Oh, wow. And let's see here what Alex can draw out of here. Big top deck.
Whoa, this is actually huge. Drawing the Heritage Reclamation, you could point that at the Quantum Riddler right now and then play the Meringue. And that means the Spider Sense aren't going to be able to be played. But no, decides to play the Meringue first. And again, because it is in the web slinging is an additional cost. It's part of the cost to do that. You
can just return the
you can just return the Riddler,
back.
and that can't be stopped by Heritage Reclamation. So Patrick is just gonna make sure that it's actually the thing he wants to do here, because he does leave himself like lower on threats if he goes for this play with the Spider Sense, but he can still like level up, get that into the Flood more, potentially trigger prowess enough that he's still threatening lethal through a removal spell here. So yeah, that's the big question here, but picking up the Riddler to counter that ability.
There's still the 6/7 flyer though.
Yeah, 2 6/7 flyers still looming, and Patrick can pay 5 mana to deal with one of them and trigger prowess once. So I'm not quite sure if he can get up to enough. A Proft would go a long way.
Ooh, a Spell Pierce.
Okay, yeah, Spell Pierce actually helps a lot too, because that can counter the removal spell on one of these otters. And yeah, honestly, if he can find just any non-creature spell here, that's a Proft. That should work. Do you have enough mana to do all of this? To level up the talent, play into the Floodmore, and still play Spell Pierce? I do believe you have. So this is the second prowess trigger. Remember, these Chandra tokens here are otters. So they are 1/1s with prowess, and they're now 3/3s. If you level up the talent, get back into the Floodmore, and bounce the Meringue River Regent, you have... I guess, you'll now have 5 damage coming through, and then the Spell Pierce can protect. But if you play the Fear of Missing Out here, you actually don't have lethal anymore. On this specific turn, at least. And look at the library. Also looks kind of thin.
Profts.
I guess if you do draw enough cards, potentially you can make the Fear of Missing Out so big that you could utilize the fact that it triggers twice, like by getting an extra combat step to maybe break through the Meringues that way.
This deck has so many lines as well. And
yes, indeed it does.
So second Profts, legendary rule, but we still get to draw a card.
Right, you see what the die is tracking here. It's not prowess, it is number of cards drawn. This is the second non-creature, so the otters here are 3/3s. And yeah, you actually, because you drew the land there, you haven't made your land drop yet, you do get to play the Meringue. And look how Patrick looks at his library here. He's going to draw 3 cards off of this Riddler, and it's still enough that he can do that without decking, but there can't be many cards left. Maybe there's like 2.
There's definitely not many cards left.
But that puts him up to so many cards drawn here that And yeah, you see Alex just like, please just like, hurry up. I need to like try and win this game and then a third one. But with just a couple minutes left, it's not going to happen.
And that spell pierce is going to be the end.
Yeah, so that's 7 counters onto the Fear. It can attack alone.
That's game.
Yeah, it's going to attack alone and untap itself. Gonna get double blocked, and then, yeah, potentially the others are gonna roll on through with more counters from that Prof. That's the great interaction between Prof and
Fear of Missing Out.
Fear of Missing Out.
I have to say, I feel like Prof and Fear of Missing Out is such an iconic duo, maybe as much as Vivi and Cauldron.
Yeah, I would say so. Maybe that's the actual combo that was the whole trouble of the standard format to begin with.
Because we know that Iszet was a very powerful deck as well in the beginning of the year when we had the Corey Steel Cutter as being the strongest deck in standard, and then that got banned. So that no longer was viable. But now we have this Vivi deck with Cauldron, and I have a feeling that Iszet can still be strong even without the Vivi and the Cauldron. But
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see why the player here chose to go with this deck without Vivi and without Cauldron. Why exactly this deck for this weekend? So let's take winner's interview here to hear more.
Hey, Patrick.
Hi.
You just won your match in the feature match area, and you're running a very different deck from what we might be used to seeing. It is a Vivi-less, is it, with 4 duelists of the mind. Can you talk to me about the deck?
Yeah. So our team basically we've been deciding between the Vivi version and this more aggressive like Vivi-less version. Half of the team actually went for Vivi version because it's pretty consistent at some point. But me and some other guys, we decided to go this Vivi-less. Actually, Vivi-less was more successful, I would say, for day one because 2 of us made it to day 2. Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Like we didn't like the clunky draws when you draw multiple Vivi, multiple Cauldrons, and you basically cannot do anything. And this is the more aggressive approach, and also suits me well. So yeah, that's the reason why I decided to go this one.
Was a factor in deciding to play this version, was a factor also the fact that day 1 is a closed decklist tournament, so maybe people are sideboarding wrong against you or they're not expecting certain cards?
Yeah, actually won me some games because people in Mirror, they need to respect it. They cannot just discard Vivi, go nuts.
That's true.
And it actually happened to me a few times that they didn't realize until the very end that we are not on Cauldron actually, and won me. I think it won me one match. So cool. Yeah.
Any memorable matches this weekend? Something particular stands out?
What happened just now? Because basically we are playing one of Wild Ride, and I'm pretty sure it won both games because I've been pressuring my opponent with FOMO early on. It did 10 damage in both games, like very early. I believe it was like turn 3 or turn 4. And ever since then, I've been able to just keep pressure on and somehow to win both games. So yeah, like Wild Ride was really good for me, and also like Duelist. This card is amazing.
You said you had a bigger team that you practice with. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, like main core are Maciej Zatlkaj, Emanuel Gershenson, Edgar Baum, I don't want to butcher his name, Baumeister, and Ricardo Velez, me, and some other guys. So like quite international team put together by Maciej. So yeah, shout out to him.
So just practice in Discord, play.
Yeah, we have
usual stuff.
Exactly.
Track the results.
Yeah.
The spreadsheets and everything.
Yeah, you know it.
That's super cool. I think that's also something for the people back at home. Hey, get together with your friends, make a Discord server, start tracking your results. Like put some effort into keeping the stats and everything. Just like Frank Karsten, does the numbers for everything. It's pretty easy to do it with your friends, right? And just see what wins the most, or which are the most impactful sideboard cards. Should you be keeping 2-landers, things like that.
Yeah.
So any of them are doing well as well?
Maciej and Emanuel are actually day 2. They've been both X3 before this round. I haven't had a chance yet to just check with them how they are doing, but I think we are doing pretty well.
say if, hypothetically, if there were some changes in standard or maybe something, some new cards come in, maybe there are some changes in standard, do you think this would be a good approach to how to build Iszet for the future?
I think that profs should go. So I wouldn't. I'm not saying that this deck will be still a thing, but if Prof stays on standard, this deck is real thing.
Okay, that's very good. Well, for some extra motivation, you can take a look at the special trophy we have here for the winner. Obviously, the 8 slots for the PT for Lorwyn Eclipse. That's what most of the competitive-minded players here are aiming for. But we have this very special Infinity Gauntlet trophy with real gold on it. So if you wanted some extra motivation, best of luck in the future rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for talking to me, and back to the casters.
Great interview here with Patrick. You were asking Simon if probably he was testing together with Matej Zelekai that was also bringing this deck. Looks like they did. So very fun to see this deck doing well. And speaking of doing well, Simon, why don't you walk us over the top tables here at the event so far?
Yeah, so we did have the top 3 tables here, which had all the X1 players. And we actually see Maciej Barwik, one of the 7-0 players yesterday, defeated Macio Cavallo in the Iszet Cauldron mirror. So is sitting at X and 1 still. Denis Bikiri, the X and O from yesterday, who is actually here from Italy. He's here on one of his friend's bachelor party. They decided to go as a group to this tournament to celebrate his friend getting married soon. And that resulted in Denis being is 9-0 overnight and is now still sitting at I believe that would be 10-1, defeating Christopher Payumo also in the Cauldron mirror. And then on the last table here we had on the last X1 table we had Lauri Tonström, who we also saw yesterday playing Cauldron, defeating Arne Rosenvinge in the Scandinavian show-off, Arne playing the Dimir mid-range deck, but falls to another Cauldron. So there's 3 Cauldron decks at X and 1. Lauri, Denis, and Maciej here. So yeah, these people are looking extremely good for a potential top 8. They need to win a couple more rounds in the last 4.
And this is, of course, the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man, so we couldn't have a segment, we had to have a segment about the spiders throughout the history of Magic the Gathering. And who better to do that than Frank himself? So let's have a segment here with Frank, and then Arne and Mengucci will be back for round 12.
Hey, it's me and Frank again, and we do have some interesting facts about famous spiders from Magic's competitive history. So, yeah, spiders have had an impact on Magic's competitive history for many years, and we want to highlight 4 of them. So, Frank, what do you have for us?
Yeah, exactly. With this being Magic Spotlight Spider-Man, it just felt in theme to look at that particular creature type. So the number 4 I want to highlight is Thran Spider. We saw this pretty recently at Pro Tour Ether Drift earlier this year, where Rémi Roudier went, I believe, 7-3 with this card in his Iszet Artifacts deck, where Thran Spider would just come down, create a Power Stone, create some value, and then with Repurposing Bay, you could turn it into a Boo-mobile and pull off all kinds of wacky stuff, but just a nice bridge in that sort of deck. Now you might wonder, this is just an artifact-based deck, what does it really make into a spider? I think that's largely the reach ability that is so iconic for the creature type that is featured on Thran Spider. But yeah, this is just the first of many spiders that have had an impact on competitive Magic over the years.
On number 3, we have a card that most people associate with Limited, Giant Spider.
Yes, and to be fair, this never really had any real constructed implications, but it is such an iconic creature of Magic. Giant Spider has been in every core set, every single core set from Alpha, right, released back in 1993. All the way to M12.
Okay.
So if we go back all the way to Alpha, there were I believe 285 cards in there. Then many of those, 250 were reprinted in Revised. 211 of those were then reprinted in 4th edition, and with each core set, every year that number went down until Magic 2012, which was released in 2011. Only 1 remains. Giant Spider was the only card that was reprinted from Alpha all the way through that core set. Then ultimately it fell out of core set, and right now we don't have core sets anymore, but it was kind of the ultimate survivor, and for many years in Limited it was just dominating the board in the mid game.
Yep. And it still is, yeah. Number 2, we have a card that I still have nightmares from as somebody who likes to play aggressive decks in Standard. I keep remembering how I always tried to play aggro, and somebody would eventually always play a turn 5 Ishkana, bring a bunch of spiders with it, and I couldn't attack anymore, and that was the end of the game. So Ishkana, Graph Widow, number 2.
Yeah, for sure. You do need to have 4 or more card types in your graveyard, but when you do, indeed, in a deck with a lot of ways to fill the graveyard, Ishkana Graph Widow produces such a board presence for 5 mana that it is extremely powerful. This card actually won the Players' Tour in Brussels in 2012 in the hands of Joel Larsen, who managed to clinch the trophy with Ishkana Graph Widow. He only played 1 in his, let's say, Swedish Sultai deck back then, but with Traverse the Ulvenwald to search for it in the right spot. Right in the late game, when you have Delirium, maybe even mana available to activate the ability, Ishkana Graph Widow is a spider that is going to just run away with the game. And yeah, won such a big premier event.
Yeah, number 1. We have spiders you might not have heard of, but they have been part of some really, successful decks in the history. It is Woolly Spider and Giant Trapdoor Spider.
Yeah, so I have to take everyone back to 1996.
Yes.
Pro Tour Columbus. I believe this was in the Ice Age block format where Ole Rade back then won with a deck featuring Woolly Spider and Giant Trapdoor Spider. So these are like Pro Tour winning spiders. If you look at them, you might be like, well, what's up with these creatures? Like, they are 2/3s for 3 mana with mediocre, almost irrelevant abilities. Why were these even played? And like if you would have them in a draft pack right now, you'd be like, yeah, that looks kind of bad, and even in Limited.
Yeah.
But you have to realize almost 30 years ago, Magic was a little different.
Very different, yeah.
The spells were all incredible. The creatures were comparatively poor. And these creatures, in particular in that format, were actually well positioned because in that metagame, Pyroclasm, right, dealing 2 damage to all creatures, was one of the main sweepers. And these 2/3s were some of the best ones available with 3 or more toughness that could just survive. And our Ole Rade, now also in the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, managed to take it down with these spiders in his deck. And yeah, that just shows that the creature type has had an impact on competitive Magic in its history.
Good deck building. Also, I do want to point out the fact that when we were doing research for this, when I put in famous spiders from Magic history into Google, the first thing that came out was the 28 best Spider-Man commanders in Magic, and I actually found out that Gwenom Remorseless is one of the best commanders you can have with the Spider type, which is basically a Bolas's Citadel sitting in your command zone. So for the Commander players out there, if you want some inspiration, Gwenom is a card that you can build around.
Yeah, plenty of Spider commanders that you can build. Ishkana Graph Widow too. It is a creature type that has had like a lot of history, and that is a lot of fun. Now with Marvel Spider-Man, we're seeing a bunch showing up from Spectacular Spider-Man to Superior Spider-Man in the standard decks in this tournament. But yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that a Spider card has won a Premier Magic event.
But enough about Woolly Spiders and Giant Spiders. We have round 12 coming up with Mengu and Arne. So toss it back to you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 12 of Spotlight Series Liverpool. It was delightful hearing all about spiders from Frank and Martin, but it's time to go back in business here. Arne, are you excited for this round?
I'm absolutely excited. We got a sweet match here. We have on the one hand the enemy, Iszet Cauldron, facing off against a sweet deck in the hands of Matthias Jorstedt. We have a green-white landfall. It's more like apps. It's mono-green, actually, splashing for shelter by goes to the main thing. It actually has a black card on the sideboard, too, which we might see in action as well. So a really sweet one by Matthias Jorstedt, which I believe he top-8'd 3 Pro Tours in a row back in the days.
By back in the days, you mean 2003. That was 22 years ago. Most Magic players are younger than that. That is very funny.
I was 6 years old at the time.
Yeah, so I've actually watched Matthias winning yesterday on coverage, so you can go and watch that round. It was round number 9. He was playing against Iszet Cauldron, so, you know, he's not new to defeating this match. There's 2 Swedish players, both are playing green-white Selesnya landfall, and they did actually a very good. If you look at the stats, I don't know if Frank released the stats already, but if you look at the stats, Selesnya landfall was the best performing deck out of day 1. Of course, the sample size is very small, only 2 people brought it, but they both in day 2. And they had a very good record against Blue-Red Cauldron. So this is a deck that, you know, can be one of the strong players in the standard that you are very interested in testing for Worlds. So tell me more about this deck. What does the Selesnya landfall deck try to do? What's its goal?
Very happy to do so. Yeah, we are having, it's essentially, it's the landfall aggro deck. I've seen that deck. It's been popping up on Magic Arena and Magic Online a little bit here and there. It's playing all the good, strong landfall creatures from Final Fantasy. So the 1 mana 0/1 bird that grows whenever you play a land. Sas Chocobo, Tifa Lockhart. Here we have the deck list. Mossborn Hydra is in there as well. Another creature that doubles its 1/1 counter whenever you play a land. Brizzly Bill, of course. Lano Elf to speed everything up. And we have Mightform Harmonizer in the 4 mana slot as well to double even more. It's essentially a combo power deck that just tries to kill you with these gigantic creatures, doubling up the power, playing Terramorphic Expanse, Fable Passage, Escape Tunnel to get those double landfall triggers. But we have a bit of a twist here as well. We have a splash for 4 copies of Sheltered by Ghosts. So yeah, we haven't seen this deck a lot lately, but that splash might actually be what is giving Matthias here the edge in this tournament, maybe exiling, you know, a grown Vivionitor, a fear of missing out, and then gaining a bunch of life back. And in conjunction, additionally, with those 4 copies of Snakeskin Veil, you have a nice little build-your-own protected, gigantic Baneslayer Angel.
Yeah, the Sheltered by the Ghost is a necessary evil to respect the Monored decks that are still very popular in Standard, and that card is very good because it both takes rid of a Screaming Nemesis or a Nova Elkite or whatever it's on the board, and it gives lifelink with that ward too. It's very relevant here, especially with also something like Snakeskin Veil to protect it. You can just build your own Baneslayer Angel and win that very tough matchup. The mana base is also interesting. There's lands that you would never seen constructed. Escape Tunnel and Terramorphic Expanse are, you know, not common lands in construction. They're common, but they're not very much played in Standard.
Yeah, absolutely, and that shows the dedication towards that landfall.
Yeah, you are the goal. I mean, actually, it reminds me of the Temur lands deck. Do you remember? We were playing those, you know, those Cabaretti, whatever were they called.
Oh, yeah.
Basically just common lands as well, because your goal was to just get lands into the graveyard and bring it back into play. Here, similar. You have... Actually, have we seen Ice Steel Explorer? No.
It's not in this list.
Okay,
no, it's a little too slow for this archetype, but some lists in the past have played that card.
Yesterday on coverage, we've had Selesnya Landfall and Ice Steel Explorer in combination with these Fable Passage lands. It was very good. It gave the Hydra being a 64 power.
Yeah, here we have the decklist by Cedric. Nothing too special here. We have all seen this before. Notably, 2 copies of Wild Ride, really trusting in that one. I'm personally a fan of 1 copy of Wild Ride. I think it really opens up some powerful avenues for the deck. A lot of players are not choosing to play any, and Cedric is so convinced he's playing a whole 2 copies of that, shaving on a Marauding Marco. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who's going to win this matchup. And
we're all rooting for Selesnya Landfall.
Yeah, I mean, we're rooting for good games.
Yeah,
we're rooting for good games, I'd say.
Okay.
But yeah, hey, look at the mana base down there here. Starting Town and Multiversal Passage.
Yeah, I wanna
split it up. Maybe you couldn't get the passages.
Yeah, I was going to say. I wonder how many Multiversal Passage Cedric Gate owns, and the answer maybe 1. Yesterday, my friend Marco Del Pivo was also searching desperately for a multiversal passage, and it was not easy to find. It is a very, very important land that everyone's looking for, because that land is just going to go in every deck that's more than one color, except if you're playing Celestial Landfall, for which you would choose some commons land instead. So the players are rolling.
Wow, four dice. What do you feel? How do you feel about that, Mengucci?
So actually,
what is your preferred method of
my preferred method is to draw 2 dice, but if we draw, we add an additional dice, so we go to 3.
Then you go up to 4, to 5?
That never happened. We tied in 3 dice, but yeah, I would go up to 4 if we tie again. Okay. Yeah, I like the high roll. The high roll is...
I started out with, always roll with 2 die, and then like over time I feel like I got a little lazy, and I was like, auto even. Quick. There's no there's no tie happening there, so you always know that one player.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Auto even is certainly can't go wrong with that. There's only 3 copies of Marauding Mako, but that's a perfect number because you always draw 1, you never draw the second one.
Exactly. You just need 1 in your deck, right?
That's the that's the math around playing a 3 copy of a card usually. Remember an article by Frank Karsten for Channel Fireball back in the days telling you when to play 4, when to play 3,
Yep. 3 copies is sort of the amount you want when you want to draw the card exactly once.
Okay, so we see starting town in the starting hand, and we see fear of missing out, discarding another tap land, drawing a card, and putting a counter on that Mako.
Yeah, really great start here by Cedric, fellow German as well. I'm just recognizing the flag.
This is the setup to win the game on turn 3, by the way. This is how you want to start if next turn Cedric goes... no, that's not true, actually. You need to play Cauldron on turn 2.
Yeah. That there's no lightning axe type of effect.
Exactly. So. You can't go off on turn 3. But there's not that much of a rush. Matthias' deck doesn't have, I want to say, basically any interaction. I mean, you do have the shelter by the ghosts.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at a shelter by ghost in hand as well.
Okay, we tap our 2 Lorwyn forests. Lorwyn, of course, is going to be the next set. Well, the next set after Avatar. It's going to be Lorwyn. We're going to have the Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse in Richmond, which my co-caster here, Arne Huschenbeth, is qualified for. So that's going to be exciting to watch.
I'm very, very excited to go back to Lorwyn Eclipse, and I love that Matthias is already preparing himself here with the Lorwyn lands.
I thought you were excited to go back to Richmond.
Absolutely. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Richmond,
I mean, come on. Those are...
What is there? There's a restaurant, I'm sure.
The premium city that our Play the Game City World sends you to. We have Fear of Missing Out, of course, on turn 3, discarding an extra land. The Marauding Mako does not care what you discard. Sometimes, those connive effects want you to discard spells, but I love how, you actually can get card selection here very, very strong by just this deck, which is... just so good, because what you're doing right now is just to fix your hand as you attack. The life total of Matthias is already at 13. Of course, these Fear Missing Out are not delirious.
But I will say that the Shelter by Ghost is quite the comeback card, so... Ooh, okay.
Okay, we're playing Moss, Board, Hydra. That is the combo piece. This is, not... too big of a threat, for 3 mana, you are just casting a, 1/1. That's not exciting. So basically, what Matthias says, all right, do you have the torch? Do you have the braid? Because if you don't, next turn I'm gonna grow this Hydra to be so big with my Bristly Bill and my fetch lands.
Yeah, next turn is gonna be super explosive. So you see your Prof being cast, Delirium is far away. Quantum Riddler would be a nice one to get even more card draws going.
Yeah, so the Verge right now only adds red, but the starting town is able to be tapped for blue. Although in hand, I don't see any interaction. I don't see neither Torch, a Braid, or most importantly, the Bounce spell.
Into the Floodmaw, yeah, absolutely. That one is excellent. It doesn't care about the sizing of the creature, right? It doesn't care about the Shelter by Ghost, improving it. And here we see an attack for 6.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the Cauldron is such a strong deck is that it applies so much pressure and it has very good interaction. But right now, we only see pressure and we're talking about a deck that applies pressure, that is Selesnya Landfall. So, you know, if we're playing the game that is 2 ships passing the night, Selesnya Landfall is going to be victorious in this type of battle. So let's see now. This is the most important turn. Matthias wanted to draw land, I think.
Yes, he is left without a land in hand, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, because I saw the way he drew. He clearly needed something.
Yeah, he wanted to draw land. Yeah,
but
you're absolutely right. Yeah. I was confirming your feeling. You have a very good feeling about cards. We already know that about draws here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really needed a land there, but he still has a pretty decent turn. I think he has to fire off this Sheltered now, though. Probably on the Bristly Bill, so at least the Torch the Tower will have to sacrifice one of those artifact or enchantment and play on Cedric's side.
I
but
wonder if he drew a fetch land, if this was lethal. I don't know. It may have been.
Trigger.
I was hearing yesterday Simon Nielsen commentating this, and he started to do the math and all the countings.
No, it's not lethal. It's 13 damage, I believe.
Yeah. So Matthias is at 7, staring. Strong board state. Also, we saw that Cedric had in hand Winternet Stories, which is gonna pump a creature for 3, but those creatures are not evasive, so you can chump them. But of course, once you draw 3 cards, plus the one from draw step, you'll find more and more stuff.
So yeah, I mean, Jorstad is thinking right now what... I presume he's decided to cast Shelter by Ghost, but he is thinking, what is the target? I suppose the 2 threatening options are maybe Cauldron, but to prevent the combo from happening potentially. But Cedric is on 1 card in hand, so it's very unlikely. He doesn't have Vivina Graveyard, of course. It's very unlikely that he's able to use the Cauldron effectively here. So if I were in Matthias' shoes, I'd probably just take out the 3-4 fear of missing out.
But I think what Matthias is going to do is playing Traveling Chocobo, hoping to find a land on top of his deck to get that landfall trigger. So I think that's what's putting up to the front, and now it's back to put the Shelter by the Ghost to the front. So he's thinking about it. His deck is, okay, tapping 2 lands only. We're putting Shelter by the Ghost on the Bristly Bill, which now becomes a 4/3 lifelink, exiling that Marauding Mako, and then offering the trade. Wow.
Well, it is a double block, and the Mako becomes back as a 1/1. I was actually also thinking about this line, but yeah, he doesn't take the double, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is the classic situation where, you know, a player on the left thought for, I don't know, a good 2 minutes. Player on the right thought for nothing, no time. You know, they already made. Cedric already made his mind once, because like what you do is just you start thinking about, okay, what's happening, what are his options? Okay, so if he's doing that Shelter by the Ghost, I'm not gonna block. I just want to untap, play Winternet Stories, maybe get Delirium already. We'll see, because we're gonna get a Sorcerer in the graveyard. Then he's gonna discard 2 cards. If he discards, you know, instant and creature, it's game over.
He found Vivi.
All right, if he's discard Vivi, it's game over.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, he has now a lot of mana available. The Prof is already on 3 counters.
If we have Delirium, it's over 100%, because we get 3 combat steps with a 2 Fear of Missing Out. We've seen it yesterday, Arne. Do you want to remind the players how 2 Fear of Missing Out and Prof interact with each other?
Yeah. You really want to make me do it again?
The test. No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, I mean, they attack after each other. They don't attack at the same time.
This turn is gonna last for like 5 minutes, so I think we'll have time.
We'll have time to talk about it.
Talk about the fear of missing out.
We could talk about the weather as well.
The weather?
It's not that bad here in Liverpool. It's not that rainy actually.
It's not.
We've had some sun in the morning.
Oh, well, thankfully I only had to walk for like, I don't know, 50 meters from the hotel to the location. So
very convenient.
I didn't have to experience too much of that cold. All right, so we've discarded a bunch of cards. Although the Winternet Stories can't be, what's the keyword? Harmonized.
Yeah, an interesting decision here by Cedric was to actually discard more than he needed to. He discarded the Spybluff Canal as well. Now he's trying to go for the Torch, which Snakeskin Veil and a green is open, but nothing there.
Not even that.
So we already have Delirium now.
Yeah, no, this is so much damage because the Fear of Missing Out, Cedric is gonna attack with 1 Fear of Missing Out and 1 Marauding Mako, untapping the 1 Fear of Missing Out. And then we're going to get a second combat phase where the Fear of Missing Out on the right is going to untap itself. And finally, we're going to attack with both Fear of Missing Out, triggering the Proft for 3 times, dealing approximately 40 damage. Not even need to use Vivi. That's the fun thing. There was Cauldron and Vivi in the graveyard. We didn't even need to do that. So we really see the power of the Iszet deck and the maybe inconsistency of the Selesnya deck. Of course, once you're playing green-white deck with creatures, sometimes, you know, things don't align, whereas the blue-red deck had so much card selection, so much card advantage, so much pressure, and that's just a deadly combination. So once again, we see Iszet prevailing here in the feature match area, but Magic the Gathering is a game of 3. It's a match of 3 games.
Fortunately, yes.
Fortunately. So what do we have here in the sideboard? Let us know.
Yeah, we have, for the Iszet Cauldron player, I presume... Yeah, I've played this matchup in the past, actually. You just want to load up on removal. The landfall deck really needs its creatures to survive, so stuff like Unable to Scream, Torch Tower, Obliterating Bolt, even the Abrade, I think are all interesting here for Cedric, especially being on the draw. He wants to go a little bit more into that controlling role. The nice thing about the Vivid Cauldron deck is, of course, it has so many game plans, so many options, and with this sideboard having so many interactive pieces, he can turn itself into more of a mid-range, more of a controlling role in this particular matchup. Maybe trim down on some of the clunkier cards like Quantum Ruler, perhaps trim down on some of the Cauldron Vivi stuff, because he doesn't really need that. He just wants to interact with his opponent and stop him from doing what he is doing, from snowballing out of control with his powerful cards. And here we go with Matthias Jorstedt. Here's an interesting sideboard. He has 4 copies of Holomark Surge and a Swamp to be able to turn his deck into a little bit of a, you know, maybe a black-green deck, maybe an Abzan deck post-board. Holomark Surge, Siege, I'm sorry. Holomark Siege is a 2-mana enchantment that says you can either choose Sultai or Abzan. When you choose Sultai when it comes to play, it will have the static ability of whenever a counter is put on a creature you control, draw a card. Triggers only once each turn, but of course that means he can draw a lot of cards, and with a Terramorphic Expanse play, he can of course also pass the turn, crack it, draw a card from a landfall trigger in the opposing turn as well. So it's more of a grindy card, which, you know, looking at Cedric's sideboard, maybe Matthias decides, this is like 8, 9 removal spells. Maybe I should go for that grindy route and include the Holomark Surge. It's going to be interesting to see for what plan he goes. We also have Seam Rip, which he could bring in to have some interaction for Cauldron and for the Fear of Missing Out, of course. Unflinching Courage is perhaps not for this matchup. It's more for Monored and Restoration Magic. Giving Indestructible and Hexproof, I believe, is okay, but it's perhaps a little bit redundant with the Snakes Conveil.
So I've seen Matthias Jorstedt versus Blue-Red yesterday, and he indeed had the Seam Rip in his deck, as well as a couple of Ordeal of Nylea that I've seen, and that card is... I honestly I'd have to say I didn't even know it was legal in Standard.
One of those Foundations ones.
It was one of the top common in Theros draft, and or maybe it was the Journey to Nyx. Anyway, you know, that block, and it's reprinted, and of course that is a card that that Matthias has up to 3 copies, 1 main, 2 sideboard. Is an enchantment. Whenever you attack, you can sack, you get a land. So you trigger that landfall, you give +1/+1. It's basically pumps your thing. You know, you just get your deck going with Tifa and so on. So the players are shuffling. We've seen them do a pretty quick game. That was like for sure that was a turn 5 kill for the Iszet Cauldron deck. But maybe if the Selesnya deck had a land drop there, had an additional fetch land, things could have been a lot different this game.
Yeah, that would have turned into potentially, as you said, the Hydra would have turned into, I believe, a 13 power Hydra with a 13 power life swing with that Shelter by Ghost, and then of course the Torture Tower wouldn't have done nothing on that board state. So yeah, that Winter Night Stories was fantastic, finding Torch and the Vivi, and yeah, with Proft in play. I mean, with Proft Cauldron in play, the deck is just so scary and has so many scary top decks. May it be Steamcore Scholar, may it be Quantum Riddler, may it be Winter Night Stories.
Okay, we're underway for game number 2. We see Matthias has another sideboard card in his hand, Restoration Magic. That is a additional copy of Snakeskin Veil, basically.
Yeah, it's a 1-mana protection, gives hexproof and indestructible. Has some extra. What is that ability called in Final Fantasy again?
Oh, yeah, it has a
tiered, where you can upgrade the spell if you're an advanced mage. You can for any of the Final Fantasy players. I've never played the game, but I suppose if you've leveled up in that game, you can then cast a spell at a higher sort of power level.
Yeah, during Pro Tour Final Fantasy, the eventual winner, Ken Yukihiro, was wearing some Final Fantasy T-shirt throughout the weekend. So definitely, it's very fitting that a lover of that game ended up being the winner of the Pro Tour. Of course, Ken Yukihiro with a Hall of Fame resume, winning once again. Not once again, winning it for the first time, a Pro Tour after so many attempts. That was a lovely story, a very heartwarming interview given after that final. All right, we are underway for game number 2. The green-white verge is played, and ooh, that's a mountain. One of the many.
That is a spicy artwork.
Basics on the other side, a simple plains. All the way from the land box.
Here we see Matthias actually going for an interesting line. He drew the 3rd land, and so he's not going to cast a Bristly Bill just yet. He's going to wait until he has the protection up. Of course, playing around stuff like Abrade, Obliterating Bolt, Torch Tower, which, yeah, Cedric has plentiful in hand. He actually has both Abrade and Torch Tower. Both Bolt and Torch. Now choosing for the discarding a Proft.
Wow, discarding Proft. That's like one of the best cards in the deck. Crazy to see it gone so early.
Yeah, honestly, maybe would have liked to see him just cast a Proft. If you have Proft and Fear in hand, I usually like going for the Proft first, especially if that's the one you're going to discard.
Our Bristly Bill with one very scary forest up, and we see the the Snakeskin Veil in hand. Although, well...
Yeah, he has the option to actually go for the Bolt first now.
And then Torch sacrificing that poor little fear of missing out. So really would have been rewarded for going turn to Prof, because then you can sack the Prof, which is a lot better than sacrificing the fear of missing out, because Prof draws a card, fear of missing out loots a card. Looting a card does not get card advantage if you end up sacrificing it. Okay, so he chooses to not to do that. But honestly, I think this is gonna be a route that will Matthias just so happy about, because he gets to untap so quickly now with his hand full of combat tricks.
Yeah, the problem is that the Bristly Bill is just going to grow bigger and bigger in this Torch the Tower.
Oh my god, what's happening?
Oh, well, he's realizing that he can't really sacrifice the fear now to kill the thing anymore because of the Terramorphic Expanse. Yeah, I think he might be realizing that he got a little bit punished for his sequencing here. Oh, he has an Abrade.
Yeah, he has an Abrade, but Matthias has, I mean, he already had Abrade and Torch, so what he could have done was going Abrade or Obliterating Bolt.
Yes.
Oh my god.
With the trigger on the stack, he's going to go for the Torch.
This is a clean 2-for-1. Clean. No, you have to sacrifice. Okay,
well, yeah, this is a little bit better, I suppose.
Well, it's still 2-for-1.
Yeah, it's still 2-for-1 against the protection. It's actually, yeah, it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Bristly Bill is gonna get
the protection spell here is gonna obviously stop all of this.
Yeah, the Bristly Bill is gonna become a 6 this turn, because 1 from the Snakeskin Veil and 2 from the Landfall. Let's hope he catches it, because he responded with a Braid on the first fetch land, so that Bristly Bill in theory should have 4 counters. But
yeah, you're correct. You're correct about that.
We can't do anything about it. This is players and their triggers. So we're taking for 5. Cedric goes down to 9. No. 14, I believe. Yes, this is already updated. And we're holding Restoration Magic here, so we have 1 more protection spell in case Cedric has a bounce spell right now. Ooh, look at that. Unable to scream. That's another very clean answer. Not clean, actually, because it leaves the Bristly Bill to the 3 counters. But of course, we know Restoration Magic is in end.
Yeah, and the Shelter by Ghost is actually also kind of a nice answer to the Unable to Scream.
I'm surprised that you wouldn't side out Shelter by the Ghosts against a deck with so much removal spells. Like, that's usually a card that's not good against removal spell decks.
Yeah, we see Matthias adding the Restoration Magic.
Oh, wow. Again, 2 for 1. And gaining 1 life.
Free life, I believe, yeah. Yeah, this is a blowout. He's just getting 2 for 1, 2 for 1 on these removal spells. He really needed to do it on turn 3.
Yeah, he could have killed that Bristlyville if we sacrificed the fear of missing out. Or the Proft. But anyway,
I think what's coming into play here is sort of the experience missing in the matchup. Like Cedric, you know, when are you playing against Green-White Landfall, you know? So that's certainly a huge thing for Matthias, that he has probably played this matchup many, many times, but his opponents in this tournament on the other side have not.
Oh wow, I believe this could have been lethal, right? If we had a land last turn, because Bristlyville ability, sorry, if you had a counter last turn, because Bristlyville ability is 5 mana, double the +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, so that Bristlyville would become a 10-year. I guess that's only 12 damage, but yeah, close. Here we're only representing 10.
I'm actually also realizing that Unable to Scream has a little bit of a short window of being good, because the counters stay on the O2, so the creature stays big. At this point, Unable to Scream is just not a good answer anymore. You really want to use it on turn 2 when they just played the card.
Wow, going off here. Doesn't go for the... just puts the opponent on 3, basically tells them, okay, you haven't had it into the Flood Maw for so long, you have to draw it now. But the blue-red deck has a lot of card draw, so he can just go with that story and draw Island Plus into the Flood Maw, and then, you know, that Bristlyville gets reset pretty badly.
I mean, Mango, you've called it so many times already, so I would not be surprised if this Winter Night Stories finds exactly Island Flood Maw at this point.
Yeah.
You've just shown your prophetic skills.
No, I'm just giving you got to play to win.
Yeah, of course.
And I think it's better to play the Winter Night Stories. There's more outs. But I don't know. We have to ask Frank.
Yeah, we have to ask Frank about that. But I mean, to be fair, it's not out of it. He actually drew a 1-drop to cast, so he does have jump blockers here.
That starting count has dealt Cedric 3 damage so far. 1 more than Multiversal Passage would have had.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's been offering both colors, so that's that.
Mostly red though, because
it's true. It's been mostly red here.
Okay, so Marauding Mako is in, and now Cedric's thinking. Okay, so Bristlyville doesn't have trample, but still respecting the Shelter by the Ghosts.
Oh, that's game.
That's game. All right. Cherish, blue-red Cauldron haters. We have a game 3 to root for white-green landfall now. Again, there was a way where Bristlyville could have died. If that Bristlyville could have died, Matthias actually had no other creatures. I think this game could have gone a lot differently had, you know, the removal spell being played in a timely order. But then again, this is a very tough deck to play against. You don't know. I mean, I guess it's open deck list, but you still don't have maybe that much experience. Whereas, I mean, this is kind of the classic, like, Blue-Red Cauldron. Everyone has played against it. Everyone has a plan against it. So you play that deck, you know that your opponents will know how to sideboard, will know how to sequence their cards. But it's not the same for Green-White Landfall.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if Cedric is a fast learner and he's paying attention, he has the ability now to go into game 3 with the information he learned from game 1 and crucially game 2. You know, when you don't win, you hopefully learn something. That's I think the saying I heard Reed Duke repeat in his articles. A defeat is something to learn from and to grow from, and perhaps Cedric is able to do so and can recover here in game 3. You know, sequencing his spells optimally. Matthias is actually sideboarding again as we see. So what is going on? It looks like 4 or 5 cards, yeah. He might be changing it up again. I mean, we saw for this game he was going on the play. I want to be proactive. I want to have my shelter. I don't want to have my restoration magics in. Yeah. Maybe now he's switching it up, huh?
That's
Maybe
exactly what I was thinking.
He's going a little bit more. Oh, actually, we just see him put in the Llanowar Elves. Interesting. So he took out the Llanowar Elves on the play, and now on the draw he's bringing them back in to gain more tempo. That's really, really cool. All right, interesting. Good to learn about that.
Yeah, that's a very nice thing. And yeah, Llanowar Elves, acceleration. It's better on the draw because you want to be as fast as your opponent.
Catch up.
I would also say it's good in the play because you want to be even faster than your opponent. I mean, Llanowar Elves is just historically a powerhouse of these green decks. But I guess the opponent has so many removal spells that you want to load your deck with threats and not just with, mana round.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the scary thing with mana dorks, right? That you're just like stranded with them and you draw too many lands. The deck is already relatively land heavy, of course, because it wants to hit that many land drops. So siding them out on the play is actually something I can get behind.
Yeah, 25 lands, +4 land royals. Basically, just half of your deck is lands, and your deck is just so cheap. You have Bristly Bill, you have Mossburn Hydra, Seza, Chocobo, Tifa. Super cheap curve, so many lands. Can be scary. This deck would love like maybe a card that like has mana sink. I mean, I guess Bristly Bill does that in a way, but.
Yeah, it's not a deck. It's kind of similar to the Leyline red deck in a way. It's a deck, just play some creatures and hopefully they get through and you can sort of like play solitaire and be fine, like two ships passing in the night. It's not a deck that wants to play the long game necessarily.
Okay, so we have talked to you about showing these like newer deck on stream. These players are 8-3, so they're still in contention. Of course, we have players that are at higher tables. The other future match is going to have 2 players that are 9-2, and actually none of them plays Blue-Red Cauldron. We have a Simic Herboroid versus Monored from table 4. So that is very cool. We are going to feature that after this match.
Yeah, and I can already tell you that at table 1 has already finished and concluded here in round number 12. We have Lauri Turnstrom versus Dennis Bequiri, and they were both 10-1. Now Dennis came out successful, is 11-1, the tournament leader at this point, but actually sharing that spot with Maciej Barwik, who's also 11-1, who took down Fair MTG, your fantasy draft pick, at table 2 in a Cauldron Mirror.
I didn't know he was doing so well. That's great.
Yeah, he's been fighting back. He was 9-2, and now he's down to 9-3, I believe.
Of course, world's competitor Fair MTG. We have, there it is, sighted in. Donner Elf dies. Rip.
The Torture Tower does what it does. Bolt the bird.
Bolt the bird. I had a game at my RCQ that was pretty funny. I was able to go Turch turn 1 with Lulu Vivi against Monored. Turch to 1, double Turch turn 2. Turn 3, played a 1 draw, like bounce spell, Quantum Riddler draw 2. On turn 3. That was definitely like one of the crazier.
That's beautiful.
Start that I had in standard. All right, so we go Bristly Bill. So the previous game, Matthias slow rolled it. Now he's just jamming. The difference between play and draw. The difference between having a threat-heavy hand versus the hand that we had game 2.
Absolutely, and I think Cedric does not have a very removal-heavy hand here. So it's complete opposite to the last draw he had.
Yeah, those are 2 Quantum Riddler, or what are they?
Quantum Riddler and Wild Ride. Honestly, Wild Ride is a type of card. I don't love seeing that one in this matchup here. That's the type of card you want to have against control, maybe in matchups that are more about like outpowering each other. This matchup here, more about interacting with the opposing creatures. So I would have liked him to put that in the side.
Yeah, but Wild Ride is going to deal so much damage next turn if he gets to be in Delirium. He's missing a land in the graveyard. But yeah, can be just going for that, like...
Of course, it's going to have its moments.
No, but like, because your opponent's light on removal, right? So you get to just deal, I don't know, 6 damage thanks to it, in this case, for just 1 mana. But really, yeah, I understand what you mean, of course.
Really interesting turn here for Matthias. Bristly Bill survived. No Shark, no Torture Tower, so that gives you a little bit of a tell that there's probably no Torture Tower at the very least. Cedric just playing the Proft, maybe representing Floodmaw there with that Spirebluff Canal. I think that's what's going through Matthias's mind. And funnily enough, Cedric didn't have Floodmaw, but he just drew it. You know, when you bluff a card and then you draw it, you always feel bad.
Yeah, I can't feel too bad about drawing.
Yeah, that's fair. He's happy to have drawn into action for sure.
Quantum Riddler draws a card. The Obliterating Bolt is a very nice draw. We do have that 1 copy of Multiversal Passage here that will come into play untapped for the cost of 2 life and will take down, I want to say Bristly Bill.
Yeah, I mean, the Chocobo doubles all the landfall triggers. I think it's a little too scary. I'm inclined to bounce that one.
No, we're killing it. We have the...
sorry, so yeah, killing it, I mean.
Yeah.
That's what you said? No, you wanted to kill the Grizzly Bill, right?
I said Bristol Bill,
yeah. I think the Bristly Bill you can reset with the Floodmore later as well. You know, you reset the counters that are gained.
Yeah.
But Cedric is certainly thinking about it.
Also, 1 card costs 2, 1 card costs 3. You would assume that WotC prints, you know, like if a card costs 3 means it's better than if a card costs 2.
Yes.
So when in doubt, just trust the R&D team and kill the thing that costs the most. But we see here a bounce. Did he miss a land drop?
Cedric's, maybe it's his first feature match. You know, I understand. There's a lot of pressure.
Oh my god, how much damage is this? How much damage is this?
Is this lethal?
How much damage is this? Might form Harmonizer 8. Plotted. Sorry, warped.
Oh, with the trigger on the stack, it's actually 20. It is 20. He's gonna leave the triggers on the stack him in a way that Bristly Bill gives the counters first. So he's a 5-5, becomes a 10-10, and attacks for 20.
Oh my god.
Wow. You were right. He should have killed the Bristly Bill.
I know. I mean, Bristly Bill is in vintage queue. Traveling Chocobo is not.
Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Actually, with the Chocobo in play, the Might Form Harmonizer would trigger 4 times. So that would go 6, 12, 24, 48.
So that would have
6,
still been lethal.
12, 24, 48 damage.
Wow.
So that would have still been lethal, so it didn't matter. It didn't matter. But that is the power of Celestial Landfall. Wow.
Yeah,
what an ending.
Even if Cedric made his land drop, killed that thing, it would have still been dead on board.
Yeah.
So that didn't matter. The Celestial Landfall had a turn 4 kill clean, land Bristly Bill, land Traveling Chocobo, land Might 4 Harmonizer, a card that's a power housing draft. I didn't expect it to be a power housing constructed as well, so very cool to see this deck winning again. Celestial Landfall, the deck that had the best win rate from day one. Of course, only 2 players, small sample size, but very, very good stuff. And we'll see now, Matthias, our Pro Tour champion from Yokohama 2003, is the winner of that match. We're now going to Table 4, which will feature Semicorboreid versus Monored. Both of these players are 9 and 2, so they can even lose and still be in contention for top 8. We've actually seen both of these players on camera. The player on the right was 6 and 0 at some point yesterday, Tomasz Krupiczka, and the player on the left with Monored has been here for a couple of times already. Tiller, Collins, Liam, and we see a very clean version of Monored.
I very much remember Liam because I remember the special connection you and Liam have with that Nova Hellkite off the top. That was the moment of yesterday for me. And yeah, we have Monored aggro here. Pretty stock list, not much to say there. We see 1 copy of Shock in here.
Is it stock to play 1 Shock?
It's becoming stock. Some people have, you know, 2 Frenzy, 2 Shock.
Oh, okay.
So there's not much differentiation.
Yeah.
Usually it looks exactly like this.
All right, I thought Shock was more of a...
It's been adopted lately for the mirror match, I think.
Oh, okay.
That's sort of because he wanted to have more 1-mana cards to be on the draw and to fight back in the mirror match. But as we all know, the mirror match is it just matters who draws more Nemesis. But people think, hey, I'll put an additional Shock in my deck. Maybe.
I mean, everything matters.
It does matter. I'm joking halfly here.
Of course. Let's see the other player, which is the newest deck. That's like the newest deck on the block. Simic Urberoid plays around, of course, that super powerful mythic from Edge of Eternities, that top card with the highest win rate in draft. And you know what it is? Very often, standard and draft are connected. If a card is so dominant in limited, that must mean it's good in constructed as well. And we see it here. Semicorboreid top 8 the last Spotlight Series in Baltimore with a very good win rate. It didn't have as good of a win rate yesterday, but maybe Tomasz Krupiczka can change the story here. 9 and 2 in this day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Great record. He's been playing well yesterday on the feature match. Semicorboreid, that's the sweet new cool deck. I'm absolutely in love with Jackal, Genius Geneticist. If you go Acceleration, Pollinator, Llanowelf into Jackal, into another 1-drop, you copy it, you grow the Jackal so you can cast a 2-drop on the turn 3, just explode completely mana-wise, maybe cast an Ouroboros as well. The deck can really go crazy. We have an essay of creatures here, an array of creatures, Azure Beastbinder and Flood Pit Runner, just like in Dimir midrange, those creatures that actually interact with the opponent, while also being creatures perfectly synergizing with the rest of the deck. Tishana's Tidebinder as a one-off. We have Snakeskin Veil to cheese someone who's trying to go for a removal spell. Very nice and open deck list to put the opponent a little bit into the fear of respecting that one Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, I like that you said essay of creatures, because people at home might not know, but Arne actually lives in Berlin, where they have a University of Magic. You know, he's very expert in those essay of creatures. That's, you know, what you have to do every couple of months.
I'm applying to be a professor now.
Oh, you're leveling up. You're leveling up.
I'm hoping they're taking me.
And definitely, if you want an essay of creatures, this is the deck. This is the deck for you. You have so many creatures to write down. You'll have, I mean, the other deck also plays a lot of them, but not as many as the Simic deck, who is rocking a 34 creatures. And it's mulliganing because they didn't have lands and spells.
Yeah, lands and spells, those are important here in Magic the Gathering. Certainly an interesting matchup to see in action. Nova Hellkite is a pretty big one to snipe one of those one toughness creatures that are many.
I think it's favorite in this matchup, because I don't think we've had enough stats to say that, honestly.
I wish I could say Simic Oroboid, but thinking about the Shocks, the Lightning Strikes, you know, those are really nice interaction against some of those small creatures. So I think Monored might have the edge here. Let's take a look at the Monored sideboard. Do we have a sweeper effect? No Pyroclasm. Oh, never mind. We do have Fire Magic as well.
Fire Magic, that is
can be really good against Simic Oroboid starts.
Yeah, Fire Magic water card. We used to play Electrickery. That's gone now. We see Popatch Recruit. That's definitely a card that dies to Fire Magic. Imagine that. You spend 3 mana, you play your 2 X1s, and boom, for 1 mana instant speed, you kill them both alongside maybe a Lanorel, what's the name? Flood Pit's Drowner, Spyglass Siren, and a lot more. So I think both players are actually on 6 cards, and the Mono-Red player is on the play. I think that's what it is. Let's go! Foil Mountain and Harklaw.
Yeah, being on the play is also a huge denominator, I would think. Being ahead here in this creature race situation, which is this matchup is going to play out in that way. No 1-drop from Thomas. That is not good for him, of course. The 1-drop on the draw is really crucial to sort of catch back up.
I love that Liam Taylor Collins lands are from Shards of Alara. That was actually my first competitive set. My first PTQ was a sealed deck, Shards of Alara. Wow. So that is, wow, look at the start there. Man, that is, you're tapping 3 mountains to play 3 1-drop. This is like just such a fantastic start. Harklaw really stuck up very well.
Yeah, it doesn't really get any better than this.
And Thomas was not able to draw a 1-drop in his deck with 4 Gene Pollinator, 4 Llanowar Elf, and 4 Spyglass Siren. A little bit unlucky there.
The Simic deck, or just generally speaking, the Simic color combination usually struggles playing from behind. It has some of the weaker interaction in the game. No black, no red, no white. The good removals are in those colors.
Land was drawn. We can warp a Novel Kite. Although Novel Kite is very bad against Flood Pit's Drowner, because if you warp it, the opponent taps it.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's such a bad...
That's hopefully something Liam is considering here. And he has plenty of options. Yeah. And yes, he decides to not go for that. I love that play.
I mean, Liam is 9-2 at a Spotlight Series level. He's not going to say, oh, okay, so you didn't mulligan to 5 and you kept a hand that doesn't have anything? Oh, I guess that's what it is. Yeah, no Flood Pit's Drowner.
Yeah.
No Azure Beastbinder. I mean, we saw the Popatch Recruit.
Yeah, he might have bottomed the Popatch Recruit. I'm also a little surprised to not see him play here.
No turn 1 nor turn 2 play against Mono-Red. This game is not going to go well. The game might actually end before the timer hits the 50 minutes button.
Yeah, the players are getting free additional minutes on day number 2. So,
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, to have the ability to check the deck list.
Is this a change recently?
I believe so.
Is that at the PT as well?
At the PT, certainly, yes. We have 53 minutes at the Pro Tour, yes.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
And
that.
there we see a Popatch recruit. He didn't want to play it for 1 mana, I suppose. It's not a very good blocker against these Hired Claws and the Menace creatures, so I do understand that. But it's also not a very strong turn-free play against this board state.
Yeah, so Popatch recruit is a very weird wording. I remember when I was playing it in my RCQ season last year, people were so confused by it. The way it works is that if Nova Cat comes down and kills the 2/1 Popatch recruit, how many counters are going to go on that token? 1 or 2?
I believe 2 of them.
Yeah, same. I just wanted to test you there. You are a student at the Magic University.
Well, I'll soon be a professor.
To be a professor.
Yeah.
And
You
boom.
can be my student, though.
I can, definitely.
Give you a discount as well. No.
We're max speeding over there.
Of course, Mengucci is going to be a professor of modern at my Magic University as well.
Ooh, yeah, because at the next... all right. Yeah, turn 3. We didn't...
Wow, we have the double strike. It was lethal. Wow.
I was hoping we would finish the game before
11 damage, exactly.
Before the 50 minutes clock. But nah, 49, 40.
I'm disappointed.
Seconds. Disappointed.
3 minutes and something.
Monored on the play with a good draw. It's just, it doesn't have matchups.
Yeah.
You don't fear anything.
That was certainly scary. Okay, Liam's sideboard. What do we have here? We have 3 lizards, Magebane lizards. They're not very good in this matchup.
Yeah, so
Unspun links, nope.
We have seen Liam using those Sunspine links to a very good win yesterday, but they are not going to be good here, I think.
Yeah, but we're looking at those 2 fire magics. They're going to be great. And then we have 3 copies of Glittering Bolt in there as well, which are nice against any creature deck. I'm sure he's going to bring those in, especially on the draw where he wants to be a little bit more interactive, because he's going to be the one maybe behind the Simic deck. Didn't look that explosive here, but it can be extremely fast, extremely explosive. Lana Welf, you know, that the power of the mana acceleration. And then last but not least, we have these 2 copies of Threaten variants, Twisted Fealty and Vengeful Possession, which are really, really strong against Uroboroid. Steal that one, pump your entire team, swing perhaps for lethal.
Yeah, Twisted Fealty, I've died to that card recently. I had my Quantum Reader with 4 counters on it from a pro. My opponent just stole it, dealt me 8 in the air, and I died. So definitely a card that you should be worried about against Monored. We only see 1 here. So that's definitely a card that you want to have at the right time. You don't want to overload with many threaten effect. You don't want to draw 2 threaten effect usually, because that's a card that just leaves you behind on board. It gives you a little bit of a, okay, you know, I need something extra. Okay, I give you a threaten, but it's not a card you want to have multiple copies of. So I like the one here.
And then we are, I remember those repulsive mutations in our round number 2 feature match. They were fantastic against the Omniscience deck. What are we looking at? We have
Unable to Scream against Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the anti-Monored card. Dragon Sniper as well.
Ooh, what does that do?
It's a 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch with Vigilance and Reach.
Vigilance, Reach, Death Touch for a 1/1. Good enough to play in Standard nowadays.
Oh yeah. We already saw it in the Team Handshake Green-Black Roots list in the Pro Tour Final Fantasy. They were using the card to very good effect there.
Wow.
Preventing, you know, just fast draw. It's just a green mana Swords to Plowshares.
I guess this is very good against League Shot Show Off in that meta game.
But even Monastery Swiftspear, you're happy to just trade with anything, really. Yeah, those might be coming in. On the draw, I would think for sure. On the play, maybe less so, because it's not that much of a proactive card. Unfortunately, it's also not that good into Nova Hellkite. Nova Hellkite is really strong. Fire Magic is really strong. Yeah, it looks kind of rough for Thomas, to be honest. But we'll see what he can manage to do. There's also 2 Tishana's Tideburners and a Floodpits Drowner. So additional blue creatures that can interact with his opponent. He might bring those in. Tishana's Tideburner can at least shut off something like the Nemesis Trigger. Can shut off a Hired Claw in combat, which can be annoying, and then it can eat the Hired Claw. It can also stop the trigger from Nova Hellkite.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but every time we've had Liam on coverage, which this is the 3rd time, he has won the game. He has won the match. So let's see if it keeps the streak going here, winning once again on feature match. You know, he's 9-2. So if he wins this, it's gonna go to 10-2 with only 3 rounds remaining. That's a very good score headed to the top 8. Sorry, 2 rounds remaining.
Yeah.
9 plus 6 is 15, so 3 rounds remaining.
3 rounds.
Sometimes, those that
We're working on the map.
yeah. We're working on the map.
Yeah, I have Frank Carsten in the Magic University. Oh, on the map. Yeah, we have Frank Carsten in the university as well for math. So
yeah. He's the math teacher. All right, we've got once again the same mountain, same Arclaw.
At least we have a 1-drop this time.
Yeah, it's basically like that final boss bot that has the same start every game. And you beat it. You can't beat it. Go back to the drawing board, train your cards and come back. I've got my Shards of Alara Mountain into Arclaw every time here. Okay, we see the map token headed to the side. Guess that's gone. We leave a counter. Actually, that Sparkglass Siren now, if it's backed up by another creature, can double block the Arclaw. Thinking about that. Let's see. The Verge adds only blue mana. Oh no, only green mana. So we're able to now, wow, unable to scream a 1-2. Very aggressive.
It creates tempo. Yeah, sure, you want to have the unable to scream to deal with the Nemesis, but this way you're not getting dealt damage early on. So I respect that play.
You respect that play. We see more Arclaw, same hand as before. There's no Bashing Astronaut this time, but we can go for a burn, for a shock on the Spyglass Siren. Ooh, wait.
Still a lizard?
Is that how it works? Let me check the wording.
In addition to its other types, yes, that's how it works. That is actually kind of cute.
Let me see.
So it still dealt 2 damage. Oh no, dealt 1 damage. It doesn't have any abilities, so it just gained the 1 higher claw ability.
Ooh, unable to scream turns, enchant creature loses all abilities and is a toy artifact with base power 0/2 in addition to its other types. Very interesting here. This is not a play that I would have seen, so I'm glad to see the players showcasing, other plays. So Multiverse of Passage, tapped. Starting town here would have been untapped.
That is that's true. Thomas thinking about attacking or not? I kind of like the attack, to be honest.
Maybe as a combat trick to be able to just you attack with Arclaw, you pump it, I block, I play Snakeskin Veil, it's a 3/3 now, you spend 2 mana and your creature died.
Yeah, that's fair. Interesting. Liam also not choosing to play the Burst Lightning there.
Because in that scenario, he has the Burst Lightning for the Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, I suppose, but he could also lure out the Snakeskin Veil, then he knows about it, you know what I mean? But on the you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's fair.
Or he wants to just have prowess on this Emberheart Challenger.
There's a Flood Pit Rounder this time? Alright.
Flood Pit Rounder taps that down, and Arclaw is just a 1/2. We can still attack with a 0/2, though. Let's see. Do you want to trade that for 1 damage, or do you want to trade that for some damage in the block phase? So this is interesting.
I think it's fine to... He has a Witchstalker Frenzy in hand, so you might want to keep that creature around a little bit to have a cheaper Witchstalker. Yeah. I think it's fine to just go Burst Lightning on the Siren and attack with the higher claw.
You would offer to trade Arclaw for the Flood Pit's Drowner. I think so, right? Especially since Thomas can just play land Herboroid, his creatures grow large, and you can't even trade anymore. So, no, he chooses to trade Arclaw for a damage.
Thomas only blocked with Flood Pits. Theoretically, Liam could have just Burst Lightning the Flood Pits there and kept his toy around.
There it is. 4 lands. Finally, we see this card on stream. Herboroid, 4 mana, 1/3. At the beginning of combat, I put a +1/+1 counter equal to the power of the card. I actually, before finally this Burst Lightning comes down. Last Friday, I went to my FNM. As you play FNM, the store owner gives a pack, one of those promo pack, whoever won, and I opened Herboroid in my promo pack. Lucky.
Very nice, very
nice. I didn't own that card, and I wanted to have it for the cube, so now I have it. Now it's in the cube.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And actually, Liam does have the Twisted Fealty in hand here, so he could steal that Ouroboros, but I'm not sure if it actually makes sense to do so, because he doesn't,
not now, but later
he doesn't
on.
force lethal.
But he puts 2 counters on each creatures. Maybe next turn we can put 4 counters on each creature.
You can actually attach the Wicked Roll token even to the Ouroboros, which pumps its power by 1 more. So you could make it a 3/5 this turn, which then would put 3 counters on all his things. But the problem about that is he doesn't have lethal. He's striking in for a good amount, but then his opponent has a gigantic Ouroboros, and so that is probably not the solution he can go for. But he does have the Witchstalker Frenzy, which he can use to deal with this Ouroboros. But yeah,
he just pointed out the Higher Claw, saying, I shouldn't have attacked with a Higher Claw before, because I would have had I mean, exactly what you said. My Witchstalker Frenzy would have been cheaper.
Yeah. Would that have been... I don't think it would have been lethal. He would have had 5...
Oh, it could have been lethal, actually. It's 3 mana, 3 mana Twisted Filthy on Ouroboros, 1 mana kill the Floodpit's Drowner. Ouroboros gives 3 counters on everything, so it's going to be 6.
I think it's 14 damage, 15 or 14.
Plus 5, 11, plus
3,
but also Arc Claw ability.
Yeah, 1 more.
Yeah.
So it's 5 plus 6 plus 3. That's 14.
14, and Thomas is at 18.
Yes.
And 14 is not 18.
That is...
If you follow Frank Karsten lesson at the University of Magic, you'll find that.
All right, so yeah, Liam is deep in the tank. I mean, he's realizing what we're talking through right now, probably himself.
Yeah, actually he's connected with us. He's waiting for us to finish, telling him how to play it. Arc Claw. Ooh, a cheeky damage. What's going to happen to the Hard Claw? Because we can trade with the Floodpit Drowner, or Thomas can block with Ouroboros, but then Lightning Strike can finish it off. Let's see.
He's maybe thinking about, like, if
Thomas
I can...
had no blocks.
Oh, wow, look at this play. So he leaves the Ouroboros around, trying to set up lethal next turn, perhaps. That is a really neat line.
I trust that Liam will find lethal. I complete trust in that person I've never seen before. I will give him the keys of my house, because I think he's going to find its way.
To lethal.
To lethal. 1 mana, 1/2. For now. Combat phase. And Liam says, sure.
I think he has to use the Lightning Strike now on the Floodpit Drowner here.
Yes.
So he gets that Vigilance blocker out of the way, and then hopefully for Liam, the Ouroboros will be attacking. I guess it doesn't matter, to be honest.
Because we're putting 2 counters on everything, so yeah.
Liam just knows what's up.
He's made his plan. 2 and 3. And then does the Ouroboros attack? It must attack, because if you don't block, we attack. That's not true, actually. Now that it's big enough, we can actually block. It's a 4/6.
He can block, but he's got to be thinking about those bigger burn spells, maybe.
And Twisted
Glittering
Filthy.
Bolts.
Exactly the card you're scared of. That's only a 1-off, but they always have it.
And this is perfect too for Liam. He has that 4 mana Witchstalker plus Twisted, so you can get rid of the Pollinator.
This is super lethal if Thomas doesn't have anything.
Yeah, this is definitely lethal.
We go 3 mana, threaten on Ouroboros, put a roll counter on it, put 5 counters on my 3 creatures. Witchstalker Frenzy, the Gene Pollinator, attack for 5, 10, 16.
Such a sweet line here too.
Yeah.
I mean, Thomas still has a card in hand.
Yeah, the card in hand hasn't been revealed, but I mean, if it was a creature would have played, and Thomas just doesn't play basically just any spells.
Yeah.
Sure, it can be a Floodpit's Drowner, but I don't even know, because he could have played a tap of thing and then shuffle, or, you know, response to that Lightning Helix. So I don't even think he has a Floodpit's Drowner.
Maybe a Repulsive Mutation. No.
Nah.
It's not going to be set it in here.
All right.
There you go. Twisted Fealty on the Ouroboros. Thomas is nodding. He doesn't seem happy right now. And now Liam is choosing where to put the roll.
We can put it on the Challenger and trigger it.
Oh yeah.
Or I don't know if that's actually true.
No, that works. That works just like that. Yeah.
I guess we shouldn't have played the land, but whatever. Smallest value in the world. There it is. Wicked Roll. That was very popular back when Grief was dominating Modern. Now I haven't seen that Wicked Roll token in so long.
I think the Ember is actually a must trigger. He cannot ignore that one, but
yeah,
he's probably just too excited right now.
We put 4 counters on every creatures. And we go to combat. And we attack. We do 1 damage with the Arc Claw. Before block. Witchstalker Frenzy. and that is the handshake. Liam Taylor-Collins wins once again in the future match area with Monored defeating the blue-green Urboroid deck, who had a good start, but still died on turn 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you see a little bit of the pitfall of a deck like Simic Ouroboros. You know, when you have a lot of cheap cards, a lot of Mana Elves, Pollinators. You saw that as a late top deck there. These decks are prone to flooding. They're not that great if the singular pieces are being disrupted, like we saw there with some of the removal spells. And hello back.
Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday that the Simic Urboroid deck should play 4 Riddler for exactly this problem, because they always run out of cards, whereas this deck only has 1 Riddler main, 1 Riddler side. So as the format will, you know, evolve, exactly, that's the right word.
A Simic ability.
Simic ability, indeed. A Cloudfiend Raptor, one of my favorite during the Mono Blue Devotion era, but again, different times, simpler times. So the Quantum Riddler it's definitely like a very important piece on the, I think, you know, in the green deck.
Yeah, I think absolutely. All right, sounds like we have an interview ready for you guys, so let's head down there.
Hey everyone, I'm sitting here with Javier Charo, an illustrator and a concept designer whose art is actually on a lot of Magic cards in the Spider-Man set. Javier, how have you been enjoying the event so far?
Hello, I am enjoying a lot, really. It's my first event outside my country, and it's so big, and I am so happy to see all these people and talk to them and how excited they are about the Spider-Man set, so cool. Yeah.
So your art is on Big Lenchmere, Imposter Syndrome, Chameleon Master of Disguise, Web Shooters, Scarlet Spider Ben Riley, and a copy token. And you actually mentioned to me that you also did the art for the Play Booster box that we can see right here.
Yeah, I did also frantic search for the secret lair, but the box was really tricky because it's a big picture, but I love to do it. It's cool.
So how did you get into creating art for Magic?
Well, I really started because I played role-playing games, so I get a lot into fantasy. I knew about Magic, but I was not a player, so I only work as illustrator for role-playing games. I started, and I don't know, it took me like 10 years since I started that they took to contact me and ask me to do some work for them.
Mm-hmm. What does a typical day look like when you work in Magic art?
Well, I think it's very similar to any other work day. Just I don't have a time to wake up. It's like from 7 to 9 usually. And after that, I go to my studio, which is on top of my building. And I start to work. It depends. When I work with them as concept designer, I have like hours that I have to be there, like full time, like 8 hours. But usually when we work with cars, we have a long time, so I divide my time as I want. Maybe I work 4 hours and I rest. Maybe I work something else on the afternoon. Sometimes not. It depends.
How long does it take to go from start to finish on one piece?
Yeah, I think 20 to 40 hours usually, but in the beginning I used to record my time and I stopped doing, so I don't know. I don't really know.
And what's the hardest type of card to get right? Like, is it, spells, creatures, some of the special characters?
Yeah, I think each of us has its difficulties. I especially don't feel so comfortable with spells and effects because you have to do some light effects and everything. For me, it's the difficult part, but I'm trying to get better at it.
Yeah. How would you describe your art in 3 words?
That's also very difficult. But I would like that people say it's dynamic, is badass, or gets not always badass, but get feelings from that. I like that kind of feeling from people. I don't know.
And what do you do, or like how do you recharge if you don't work on art? What else do you do?
I love bouldering. For me, I discover climbing in a gym, and for me, it's the best.
What's the favorite piece of art that you've done before?
Yeah, I think for sure the Buster box.
Spider-Man art for the box.
Yeah, I love
it. It looks really cool. It does look really cool.
Thank you.
So if people want to follow you, follow your work, or buy your art, where should they go?
Yeah, to my website, charroart.com, and there you can find everything.
All right, awesome. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me, and hopefully we're going to see more art from you in the future sets.
I hope so, and thank you very much for having me here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. I'm Filipa, joined by the one, the only Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for round 13 of this event. And we have a lot of Magic to show you. I mean, Simon, the day is flying by once again. If we already had 12 full rounds of Magic, there's 3 more, and then we have a cut to top 8. Of course, that's where the players want to be, because that means that they qualified for the Pro Tour. There's also $50,000 in the prize line, and here we have the players that are doing the best so far. So what can you say here from the standings, Simon?
Yeah, this is a bit of a repeat from yesterday, actually. In round 9, we had Maciej Barwik and Dark Dano, who is Denis Bekiri, playing out for the only undefeated player. They're both at 8-0. And that was a match that Denis Bekiri won. But since then, Denis has picked up a loss, and Maciej has won the first 3 rounds today. So they're now again sitting at the top of the standings, 11-1. Both of these players on Iszet Cauldron. And Larry Tonstrom, once again in 3rd place like he was yesterday. We've seen Liam Tiller-Collins, the Monored player, just win with a beautiful act of treason effect on Ouroboros. That was great to see. Arne Huschenbeth, I believe from Norway, potentially, is playing blue-black mid-range, which is also up here at the top of the standings. And of course, we also saw Patrick Zamatana on the Iszet Prof deck, still doing well. Lucas, yeah, so these are all people at X and 2. And I actually believe that Lucas Jaklovsky is one of our secret names here, back off or combo man. Lucas is one of the old school names from the Pro Tour for a long time ago. I think he recently played in an arena championship and might be a little bit back onto the game. That could be combo man very easily. As we see here, the other points. So the top 10 we saw there, that's all the X2s and better. And here we are getting into the X3s. Not very many draws in this tournament here. Just Marco Camiluzzi with 1 draw. No one is 9-3 or like, yeah. No one else has a draw at the top of the standings there, so we're just looking at the X and 3s. And for the X and 3s, they need to win out now. They need to win 3 rounds in a row. We see Marcio Cavallo, Tony Matos in there as well. And yeah, just winning out gets you to 12-3. It doesn't guarantee a top 8 if you're 12-3. I had to do the math. It seems like one person will get 9th on 12-3 at the end. So for these players, it's win out and then pray that your breakers are good enough.
Yes, I mean, and speaking of good breakers, people from the top of the standings, we are going to watch some of them right here in round 13, starting already with 2 players that are ready. Maciej, that you talked early about, I think playing the Iszet Cauldron deck,
yes.
A very strong one that we've seen throughout the weekend. Another one, Arne, playing Dimir mid-range, which maybe a surprise here in the weekend, doing well, at least commended by Arne. So what do you think here of Maciej's list of Iszet Cauldron?
Yeah, so Maciej is actually a Liverpool local, and you saw him there very briefly in the Chad Magic shirt. So yesterday we saw him play for the 9-0 and surrounded by his teammates, all wearing the same Chad Magic shirt. So really showcase here
community.
Yeah, exactly. The community here of, just the Liverpool area where people are showing up and competing. And Maciej, for him, this is a win and in for top 8. I believe that if he wins this round, he's guaranteed to make it. He still has a couple more rounds to try and get there. But
it would be good to just have it done right now, and then you just have to wait a bit and you'll get it, and you know that the next rounds are going to be fine. I mean, it's not easy to be the best player, or at least top of the standings with this deck, because there are so many other players that are playing VV Cauldron deck. And yeah, playing against Dimir mid-range, I believe Dimir mid-range expecting to encounter a lot of these VV decks throughout the weekend, and beating Maciej, it will not not be an easy one. I think Arne was 5th on standings with the Dimir mid-range. So what would it mean for him to win this game, Simon?
Yeah, so for Arne, I believe that like this will not. He's X2, so this is a pair up. Of course, Marche and Dark Dino, Dennis Bakiri, were they played yesterday. So even though they're the only 2 undefeateds, they can't play again today. So that's why they're both paired down. And here we see Arne here, who's playing that Dimir mid-range deck. So if he wins, he puts himself in a spot where he has to win one of the next 2 rounds to get in at his X2 record. But if he loses this round, well, he'll have to toughen up and win the last 2 to get that coveted top 8 spot and Pro Tour in white. Here we see the deck list here, and once again, just like we saw from Sam Rolfe earlier, it has a bunch of one-offs in this list. We saw from Sam that there was a maximized number of Azure Beastbinder and Strategic Betrayal to try and tag the Cauldron, whereas on this deck is a little bit more flexible and has some cards that are stronger in other matchups, like more copies of Shoot the Sheriff, Long Goodbye, and Stab in his deck. There's also the 1 copy of Elegy Acolyte from Edge of Eternity, which I want to highlight. A card that has shown up again and again in the feature match area in this tournament, and not one that, you know, wasn't really on my radar to see play in Constructed, but given how good it was in Draft, you know, typically if a card is broken in Draft, it's also going to see play in Standard.
Yeah, I mean, great card, also lifelink. It starts drawing you cards, making you tokens. Pretty good one. This deck, as you said, a lot of one-offs. Tishana's Tidebinder being one of them as well, that we see be very good throughout the weekend. 2 Azure Beastbinders, also a card that I hadn't seen a lot before, but now in this Dimir deck really shining as well. And looks like the players are ready here to start this round 13. After this round, there's 2 more rounds, and then the cut to top 8, where the magic happens, and one of the players will get the exclusive trophy of this tournament.
Oh, yes.
Do you know that it has real gold, Simon?
I do know, and it's heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it's heavy, it has gold, it's very unique. It's going to be a sort of after item for sure for collectors, not only of Spider-Man, but...
Yeah, of cool stuff. And yeah, one of these players will have that on their shelf. Maybe need a reinforced trophy shelf to even hold it. Even though it's small, it is sturdy. As these players are gearing up, and seems like they're about ready here after a mulligan from each player.
I mean, fair enough. Both mulligan. At least it's not just one of them. I don't like when one keeps 7 cards, the other one has to move to 5. It just feels so bad.
And so Marche here, we do showcase from Poland, but lives in Liverpool, originally from Poland. And Arne, as I mentioned, from Norway. So another Scandinavian country being represented here. We haven't seen any Danes in the feature match area, but that's okay, because my Scandinavian friends are showing up in other matchup. Lauritz Hornström, Matthias Jordstad, etc. As we see the Cecil come down on turn 1, and just a prof for Marche, but of course that means that his next turn can be very explosive, getting lots of counters.
This Dimir deck, if unchecked, just has the potential to draw so many cards to do Enduring Curiosity, and Arne already doing exactly what it's needed with it, which is curving out creatures, not attacking here with Cecil.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So, yeah, so Arne just decided not to attack with the Cecil at all.
Maybe to not lose life?
Yeah, potentially to keep his life total higher. Maybe his plan in the matchup is to just try and control as much as possible, and he has found in testing that Cecil is a bit of a liability for just like the life points you lose make it harder for you to stabilize in certain positions, and that you'd rather just make sure to trade it off. So treating the Cecil as a defender, that's a very possible thing that could have
yeah, I mean,
could have occurred during testing. And it's very interesting to see if that is indeed the case.
I mean, both players would just lose 2 life, so in this case, ooh, Strategic Betrayal, great card there, taking care of the Scholar, and now let's see if Arne decides to attack. There's the ability as well of the Beastbinder.
Okay, yeah, so now the Cecil attacks. The Beastbinder can't target anything because it can't target the Proft. But yeah, the Strategic Betrayal taking care of that Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. That was a quite good use of the one-off Strategic Betrayal in Arne's main deck.
Yeah, I mean, that card is absolutely insane against decks that try to optimize the graveyard. Here, Agatha Soul Cauldron is played. Now, then the Beastbinder can target the Agatha Cauldron because it's an artifact, right?
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, that's actually the beauty of the way that Sam Rolfe built his deck earlier, and we see the same pieces here, which is Strategic Betrayal and Beastbinder, kind of providing this awkward lock to the Cauldron thing. So, if you want to play around Strategic Betrayal, you put the Cauldron in play first, and then put Vivi in graveyard on your turn. Whereas, if you want to play around the Beastbinder, you have to hold your Cauldron. So they kind of play well with each other. And something else that plays well is this Kaito here coming in, bouncing that Cecil, which is no longer dealing damage to Arne, and now Machi losing life here, and we get to activate the ability of Kaito.
Servile to draw a card. I think a land was not played yet, potentially. So here...
Yeah, could be trying to dig for a black source so that you can play the Cecil right now, but just decides to keep both of these cards, and that is indeed a Soulstone Sanctuary. So no Cecil this turn, but still secures the land drop for the turn, deciding not to get greedy, and I do commend that from Arne here.
Yeah, playing very patiently, and now let's see what Massier can do. No graveyard is available to take advantage of that Agatha Cauldron.
3 lands and an Into the Floodmaw in hand. So this Cauldron deck is not really firing on anything.
Yeah, I mean, Massier is the one that is into the Floodmaw.
Because he's flooding?
Yes, it was bad. Okay, I have to work on my puns, okay, Simon?
No, I appreciate it a lot. So that was the perfect response to a pun is like usually is like a cringe.
Yes,
and,
yes. You guys couldn't see the judgment face on Simon.
You can't see my toes right now, but they're completely curled up inside my shoes.
Yes. And the face of judgment is there. I feel it.
So now the Beastbinder attacked and removed the ability from the Cauldron. Doesn't turn it into a 2/2, but it's just a blank artifact. As the Kaito now swerves in, and another Surveil, another card drawn, and that was another Sanctuary as well. So that's a lot of pressure here from Arne, who has just so much stuff as a Preacher of the Schism comes down. That's a card we thought might have been, not seeing too much play in Standard, but here it is at 10-2 in this tournament, still alive and kicking. And the 2/4 Death Touch body, perfect for protecting your Kaito against that Soulstone.
Yeah, very good card. Can start to get some advantage as well. There's Restless Reef in Arne's lands, also Soulstone Sanctuary. Good to be aware of these lands.
There's more lands that are creature lands than not. So.
I mean, that's standard for you. I actually do like that about... I like man lands, to be honest.
Yeah, they're nice. They just give like more options to players.
Absolutely.
And of course, Machier will have to expect that there's some sort of 2-mana play available here, since the Cecil once again didn't come down, and might even be expecting a Flood Pitch Drowner. But the issue is that he has so little stuff going on that he just has to hope that it's just something like a quench type effect, like that like he can kind of pay for here, and it's not going to be that problematic. But instead, it is a Flood Pitch Drowner to lock down that Sanctuary and protect the Kaito for yet another turn.
Passing the turn here.
And Mache at 9 life here, so we're very close to lethal. If Kaito just locks down the Vivi and a manland is animated, that is indeed lethal damage being sent over. So Arne can choose to go for that.
Go for the throat.
Oh, yes, indeed.
That card would be good in Standard right now.
Yeah, it would be about as good as Shoot the Sheriff. I can actually kill a Hired Claw, so...
Yes.
Shoot
the Sheriff. Like, you know, when you play Shoot the Sheriff, you have a way to discover that there's some outlaws that you didn't know were outlaws.
Yes, exactly.
And they're just using the ability of the Flood Pit to shuffle that Soulstone Sanctuary back in the deck.
Okay, so here we see Arne not go for lethal. And I think the reason is that Machi's draw is so bad that Arne thinks it can't possibly just be 2 lands in hand. There must be a second Floodmaw. And that's why if you don't go for lethal here and don't remove anything, it might be worse for you. So instead, he's going to try and just control the board, use the Flood Pitch Drowner to get rid of this Soulstone Sanctuary completely, and make sure there's as few creatures as possible on Machi's side of the board, which means that if the Vivi dies and the Cauldron gets activated, etc., then you're... then there's like fewer creatures to combo on and generate more mana.
Yeah, let's see here what Arne decides to do. Kaito with 4 loyalty counters right now. Okay, starting with the strategic betrayal. There's only one creature to remove. That's Vivi. Luckily, it gets exiled, so Iszet Cauldron cannot get the ability.
And I always love to see the Kaito emblem here, buffing all ninjas. That includes Kaito himself and also the Soulstone Sanctuary. And yeah, the Beastbinder here going to turn off the Cauldron once again. And that's... Wait, so that's another strategic betrayal? So I guess I was wrong when I said there was only one. Yeah, there is indeed 2 copies of Strategic Betrayal in this list. Okay, so yeah, that was both of them drawn here, and yeah, that's just perfect here as Machier floods out with just 3 lands in hand, and the power of Kaito propels Arne to be 1 win away from taking this match and putting himself in a good position to try and make top 8 in the next couple rounds. So yeah, that's not what should be at Arne's mind right now. The only thing that should be on his mind is how do I sideboard?
Exactly, auto sideboard here against the Iszet, and I'm sure that's a question that Arne made many times before. We see that Tishana's Tidebinder, there's a lot of removal, a Deadly Cover-Up, and not a Kaito as well, but it's a different one, right? Or it's the same? It's the same Kaito.
That's the same one, yeah.
Same Kaito. We have the 0-point ballad, board wipe, Strategic Betrayal, another one. We saw those being very good, Simon. Does the third enter?
Yes, I think Strategic Betrayal is really good. I think the 2 copies of Annul are great. They counter Prof, Fear of Missing Out, and Cauldron. And I also think the Tidebinder is going to be quite important. You can remove the abilities from a Vivi or from a Cauldron. So that's another way you can interact with the combo. And I wonder if all this combo interaction is going to force Machier to board lower on the combo pieces and try to like shave some copies of Vivi, shave some copies of Soul Cauldron, and just try to rely more on the Prof's Eidetic Memory had just card advantage part of his deck. He does play 3 Quantum Riddlers with a 4th one in his sideboard.
Yeah, and we are taking a look again here at this sideboard. And Simon, which one of these players are you rooting for?
I'm obviously rooting for the Norwegian, and I'm also rooting for the non-Vivi player. That's just so that like happens to line up. It's very lucky for me, I would say. I'm not as conflicted. It's also the sort of thing where like it's easier to root for the person who has more losses, because if Machier loses this round, it's not that bad, because he still has he still has 2 more chances to get into the top 8, whereas for Arne it's a lot more dicey to lose this round, because then you really put yourself with your back against the wall, having to win out.
Let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for? And to see if it's the same as Simon here or a different choice.
Who are you rooting for?
Well, I'm rooting for a good game of Magic. I put you on the spot and then I give the politically correct answer, Simon. No, I mean, I'm going to root for the Vivi player.
I'm rooting for a bad game of Magic, okay? I want to see one player mulligan to 5 and not hit the second land drop. Okay, there you have it, chat.
Wow.
Yeah. I want to get this over with, and so we can see our sweet backup match.
Somebody's going to clip this, Simon, this exact moment.
Dylan Simon has entered the arena.
Yes, mode activated. You couldn't get Shoot the Sheriff because you were not low.
That's exactly true, yeah. I'm just trying to be as much of a menace as I can be so that I cannot be blocked by one creature.
Okay, that was also good. Simon also with the puns on spot. And as a reminder, we have 15 rounds of Magic here today, and then a cut to top 8. Right now, this is round 13. Players really want to make the top 8 to qualify for the Pro Tour. There's $50,000 on stake here for our players this weekend. We are in Liverpool. The format is standard best of 3. And our players are having a lot of fun. I think we had like 140 players day 2.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. And with a foil promo of the Amazing Spider-Man for the top 128, it means even the people who made day 2 and haven't had that good of a day, they're still fighting for something. Because there's going to be 12 people making day 2 not getting that juicy foil promo that's only 128 exists in Europe, at least. And there's probably also the 128 from last weekend, yeah.
Still a very unique card to have.
Very
so players
promo.
Want absolutely. And let us know, Twitch chat, where, and YouTube chat, because we also are on YouTube, where you are watching from. I'm always curious to see. Good morning, good night, good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the Magic. In 3 weeks, we are going to have the regional championship in Antwerp. The format is modern, so we expect you to also be here to make us company there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And players deciding here whether to mull or keep. Looks like our Iszet player is taking a mulligan.
Yeah, and
both
Arne
players
here with the what's it called? The empathy mulligan. You know, mulliganing as well just to keep Maché company. Shouldn't be the only one shuffling his deck, and that's, you know, great sportsmanship. Honestly, you know, when the opponent mulligans, I think you should mulligan as well.
Yeah, I mean, very, very good. Learn from Simon Nielsen. If your opponent mulligans, even if you have the combo in hand, you should mulligan too, because that's the nice thing to do.
The solidarity mulligan.
Yes, and both players here taking the mulligan. As a reminder, we did have Dimir beat the first game, and this is game number 2. So let's see who can take this game, or if we are going to have a game 3 in case.
Oh yeah, you love your game 3s.
Yeah, I do like the game 3s, because then both players can rewatch the VOD and see them themselves on camera win, you know, which is very nice. Okay, looks like players here are deciding whether to keep or mull. Deciding to keep, I guess. Here, Maciej putting one card on the bottom. We see removal there, so a torch the tower. There's a Marauding Mako turn 1. We know that card can get scary. On the other side, we see Tishana's Tidebinder, the Flood Pits Drowner, a couple of lands, and a stab right away, taking care of that Marauding Mako. There's a Quantum Riddler as well from Maciej's side, but going for the Proft right now and drawing a card.
Well, that's a stab is looking very nice right there. And whoop, that's a bit of a time skip. Okay, so no spoilers. Yep. Okay, I guess. I guess that's one way to avoid watching Iszet Cauldron win, is that we can just skip through the entire thing.
I honestly, you know what? I thought that Teferi was not legally standard, but it looks like we have some time traveler there.
Okay, you know what? I got exactly what I wished for, right? We got to skip through this match as quickly as possible. Okay, so we'll see with production if we actually should view the match, or if because it's been spoiled, like maybe we just like move on. But it depends a little bit on the time we have. All right, so it sounds like we are going to continue right away from where we left off. So no spoilers, you haven't seen anything.
Don't go back, don't rewind. Yes. We have some goblins there eating the cables, doing some time traveleries. The fairy may be here on the stage with us. And yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. I actually didn't spoil myself. Did you, Simon?
Didn't see it?
No, I didn't. I just saw stuff starting to get super fast.
Okay. Well, yeah, I will not spoil anything then either. But yeah, let's see how this game goes, as we are back where we were with the Mako just being killed by the stab. Apparently, stab causes glitches.
Maybe that's how Andrea Mengucci sometimes is able to predict the next card.
Right. Yeah, he can just.
You can pull off a Mengucci prediction now.
Maybe he's like the Flash, who could just very quickly run out and see what happens in the feature match area and run back, where they're a little bit ahead of us. Yeah, that would be one good way to seem like you can predict the future, where in fact you're just so fast that no one notices you're gone.
Flash. Okay, so we do have that Quantum Riddler. There's a Phantom Interference on the other side, countering the spell.
Oh yeah, I love getting to counter the warp part of Riddler, because then you kind of deny the card draw immediately and the card draw later. That is, even though of course, they don't get to spend, you don't force the opponent to spend the mana later. It is just nice to have it gone and not have to think about it. And so here we see Enduring Curiosity going into the graveyard for Arne, and I wonder if that means he's missing a 4th land potentially, or maybe he just has another Curiosity, because that is one of the better cards in his deck. There is also a chance actually that he is surveilling it away because the Proft is in play, which means Torch the Tower is active to be bargained and deal 3 damage to the Curiosity and exile it. So it's actually very possible that he determines that in this position, the Curiosity is not actually a premium threat, and that's why he doesn't care too much for it. But also he's missing a 4th land drop, it seems.
Okay, Flood Pits Drowner here, not able to stun anything, but still a 2/1 that can start attacking. There's another Enduring Curiosity, so it's like, you didn't want me? Well.
Truly is Schrödinger's cat right here. It's both in your graveyard and on top of your library at the same time. As the Drowner comes in here for 2, and another pass from Arne, who's sitting on that Tishana's Tidebinder, which could potentially counter something like a Prof trigger or a card draw trigger from a Steam Core Scholar, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and 3 mana open from Arne's sides now. Maciej playing that fear of missing out. Let's see if it does resolve.
Yeah, it is interesting. There's a black card in Arne's hand, which... oh, that's a Preacher of Schism that he did not decide to play out on this turn. I think that's a very interesting decision. Instead, relying on the ability to counter the trigger from Prof. You could also counter the ETB trigger from Fear of Missing Out, but if there's then a second Fear or a Quantum Riddler, you get super punished. Whereas this way, whereas this way he didn't actually counter the trigger from Prof and just decides to do nothing instead. So I wonder if he had something very, very specific in mind for that Tidebinder, but ended up time walking himself as a result of that. So I guess, you know, Teferi is showing up after all, also in the match here.
I think Teferi was a bit jealous of how much Kaido shined on game 1 and didn't want to show that again. So we do have there the Torch, the tower here. And bye-bye, Flood Pit Drowner. Now there's 4 mana open on Arne's side. We know there's a Tishanas Tidebinder. We know there's the Enduring Curiosity. There's a Spyglass Siren as well in hand. On the other side, there's a Vivi on the grave, and there's Agatha Soul Cauldron. So this has to be scary.
Yeah, so this is what the Tidebinder is here for. It is to counter the triggered ability. Pump fake. To counter the triggered ability from, or the activated ability even from the Cauldron. And once you do that, the Tidebinder will then remove all the abilities from Cauldron. So this is an interesting sequencing. I actually think you're supposed to... No, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether you counter this or the triggered ability that puts a counter from the Soul Cauldron, but this way you force Maciej to next turn have to exile the Vivi once again. So yeah, there is an Abrade though, so this Tidebinder can be answered as it sits. And I wonder if Arne is now just going to develop onto the board with that Siren Storm Tamer and this Preacher, now that the Tidebinder has done its thing.
Yeah, the Spyglass Siren is definitely a very good card to play here. Just 1 mana and then enables the Kaido Ninjutsu very easily in the following turns. But 3 mana, the Preacher is now on the board as well. And it looks like there's an Abrade for that Tishanas Tidebinder. And the fact that the Preacher also kind of escapes from that Abrade is pretty nice.
Yeah, that is nice, but the Tidebinder, I think, was the most premium target here, because with the Winter Night Stories in the graveyard and the Winter Night Stories in hand, as well as that Cauldron ready to go with Vivi here, there's so much mana to be generated right now for Maciej. And even pretty big attack here if you can enter the Floodmaw, the Preacher, after having drawn all these cards. It's actually very possible that this Fear of Missing Out could be attacking for potentially lethal this turn if you can clear both blockers.
Let's see here what Maciej, our player that is 11-1. That's very difficult to achieve in a tournament.
Yes, it is indeed. It does need to... No, I think it actually has... Yeah, it does have Delirium on the go. And then the Cauldron can make the Fear of Missing Out create 4 mana. So that's enough to play the second Fear and the Abrade and also the Into the Floodmaw. So that will mean the... this Fear will get 4 counters from Prof on the first attack, so it'll attack for 8, and then the second attack, it'll attack for 12. So yeah, that is exactly 20 damage coming this turn from the Fear of Missing Out. We just need to make sure to discard the right cards to this Winter Night Stories to make it all work.
Okay, let's see here.
Oh, discards the Into the Floodmaw. Okay, so this means there's not gonna be lethal this turn, unless there was a second one in hand that I missed.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's
only red cards.
Bolt. Okay, so... The problem is that the Obliterating Bolt is 1 more mana expensive, so you actually don't have quite enough mana to do everything here. Though it still might be fine here for Maciej. I guess the other issue is that he would have to discard one of these cards to this Fear of Missing Out. So yeah, discards the Abrade.
Now puts the counters from the Profs.
Yeah, so we're not going to see exactly lethal this turn now, but we are going to exile that, Preacher of the Schism, and still, have the double prof trigger here off the fear of missing out. The first one here, I assume, will attack for 8, and then you put 4 counters on the second one on the other attack step. So you lose a little bit of damage, but you create 2 big threats, rather.
Oof. This fear of missing out is insane. I really like this card.
Yeah, the combo with Brit Prof, we've seen it time and time again, and it is just so impressive.
It's going to be such a big attack. And Arne only has that little spyglass.
So yeah,
and you never block the first one, right? You never block the first
Yeah, you
attack.
might as well wait until the second time. And yeah, Magia can go to force the Spyglass Siren to block, and maybe that is actually better than developing your threats. But I think it is just totally fine to get this one out of range of anything. And yeah, just
still
like
blocked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's still a block here. I mean, Arne didn't, really need to. He could go to 2 life, but
What miracle does Arne need to get out of this situation?
Oh, right. There's also the whole thing with the other fear, of course, is now going to produce mana. So this is this is producing 6 mana, spending 1 of them to harmonize out this Winter Night Stories and continuing the turn, as we now see a Mako being picked up. And that one can be played, and then the other Winter Night Stories can be played from the graveyard, giving counters to the Mako, which can then create mana, and so on. This is the beautiful, beautiful combo of this deck that is just able to go so long.
It never ends on, it keeps giving and giving and giving.
I'm really curious if people would have figured this out if PV, because Paolo Vito Davandarosa is the inventor of this deck. At Pro Tour Final Fantasy, he was the only player to figure out that if you put Agatha's Soul Cauldron and Vivi together in this blue-red prof shell, people had tried it in other shells, but in this blue-red prof shell, it is so efficient and impressive. He did well at that Pro Tour, and then, come this season, especially after the bans, when none of the cards from this deck were hit, well, it really took off into this format. And yeah, that's just a deck building genius of one of our best players of all time.
World champion.
I think personally, Paulo is the best player of all time.
I mean, I cannot disagree with you. Paulo is an amazing player from Brazil, won World Championship as 1 card after him, and I'm sure someone that you've been looking up to for the past years, Simon.
Oh, absolutely. It was such an honor to get to work with him for a few PTs as well, back during the COVID era, and yeah, very nice to see him return to the Pro Tour, once in a while, still using that Hall of Fame invite. Always happy to see him out there competing.
I've heard also amazing person, very good sports player, so I've heard only good things. And Simon, you said that he invented this deck. Did you ever invent the deck, like throughout your Magic history? There's like a deck that you're like, oh yeah, it was because of me that people started playing this deck.
I don't know if people started playing it. When I played the one arena championship I did in Historic, I built a Reanimator deck with Atraxa, where that had like a lot of cool things, but the main thing, there was like the card that there was a new card that was just printed where like end of turn you discarded a card from your hand and then you choose higher or lower.
Is it the alchemy card?
Yeah, it's one of the alchemy cards.
Yeah, the 3/1 that then even
it's a 3-mana 3/3, I believe.
Yeah, no, then it got downgraded
to a 3/1. So yeah, something. Yes. Yeah. Anyways, the whole point was that you used it with on burial rights so that you could discard the burial rights to go for an Atraxa. Guaranteed, and then next turn discard the Atraxa to reanimate it with the Unburial Rights. And that's the deck that my team and I played for that Arena Championship, with me getting 9th, if I remember correctly.
Oh, wow.
I lost the last 3 rounds to miss.
Oh, wow. Do you have a lot of 9th places, or?
No, actually I don't. Yeah, I think I have way more top 8s than top 16s, like way more, which I'm not sure if that's like just... it probably has to do with like, fortunate luck distribution in the last few rounds. And I also think it's possible it has something to do with like it just being like able to keep my head together in those high pressure situations. I tend to do better in the later rounds rather than the early rounds.
Oh wow! Usually people are sometimes the opposite. You start really well and then like you get a loss and you just feel I broke my streak. It's going to be loss after another, and you just end up missing.
I always like envision myself as in like, okay, I'm gonna make top 8. What do I need? 12-3. Okay, once I got my 3rd loss, it's like, yeah, that's when I was meant to get my 3 losses. That was in rounds 1, 5, and 7. So now we just play on. The rest of them are gonna be wins.
Oh wow!
And then sometimes it happens.
That's honestly very inspiring because. I don't know, I start to feel like, oh, I already had a loss so early on. There's no hope left. but you just keep on playing one game at a time. Did you ever like went from 0-3 to like a very good score? Like
I had a world championship where I started 1-2 in the draft, and then I won the next 9 matches and got into top 8. So that was good. I think that was my best one. I haven't done the 0-3 quite yet.
It's on the bucket list, maybe on your goals for 2026.
Yeah, maybe a goal for 2026 is to 0-3 a PT draft.
Okay, so
and that's it.
We do have a mana here for Marauding Mako. Someone is saying in chat, Simon, there's a Sleepy Simon meme, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think that's a real thing. I think I play worse in the earlier rounds because it's early.
Makes sense.
And I'm not a morning person. So here we see the Spyglass Siren come on in, get a map token, and maybe the map is used right away to see if this 1-drop can outgrow the other 1-drop. But no, it's just a tapped Water Grave. Once again, deciding to prioritize his life total rather than tempo development. And we'll see if that pays
and you
off
know
for
what?
him.
These small strategies that players would do different maybe is one of those things that why Arne is here the only Dimir mid-range player at 10-2. And others didn't quite make it.
And now we see here the torch the tower. So the Marauding Mako does not want to engage in this fight at all to see which 1-drop can get bigger. Just getting rid of the Siren altogether right now. And here's another tap line here, Multiversal Passage. Let's see how Mache determines the color of this one. Maybe it's the basic land strat we've seen from other people. No, it is with the Infinity Token effect here as... making sure to put the land away, Multiversal Passage, so you don't think you have 3 lands in play.
Yeah, I like this. 2 mana now. We might see Profts here. There's actually 2. There's Iszet Cauldron as well. There's still a land in hand as well, so Maciej will have access to 3 lands.
Yeah, so can be efficient here and just play out the Steam Core Scholar. That is the most mana-efficient play. But it's also the play that doesn't leverage your hand as well. If you play the Proft first and then play the Steam Core Scholar, it's going to be much more impressive. I'm really curious as to why Maciej decided to get rid of that Spyglass Siren rather than play Proft last turn. And I think the answer is Kaito.
Oh, okay, I like that.
And so actually we do see Kaito in Odin's hand. So that's Maciej being quite aware of that and deciding to delay his own development to make sure to not get hit by Kaito. But it was only in vain as Kaito comes down anyways.
And honestly, Tishanatide Banner, a pretty good card to return to hand, right?
Oh yes, indeed. When it came in here, like it doesn't remove the abilities from Proft. So it was just a value card here and that's the perfect time to return it. Able to counter something later and potentially remove abilities as well. So let's see here what the Kaito will do. Because it can lock down the Mako, or he can draw cards. And I wonder if he's missing a land drop here, and that's why he was thinking about... Yeah, he is missing a land drop. So that's the question. Do you risk your Kaito dying to something like a Steam Core Scholar that'll grow the Mako to big enough? Instead Arne accepts to lose a land drop here, just to make sure that the Kaito sticks around for another turn. I do like that play. You can then draw next turn. It is so likely that Maciej will be able to get the Marauding Mako up to enough size.
And let's see here what Maciej wants to do. 2 cards drawn from the Scholar, but we also need to discard now.
So discarding 2 cards. So once again, that's 2 counters on Mako, and the Prof can then trigger targeting Scholar or Mako, whichever one you choose. I actually do like targeting the Scholar here because then you get a 4/4 blocker for the 3/4 Kaito, forcing Kaito to either +1 or use the map on it or use a removal. Like there's obviously a lot of ways to break through it, but Arne can't just start his turn attacking with Kaito using the draw ability and see what happens.
Yeah. Maybe you'll be able to find something that you really need.
Right, that's a starting town, and yeah, we are no longer at the start of the game, so that'll be a tapped land right now.
That's tough.
And long goodbye on that.
Okay.
Yeah, on that Steam Core Scholar. Bye-bye, says Kaito here, and pluses right now. So doesn't care about the draws, just wants to get as much damage in as possible. I love to see when players make this play.
I think you can also draw only if the opponent lost life this turn.
Yeah, but you could attack with Kaito first and then activate his draw.
True.
Yeah, but instead Arne is just relying on this Kaito to get through. Also, buffing it right now means that if next turn there's another Steam Core Scholar, you can actually attack through it. Interesting, by the way, from Maciej's list here, does not feature any Duelist of the Mind, which we've seen in every single other other Vivi list. So just playing more copies of Steam Core Scholar, maximizing on the Vivi combo, and also maximizing on number of Marauding Mako.
And working well so far. So maybe Nathan's Toyer Duelist of the Mind.
Is there a Vivi here to discard to this fear of missing out? There is not. Discarding a Proft, triggering the Mako again. And just putting one single count on that fear. But yeah, now the Kaito is at 4 power, so it can attack through that fear of missing out. The question is...
Another tapped land here.
Right. Yeah, so the question is, do you play your removal spells here? Actually, the tap land is kind of punishing, because I do believe there's a bit of Triumph and the Tishana's Tidebinder in hand, but you cannot do both here. You can use the Kaito to tap down the fear of missing out or the Mako once again, which I... could imagine would actually be the play here. Yeah, so you get rid of the fear of missing out. That's the most scary card. You don't want to leave that one alive. You tap down the Mako and then attack for 4 once again. Maybe even use the map token here. But no, I think Arne has maybe other plans for these other 2 mana. No, I actually think he does not have other plans. So he's just bluffing here. Not using the map token, just to bluff a 2 mana interaction piece.
I like these. And I mean, Kaito being very aggressive, but also slowing down your opponent. Pretty good card. 2 mana, we are going to see another Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, so the hits keep coming though, and Kaito can't keep tapping down everything. As now we see Riddler getting discarded. That is a big tell. Does that mean there's a second Riddler in hand? No, it just means there's even another Fear of Missing Out. And Mache is just looking for that Vivi here to try and discard and make his combo work. Discarding a mountain, drawing another card, and that means the Mako is getting bigger, but it's been tapped out for, completely stunned out of the match. And now we have 2 counters from the Cauldron going on to one of these fears. And actually, the Kaito can plus again to force a double block from the 2 fears. Which is going to be, it's going to be 6 power on the Kaito. So the double block would actually work unless the map token reveals a spell, pushing the Kaito to 7 toughness. So that's an interesting dynamic.
Yes, and this is not going to be easy here for Arne. Maciej at 9 life. That Kaito is a +1/+1 because it's a ninja. So attacking for 4, right?
Attacking for 4 indeed. Yeah, and no piece of interaction drawn here. There's still that Winter Night Stories in Maciej's graveyard. So actually 2 copies of Winter Night, not just 1. Yeah, it would be very easy to fool in a game of Where's the Ball. Because Maciej just had to move around the Winter Night Stories, and I thought there were 2 of them. Now we have to see how Arne decides to play out this specific turn. Could start on the map token, as I mentioned. If the Kaito gets an extra point of power, you could plus it and force it through the blockers. But even the Kaito attacking for 6 here is not that problematic for Maciej. He can just take the damage and then use these fears to go through the Kaito. But right now, if the map isn't used, it's kind of juicy to line up a double block. Because Arne didn't use a removal spell end of turn, so he probably doesn't have an instant speed removal to punish a double block here.
So, considering what to do, there's also that Restless Reef, which is a 4/4 death touch, but it does require a lot of mana to be activated.
Yeah, I don't quite think Arne can do that. The mana has been quite awkward for him this game. A lot of unspent mana every turn and tap lands going in late. The Tishana's Tidebinder that was bounced. Okay, that is a counter there onto the Kaito. And now you know... Oh, okay, actually putting in Graveyard. Because otherwise you would actually know that the Kaito... that if you play the Enduring Curiosity, you would get a trigger to draw a card and draw into that Spyglass Siren.
Oh yeah, and then
which
you
would then be a
it.
secondary blocker.
Attacking here with the Kaito, and it looks like Maciej deciding whether to block that or not.
And it's gonna be interesting here. Oh, can actually use the Agatha's Soul Cauldron to put a counter on the Fear of Missing Out and can still do the double block. So yeah, does that right here. Just see if it resolves. And this is where Arne has to use the Tishana's Tidebinder to stop that trigger from happening. If you don't do that here, then Maciej can double block. No, I think Arne missed that opportunity, maybe too focused on getting that Enduring Curiosity in play.
Yeah, maybe putting that Spyglass on top could have been potentially better.
No, actually, I think
Simon?
the Spyglass on top wouldn't matter right now. I completely missed the Cauldron interaction here, which forces you to use the Tidebinder. So I do actually like putting that one away, because Machi could just have exiled a creature from his own graveyard, if need be. But yeah, the issue is here. Now the Kaito is dead. There's still a fear of missing out in play, and the Cauldron is still alive and kicking, plus that Winter Night Stories to draw more cards. This is not looking too great for Arne anymore. Kaito has been defeated.
Kaito, Bane of Nightmares.
And I wonder now if the Winter Night Stories plus Fear of Missing Out, plus a counter from the Cauldron, is that going to be lethal right here?
Arne is at 16 life. Looks like we are getting that Winter Night Stories, drawing cards.
I guess it's not going to be lethal because you can always counter the attack trigger from Winter Night Stories with your Tishana's Tidebinder. But otherwise, yeah, I believe it probably would have been lethal. That would be 7 and then 10. Yeah, it would be 17 damage that the Fear of Missing Out is attacking for.
Oh, okay. Putting some counters because of the discarding there. That Marauding Mako is getting pretty big.
Yeah, it hasn't done anything.
But it's been just spent all game.
That's kind of funny, yeah.
And he's an outlaw, did you know?
Wait, what?
He cannot be shoot the sheriff. I'm joking.
Oh, because he's a pirate.
It's a pirate, right?
Yeah,
it's
you're right.
Outlaw.
Yeah. Fish pirate, I believe.
It's a shark pirate.
Shark, oh, shark, right. Sharks are not fish, I'm sorry. How could I forget my biology? Yeah, so this is Magic going in tank here. So if, Arne can't really, if Arne relies on the Restless Reef to try and stop this this Fear of Missing Out. Oh, actually, you can untap the Mako instead. That is more damage. And yeah, we do see here the Tishana's Tidebinder. Okay, it's going to counter that, so that's fair. Losing all ability is a Fear of Missing Out, so you can take the 6 here, and you don't have to worry about that later. But there's a lot of other things you have to worry about, because that's a lot of counters on those things. You don't have that many answers to them available. Once again, Arne here. Ending up not using the 2 mana here as well. I wonder if the amount of mana that Arne has wasted on tap lands and not spending mana has been, in the like at tenfold or something in this game. It might actually be at that point, and that's a deadly sentence when you play these board presence centered matchups where mana advantage and tempo gain is the key.
Speaking of a deadly sentence, I feel like Deadly Cover-Up would be a good card here, but I don't think that Arne runs Deadly Cover-Ups.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. You even have exactly 6 in your graveyard to
collect
that evidence as well. Yeah, but I'm not even sure it would be that good, because again, Machi just has your 2 non-creature permanents, gets to untap and reload potentially. So it would be an answer for right now, and certainly the stuff that is needed. As we now see the Enduring Curiosity come down, but that is
there's into the Flood Maw.
Just bounce the Curiosity. And now you have so many lethal threats here. What is the answer? Oh, there's a counter spell. Okay, so the Curiosity gets to stay around. Draw a card from the Sidebinder. You can chump block here with the Curiosity and stay alive. If Machi has actual nothing, maybe the Manland plus the Sidebinder will be enough to finish the game. But that's not a braid to kill the blocker. And we are back where we were before. See the second Spider-Man logo hit Machi's side of the board. And that is Machi getting to 12-1. Impressive record and locking up the top 8 here at Spotlight Spider-Man. What an impressive performance for the Liverpool local from Team Chad Magic.
Good game here. I was very impressed, but I also have to say I really like the Dimir mid-range deck.
Look how excited he looks there. I guess immediately goes and texts his entire family.
Yes, all the friends. I made it. I'm in the top 8. I qualified for the Pro Tour.
Qualified for the Pro Tour, indeed.
So we will see him at Pro Tour.
I'll see him at the Pro Tour in Richmond. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, indeed. Yeah, that's
I'm excited for Lorwyn.
Yeah, man, that set is gonna be such a nice, breath of fresh air, like something, returning to a set that I love, despite it not being out when I started playing Magic, and yeah, it's just got a bunch of it's just such a weird plane that we haven't visited again. I love weird.
Do you think we'll have?
That's why I like you so much.
You didn't need to do that.
Wait, what did I?
Come on, Simon. I was just going to ask if we were going to have a bitter blossom in Lorwyn.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe someone will be bitter, at least. Okay. Yeah.
So, there's a weird creature in Magic. It's a 2/2 that every time you cast a non-creature spell gets +1/+1.
Yeah, yes, it's true. There's a lot of weirds actually in the Iszet guild.
See, I don't mind. I would prefer the Golgari guild though, but I mean, with the score of Iszet these days, I don't mind actually joining the
being
Iszet
a weird,
guild.
yeah.
Being an honorary Iszet guild member. And yeah, I mean, lovely match. I think we're going to also have a backup feature match here for round 13, which we're also going to be very excited to see. I'm not sure if we're going to have an interview with the winner. Yes, looks like we are going to have an interview with the winner. So let's see what Maciej has to say.
Hey, I'm sitting here with Maciej Barwick. You just won your match in the feature match area. That puts you at 12-1.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
How are you feeling? It looks like 12-3 might be the cutoff for top 8, at least if you have really good tiebreakers, which you do because you started 8-0. So
how are you feeling right now? Exhausted? Not yet. I'm feeling great. I had a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling great so far.
Relieved? The 12th win?
Yes, very, very much so. It was as well, like after so many rounds of the mirror match, something else.
How many mirrors have you played so far?
I think 7 or 8.
Okay,
I think
that's a lot.
I think so, yeah.
So you're playing a pretty stock VV list?
As stock as it gets.
Yeah?
Basically, yes.
Any cards that have been overperforming for you? Maybe some sweet sideboard tech or something that has really been paying off?
I think, like, as usual, playing so many mirrors, right? 2 cards that are the most important cards in the deck, Into the Flatmo, Profts. Those 2 cards are just what makes the deck tick, right?
Yeah.
I think those 2 cards, yeah.
Do you have a special plan for the mirror?
I don't believe so. Looking around, I mean, I know that mirror sideboarding is quite
tricky.
Quite a tricky topic actually, because people sideboard very differently. Like there are people taking out Makos, there are people taking out combo fully. But yeah, there are people that want Spell Pierce, don't want Spell Pierce. I am kind of in between. I take off some of the combo.
I think it's good to mix it up also, because then you keep your opponent guessing. They never know exactly.
I'm not sold on the Spell Pierce. I have lost to it before in the mirror, but I'm not sold on it still.
Might be a play or draw thing.
Yes, usually yes for me.
So you have a lot of friends here cheering you on, and you guys seem to be part of one big team. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm part of Team Chad Magic.
Okay.
Joined a couple of months ago. Most of the lads are local from Liverpool as well. I mean, some of us are outside, but yeah, most of us are local here. Yeah, great to see the team supporting me.
When did you start playing Magic? You said you took a really long break, and this is only your second big event.
Yes, I started around Battle for Zendikar, at least. Then played maybe a year or something like that. And then when the local community stopped playing, I stopped playing as well. So I took a very long break, and then came back to the game, like here in Liverpool. Went to the pre-release for Duskmourn, I think it was, and started from there back again.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, you said RC Bologna was your first big event, really. Now Spotlight Liverpool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you seem to be doing great. 12-1, in a really strong position to make the top 8.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all shakes out. Good luck in the future rounds, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing you here in the top 8.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely to hear these interviews, and nice to see more. We will see more for sure of Maciej here this weekend, because he just made it to the top 8. Very exciting. Looking forward to see more, but we are looking forward to see more as well, Magic, because we do have a fantastic backup feature match that does not include any VV copy.
It does not, no. And we have actually one of our, secret usernames here. This is Alexander Jimenez Ortega, who we saw earlier today playing the Sultai Reanimator deck, is still alive and kicking in... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. This is a different Sultai Reanimator player. There's multiple Sultai Reanimator players at the top tables. So yeah, this is Kevin Paz playing Sultai Reanimator up against Andre Huschenbeth playing blue-white control.
Blue-White Control didn't have great conversion. Win rate day one was not great. Why do you think Andre managed to do well here in this tournament?
I think he just played better. There you go. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Lesson learned. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this deck into play. I see there's a couple of Elspeth, Stormslayer, another one of those strong planeswalkers that we have in these Magic format. There's also Beza, a card that can be very strong, especially against more aggressive decks that really can bring you back from art spot. But looks like we are looking at Kevin Pass here first. Sultai Reanimator deck. We've talked about this deck. I do see there's 2 mob lookout, 3 mob lookout actually that we didn't see previously.
Yeah, so the biggest difference between this list and the one we saw last time is that instead of playing Oblivious Bookworm, this is playing Mob Lookout. And instead of playing the Cash Grab, you're playing Scout the City. So Scout the City only looks at 3 cards. You do gain 3 life, but it has the upside that it can destroy a creature with flying, such as a big Steamcore Scholar from the Iszet deck. But it is also sorcery, which can be a big downside. The Mob Lookout only gets to loot once compared to Oblivious Bookworm, but it isn't as vulnerable to, let's say, an Abrade happening before you get to the end step. And it's also a bit easier to cast on the mana. So that's like kind of the the theoretical thing that goes into this deck list. It's very similar to one of the better performing Sultai Reanimator lists from last weekend in Baltimore that we actually saw. So we're also playing Scout the City and Mob Lookout, kind of digging deep into the Spider-Man set for these commons that works so well to enable this combo. Again, the combo here is Superior Spider-Man. Play that to copy a Bring of the Last Gift. You need to get into the graveyard. Bring of the Last Gift says destroy all creatures in play and put all creatures from the graveyard onto the battlefield. So you kind of do a swap. The living becomes dead and the dead becomes the living. Truly a Halloween themed deck here from Kevin Pass.
I love this deck, and honestly, I thought that it was only playing best of 1, but I see from here and also last weekend at Baltimore that people are enjoying this deck in best of 3. I also saw that it does quite often well on MTG Online, so happy to see that, and happy to see here if Kevin will be able to combo off, because we know that our opponent will try to counter that.
Oh yes, so the opponent here is Andrei Cehulic.
Andrei Cehulic.
Andrei Cehulic. Yes, okay, here he is. Here's the deck list. Yeah, I wonder, it might be like so much easier to do these coverage jobs in the United States. Where
Ben Jones versus
yes, exactly, yeah. Whereas here, yeah, we are up for the challenges. I'm sure you also challenged by Arne in the last round with the Norwegian name.
Oh yeah,
like I am with the Portuguese one.
I've butchered so many. I'm sure that everyone outside of Portugal in Europe that plays Magic and was on coverage before has some personal vendetta against me, and I apologize for all of you.
All right, so one card I want to mention here, maybe that's the reason why Andre is doing so well in this tournament. One copy of Syro 7 Deaths, coming right out of the modern Eldrazi decks, but from the Foundation set, is also standard legal, and it is just a formidable threat that you can use to win games. There's a large variety in terms of win conditions, just Elspeth, Horned Lockwhale, Meringue River Regent, so many ways for him to actually finish the game, on top of course, the Fountain Port and Restless Anchorage. And then there's a smattering of different removal spell options here, as well as the Day of Judgment to sweep. But I actually think this control deck is a little bit more about, a little bit less about answers and a little bit more about power and just powering through the opponent.
Yeah, I love that Sire of the 7 Deaths.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one plays out, and if this deck has the tools it needs to stop the graveyard deck from working. I think the 2 copies of Essence Scatter are going to be quite important, as well as the No More Lies, that maybe the Reanimator player will try and play around and play the Spider-Man on turn 7 instead. Of course, there's also 3 steps ahead, so plenty of counter magic to stop that particular part of the deck.
Is there in the Sultai Reanimator any like Cavern of Souls?
Yes, 2 copies of Cavern of Souls with a 3rd one in the sideboard. So I also think that part will be quite important to determine the match here.
Yeah, Cavern of Souls definitely going to be very important, and we see players there starting to shuffle and get ready for these round 13 match. They are here fighting for the top 8. There's, after this one, 2 more rounds of Swiss. And players are looking to get a score probably of X3 or better, right, Simon?
Yes, that is the goal here. These players, I believe, are X and 2. I could be wrong. Let's see here. No, they're X3 here. So that means that they need to win this match and the next match and the one after that. So that's what happens when you're 9-3.
Yeah, and looks like players are starting here. Tapped land for Kevin, passing the turn, and now we have Andre here playing the tapped land as well, surveilling and putting a steam rip on the graveyard that does not do much against Kevin.
Yeah, so Kevin here from Scotland, and Andre from, is that Croatia? It is Croatia. Oh, I got it. Okay, I'm very happy to have access to Google to double check my work on these flags. I used to be so good at all the European flags when I was like, 12 years old, and it was my only hobby. But
fun with flags.
Yes, exactly. As you now see the town greeter here getting steam ripped. Andre is having none of this at all and passing the turn right back. You cannot have a 1-1.
But look at that. There's 2 Superior Spider-Man in hand. There's Arden and a Bringer of Last Gift in the graveyard. And also there's a Cavern of Souls. This means that next turn, Kevin will be able to get that Superior Spider-Man. And with the Cavern of Souls, I don't think there's much Andre can do about that. There can, of course, then be a board wipe, but...
Yeah, the Arden does give haste to all your demons.
Oh, yeah.
That can be quite important as well for this scenario. I guess Kevin doesn't actually have that many other options then, because he only has the Spider-Mans and another Bringer of Last Gift as well as a few lands in hand here. So just deciding what this multiversal passage will name.
Looks like it's a mountain.
So yeah, it is really up to Andre if he can find a board wipe and maybe even have an answer for the Arden as well, so that you stop the haste can also be quite important here. But if he's just relying on counter spells, ooh, that is that Terror of the Peaks. And also you see the mountain here that you can name, of course, with the multiversal passage. So now the second cavern can name Dragon, and you can actually play Terror of the Peaks out of this Sultai deck next turn. So very quickly here, the Superior Spider-Man comes in, copies the Bringer of the Last Gift, and it will reanimate itself before it gets exiled, because it's 2 triggers and you can stack them however you want to. And now both of these are demons, which means it will have haste and attack for 10 with lifelink. So Andre down to 10 life. Yeah, that's an impressive showing here.
And even if Andre board wipe, there's another Superior Spider-Man, so then you will just Superior Spider-Man again.
Well, except the Bringer will actually go to the graveyard because it has not been exiled. So actually, that's true. It might just be 10 damage now, board wipe happens, and then 10 damage once again. It's a very likely scenario to happen here. So let's see if Andre can find some other answer than a Day of Judgment. Oh, that actually is the Day of Judgment top decked on this turn. So here it comes, and we'll just see, Kevin is just moving so quickly. He knows that this is perfect for him. This is exactly what he was hoping for. And wow, this deck, this is the second time we've seen it, but it is brutal.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no Day of Judgment here that can stop Kevin. That was a very fast win. And I mean, this is what the deck exactly wants to be doing. Not even one of the craziest Superior Spider-Man. You didn't get, for example, the immediate combo with Terror of the Peaks, but just the second one was too much.
Yeah, exactly. So we now, it would have been nice to see the hardcast Terror of the Peaks out of this Sultai deck. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful way to, play out this game. But, I will also say the way this played out was rather satisfying, at least for the graveyard enjoyers among us. As we now take a look at the sideboard here from Kevin. So the Spider Senses, we've seen those be good. They're certainly going to come in. Maybe Meringue River Regent just for a little bit more card advantage. Maybe Kevin will need to play this more slow and measured. As well as the 2 copies of the rest, of course, can also come in, and the extra cavern. So there's a bunch of options here for Kevin. The other question is, of course, which sort of graveyard hate is on the other side, and how does Kevin answer that? Huge upgrade in the open decklist situation, where he can see exactly whether or not there's Rest in Peace in Andre's sideboard. And it turns out there are 2 copies of Rest in Peace in the sideboard, as well as 2 Tishana's Tidebinder that can counter that Spider-Man trigger. It can counter the Bringer of the Last Gift trigger, even despite a Cavern of Souls.
And I'm thinking, Simon, Kevin has the heritage in the sideboard. Does he bring it knowing that there's going to be Rest in Pieces on the other side to try to destroy that?
Yeah, I would believe Heritage Reclamation comes in at least as a one-off. To try and have an answer for the 2 Rest in Pieces. Maybe you also have the 3 copies of Awaken the Honored Dead though in the main deck, so you're not super incentivized to go hard hard to answer these.
And we are seeing now Andre here, sideboard with 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 Overlord of the Mistmoors, 2 Voice of Victory, 1 Beza, 2 Authority of the Consoles. That card is absolutely insane against the more aggro decks. To rest in peace.
Maybe against this deck too. It just killed with like 2 hasty attacks for 10.
That's true. That's true.
I don't think Andre will bot it in, but it's actually possible that the whole that the way the matchup plays out is that the Arden is so important that you actually want Authority of the Consoles to stop it so that you can safely Day of Judgment. If he has enough bad cards in his deck, it's possible he'll go that route. Like, for instance, the 4 copies of Seam Rip, they're just going to hit 1-power creatures and aren't looking that enticing. And stuff like Beza, maybe Beza might be okay. That's like kind of a roadblock. Maybe, you know, it can draw a card sometimes, but it's not very, like, interesting. The Horned Lock Whale as well. Like, there's a lot of these cards that are just removal spells that lines up awkwardly. Might even want to board out some Essence Scatters because of the 3 Cavern of Souls. If that card is rendered useless to counter Spider-Man, you might just not even want it, and instead board into, you know, more of your sideboard, like Overlord of the Mistmoors, for instance, could come in and kind of be a sideboard juke. Another thing you could do is 3 steps ahead to draw and discard the Overlord of the Mistmoors, so that will come back from the Bring of the Last Gift trigger as well. Kind of like the classic way to counter a Living End effect is that you make sure to discard something good of your own.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of strategies possible here for game 2. And let's see what our players are going to do now with Kevin on the draw after winning that game 1. And I mean, Control is a tough one, right? It's not an easy deck to play, especially after 13 rounds of Magic, and then just you go against this super combo deck that has Cavern of Souls.
I think I disagree. I think the Thesaurus control deck is actually not that. It's generally a myth that control decks are more challenging than other decks, because in essence, like, you are just trying to answer everything your opponent is doing up the curve. The challenging things about control decks, of which there are some, it has to do with like knowing when to let something resolve that you can deal with later in other ways, and how to like be patient with your answers. But most of the time, they cast a creature, you Essence Scatter it. They, you know, have a board and you Day of Judgment it, and it's not actually that challenging. So if you're afraid of picking up a control deck because it seems daunting to play blue decks, I think you should just go for it and give it a try, because I think you'll be pretty happy with, you know, how you can perform with a deck like this, even if you're newer into that sort of strategy.
Especially if you can be a patience person. I think, as you said, patience is key with these control decks. I always end up countering the thing that it didn't matter in the end, and then I don't have a counter. I actually need to counter something that I need to counter.
I do the same thing. Yeah, I do the same thing.
So for you,
I'm a very patient aggro player.
Okay.
Like, I don't mind if I don't kill my opponent early. I'll, like, you know, delay my threats, whatever, play with my opponent's mana. But when I'm playing control, yeah, I just feel like I always run out of stuff to do. And that's when I watch Arne play, and it's like, oh my god, you keep that hand? Wait, oh, you didn't do anything about that? Arne, now you're 2 life. Oh, you won at 2 life 10 turns later. Okay, I see. That's how it's done.
That's true. And everyone has like kind of different styles of play that reward you playing certain archetypes more than others.
Exactly, yeah.
Are you more of a combo player, aggro player, mid-range player?
I will say I'm a combo aggro player, as in like the decks that can pressure the opponent while also providing some sort of synergy to go over the top. So I'm not an aggro player in the sense that I like Monored, because I don't. I find Monored too hard to play. But sometimes. No, I definitely, the tricky thing with burn spells, like, do you point them at creature or face? It's just, it's so much.
No, honestly, trust me, people, like, when I started playing Modern, people were like, oh, play burn. Like, everyone can play burn. You just throw cards and win games. And I haven't won a single burn game in my life. Burn is not easy.
Yeah, I remember actually I showed up at an FNM like a long time ago, and didn't realize it was Modern, so I brought my standard deck, but someone borrowed me their burn deck, lent me their burn deck, and I just sat down every round and I was like, oh my god, I have so many options. I'm used to playing Valakut, like the Green-Red Titan deck, and now, you know, I can play 5 different burn spells on turn 2. I don't know which one is better. Obviously, it turns out maybe it doesn't matter, you just play whichever one and it's going to be fine. But sometimes it does matter, and that's a tricky thing about playing the red deck sometimes. So yeah, not saying, that means that you need the PhD to play the red deck, and any kindergarten student can play blue-white control. But I'm just saying that like people think of the red deck as the easy deck and blue-white as the hard deck, where in reality I think they're pretty similar in skill expression.
Every deck needs to have, like, if you want to master any deck, you need to have experience with it, and it's difficult to do so. But definitely Monored, it's more difficult than it seems.
Oh yes. No Monored involved in this here though, but a big stretch from Kevin there, coming from Scotland as well, which is nice to see. People coming from up there. There's a huge Magic community as well in the Scottish Highlands. I was about to say, also just in the main cities, Glasgow and Edinburgh. So yeah, shout out to them. As you see here, Kevin Pass playing a win and win and win and in for the top 8.
A win and in and in. So playing untapped land there, passing the turn, land, draw.
Ooh, so that's...
Cavern of Souls. Do you just use the Cavern of Souls to go with the avatar, or no?
I think that is honestly a bit greedy, but we'll see what he names. It actually isn't clear yet, as this Mob Lookout will come in. The draft powerhouse from the Spider-Man set. And can discard this Terror of the Peaks, which, yeah, it's probably not going to be realistic to cast in this particular game. And so I wonder if the Cavern named Human, because that is the creature type. Look here! Authority of the Consuls came in after all. Yeah, so it's possible the Cavern named Human, because that is the creature type overlap between Mob, Lookout, Town Greeter, and the Superior Spider-Man.
Dealing 1 damage here. And...
so now you have to figure out if you're playing out the Overlord here, or we're playing a Kiora, actually. That's the other option.
Kind of awkward with the mana, because you have 2 lands that enter tapped next turn.
So I kind of like playing the Kiora here to potentially, draw you into an untapped land for the Spider-Man, and also just to bait out a counterspell here and be efficient with your mana usage. If you end up drawing an untapped Black Souls next turn, you can go for double Overlord, which I actually like the Overlord a lot in this matchup, because it is such a big threat for the control deck, because you have time to... I wonder what that is. Is that a Restless Anchorage with something in it, or... Very unclear what this card is. Can you reckon? Oh, Sunken Citadel.
Oh, the abilities gets more mana for abilities.
For lands abilities specifically.
So like for Restless.
Yeah, so this is but yeah, using the island here to indicate that has named blue and passing the turn. So this is similar-ish to a multiversal passage, but can help you activate your demolition fields, of which there are many in Andre's deck.
Plays often in the tokens deck, the white tokens deck. We haven't seen that this weekend, but...
Actually, something important to this matchup we haven't discussed yet. There are 3 copies of Demolition Field in Andre's deck, and there's only there's 1 forest and 1 swamp in this Sultai deck.
Oh,
so
yeah, and it's
actually
list.
It's an answer to the Cavern of Souls as well. So now we see the Warrior Grave come down. So yeah, you can actually do the double Overlord if you want to, or just run out the Superior Spider-Man as a Terror of the Peaks.
Yeah.
I do like going for the double Overlord, though. Again, getting them to tick down is kind of nice. Maybe the first one gets countered. Ideally, you would want to have them aligned with 2 different numbers, so that they don't come off at the same turn and get...
in the graveyard.
Ooh, yeah, that is a nice mill. So now the combo is actually somewhat set up here, especially with that Terror of the Peaks. Now, Town Greeter can come down. That's what I mentioned. Kevin is not going for the second Overlord right now, because when the Overlords come off their impend, if they come off the same turn, then a single Day of Judgment can clear both of them. But if you paste them, play 1 on turn 4, 1 on turn 5, well then you actually have them, you actually force multiple answers out of Andre.
I think if Andre doesn't have Rest in Peace, it's Rest in Peace, because we have...
Right, yeah, because we can't, there's still the Cavern. Yeah, oh, that's a second Terror of the Peaks here. So yeah, that was not milled over, but actually no, the Kiora that comes back can loot that into the graveyard, and then Arden can bring back the Terror of the Peaks. So this is going to be quite brutal. But Kevin doesn't go for that line.
Attacking first, because the creatures will enter tap, so you cannot attack anyway.
Right, you can't attack anyways. True, true. So might as well just attack here. And here's an uncountable Spider-Man. And what is in the hand for Andre here? That is a reading of the Terror of the Peaks. So let's see here. The triggers from Authority will resolve first because of, because Kevin is the active player. His triggers will go on stack first. But still, there is the... so there is the 6/6 that'll come in, 3 power, 4 from the Arden, so that's 13. So this is 13 damage coming in from these. And then we don't get the Arden trigger though.
No, because you attacked. Maybe?
Because you attacked first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how much damage is this?
There's 13 damage, and Andre's going to go up to 20 and then down to 7. And yeah, I guess if you hadn't attacked first, he would be at 4 instead. But yeah, the Authority of the Consoles, completely saving Andre here. That is important to note.
A very impressive card, absolutely. Now they are just discussing on how things worked.
Yeah, exactly, with the triggers and the order they're in and whether you gain life first. And yes, you do indeed gain 5 life, actually. I forgot about the life from the Spider-Man as well. So goes up to 21 here and then takes... wait, goes to 1?
No, I think they're adjusting.
Okay, but 2 is still less than I thought it would be.
Yes, so it's 5. It's 5 plus 6 plus 4, so 15.
Wait, where's the 5 from? The Terror doesn't trigger itself, right?
Yeah. No. So it's...
I think it's just 13 supposed to be from the creatures. Maybe Arden is... I think it is... I think
what
Arden
about
is
the Superior Spider-Man? No,
that came into play first,
before,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I guess we are a bit confused about this, but it actually means that if Kevin has played this pre-combat, I think that would have been lethal if Andre is at 2 right now. Which would have been a very big offset here, because now that Day of Judgment can clear out these creatures. As we now see here, is that a... Oh, that's the Cure resolving here. Discarding that Terror of the Peaks and Awaken the Honored Dead, coming in as a land very briefly before it's being corrected.
So is there a Day of Judgment? There's a Beza that can gain some life, but probably not enough. We do need a Day of Judgment. There it is. Day of Judgment. Everything goes back to the bin. Is there another Superior Spider-Man? I guess that's the question we all want to know the answer to.
Let's see here.
So far, no, but there's...
So the Awaken the Honored Dead does have a 3rd chapter, which will bring back the Spider-Man from the graveyard. Wait, you also have Analyzed the Pollen. So you could just go ahead and search up the Spider-Man right now, but instead deciding to go for the Overlord, which actually hits the Spider-Man.
wow.
Is there an untapped land here? There is! Reading Pool off the top, and that is lethal here from the double Terror of the Peaks. And Kevin Pass showing how it's done with this Sultai Reanimator deck. What an exciting one to showcase on camera. I don't even feel like it should be called Reanimator, because it's not like the traditional way you animate. It just does so much more. When it's not like normal Reanimator, if the opponent has a removal spell, maybe they can stop whatever big thing you're doing. But this is...
It's Living End at home.
It's Living End at home. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, cannot buy the modern Living End deck because we have Living End at home, and it is Superior Spider-Man.
Absolutely. Bringer of the last gift, giving the gift here to Kevin of winning this game. And I mean, this round was absolutely fun.
This was great.
Yeah, I love to see it. We did the caster prediction of what decks would do well. I chose the Sultai Reanimated deck, so I'm happy to see that at least some player is representing it here.
If you're a fan of the Blue-Eye control deck, I guess this round wasn't that fun because Blue-Eye didn't really get to do anything, but this was just a showcase of the sheer power of this Sultai deck. I mean, I wonder if that's going to be a menace in Standard come November. Well, I guess we are in November, but in a week or so after the ban list announcement. That's a very real thing, and yeah, maybe try and pick this deck up on Arena and give it out for a spin, because that looks very fun and very, very competitive.
Yes, I'm excited to play that deck myself, but for now we do have a little segment for you all, so let's go to that.
3. Hey everybody, I am sitting here with Emma Monored, the community manager of Infinity, and she has something very special to announce.
Hello everyone at home. We hope you are having a wonderful time at our Spotlight Spider-Man event. We have here this incredible prize for the winner of today's event. Well, this weekend's event.
Let's take a look at it.
Take a look.
So our friends at Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems have brought the Infinity Gauntlet to life for this event. So what this means is, not only are we playing for the 8 slots for the next Pro Tour, which is the Lorwyn Pro Tour in Richmond, but the winner of this event is going to go home with a real Infinity Gauntlet replica with an embedded Madeira Citrine Soulstone set in 18-karat gold.
This is just an incredible prize. It is gorgeous, it is heavy, and just the engravings on the gauntlet, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous prize, and we cannot wait to hand it over to our next Spotlight champion.
This is super cool, super exciting. You can win actual gold at this event. You have no idea how heavy this actually is.
Do you want to like try and? Like,
I'm actually, you know what? It looks like this bad things could happen. So let's not do that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, shout out again to Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems. This is a super incredibly cool thing. Only 2 people in the world are gonna have a chance to have this. One has already been handed out to the winner in Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. And the second one is going to be handed over to the winner tomorrow evening.
We cannot wait. And stay tuned for more magic. And soon we'll crown our new champion.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Let's get back to the booth.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 14 of Spotlight Series Liverpool. This is Andrea Mengucci from Italy, joining me, Arne Huschenbeth from Germany.
Welcome back, guys.
We're excited to bring you some more action here. The Swiss is only 2 rounds remaining, so we are definitely cutting down to that, top 8.
We got a couple win-in-ins actually coming in here. Table 2 and 3. Table 1 also playing a win-in-in. They're all playing right now. No draws happening so far, even though Table 1, the 12-1 player, Maciej Bawik, is technically in a situation where he's kind of locked for top 8 at this point already. Sort of, not locked, but in a really, really good position. So he could take a draw, but he's choosing to play with 2 rounds left to perhaps get some opponents out. Yeah, we have Dennis Bequiri and Leon van der Linden here on Table 2 in the feature match area. Monored aggro versus Iszet Cauldron. Leon van der Linden, I actually was on Team Card Market with me 9 years ago. Yeah, it's a European grinder. We used to test a little bit together. Very great and very fun guy. Doesn't play as much these days anymore, but he's back with a blast. And actually, Frank Carsten also put him on his fantasy draft sheet here for this event. And yeah, he's looking pretty good for top 8. If he wins this round, he's likely in it.
Yeah, the other player is from Italy, is the 9-0 player from yesterday, Dark Dano, Dennis, I believe it's called. And we have a pretty classic matchup here, the 2 most popular decks, Blue-Red Cauldron, VV Cauldron versus Mono-Red. We're going to have the deck list on screen later, but like these decks are just kind of like the decks to beat. Each of these players chose their deck because, they thought it was just, the deck to beat, either Mono-Red to have a very good plan against Blue-Red VV or just VV to be the best deck in the format.
We actually have a really sweet segment coming up before we jump to them on Table 2. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the spoilers from the new set coming this month. Avatar, the Last Airbender.
Wow, look at that card, costs 4 blue. What is that?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, the secret of bloodbending, a lesson. Yeah, lessons are back. And we have Waterbend on it as well. As an additional cost, you may pay 10. Waterbend, I think, means you can tap artifacts and creatures to reduce the cost, sort of a similar effect to Convoke. Yeah, that one controls the opponent during their next combat phase, but if you pay 14, it's essentially Mindslaver.
Okay,
so,
and it's a lesson. Lesson is a mechanic from Strixhaven, which I guess there will be cards that let you pick up Lesson to your hand or let you draw in this card.
Yeah, and Strixhaven is also the name of my Magic University, by the way.
Oh, nice. Do you have the rights from what's he?
Yeah, we're still in discussions.
Okay.
Maybe we have to call it Omen Paths University.
Let's take a look at the left card. Appa Star. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Appa has Steadfast Guardian. It's 2 and 2 white for the 3/4 flash flying. That reminds me of Restoration Angel so far. Let's see what else does it do. When it comes into play, any
Airbend any number of other target non-land permanents you control, which is essentially, it's very similar to Restoration Angel. Airbending exiles permanents in play, and then you can cast them instead of casting them for their mana cost. You can cast them for 2 colorless later on at a given moment. So it's a protection ability. It's sort of similar to bounce ability as well.
Yeah, but the reward is that when you cast a spell from exile during your turn, you make a 1/1 flyer.
Yeah.
Or it's not a flyer, actually, just a 1/1. So you airbend your thing, maybe a response to a removal spell, and then you cast it later on, trigger the ATB again, and get a 1/1. I don't know. White has a pretty bad time right now in Standard, so they really need to push White a lot if they want to see the color back in business. So we haven't seen basically just any White decks. Maybe just you can say the Blue-White Control is a White deck, although I'm thinking about more like of the White aggressive decks that used to be popular at some point in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. But this one certainly, I think it has merit to be it's very pushed. It's very powerful. It's sort of a Restoration Angel with even more text in a way. I could see it being good.
All right, what does Earthband do? Because we don't see it explained in this art, full art text.
Earthband says when it comes into play, put 4 1/1 counters on a land you control.
Okay.
And when that land dies, I believe, or leaves the battlefields, you get it back tapped.
Okay, so they don't 2-for-1 you for killing a land. All right, let's see more cards here. We have, take a look at the green-white one. It's a 2-mana 1/1 trample. When this creature enters the battlefield, put a +1 counter on each other ally you control. Whenever an ally you control enters, you put a +1 counter on this creature. So this is somewhat of a Talia's lieutenant for ally.
Absolutely. I mean, it's essentially it. It's a lieutenant, I suppose.
But it has trample, which is, not a trample.
Yeah, that's true. It's even stronger. Yeah, it's a very powerful card. We'll see how much other allies we have. If you have some very strong ally one.
Ally is a mechanic from the original Zendikar. That was a thing, I guess. Never really too strong since then. We have a banned creature, green, white, blue for a 3/3 that if an ally triggers, it triggers 1 additional time. And allies are like slivers. Usually what happens in an ally deck is that every ally triggers whenever an ally comes into play. So if you have a bunch of them in play, you play an ally, you trigger 3 things. So with the Katara, the Fearless, you get to do all of them once more. So
yes.
definitely a deck if you like, those like Magic Arena things to go on the stack. All in one.
If you like those things, yes, for sure. Soccer Tenacious Tactician, another ally payoff, which gives all your allies menace and prowess, being a 4-mana 3/3 menace prowess itself, and then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. Yeah.
I mean, those mana costs are ambitious.
But we do have Cavern of Souls. We can put that one on ally.
That's nice.
I think we have another land as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Secluded Courtyard.
Is that one still legal?
I mean, I'm assuming it's from Foundations. That card, I think that card was reprinted, yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Tap it and tap ally you control, exile target creature from a graveyard. All right, if anything bad happens with graveyards, you can put the Boiling Rock right here.
Yeah, all right. I think we have one more slide for you guys coming here.
Ooh, 1 in the blue for a 3/3. That must have a very bad downside. At the beginning of your end step, tap this creature. Sorry, at the beginning of your upkeep, tap this creature. Whenever you draw a second card each turn, you untap this creature. So what happens is it's a 1-mana 3/3 fly. Vigilance that blocks the first turn comes into play. And then from there on, you have to make sure you draw 2 cards per turn, maybe with Proft, Edict, Memory. But I don't know, those cards don't appeal me very much.
Yeah, I mean with Proft you have a 4/4 vigilance creature.
Just things that you have to work.
Attacking. Yeah, you have to work for it. That is fair. That is fair. But
that you have to work out for, and you just get a 1-mana 3/3 that sometimes doesn't even untap. I don't know. It's not my thing, but. Let's talk about this 1-mana 1/1 flyer with a lot of words on it.
Yeah, that's Momo, the flying first non-Lemur creature spell with flying you cast during each of your turn costs 1 less to cast, so it's a flyer payoff.
Wow,
mana.
It's also just a thing that gives you a mana every turn.
Yes, yes.
It's like a mana rock.
Yeah. In the right deck.
Yeah, the first time you cast a spell costs 1 less, so that's a mana rock. And whenever another creature you control with flying enters, it gets I mean, this one doesn't seem bad. I mean, it's a 1-mana 1/1 in a format with Noble Kite, so tough sell. But outside of that, I mean, you can play a flyer. This becomes a 2/2 already.
But one more thing about it, there's some cards like, I'm not sure what the name of it is, but 2/1 when it comes to play, flash flying, give hexproof to something. And this says on each of your turns. So that card would just cost 1 blue mana, being able to pump it at instant speed and being able to, you know, even you can cast multiple flyers in one turn, being multiple, like over the course of a turn cycle, I mean. So that certainly seems interesting. But a card I think that really stands out is this Badger Mole Cup. For 100 green, you get a 2/2 when it enters the battlefield. You Earthband 1, so you turn one of your lands into a 1/1 creature. And then all the creatures you tap for mana make an additional green. Very, very strong with Llanowar.
What you can do is turn 1 Llanowar Elf, turn 2 you play Badgermore Cub, turn a land, a forest or whatever, your other land into Earthbinded, and then you can tap that for 2 mana and play something.
Absolutely, and your Llanowar Elf taps for 2 green as well.
Yeah, and then you can go Herboroid and pump everything.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is so far the best card that I've read in the slides. Definitely a card to think of, especially with Simic Herboroid doing decently in standard right now. Let's look at the last one, the 4-mana 4/4. For each non-human creatures you control gets +1/+1 for each of its creature types. This does not seem very good to me.
Yeah, it's sort of like a payoff for being maybe a green beatdown deck that throws a beast into some other creature types.
So there's a rule in competitive Magic that a card needs to have either an ATB or a haste, or it needs to be aggressively costed. This doesn't really fit those.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I can't really find it either. I'm just trying here.
I don't know, Arne. Like whenever I watch these cards, I'm usually on stream, so just 100% honest. I don't know here. Am I representing the company? I have to say that. You know, these cards that are made for Commander also good in standard. I don't know what to do here. I'm new to the.
I think everybody, me included, and everybody else included, they want your honest authentic, real opinion here. Tell us otherwise if you want to have it sugar-coated. So I think, yeah. And with that, we are hopefully good to go to jump into that round 14 feature match. I'm excited to see Leon with his Mono-Red deck. He actually said he didn't have much time to test. And he was not believeful in his skills to play the Iszet Cauldron mirror matches. So he was just like, hey, I'll play Mono Red. That deck is simple. That deck is peaceful. Yeah. I'll just play my cards. I'll be fine. So yeah, and he's doing well so far, 11-2.
These players are checking their phone because, of course, the tournament day 2 is open deck list, so you have access to your opponent list entirely, and so do we. There it is, Leon van der Linden with a pretty classic Mono Red. We've talked about the little slots, and the previous player was playing 1 Shock, and Leon plays 1 Obliterating Bolt, same 59 cards.
Absolutely crazy. How could he not play the Shock? Can you believe it? The
Shock does an edge against...
I'm joking.
I don't know.
Did you listen to me? I said it last time. Against Monored, of course.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about Obliterating Bolt. What is the thing to kill?
Vivi Auditor. If they go turn 3 Vivi with a Flatmore,
doesn't touch a bolt,
kills it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, let's see the other player who's on blue-red Cauldron, and I'm gonna expect also over there not that many, news, but overall these decks at this point are very well tuned. The player have been playing standard for a very long time at this point, so the cards are almost, the decks are almost all lined up, except maybe Dennis has one copy of Spell Pierce. That is the biggest innovation over here.
Pretty much. That's it. The rest of his deck looks pretty straightforward for Floodmore.
I'm glad to see that Dennis had access to a couple of Multiversal Passage. So no starting town over here.
Yeah. He found some of them.
He found some, yes. No, but yeah, this is again like the best deck in the format. Definitely, it's gonna come out on top in win rate wise, number wise in the top 8. We all know that. We just have to see which of these two players will advance. Again, they're both live even with a loss. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like they are, what's their score right now?
That is actually true, yeah.
What's their score right now?
They're both 11-2.
11-2. Yes. And we said that with 12-3, these players will definitely have good breakers, so they will probably both make it even with a 1-1 score.
They have back-to-back win-and-ins, essentially.
A couple of win-and-ins. You may even draw the last round if you...
Yeah, well, the winner of this match will likely be in a position to draw next round.
All right. Looks like we are underway. Again, on the left. Where is Leon from?
He's a Dutch player.
Dutch player.
Yeah.
From the Netherlands.
Fantastic guy. Really, always in a good mood. Really
okay.
Nice guy.
Dennis is on the play, and we start with a basic island. What about basic mountain?
What do you think about these basic choices here?
Okay, on the left we have the classic land box jump start one that my friend Marco Del Pivo was looking for on Friday. I think that is kind of like actually went from the land box in his home, because that's from Foundation, and that is a little bit rare.
So from 1 to 7, how would you rate them?
1. Both of them. No effort.
Okay.
Effortless. Okay, so unfortunately the Mako was drawn late to the party. That's the classic. You draw your 1-drop on turn 2. Bad feeling, but you can always play it. I mean, this mana base is a little bit awkward. So if he plays a Fear of Missing Out now, discarding a creature, he can technically go next turn Cauldron plus Mako. But if he goes Mako now, he can't go... I mean, he just doesn't use a mana, which is so sad. He's maybe thinking about using the blue mana to bounce something. Oh, it's cool. There's so many options. This is turn 2 of the game, and it's so many options already.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. It's clearly between the 2 red cards, I would say.
Goes for Fear Missing Out. Does he discard a Mako? Yeah.
Discards it.
I agree. I agree with that choice. There's also Winternet Story that was good to discard.
Yeah.
He wants to cast that card later on.
Yeah, I think he's looking for the Vivi right now, so he wants some draw power.
Let's see if there is the very powerful turn to play that the Monored deck has. Razorkey Needlehead. Nope, that's a Lightning Strike, and 1 damage goes to speed.
We see Leon played in the main phase, respecting that 1 copy of Spell Pierce. So, his Goblin has Menace, so you didn't need to clear the blocker there. Vivi was actually drawn. Wow, this is an amazing setup now. He can go Winternight Stories into next turn Cauldron plus Fear of Missing Out if he also finds that land. Set it all up.
Or he can go Cauldron and then Fear of Missing Out, discard Vivi.
Yes, that would secure himself the combo if he does not find the land.
He chooses instead to go for Fear of Missing Out to have, I don't know, an additional blocker.
I don't love that play. I think I would have rather seen him go with the Winternight Stories. He finds... he just uses his mana more effectively, and the Fear of Missing Out doesn't block right now anyways. But yeah, this way he has the Floodmore up, so he can bounce like a Screaming Nemesis, which is kind of nice, I suppose.
Yeah, let's see if... Yeah, I think... What I would have liked to do was Cauldron go, and then next turn go Fear of Missing Out to discard Vivi. you still would be able to go into the flood maw with the Cauldron. It's the same. Nothing really happened. Nothing really changed. The Bash run out will connect, sending Dennis down to 18. But now the fireworks start. Now we see why blue-red VV is the best deck in the format. So I really like that Dennis didn't discard the Winternet Stories earlier, because now if he did that, he wouldn't have you know, an additional card in his hand.
Oh my god. Wow.
So let's start with Quantum Riddler, drawing 2 cards, and then what he can do is actually putting the counter on Quantum Riddler. So that is 5 mana. And with that 5 mana, he can play Winternet Stories, he can draw Prophetic Memory. Ooh, it's already in hand.
Might just have lethal right here.
Yeah.
Because he has a Fear, and he has 2 attacks. So he can cast Proft and Winter Knight. That's 6 draws this turn. If he gets the Delirium with the Winternet Stories, that is 8 plus 14 damage, that is 22 damage.
Oh wow, so he's casting Vivi. He decides to cast Vivi rather than cast Winternet Stories. This way he has 0 cards in it, 1 card in it, so that Proft is gonna draw 2 cards again.
Yes, 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 yes. I mean, the world is his oyster here, realistically. Although, now he only has 2 mana left with the Vivi activation. He can do that twice now. So he's a little low on mana right now.
Yeah, he can use Vivi to go.
I think it's gonna be tricky now to kill, but we'll see what he draws. I think he had a very high likelihood if he goes Winternet Stories to just kill his opponent.
Oh, did he forgot to draw 2 out of the Proft?
I'm very confused as well.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. It's a May. You do have to. I don't know if it's a May actually. All right. We see Fear of Missing Out. I mean,
that is a very interesting.
Putting the first. Oh no, what's going on here?
He just forgot his Prof trigger?
Okay. Oh, I think he attacked for 2. He attacked for 2 and goes to second main. Okay.
Yeah, now he's casting, but like he just forgot his Prof.
Yeah, let's continue. It's a feature match. It's, yeah. I mean, this player definitely played extremely well to get to 11-1. He doesn't, you know, you don't just go 11-1 forgetting to draw 2. Actually, I want to bring up a story. I was in feature match earlier this year, the RC Prague. I play Season Pyromancer, discard my hand, put 2 tokens into play. I forgot to draw 2. At the end of turn, I realized, wait, I don't have a hand. I should have 2 cards. So you know, it happens to everyone. It happened to me in that same table. You just forget things that you know how to do very well. So, and the funny thing is that it's not really gonna matter. Dennis is gonna easily win this game regardless of the draw 2. All right, let's see if he draws 3 with this Steam Course Caller. Yeah. Counting. I would prefer if the judge of the table would hand a island and a mountain so that we could also follow along which you know, sources are being tracked over there. But again, this is kind of the reason why the deck is so good. It's turn 4, and okay, we see a new Cauldron here being played, a new damage being done with Vivi or Natir. Of course, Legend rule will. Oh, okay. So what's happening here is that Dennis just wanted to get Delirium. Oh, or just deal 1 extra damage. Oh, he wanted to empty his hand so that the Winternet Stories would draw an extra card. I was like, what's going on? All right. So you discard a couple of cards.
I don't know, is this deck any good? What do you think?
I think Vivi still has to be activated, the funny thing.
The second, well, it can be activated twice, yeah.
Now it looks like the turn is over.
Yeah.
And the Monored player can attack with his 3 lands. This is turn 4 of the game, and yeah.
We've just drawn like 10 cards.
Yeah, putting a lot of counters around. We didn't win the game, though. Let's look at the bright side.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, if you're in Leon's shoes right now, you have to kind of think. I gotta respect his ability to. I might have already, you know, gone to sideboarding,
Yeah,
I'm
especially since Dennis
not
is
sure how he's
18.
going to be able to beat this 6-9. Post-board, he has a threaten effect, so you can actually steal a game like that. And then if you steal a gigantic Vivi, you can make a ton of mana with it and explode your hand onto the board, which is really sweet from the Monored side. But game 1 is 6-9, and your opponent's still at 18 life. It's an uphill battle, to say the least.
So you're like a young person, a young player. What's the joke right now? So it's 6-7, but what about 6-9, Vivi? What would you say is the things that the Twitch chat would enjoy the most? I'd say
we get some nice in Twitch chat probably right now. Yeah. I mean, I think that one's too old.
Okay.
Too old at this point.
Too old. It's
we see the nice in chat.
Yeah.
Of course, guys.
Of course. Okay, so we have a turn. Let's see if this Vivi Ornithir is going to be able to deal 15 damage this turn. I can't imagine it's not happening. Like I said, there was too many negations in one sentence, but it's going to happen, I'm sure. Proft draws a card, deals 1 damage.
Yeah, we have a total of, at this point, currently 17 mana available to us. I think we're going to figure a win out from here.
But Leon is like, I don't know. I can still do that. I have max speed.
Leon just enjoys this moment in the feature match. He's like, yep, I'm going to be a little bit longer on camera here. He's his facial expression is very stoic.
Yeah.
Not very phased.
All right, 5 mana, and our big Mole Drifter comes in. Nope. First, we're going to do this. Actually, oh, there it is. That's the scoop. We are headed to game number 2. We'll be showing the sideboard of the 2 players. Arne, tell us, what does Monored need to do to win this matchup?
It needs to have a very good start and then have the appropriate removal to get those blockers out of the way, and essentially hope for Vivi Cauldron to also not have a very good draw, because I feel like if both decks draw at their very, very best, Cauldron is just ahead of the game. That is just how it is.
Yeah.
So he has 2 Obliterating Bolt on his sideboard, and 2 Vengeful Possessions, and a Twisted Fealty, so 3 threaten effects. Those 5 cards I would look to bring in.
What's the difference between Vengeful Possession and Twisted Fealty? Why would one be better than the other?
Well, I mean, from the sideboard split, I would say the Mono-Red players aren't that sure themselves, so why would one be better than the other? So Vengeful Possession is kind of nice with the Riddler. If Vengeful Possession is, one of your last 2 cards in hand, then you can steal a Riddler and then do the loot ability and draw 2 cards.
That's a nice play. We've seen the previous player who also won and is setting up himself decently for the top 8. Liam playing a copy of Twisted Fealty and 0 copy of Vengeful Possession. So it's interesting to see that Leon has a bit more of that card. What about the Iszet Cauldron player? What does he have? Just gonna have just loaded on with removal spells, I see. Ooh, that's an interesting card that I haven't seen today. Fresh Start. 1 in the blue. What does it do? 1 in the blue?
It's a flash enchantment that gives -5/-0, and the creature loses all abilities.
Okay,
so it's an Unable to Scream variant that sort of costs 1 mana more, but has flash instead. So it's a little bit better against something like a Screaming Nemesis that's cast while you're on the draw. You can fresh start it right away. But Unable to Scream costing 1 mana, of course. You can sneak that one easier into your curve out, and it's also a 1-drop for the Hired Claw turn 1. In any case, 2 Pyroclasms on the sideboard, 2 Torture Tower, 2 Unable to Scream, and that copy of Fresh Start you just mentioned. Those are all going to come in, I assume, and we're gonna. This is a little bit of a debate, I suppose, in the whole Cauldron standard format. How exactly do you sideboard against Mono-Red? Some people like to take out Marauding Mako.
I have a theory. I like to side out the Quantum Riddlers. Sorry. I like to side out the Vivis and the Agatha Soul Cauldron and bring in all the copies of Quantum Riddler, turning myself into a blue-red control type of deck.
I like that. That's actually what my preferred strategy used to be as well. Okay. But I cannot say that I'm 100% confident in it. Some people swear that, for example, Daniel Götzschel, I believe, Gul Dukat, who made top 4 at the Arena Championship, where Vivi Cauldron was the first breakout, 60% of the format metagame, I believe. It was crazy. he swears that, I believe, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that you should keep the entire combo in against Monored because yeah, it's just a very powerful thing, and you need that sort of power to overpower them.
I see. Well, we've seen the combo doing a lot in this game. Cauldron and Vivi definitely just made Dennis win the game, so it totally makes sense to not set out the combo. We see that the players have finished sideboarding. They're both keeping. They seem happy about it. We see a mountain, a tap, and once again, the Bash Burn Astronaut. No, wait, that's a different name. Something like that.
I think it's, I believe it's Burnout?
Burnout Astronaut. There it is. That's the name.
Quite a name.
All right, Sparblov Canal past the turn. We see a Torch the Tower in the hand, although I believe you want to wait until the end of turn to play around a Razorkin Needle.
You know what's up, Mengucci.
Yeah, I've played this match actually in a couple of times in my RCQ when I played Vivi, and yeah, I think I like that plan of setting out Vivi and Cauldron and just having 8 spot removal spell and going up to 4 Quantum Riddler. I don't see any of these 2 cards in hand of Dennis, so maybe he has the same plan. 1 damage goes through and pass. Okay, well, end of turn now. We're gonna kill that Bastronaut.
Not activating the ability, a little bit of an indicator that he might have a Lightning Strike. But it could also be a next level move in that if he activates the ability, he wouldn't get him any damage at all because likely he would trigger that Torture Tower, which he might be thinking about.
Okay, so here is the Fresh Start is Flash, right?
Yes.
So Fresh Start is very good in this spot. Much better than Unable to Scream.
Yes. But Dennis doesn't look too happy, so...
Dennis, his hand is Monored. I don't understand why there wasn't a Torch end of turn on top.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would have liked that.
Yeah, we kind of just... I don't want to say time walk each other, but yeah.
Kind of did, yeah. So turn 2 Fear is maybe the best play against Monored you can have out of Vivi.
Okay, we can now go Mako plus Fear.
That's a nice turn.
We had Mako in hand last turn. That's weird. Could have gone Mako plus Shock plus Torch. All right. Oh, also we have the very powerful play of Fear Missing Out, discard Winter Night Stories to kind of get that little value out of your discard effect. But no, 2 Mako and then holding up that Torch.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Wants to set up big Makos for the future.
And Leon really likes those mountains because he has 5 of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure he agrees with you that he likes them right now in this moment. But yeah, he does have 5 in total.
Plus
6 land drawn, a classic Monored problem. But one of them at least being the Soulstone Sanctuary, which is a nice one.
Turning that 5th land drop into a 3/3 creature with Vigilance. What's the other 2 cards of Leon's hand? I think one is Screaming Nemesis, which actually is really good right now. Like, I honestly think that Leon is still favorite here, despite flooding us so much. Like, he just goes Screaming Nemesis attack, sending Dennis to 10, and then from there on... Oh, he doesn't have 2 Screaming Nemesis? Never mind.
Might just be 2 copies of Obliterating Bolt?
Man, that...
It's definitely 1. I can't quite make out what the other card is.
That would be bad. So I guess what he can do is just leveling up his Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, I kind of like that, yeah.
And Dennis Stern, who patiently never deployed this...
This play is, by the way, really risky also into a Nova Hellkite with the 2 Makos there. Like, it's a little bit safer if you go Fear Mako to make the Mako immediately a 2/2 to not have it die to the Hellkite.
All right, so we see Fear Missing Out. We see a Winter Story discarded. And unfortunately, the Harmonize effect cannot happen right now. Because it costs a total of 5, and we only have creatures that cost 2. Ooh, Proft. That's one of the, if not the best card in the deck, coming down now, making sure to deliver those +1/+1 counter. And I believe Leon only has Sorcery Speed removal spell, so he's not going to be able to stop this.
Yeah, well, he does have a Lightning Strike.
Oh, it's in his hand?
Oh, in his hand, you mean? Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. I couldn't quite make out what the other... Maybe it was 2 copies of Bolt. Certainly would make sense how this game has played out so far. Yeah, so Dennis thinking about what to pump. I kind of like pumping the Mako here.
Pumping the Mako and attacking with it. You can even attack with both, honestly.
Just attack with the 2/2 as well, and not with...
I like attacking with both.
He wants to go in for the race.
Let's go for a race. We have Torch in hand. We have Proft. Okay. Untap. Make it 3-3. And then is this a spell?
Oh.
It's once again a basic mountain. Definitely not looking too good, but the 2 obliterating bolt can kill the Marauding Mako, the fear of missing out, exiling them both, attack for 6, Dennis goes to 7, and then Dennis can't play Winternet Stories. I mean, I can go like land Winternet Stories, I guess. You know, again, Leon is drawing poorly. Nobody can deny that, but the game is not over by any meaning.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis down to 7. If the Nova Hellkite comes off the top again, we might have a win here for Leon. Snuck out.
Yeah, this
7 lands.
This game is definitely not over. Well, just noticing, Dennis is 11-1-1. So we picked up a draw at some point recently. But with that score, I'm thinking if you can like lose and draw, maybe still in the top 8. Maybe. It depends. It depends how many X3s there are.
I think there's too many X3s.
Wow, we're chump blocking.
That is wild.
And now, if those 2 spells in and for Leon are 2 Obliterating Bolt, we are just... No, I guess they are not.
Yeah, they are.
Why is it having a land then?
He wants to bluff a Burst Lightning.
I see. The bluff power. All right, kill, and pass the turn.
Yeah, Dennis really got punished for chump blocking.
Yeah, chump blocking with a Proft in play.
And a fear of missing out, yeah.
At 13 life even. All right, the player draws, it's a land. And it's a painful land. It could, in theory, go on top lane Quantum Riddler, but it's scary. It's very scary.
He has a Steam Core Scholar, so that's a nice one. That's essentially a 4/4 flyer here. But the way that Leon tapped with the Burst Lightning might make Dennis be a little bit afraid to go for the Steam Core Scholar.
Yeah, people at home that are playing Monored, maybe a Magic Arena, don't trust the auto tapper. Sometimes think about what would Leon van der Linden do, and that means holding up that basic mountain. Although I guess on Arena it doesn't hold priority, so it doesn't really matter.
But yeah, you could put full control.
Oh, that's hustling.
That's hustling.
You're really trying to win there. I respect that. I respect that. Well, back in the arena days, we had to hustle. We had to put a stop in every step. There was actually at some point a rule that you couldn't do that. It's crazy the way it was working.
I mean, you're the OG arena champion here, speaking to me, Mythic Invitational champion.
Yes, indeed. All right, what do we have here? Dennis is saying, okay, so Leon van der Linden has a Burst Lightning. What does that mean? Well, if he has a Burst Lightning, your life total is also pretty low. So yes, he's playing around that by cycling a Quantum Riddler, hoping to draw, unable to Scream, or Fresh Start for that Screaming Nemesis. And then we are going for a Winternet Stories, tapping 1 land, drawing 3, discarding 2 lands. 2 of these 3 lands that were drawn upside down this turn. There's a little bit of a clearing at the battlefield over there. We're discarding 2 tap lands, the Multiversal Passage and Sparbluff Canal. And then we can go, now we can just, I don't know, nothing, because we have no castable spell now.
Yeah, if you had a fear of missing out on play, that would really be helpful.
That's crazy.
Creature.
Wait,
but to be fair, Fear of Missing Out would have been killed by the Obliterating Bolt.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to say Fear of Missing Out would have won, but no. All right. Well, Leon with... Screaming Nemesis off the top. With 7 lands drawn, still putting together a win, it seems.
Managing his cards well. Making Dennis not play his Steam Core Scholar because of the bluffed Burst Lightning. Really exceptional play here from Leon, sneaking it out.
Torch the tower. Killing the... Looking at the top card and scry 1. I was like, what's going on there? Yeah, of course you scry 1 when you...
when you torch bargain, yes.
When you bargain.
But yeah, Dennis down to 4 against 2 Screaming Nemesis. He needs some goodies now.
And they didn't. It's there.
But he kept the card on top. Maybe it was an... Or did he?
Yeah, we need to enable to scream.
Yes.
And we have a Winternet stores to do that. There's only 2 in the 75, though.
Well, he has a fresh start as well.
Yeah, so
he has 6 mana now if he has an untapped land.
Yeah, I tell you, Screaming Nemesis is always the way this Monored deck steal the game, because it's just... You can't stabilize against that card.
Yeah.
Oh wow, from the land box, there's even a Time Spiral Mountain. That's Simon Nielsen favorite. Do you know that? Simon Nielsen only plays Time Spiral Basics.
Oh really?
Yeah, I've casted him a couple of times in the top 4 Pro Tour commentaries that I do at the Magic Con, and he's always there with his Time Spiral Basics. That is a signature land, signature basic. So we now drew our 3 cards. Life total is 4, so technically you can survive with a couple of chump blockers if they're cheap, such as a Marauding Mako. Unable to scream.
That's the first one.
The first one goes down, and then Marauding Mako ready to chump block.
Well, now there's only 3 power.
It's funny because, Dennis played around Burst Lightning earlier, but Burst Lightning would be lethal here.
Yeah.
So it's a classic situation where, you play around some things, but you're still dead to it the next round with another land. Man, that's crazy. So many lands have been drawn. Attacking for 3. Are we chumping, or are we going to 1? Go to 1.
I like going to 1, honestly.
Playing the Soulstone Sanctuary that was drawn this turn and tapping. Do you like going to 1?
I mean, what's your plan?
Well, you
chump, double chump.
You chump, you go to 3.
And then you chump with the Steam Core.
And then you chump, you go to 2. And in the meanwhile, you can put together, I don't know, just draw another copy of your enchantments. I feel like now it just this turn or bust.
Yeah.
Whereas if we chump, you're going to chump twice.
Yeah, maybe that's fair.
All right. Does Dennis draw... The thing is that...
You can also draw Flood more. Like, you want to have a clock in play, you know?
All right.
He keeps his cards close to the chest. We can't get a look.
Okay, yes, so discard 2 cards. Those are the 2 cards discarded. 2 counters on the Mako.
By the way, we have not seen a Vivio or Cauldron yet, so maybe he's going with the sideboard strategy that you suggested of siding out the Cauldron combo a little bit.
Okay, so of course the Obliterating Bolt cannot kill the Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, I think there's a Proft and an O-Bolt as the last card, so this Proft has to be cast, and it has to find a Floodmoor and Unable to Scream. That's 5 cards.
Yeah, I believe the best play, though, is to play the Winter Stories from the graveyard, tapping the Mako N2. You just get yourself more outs.
Oh, he does have another one?
I think so. I can see the W there.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually, yeah.
Okay, does he find Unable to Scream or Into the Floodmaw? Those are the 2 cards. And he's thinking about it, so he must have found it. Otherwise, the game is over.
Maybe he's just trying to...
figure
out a way.
So we're attacking for 6. We're chumping the...
I would actually maybe make the Scholar a 5/5, so I have that as a good blocker here. Right.
Okay. We haven't made a land drop yet, so we can draw Island into Floodmoor, Island into... man, the drawing upside down is a little bit tilting. Just having upside down cards in my deck is not something I always...
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
I need to have everything in order to have also my mind in order.
Yeah.
All right, Leon managed to win this game on the back of, 9 lands and 4 spells, something like that. So again, if you are in Leon's shoes, playing Monored, getting quite unlucky, don't give up yet.
Yeah, he kept
because you can see his face totally relaxed.
Yeah, he was not faced by that at all. He could have made a little bit of a grimace. No, he's in it for all, and he has a good mindset.
His opponent represented, he represented a Burst Lightning. His opponent bought it.
Yes.
Didn't play Steam Core Scholar into Proft, which would have made a card just huge and just very hard to interact with. Maybe he would have even won the race with a huge flyer.
Yeah. I mean, Leon has an intense table presence, and you know, if you have that sort of aura a little bit, give off that vibe, you can sometimes make the opponents a little bit more worried or cautious. It's the same thing if you get paired into like Reed Duke or Luis Scott Vargas or Shota Yasuoka. All of a sudden they have more than your average opponent, right?
They always have it.
They always have it, right? That's what you think in your head because they have such a table presence.
Yeah. One of my memories were certainly, you know, the Shadows of Innistrad Pro Tour top 8. I was just very young at the time, and my journey was top 8. John Finkel, top 4, Shota Yasuoka. You know, that was a...
That was my first Pro Tour, actually.
Oh, wow.
I was watching from the sidelines. I was like, oh, this Andrea Mengucci guy, he's pretty good.
What did you play?
I didn't make that tier. I played Red White Nahiri.
Red White Nahiri. Nahiri the Harbinger.
Eldrazi Displacer we had. I think we had Authority of the Consuls, maybe 2.
Yeah.
It was very good against humans, and it was kind of good against Company too.
Was this Red White Eldrazi that Luis Salvato top-8'd with?
No, but it was a close to that. We also had like Everson and Hangerback Walker.
Yeah. Earlier you mentioned Pyromancer Goggles. And that reminds me of Brad Nelson, Guru, Pyromancer Goggles. Yeah, that was a top 8 with 8 different decks at the time.
Amazing.
Simple times, really.
And honestly, that top 8 was incredible. We had Brad Nelson, John Finkel, Seth Manfield, Shota Yasuoka, Andrea Mengucci, Steve Rubin, Luis Salvato.
That's 8.
Yeah. There you go.
You've done it so quickly. Yeah, felt like you were there.
Can you imagine that? Player of the Years, Hall of Famers, some of the best to ever do it, all in that top 8. And in the end, Steve Rubin taking the trophy.
With green-white tokens, a deck that was kind of the burnout, the burst-out deck, the breakout deck.
Yes.
After that, you know, became one of the best decks, but was not played at the time at all. You know, that was the time where things like that could happen. Teams could just come up with decks. You know, Arena was not a thing. Magic Online was just a little less. I don't want to say tuned, popular. I don't know. So teams were able to come up with brand new decks. Nowadays, it's a little bit harder. We've seen it the last PT. I mean, I guess it was modern, but even the one before that was standard. The decks that were in the top 8, the ones that were most played, the decks that had the best win rate were all kind of known deck already, known quantities already. So Magic definitely changed. Now it's a lot more about play skill. Now it's a lot more about draft rather than just breaking with a new deck, because the internet has become too good.
It's making things more difficult. That is for certain, yes. Yeah, it really reignited my spark to be on that Pro Tour, to see all the people that.
Yes, speaking of the Pro Tour, the winner of this match will be qualified to Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, which is going to happen at the end of January in Richmond.
Okay, and we have a good start here. Both players starting for 1 drop.
This time, Dennis develops the Mako into Torch on turn 1 and turn 2. Very strong start. Multiversal Passage, naming blue, we're assuming. And it's now time. Those 2 red cards in the hand, are they Razorkin Needle?
You're absolutely right. And, well, the Torch was used pretty fast here. So, let's see. Oh, looking at this hand, this is actually huge. He maybe should have been a little bit more patient with that Torch.
Okay, so what do we see here is a lot of card draw, not a 3rd land. Oh my god, that's 2 Quantum Riddler, a Mako, a Proft, and a Winternet Stories. I mean, we're still playing Winternet Stories attack for 2, because the Razorkin Needle had as first strike only in the turn.
I think he's missing the land, actually.
Yeah, it's missing the land, but we can draw it with this Proft. Let's see. And 2 damage go through, 17. But yeah, Leon is so excited to see this turn, honestly. Couldn't have gone better for him. The opponent not only didn't have a removal spot for the thing, he also missed land. Now we're just going to double up with another one. But no, we're doing something else.
Oh yeah, no, he drew a Burst Lightning, so he can go Ember Heart, Burst Lightning, which is incredibly
and
good.
That's going to be 5 + 1, 6 damage. Yeah. This time Leon drew a proper amount of lands and spells, and with his skill and with the opponent missing a key land, I think your friend has it.
And Leon is not gonna miss any of those Razorkin triggers. He is in tune, has his finger right on it. And gosh, yeah, we only see Mako and a bunch of blue cards for Dennis, and none of the blue cards are unable to scream Floodmore, Fresh Start. So this couldn't have gone any worse for him.
We're still going Steamcore Scholar as a 4/4, and the opponent still needs to do something about it. Yes, you take 2 damage, but you know, you're at 12. You have 12 life to work with, so I think there's not that many options. So we have to do this. When you get a 10, draw 2, discard 2, or 1 if it's a sorcery, instant, or creature with flying. You have 2 Quantum Riddler that you really don't mind discarding. Ooh, those are a nice draw. Land, unable to scream. Yes, he made a land drop because he missed one on turn number 2. We're discarding Wilderness Stories and put 2 counters. Go.
Big turn here. Does Leon have the removal spell? Ooh, I think he drew a Vengeful Possession.
So that's going to be
9 damage.
9 damage, down to 1, and then it's over.
It would be over, yeah, at that point.
It's over.
Dennis would need to upkeep Torch the Tower.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, he doesn't have it, but Leon doesn't know that. Leon doesn't know,
but I trust that he will do the winning play.
Well, he could go for Obliterating Bolts, which would also deal 5 damage. And put this opponent to 5. Also a pretty good position. You know, this Vengeful Possession is just incredibly good at this point.
Honestly, the more you talk about it, the more Obliterating Bolt makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Dennis drew 2 cards in the meanwhile. He didn't have Torch the turn before, but he drew 2 new cards, so it makes sense to now play around it.
Yeah, and I think it's a close call.
Yeah. And you also, it's not that your Vengeful Possession is going anywhere. It's still an end.
It's still an end. Opponent's low on life.
The opponent will die to it. Yeah. So Leon knows that it's lethal.
Leon is
just, I should play safe and go Obliterating Bolt.
He's exactly thinking about the Torch Tower.
So whenever people ask me like, how do you get good at Magic, the suggestion that they give is think twice. Because the first line, so it's obvious, like you open your hand and you see a line, but the difference between a good and a very good player is that you get to see a second line that is better than your first one. So we both thought, oh, Vengeful Possession, that's lethal. But no, there's another line, a safer line, which is, of course, Obliterating Bolt, killing the Steamcore Scholar, and now unable to scream. Takes down the Razorkin Needle Head, plus Marauding Mako, and we can go Quantum Riddler to draw a card. No, we're passing the turn with Into the Floodmaw.
Into the Floodmaw up. That was a crucial interaction drawn there.
So Dennis at 4. Once again, Vengeful Possession would be lethal, but of course now it does mana up. No way we can do that. Yeah, I mean, you can even just land pass and turn your land. Nah, maybe we just go Razorkin Needle Head. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Attack. Again, thinking about the lines. Once again, Amir, I look at the hand that I...
Oh, he's going for the kill. I don't know if I love that. Oh, the funny thing is he actually gets to grow the Mako this way. Okay. He's discarding the mountain.
Okay, so he's going to draw and discard. The Emperor Challenger becomes now a 3/3. Discard and draw.
So the Mako grows by 1, that's funny.
And now the Into the Floodmaw can bounce the Mako back. No, maybe no, it's better to bounce the Challenger, of course.
Yeah.
Bouncing the Challenger back to hand, Mako sends Dennis down to...
2 life.
2 life. I mean, all of a sudden, the game is not over anymore.
Yeah, we have a stable board position right now for Dennis. At 2 life, though.
I mean, here I would have just played the Razorkin attack.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess attack, played a Razorkin.
I kind of like that play.
That's what I would have done. All right, let's tap in the other land was better, but minor things. And we have a Winter Night Stories.
Winter Night Stories, nice.
That's a super powerful play that Dennis has been doing a couple of times. Man, drawing cards upside down tells me. Doesn't even flip it in his hand.
Oh, he discards the Fear. I really like playing the Fear, to be honest. But I guess because it presents lethal so fast. And that's kind of what I'm looking for when I'm at
I also like to discard 2 cards in a hand like this.
Yeah, with the Riddler.
Playing the island.
But he really seems to value to hold that Torture Tower up, which is reasonable, I suppose.
Yeah.
Fear of missing out would be a blocker as well for like a potential haste Emberheart challenger, right? That he knows about.
Eventual possession should have been in Leon hand, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
He might be regretting that as well.
He's regretting it.
But he's still in a good position.
Is he though?
Is he not?
I don't know. He's like...
He has a haste creature, which Dennis has to respect, leaving back a blocker. So like the 7/7 can't attack. Leon also has a chump blocker for a gigantic creature. Whoa. Okay, yeah, he has a chump blocker. That actually...
Wow, attacking is crazy there.
Well, he does have the torch, I suppose, but yeah.
Attacking is crazy there.
Well, he has to win somehow, I mean. Playing the Fear would have been the best line for him, because then he would probably be able to represent lethal next turn.
So which Stalker Frenzy is the...
And have a blocker for the Emberheart. Yeah, but this is really close now. Yep, Torch works. Oh, he's gonna do it with the... Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
Playing around. Not even sure what.
Well, a Braid, I guess, is the only card that wouldn't kill you. That would be an instant. I don't even know if Leon plays any Braid. I don't think he does, actually. So there was no necessary...
Oh my god, we lost the Prof this way.
Yeah, okay, so now you go to 1. But you do have... Does he have another removal? I think he has the Unable to Scream. Yeah, he drew an Unable to Scream, so he has that one covered.
Island, Unable to Scream.
Then he could go Riddler, draw 2.
Where's the Prof? Why is it in the graveyard?
Yeah.
All right. Riddler draws 2. Maybe he's just going to draw another Prof.
Oh.
Wow, it's crazy if Dennis wins this games, honestly.
Yeah, no, it actually is. He's not looking too bad now. If Leon draws lands from here on out, I think he's losing.
Discard. Let's put that counter on the Mako. All right. After 6, there's no 7 on this dice, but we can add 1 more. What has been drawn? Mako and Riddler. We played a Mako. We attack for 7.
Another chump block.
Yeah, of course. This is perfect sequencing. And let's see what the draw.
Oh, it's a Burnout Bastronaut. Oh, it's a menace creature, but yeah, I mean, the blockers are there now.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
Yeah, the Vengeful Possession was used too aggressively. I think this is certainly... I think Leon played this game really tightly. All 3 games, I would say. Like, I love watching him play.
I think he played
that play was
until the Vengeful Possession.
But I do want to point that out, you know what I mean? Like, it's been a joy watching him maneuver these turns. And
it's so easy to see that Dennis has... We know that he had the removal spell and didn't have it at the time. So I think everything made sense. Definitely. We're not throwing anything against this player. Are 11-2 and 11-1 with no buys. That's an incredible feat already. Dennis untaps. Sight of Relief. That island still upside down.
Giving you the ick.
Draws for turn.
Oh man, well, Leon has a lot of top decks. Lightning Strike, Burst Lightning.
Taps to Island.
Nova Hellkite maybe.
Quantum Riddler. Draw 2. When that Prof, where is it? Tap in 2.
Oh,
you're missing out. Discard, draw 2. Counter. So many triggers. 1, 2. Hiding from the camera.
I presume we have Delirium at this point. We have sorcery, creature, enchantment, artifact.
So if we find a removal spell,
not artifact, but yeah, we have 4 types at the very least.
So we find a removal spell for the Bastronaut, we are lethal.
Yes.
Because the way that removal spell in hand from Leon works is that it will be discounted, but only once the attack is declared. And once the attack is declared, the Fear of Missing Out will be able to trigger on the Mako. So the removal spell happened now. What's it called, the removal spell? Witch Stalker Frenzy happens. it kills the fear of missing out, the untap, and get an additional combat stays. So the Mako will be dealing 9 damage 2 times here for a total of 18, 20 damage. And that's the handshake. Unbelievable stuff.
Congratulations, Dennis. There you go. You
Dennis,
see him excited.
I know, undefeated in day 1, clinches the top 8 with a game 3 like this. It must feel so good. It must be because you're there, just turn after turn, thinking you're dead on board. I'm dead on board. I'm dead. I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. Eventually, I'm gonna die. And then somehow your opponent just, I don't even think he got unlucky because the opponent just drew lands and spells. Instead, the blue-red deck just had the cards.
It looked really grim at the beginning, right? He had those Razorkin against the hand with a bunch of card draw in hand. I was like, okay, this is gonna be probably
crazy.
a short one.
So yeah, I mean, sliding out, I mean, I don't know, maybe Martin will interview Dennis, or maybe Dennis wants to keep the secrets until the failure, until the final, because of course you don't want to show your sideboard tips, but I think those Cauldron and VV4 set it out. The deck turned into a blue-red control that was able to win that game number 3. My glasses are a little bit shaky. need to fix them.
You're looking excellent.
All right.
Yeah, that was crazy. But hey, good news for Leon. We are still looking for a win in the next round. He's at accent free, good breakers, so he can still make it to the top 8. Congratulations to Dennis Bikuri for getting a slot after the 9-0 start. It's lovely to see it. Dennis is here with the bachelor party.
Yes.
In Liverpool, which is kind of awesome.
Celebrating.
Story.
And yeah, so we're gonna have an interview now. So that's what we're gonna do. I have to figure out how to wear my glasses with these headphones because I don't look the way they do, but we will all do that. So me and Arne will be with you later for a quarterfinal. Simon and Filipa will keep you company until round 15. It's gonna be cool to see how many Cauldron deck will make to the top 8, how many non-Cauldron decks will make to the top 8. I guessed 3 non-Cauldron deck. What about you? What's your guess?
I'm hoping for at least 4 non-Cauldron decks.
Aiming high over there. All right. So again, thank you for staying with us. We are now headed to an interview.
Hey everyone, we have a different kind of interview this round because you guys back at home, when you watch the broadcast, all you see is the casters, you see the feature match area, you see the players, but you never really see what's going on behind the scene. And there's so much more stuff going on to make everything possible and make it look this great. This is Felix from CSL. Felix is the producer for the company that produces the broadcast.
Hi guys, I'm Felix from Behind the Scenes and CSL Card Sports League. We are contracted by Fanfinity to make this amazing broadcast at the Magic shows in Europe.
Yeah, you and your team, you always make it look top tier. Everything looks amazing. Give us a little overview of what is everything that goes into making the event look so good on camera.
We're working with Fanfinity like a well-oiled machine, basically. They set up the truss and the branding and everything on Thursday already. So when we come in on Friday, we can focus on setting up the tech, testing the tech, etc. So that takes roughly 10 to 12 hours.
Okay.
And yeah, that is pretty much our build-up days.
How many people are part of your crew? How do you divide the roles? Who's responsible for what?
We are around about 4 to 5 people, so it varies, but we try to be 5. So that is the producer, that's me, the person that calls basically the shots. When you toss back to the casters, for example, then I say, okay, cut. And then the visual mixer is the person that is responsible for everything that is picture and video. And we have an audio engineer who is responsible for everything that people can hear. Then we have a replay operator. That is the person that is taking care of both matches that we're recording here. And the 5th person is responsible to make sure everyone can get a break, because we're facing, for example, today over 10 hours of broadcast plus breakdown. So that is a quite long day, so we have to make sure we get some rest.
Yeah, I think it's something people might not even realize how crazy the whole setup is. When you walk into the backstage, there's 15 monitors. All the monitors are split into 8 to 10 scenes. Like, you're looking at a bunch of different matches at the time. what is your most favorite and least favorite part of your job?
The most favorite part of the job, of the production, I would say, is the replay or the recording feature. So as you know, we have 2 matches that are recorded all the time, and we're completely independent from the tournament floor, basically. So whenever the players are ready, they can just start the game, it's recorded, and we can then choose which match to show, and then which match to show afterwards, and so we can basically eliminate all break screen over the weekend.
So that's something that makes your life much easier?
I think it makes our life much easier, so we don't need as much filler content as it was a few years ago, for example. And it also adds a lot of value for you watchers, I think.
Is there everything you enjoy about doing this outside of the actual production? Like maybe the traveling, you do a lot of events, like something like that?
Well, I was away last weekend, I'm away this weekend, so there really is a lot of traveling. That's a big part of the job, and I love it. Like my fridge, I'm one of these guys who has all these cheesy fridge magnets, collecting all the places where I've been, and every once in a while I just try to calm down, breathe through, and take a look at all the amazing places this job, before it was card games on their own. So we all come from the base, and seeing how this hobby developed into a job, developed into a company, that is just really amazing to see.
Do you actually even have time to visit the city? Like you have to come in advance to build the whole setup. When the finals ends, when everybody thinks the event ends, that's when you start tearing everything down. How long does that take? Like, does that actually leave you with time to, go visit the Beatles Museum or do something cool in the city?
Luckily, Liverpool, I've been before, so I went to the Beatles Museum already. So that is definitely a go-to in this city for sure. And in general, if you want to spend some time in the city, of course you have to arrange it. So you arrive earlier, or you take an early train, flight, drive, however you get to the city, basically. And depending where I am, if I'm traveling to the US, for example, I usually want to have an extra day or so to explore the city if I have never been there before. Sure.
Okay. Anything else you want to add? Shout out some of the team members, production?
Yes, actually all the people are coming together to have this show, whether you experience it as player, as production, as tournament crew, judges. Everything that comes together makes such an amazing. It's so great to see these shows, to be part of these shows. I think the Spotlight series with these amazing on-brand themes is a really nice thing. We can see the glove here. So everything that comes together here, there are so many people involved to make everything look good. And I think everyone deserves a shout out for that.
Yeah, that was super insightful. Thanks for talking to me. And now we're ready to toss it back to the casters.
Oh.
Felix made it just in time to toss it back to us here in the booth.
Always on time. Love to see that. Love to hear more about our production here. Big shout out to them, Felix, and everyone else here helping us make the stream run smoothly. And speaking of smoothly, the day is going very smoothly for our top contenders here. So let's get a look at those top standings. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon, Nielsen, and we are here at the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man round 15. This is the last round of Swiss, and this is a very important round because this is going to determine what players make it or not to top 8 and get the qualification to the Pro Tour. Simon, talk us a bit about these standings that we see here.
Yeah, so this is, once again, Maciej Barwik and Denis Bikiri in number 1 and 2, just like they've been basically the entire tournament. And we just saw Denis pick up the win on One Life against Monored. His friends who were here for the bachelor party, they were cheering on him hard. I was sitting there choosing the card viewer, and I could just hear them chanting and cheering for their friends. So that was awesome to see. They're both locked for top 8. Then we have Edouard Zister and Michael Simonetti. I believe, yeah, these players, all these top 4 players you see here, they're all drawing with each other and guaranteeing their spot in top. Wait, actually, I think that might mean that Michael Simonetti, didn't he draw? No, Michael Simonetti won. Okay, yes. So that has been cleared. So those 4 are in the top 8.
Absolutely insane.
And then you have some other matches going on here. So there is back off, who is Lukas Jakowski, playing against Jacopo Di Napoli, and that's a Iszet Cauldron mirror, as well as the matches we're going to see. So I'm going to skip those. And then we have one last match here, 2 more matches that are playing winning in. So it's Patrick Sabazana, whatever, versus Andre Sanch, one of your picks. So they're paired up against each other. That's Iszet Proft versus Iszet Cauldron. And they're playing, I think, probably a straight winning in. And then we have David Gonzalez Romero, Playmobil on Magic Online against Alexei Polo, who got 9th in the World Championship 2 years ago. Now playing here, might risk getting 9th even with a win here, but it's very possible that the result from Table 2 opens up a slot for Alexei to get in here. I guess maybe not. Yeah, so it's very possible that these players here are playing for 9th, and the tiebreakers are very close, though, especially with Andre Sanch in the mix. So, we'll have to see how this shakes out. We're not showing any of these matches, but that's how it plays out here at the end of this tournament.
And I have to say, from these rank 11 to 20, I have 3 of my 5 final fantasy draft picks. Ben Jones, Andres, and Marcio Carvalho.
Yeah, actually, Ben and Marcio played last round, and they were X3, so they were like playing for the potential to have winning it now. But they drew, knocking both of them out of contention of this tournament.
Damn, they are messing my fantasy draft picks.
On purpose.
On purpose. They are trying to sabotage me. They saw that I was getting ahead of you, Simon. But all fun and games here. Let's take a look here at the lists that we are going to see for this first match of this round 15. It must be a fast one.
Yeah, we've seen both of these players before. Liam Tiller-Collins and Leon van der Linden. We see Leon right here. This is a mono-red mirror. Leon came so close to clinching that top 8 spot last round. But now, ended up losing with the opponent at 1 life, just, slightly missed timing of eventual possession after playing so tight the entire match. And now has to continue playing tight. Does get the opportunity to play another win and in against Liam Tiller-Collins. And this is just, these lists are going to be almost identical. There are, I think, there's like no shocks in this list, but an extra copy of Witchstalker Frenzy and an Obliterating Bolt in this list by Leon van der Linden. Another small change is that it's 3 Soulstone Sanctuary and 3 Rockface Village, rather than 4 Village and 2 Sanctuary. So a little bit less likely to cast Needlehead on turn 2, but more likely to have threats going into the late game. As we see here from Liam Tiller-Collins, someone we've seen on Feature Match 2 to 3 times, I think, already, and is actually playing also the 3 copies of Witchstalker Frenzy, but playing the Shock over the Obliterating Bolt. So we'll see if that slight one change could end up mattering in this matchup. These decks are 58 cards similar, and that's just how well-tuned this mono-red deck has become at this point. With it's not like Liam and Leon, despite very similar first names. They're not like they're working together. Liam from England and Leon from the Netherlands. But because of the online hive mind, they've arrived at a very similar mono-red list that is just optimized for the metagame, and now they get to battle for a guaranteed red player into top 8.
I mean, I like the fact that we are going to have a non-PV deck in the top 8 guaranteed. So let's see these mono-red players battling. This should be a fast one, but sometimes actually we think that the mono-red mirror is going to be super fast, and it ends up not being super fast. Let's see here what our players are going to do, and who starts being more aggressive, more defensive. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic. And Simon, when you're playing these more aggressive decks against other aggressive decks, how do you determine if you're going to be, or when to be the aggressor and when to be defending?
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting, especially to see how the Screaming Nemesis plays in this matchup. Because while it is just a terrifying attacker, it's also an incredible blocker in the red matchups, where you can block one creature and then use the trigger to kill another creature. So the positioning there is going to matter a lot. There's going to be some timing with the burn spells. If both players have a prowess creature and a burst lightning, there's some interesting interaction there with the players leaving mana up. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Of course, being on the play has a lot of advantage, and the player on the draw draw, kind of has to play a bit more catch-up using removal spells and try to rely on the bigger creatures rather than cards like Burnout Bastionaut to get into the game. I actually fully expect to play on the draw to board out Burnout Bastionauts, all 4 copies in the post-board games. We'll see if that actually plays out, but that'll be my prediction.
And both players here deciding whether to keep or move. I see both spells and lands. One thing is that I see that all these mono-reds playing lately the Soulstone Sanctuary as a man land. They're being quite helpful. Not playing anything here on turn 1, Leon, but Liam playing the Burnout Bastionaut. And you said before that this card was the one waiting for another standard card to be banned to finally shine. So now that the mouse is gone, Burnout Bastionaut is the top choice here for turn 1 play of these mono-red players. And again, Leon, turn 2 not doing anything. We know there's a Lightning Strike, we know there's a Frenzy, I believe Screaming Nemesis.
2, actually. Yeah, so I think that's why Leon kept this relatively slow hand, is because of those Screaming Nemesis. That card is so important in the mirror. And with the Lightning Strike, you're able to answer Liam's 2-drop just fine, as we see the speed tick up to 2. So now the question is, Liam knows, okay, Leon, you surely didn't keep a hand that has no play on turn 1 or 2, and you didn't Burst Lightning my Bastionaut. So you must have a Lightning Strike, and has to decide how to play around that. It's very possible the best line is just to play 2 more Bastionauts out here and make the Lightning Strike trade down on mana. That's actually a great exchange for Liam here. The mono-red matchup being so dependent on mana usage.
Yes, going wide seems like a very good choice against Mono-Red, even if Liam now plays a Screaming Nemesis, because the Burnout Bastionaut as manas, it will continue to be able to attack and get to max speed, and soon enough those creatures will have double strike and be very difficult to deal with. Screaming Nemesis on the attack, dealing 3 damage now. Leon at 19 life and Liam at 17.
Yeah, so of course this time you cannot leave back the Screaming Nemesis because of
Menace.
Yeah, because of the menace. But yeah, then Nova Hellkite, able to answer the Burnout Bastionauts. Kind of important here, as now, the Nemesis and Bastionauts are coming in and putting at 3 speed. So it's going to be a little bit dangerous if these Bastionauts can gain double strike next turn. That's when this Nova Hellkite will come into play and be very clutch at clearing out one of these as a clean 2-for-1. And now there's also the Nemesis versus Nemesis situation, where if Leon just plays another Nemesis here and passes, it's actually going to be really hard for Liam to get any damage through. Because you could block like Nemesis on Nemesis, but then the only thing that Liam will be able to target is the other Nemesis in play, which will get to kill the 2 Burnout Bastionauts. So Leon can actually just kind of chill here, play the Screaming Nemesis, pass, and even has the Witchstalker Frenzy in case there's an all-out attack. He can also choose to go much more aggressive, play the Nemesis, attack with both, and then use the Witchstalker Frenzy to clear out one of these Bastionauts and take a little bit of extra damage, but potentially set up well with that Nova Hellkite coming in later. Actually, if he doesn't need to use the Witchstalker Frenzy, he could even take the damage from Liam, then play Nova Hellkite, attack with all, and then Frenzy his own Screaming Nemesis for lethal next turn.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's going through Leon's mind here, is that his life total is actually kind of high enough that he could potentially survive just going Screaming Nemesis and attacking with both. But the question is, what could Liam possibly have? What are the punishes? What if Liam has his own Witchstalker Frenzy, for instance? How would that affect things? How would a Hired Claw affect things? Because then you can Rockface Village to give it haste, and then the ping will give you speed to give double strike to the Bastionauts.
Oh, that's true. And then you get the double strike there. Very nice. So, looks like Leon here considering, and here it showcases that Mono-Red, as we talked before in the previous round, Simon, is not that easy to play. There's all these choices going for the Nova Hellkite, warping, dealing 1 damage to one of the Burnout Bastionauts, and attacking just with the Nova Hellkite for 4 damage, and that is going to go to be warped.
I like this line. It's different than the 2 I highlighted here, but it's a way where you can clear up a Bastionaut now and then clear up a Bastionaut next turn. The reason Leon didn't go for the line I experienced, there's a couple things that could go wrong, but for instance, a Hired Claw giving haste and then a Witchstalker Frenzy would actually kill Leon if he had tapped out completely here, or at least would have forced him to use his own Witchstalker Frenzy to clear a 1-drop. So yeah, that's a very important interaction here where Leon tries to, still make sure to get some damage through. Is certainly eyeing the ability to use Frenzy on his own Screaming Nemesis, as well as that Lightning Strike that can go face. So there's a lot of burn potential from Leon, as long as he manages to deal some damage, and that's why he chose to go for the Nova Hellkite right now.
Tough decisions here for both Monored players. But one thing is certain, we will have one Monored player in our top 8.
Oh yes, this will absolutely happen for sure.
Unless they both draw.
Unless the two Monored players draw, you know, I've seen crazier things in my lifetime. Not many crazier things, but I've certainly seen some. As I'm scrolling through Leon's achievements here, and he has played so many Grand Prix and 4 Pro Tours throughout his career, starting with, I believe, Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan back in 2018. So certainly we can see where like this stoicness comes from, this like this calm demeanor at the table, kind of fearsome presence where he just thinks, you know, through his lines calmly, comes to the right decision and executes, you know, perfectly on these lines. That is what Leon does. Last year, actually, at MagicCon Amsterdam, he won one of the sealed PDQs as well. Those are huge and hard to do. So now we see the Screaming Nemesis trade, but this is a trade that is in Leon's favor because Liam's Nemesis will only have to deal 3 damage to Leon's face, whereas Leon's Nemesis can deal 3 damage to the Bastronaut if he wishes to, and kind of trade up on cards that way.
And it's a board wipe situation.
Yeah, it's just a straight, you know, you're just playing control, you're 2-for-1-ing. Normally that's the role of the player who's on the draw, but the hand that Leon kept against the triple 1-drop hand from Liam kind of swapped those dynamics, putting Liam into the seat of the aggro player. As now we see a Razorkin come on in, as just a 2-2, but it's gonna
every card drawn by Leon is going to be 1 point of damage, and already at 9, so every point is going to count here. There's also that Soulstone Sanctuary eventually, and yeah, Leon though as the Nemesis. There's also the Nova Elkite that is currently warped, and
yeah, land draw here actually very, very good for Leon here. Means he can go Screaming Nemesis and still Lightning Strike. It's also possible, by the way, that this Lightning Strike could go face, because then you bring Liam down to 7 life, and then Nova Hellkite plus Nemesis is actually lethal next turn. So depending on exactly what happens here, that is a line that he could go for. For instance, if Liam just animates the Soulstone Sanctuary and attacks for 5, well, you're clear to just take that damage and send the Lightning Strike upstairs. So the way you play these red decks, it's so interesting. You can't just play too defensive, because then the opponent will probably burn you out before you burn them out. So you need to make sure you deal a little bit of damage and be a bit temperate with your spells, making sure to not just point them all at creatures, think about that they can go face, but also not just go face, because you might get raised by the creatures.
It's like a little dance.
It is a little dance.
Between both players. And this dance is to see who gets qualified for the top 8, yes, and gets qualified for the Pro Tour.
Right. Which was and here we actually do see it. So that's the Sanctuary animated. And yeah, if Liam just attacks with both creatures here, he could leave back the Needlehead and he would technically survive, unless the Nova Hellkite can ping his own creature. I don't believe it can.
Sanctuary as Vigilance, which is always really nice, be able to leave the creature then to block if needed.
Yeah, but against Screaming Nemesis, leaving a 3/3 to block doesn't actually matter. And we do see here the leaving back the Razorkin Needlehead here, because he knows that this plays around Lightning Strike to the face. So that's a beautiful play. But the issue is that what can happen now is that the Nova Hellkite comes down and deals 1 damage to the Sanctuary. And then you attack with everything, and Liam is forced to chump block with the 2/2, which will then deal 2 damage to the Sanctuary and leave the Screaming Nemesis in play. So not a great situation by any means for Liam here.
We have we have the Nova Elkite.
We actually can also just
There's
go
the
for
Frenzy as well.
Yeah, you can actually just go for this line here, where so this forces Liam to he has to now block Soulstone Sanctuary on Nemesis and the Needlehead on the Soulstone Sanctuary. Because if he doesn't, then the Vigilance from Soulstone will actually play in part with that Witchstalker Frenzy to deal damage to the Nemesis. So the Nemesis has to die in combat here for Liam to survive. But he does have a line now that makes him survive. The issue is he would not have a board and he would survive at 4 life, still against that Witchstalker Frenzy potentially, and also with a Nova Hellkite when you're at 4 life is certainly not something that's nice to face.
And Liam here has to make a decision.
It's possible that Liam decides that the correct conclusion is that he can't beat the Witchstalker Frenzy. I'm sure that he's thinking about it in these positions. That's what you have to do. You have to go through the possibilities of different instances that Liam could have and what that means for your blocks. I wonder if there's even some trickery sometimes where blocking the way that I described makes you die to something else, but I don't think it does.
So blocking...
Is the block that he would like to do is just to go Sanctuary on Sanctuary and take the 3 damage from Screaming Nemesis. But if he does that, he does die to the Witchstalker Frenzy. So Liam says, you know what, I don't think I can beat this. Oh, actually, this still beats it, I just realized. Because, yeah, because the lands will trade. And so there's no opportunity for Liam to go to combat and deal the damage with the Nemesis.
I think they're discussing now.
Yeah, this is actually massive.
He cannot float the mana before the damage, so...
He can, but then the mana disappears when he goes into combat damage. And I don't think Leon was aware of this. Neither was I in this moment, as I didn't see this option. But Liam recognizing that this is a way he can play around the Witchstalker Frenzy. The Frenzy can still be cast here, targeting the Razorkin Needlehead, so there will be no board for Liam. But, you know, at least... Liam is kind of, you know, surviving here, gonna go to 4 life, and if he has a Witchstalker Frenzy himself, or maybe some hasty creature, like it's possible that he could make something happen in the current situation.
Yeah, and here it's Leon at 5 life and Liam at 7.
So we do see the Frenzy here. You can't target your own Nemesis yet, because that's only 5 damage.
Razor.
Yeah, he can just kill the Razor, can Needlehead, and clear the board that way. Trade off the 2 lands there.
It's not too bad. Keeping that Screaming Nemesis alive next turn for sure.
Oh no, this is still a great position for Leon.
Leon just needs to survive. 2 lightning strikes is GG.
Oh, he has a burst lightning. Wow, so he's 1 damage short of lethal. Oh. Yeah, so he just needed to draw Lightning Strike or Screaming Nemesis or Hired Claw or anything. So many draws would have won the game for Liam, but not quite there. Honestly, I love these mono red mirrors. I feel like we should feature that like every 3rd round. And that would be good coverage. I don't know what chat thinks, but like these matches are riveting and exciting and razor sharp, and they require such thoughtful play. Like, if we saw it from the Pro Tour, you know, the mono red side of the bracket at the Pro Tour Final Fantasy, where you have 4 red players in top 8, that was super interesting magic between top players bluffing each other, and you know, like you're doing hand reads and transferring information, and all of these things go on in the mono red mirror. So yeah, I'm just like all about this. You know, control mirrors. Think of the past. Mono red mirrors, that's where it's at.
And some people saying in chat, I don't know if it's true or not, I didn't really catch it, there was a missed trigger from Needle that could have changed the...
Whoa, really?
That could have changed the outcome and be exactly
I thought Leon was at 6 life when the Razorkin got played, but I could be wrong.
I don't know, but that's Twitch chat, YouTube, I'm not sure. I'm just leaving it out there, then we can watch maybe the replay and see if that happened or not. But
yeah,
there's a sideboard now, and Simon, here we see a Leon van der Linden sideboard. How do you sideboard against the mirror match?
Yeah, so I would imagine that the Stingerback Terrors come in as a large, big threat for that mirror match, as well as the Shocks to deal with the small things. It's actually possible the Shocks are only good in the draw, but kind of not good on the play, especially if you expect your opponent to remove some of their cheap creatures when they're on the draw. And so you kind of want like your cheap threats when you're on the play and cheap answers when you're on the draw. That's kind of how it goes. For the sideboarding. And yeah, here we see very similar sideboard again from Liam. Has a few less threaten effects. One less of those. There's the extra Obliterating Bolt that is in the main deck for Leon here, and still 2 Stingerback Terrors to 3 from Leon's side. So very similar sideboarding here, but the Shocks aren't there in Liam's sideboard. There is 1 Shock in his main deck and not in the sideboard. So actually, Leon is going to have access to more 1-mana removal in the post-board games. There's also other things you can do in the mirror, like you kind of can't go like crazy with it. Bought in Sunspine Links because it's just a big boy, but I think the Stingerback Terrors kind of take that spot and does the job better of that sort of thing. And even if you expect your opponent to have a bunch of dragons in the deck post-board, you could bought in a Threaten effect, like Vengeful Possession or Twisted Fealty.
Okay, so a lot of options here for our players. We see the sideboard here now from Leon Tiller Colin's side, and we are going to soon be ready for Game 2. This is a very important match for these players. Whoever ends up winning this round 15 match is going to advance into the top 8 and qualify for the Pro Tour Richmond, which is Lorwyn Eclipse. Simon, are you qualified to play that Pro Tour?
I am indeed, yeah, and I'm looking so much forward to it. I don't have that many PT invites left in my bank, but hopefully I can rack up some more in the near future. Speaking of PT invites left in the bank, there's something very interesting happening at the top table. So I mentioned how there's like, you know, there were some draws and some concessions in the top 2 tables, and the result of that is that Edward's sister on Cauldron was paired against Maciej Barwig, I believe, and they both drew on table 1. And so normally you think, oh yeah, that's fine, like they're just drawing into top 8. But the trick is that Edward Schister does not have 12 wins. He has 11 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. So the second draw doesn't quite bring him up. Like he's 1 point short of that 12-win mark.
Are you saying that it drew into out of top 8?
I think what might have happened is that Edward might have drawn into 9th place. We can't guarantee anything, of course. Matches could naturally come to a draw, and that will still let Edward have a chance to get into top 8. But that is a tough, tough situation. What it does mean, however, is the match that I said they're playing for 9th, they might actually be playing for a clean cut into top 8 at 12 and 3. So that's the match between David Gonzalez Romero, Playmobil and Magic Online, on Sultai Reanimator, up against Alexis Polot from France, playing Iszet Cauldron. So that match that I thought was a battle for 9th, you know, I mentioned Alexi getting 9th at Worlds 2 years ago. Well, he's actually has a chance to have the reverse happen and get into 8th as a result of this.
Maybe some karmic energy.
Yeah, maybe an extra Sultai Reanimator in the top 8 as a result of this upset here. So that's going to be nice to see, you know, a few more non-Vivi decks as we get started here with the Hired Claw from Liam Tiller Collins.
And Iron Claw here, turn 1, and we do have also that Burnout Bastionot now, and getting that max speed going. Now, because of Iron Claw attacking, the speed goes up again, so we are F2 speed now. 1 mana open. That can be, for example, Burst Lighting, or can represent it, so...
Yeah, but no Burst Lightning or Shock from the side of Leon here, who's on the draw here and now has to play catch-up here once again against a multiple 1-drop start. But this time, it's Liam on the play, and the multiple 1-drop start against no 1-mana play from Leon is so much more punishing. As we see these nice Shards of Alara lands from Liam. Honestly, you know, I think I'm getting more and more a fan of this. I don't think all of his lands are matched up, because he just, you know, apparently couldn't find enough Alara lands, or maybe he just wanted to show all of the different Alara mountains available, you know, the Jund ones, the Grixis ones, and the Naya ones. Because they're all themed from the 3 different shards. I do love that about Alara. As we now see here, Lightning Strike takes care of that Hired Claw, so Bastionot can roll in for just a single point of damage, but getting the speed up to 3, and it's getting dangerously close to being a very real threat.
Oh yeah, that if he gets double strike, gets really dangerous, and let's start getting those triggers going. Every time that Leon draws a card now, he is going to lose 1 life. But there's the Lightning Strike and their Razorkin Needlehead, not able to deal damage. Iron Claw here.
Yeah, so Leon here not having a Screaming Nemesis, it seems, and realizing that it's totally fine to just kill off this Razorkin in my upkeep and you know, just save that 1 point of life, knowing that he was going to follow up with a Hired Claw. So now we see the Burst Lightning take care of that 1-drop. And now there's a Screaming Nemesis from Liam's side. Attack for 4, getting up to 4 speed, and with a Nemesis on one side, no Nemesis on the other, it's going to be a lot tougher for Leon to navigate this while Liam is still 20 life. That is one way you could potentially beat the... as explaining here that you could either move the counter to 4 or you could flip it around, and then the die is kind of, you know, unnecessary. That's going through Liam's head here. There was a Nova Hellkite being picked up there, so that's one way where you could clear out the Bastionot. But since Liam is at 20 life, at the moment the Hellkite is kind of just a 3-mana removal spell for your opponent's 1-drop. And that's not efficient enough, I don't think. So I actually wonder if Leon is just going to play 2 2-drops here and pass the turn. after attacking for 2, I guess, with Empire Challenger. Or if he's going to play the Razorkin Needlehead and leave up the Witchstalker Frenzy to try and kill something. So there's a lot of lines there that could go through Leon's mind. Maybe trying to draw the 5th land to play the Hellkite from hand and kill the Bastronaut, being a much more tempo-efficient play.
Razorkin here, and I think we might see that play that you said, leaving 2 mana open. We know that there's Frenzy in hand. Now there's a trigger there, or maybe they are deciding if the trigger was or not.
I believe that no card has been drawn yet. So yeah, I think Leon is just like pointing at his trigger before the card is even drawn.
Yes, yes.
Which is, you know, kind of how you're supposed to do it. Then you at least make sure that it's like not...
Do not forget it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, you just say pass the turn, upkeep, or in your draw step, you'll take a damage.
And I mean, in these matches, 1 life might matter.
We saw it last game.
Yes, exactly.
Leon was 1 life from losing the game as he comes to 2nd Screaming Nemesis. So that's a massive beatdown here. And the Bastronaut having Menace and Double Strike. I wonder if Leon is just forced to use this Witchstalker Frenzy just to clear this one. But he's going to take 6 damage now, and then 6 damage next turn from the Nemesis.
The Screaming Nemesis is great in the mirror because you know that your opponent only has ways to deal damage. There's no like remove a creature, so they will always get you some value.
So the way this starts for Leon is, okay, Liam has 2 mountains in hand, and he has 2 mountains on top. I was wrong. No, he's actually going to try and kill the Screaming Nemesis with the Witchstalker Frenzy. So this way he takes 10 damage this turn and falls down to 3.
This is 4 blocks.
This is before blocks, yeah. But he'll fall to... Yeah, so if he takes the damage here, if he doesn't trump block the Screaming Nemesis, he'll fall to 3 life. And then the Nemesis attack next turn will start to be dangerous. So, yeah, this is one way where he could potentially stabilize, but I think his life total is still too low to actually do that. He could... No, he doesn't have a 1 mana answer to Nemesis. Otherwise, he could chump block with the Needlehead, go to 4 instead of 3, and then draw a 3 mana card to deal with Nemesis, as well as using the Nova Hellkite on the Bastronaut. But yeah, this doesn't work. His other line would have been something crazy where he had to take 6 this turn and take 6 next turn, go to 1, hope there's literally nothing in Liam's hand, and try to kill him for 20 life in 2 turns.
There's a shock top deck, so there's the possibility of warping that Nova Hellkite and keep a shock, but what does that do to Liam? Okay, so Bastronaut is gone.
Attacking for 4 here, putting Liam down to 15, and yeah, Leon can just chump block with the Razorkin here and survive at 1 life, but I do think there's more stuff coming from Liam here. There is indeed a Nova Hellkite that can also come down, and that should take this game. Here we see him, yep, shrug. This should be good enough, and indeed it is. So Leon scoops it up here, and we're 1-1. Very exciting.
I cannot imagine how... Big shout out to the players, because this must be such nerve-wracking for them. They are here around 15. They are being feature match, watched by thousands of people if we combine the views on YouTube and Twitch, and they are now 1 game away to make it into the Pro Tour and guaranteeing a spot in the top 8. There's $50,000 prize pool in this event. The first play gets that amazing glove, special, very sought after item trophy. So, you know, I have to give shout out for the players for keeping it super composed and giving us here some good games of Magic.
Right, so I have an update that you might be interested in.
Okay, tell me the tea.
On table 6, Andre Sanch just won his match, playing Iszet Cauldron up against the Iszet Prof deck from Project Semifinals.
Oh, okay, I'm sad that the Prof deck didn't win, but at the same time, Andrea Santos is in my caster predictions, so that means that I'm going to get some points. Yes, actually the Portuguese people doing very well. We had the Esper mill by Tiago Almeida yesterday here on coverage, and I think today again, Marcio Carvalho doing pretty well, Andrea Santos doing pretty well. I saw Diogo Santos also was doing quite well in the tournament, and I mean, shout out to the Portuguese players.
Oh yeah, indeed. So yeah, that is Andre in the top 8. On table 3, we had a Cauldron mirror between Luka Shklovsky and Jacopo Di Napoli. 2 names that, you know, you might you might be familiar with if you pay a lot of attention to Magic's history and recent. It's like kind of like an old star from 10 years ago versus a new star coming up rising here with Jacopo Di Napoli. And that's a Cauldron mirror that Jacopo from Italy ended up winning. So that's Jacopo Di Napoli into top 8, the control master, but now playing Cauldron in this tournament, veering away from his normal strengths, but is one of the Magic Online players who is who's, I would say, an up-and-comer, a ringer, so to speak. And then we have table 7, the one that was going to be a winning in for 9th. We have an update here. This is going to be very interesting. We have David Gonzalez Romero on Sultai Reanimator against Alexi Palou, who, again, 9th place in Worlds 2003. So, very accomplished player already. Alexi takes down that match on Iszet Cauldron. So that is Cauldron again making the top 8 from that match, and Alexi Palou securing a spot here. So, for now, we know we have 6 Cauldron players in top 8. That's what it looks like. We have the winner of this match, and then we have our other feature match, which...
So we have 6 Iszet Cauldron guaranteed top 8, 1 Monored, because one of these players will make it in top 8. It's going to Monored. And what about the last one, Simon?
Well, we'll just have to see what happens in the last one.
Okay.
No spoilers for what the matchup is, but it's going to be between Alexander Jimenez Ortega against Antonio Castellani. Oh wait, Antonio Castellani? I played against him in the top 8 of my first GP top 8.
Really?
Yeah. Wow, that is such a long time ago.
How do you still remember? I love that you remember so many stories from so many years.
Okay, I will say most of the things that I remember is because of mtgeloproject.net. They have
them.
Yeah, exactly. They have the entire tournament history for a lot of players. That's also when I mentioned what Leon's accomplishments. That's when I was scrolling through that one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Antonio Castellani is that one. I could, misremember. It could be the same last name and in a different person. So yeah, I guess I'll have to double check that one. But anyways, that was back in 2015 in Brussels. So. Regardless, those are the players that we'll watch in our backup feature right after this one. But this is down to it here. Leon taking a mulligan here, being disciplined, playing for that Pro Tour invite are these players.
And I see Leon there staring, and I can only imagine what is he thinking. He's like, okay, I took the first move. If I win this game, I will make it into the top 8. The fame, the glory, and all the prizes that come with it.
I think Leon is trying to clear his mind. I think the stare into space might just be the sort of focus method. You focus on something far away.
Edge of Eternity's vibes.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to reset your mindset and make sure that mulliganing to 6 doesn't tilt you, because you cannot play on tilt in these matches. So yeah, I do think that's really good table procedure there, making sure that you're calm and ready and stretched, just like you're stretching right now. Calm out.
I'm stretching because I'm getting ready. I love these moments where we see what players qualified to the top 8, and also Twitch chat, YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from. Give us some IP in chat. We're always happy to see a lot of faces. Who's not happy to see that Mul is Leon and now mulliganing to 5? It feels bad.
Maybe, but in both games we've had players with cards in hand when the game ended. So the player who won has had cards in hand, which means you don't need all your cards to win the Monored mirror, which means you can win on a multi 5.
That's true. That's positive thinking, and that's exactly what Leon needs to have now, keeping it calm, collected, and just a mul. But now we're going to have a perfect hand. And
yeah, I'd rather have a 5-card hand with a turn 3 Screaming Nemesis than a 7-card hand that doesn't have any Nemesis.
That's true. And Leon here being very disciplined, really mulliganing to try to get what it needs to be a good hand against Liam.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, let's see how this one plays out. Hopefully, some good games of Magic here. I will say, when we're looking at Monored mirrors, I do root for a good game of Magic. Then I'm not being Villain Simon and wanting it to end as quick as possible.
That's true. I mean, I honestly, like both these players, I want both to win, because Liam, we saw so many times here on the feature match, and Leon also seems like such a great guy. So you just are rooting for both, but you know that only one can qualify here for the top 8. Nonetheless, great run by both players here this weekend.
Mountain Soulstone Sanctuary, Burst Lightning, Lightning Strike, and the Stinger Bactera. So no Screaming Nemesis, but a big dragon you could plot for 3 mana is going to be late. And you know which card is good when you mulligan? -1/-1 for each card in your hand.
Exactly. I guess that is an advantage of mulliganing here. So quite a bit of removal and then trying to finish off things with a big flyer that doesn't die.
Oh, but Liam also has a Stinger Bactera, and it's way smaller because he's on the draw and has a 7-card hand. So yeah, the question is, does Liam play anything here into the Burst Lightning or Lightning Strike from the opponent? And yeah, does indeed play out a 2-drop. So the question is Liam going to be mana efficient and play the Lightning Strike, or going to be damage efficient and play the Burst Lightning, saving the Lightning Strike for later?
Ooh, this
Whoa,
is a
that's a
huge
Nemesis.
updeck.
Yeah, but he's going to wait on this one, because getting the Stinger Bactera out as early as possible is going to be even more important. And I do like Liam being mana efficient here. You see, if he draws a land right now, he can actually empty out his hand.
I like that play a lot. Next turn, even with a land, it's possible to play Nemesis plus Burst Lighting, your Stinger Bactera becoming a 7/7.
So yeah, there's Nemesis from Liam, first blood. Leon down to 17, but there's a big offense mounting here. No land drawn. So the question is now, do you play the Stinger Bactera? Because it's going to be a 5/5. 5/5? It's a little small, because it gets hit by Witchstalker Frenzy. So you could hold it until you can make sure that it's at least a 6/6, requiring 2 burn spells to answer. Of course, if you do that, well, you also delay a lot of your damage that way. I think ideally, Leon would be able to play the Razorkin Needlehead and the Burst Lightning to protect the Stinger Bactera, but it doesn't have the triple red to do that as a result of playing 3 copies of Soulstone Sanctuary in his deck. Of course, Soulstone Sanctuary important for winning his first game, so yeah, that's the trade-off you make right here. As now the question is, do you leave this Screaming Nemesis back on defense, and do you play the Stinger Bactera? Those are 2 big questions here, and he does decide to play it patiently. Playing around the Witchstalker Frenzy.
I love to see that. I mean, very patient here from Leon. And now Liam on the other side has access to quite a bit of mana. There's also the Witchstalker Frenzy that Leon played around and very well.
Yeah, so quite rewarded for that decision. I wonder if Liam is just slamming his Stinger Bactera here. But it's not very good at the moment. I think there's 4 cards in hand. So that would have it die to a Lightning Strike, which you already see Leon use one of them, of course. So yeah, it's possible that Leon's decision to use Lightning Strike instead of Burst Lightning could hurt him here if Liam just plays the Stinger Bactera.
Not an easy decision. And who would have thought sometimes having more cards is a downside?
So we just see the traits of the Screaming Nemesis here. So 3 damage to each player. Leon happy to play this as a controlled game and rely on that Stinger Bactera to finish the game.
So that means Liam at 17 and Leon at 14. Both players mono-red, both players have a similar name.
Oh, yeah, and we see the Stinger back here being plotted for Liam. He's also going for the same strategy of trying to wait until it is big enough. But yeah, no way for Leon to empty out his hand the way he really wanted to here. So he can just warp a Nova Hellkite, or he can play the Razorkin Needlehead. Playing out Needlehead is a bit awkward into the 1 red mana from Liam, but there's no guarantee that it actually means there's a burn spell. But Leon just decides to go for, you know what, I'm just gonna attack for 4 here and play out the Stinger Bactera. He does have 2 cards in hand, so that is a 5/5 Stinger back. But it does mean that Liam will have to spend his entire turn to Witchstalker Frenzy to kill that one.
There's an extra land, and also there's an Iron Claw, so it could be potentially Iron Claw.
Iron Claw plus Witchstalker Frenzy, yeah,
and
that's
can
really
you even
solid.
ace the Iron Claw attack?
No, that's not enough.
1 mana short.
Yeah. So that's Liam's decision here. And there's also a decision, after you've done that, do you play your Stinger Bactera as a 5/5? Because I believe there'll be Lightning Strike and Mountain left in hand. So yeah, he is just gonna go for it here. Double check how many cards you have in hand. So this Witchstalker Frenzy is actually going to kill it. And yeah, Liam goes for that. That was very patiently played by Leon there, but...
It looks very good for Liam now with that Iron Claw, with the Terror, as well, still plotted. I mean, it's a 5-5 now, and I'm thinking like, do I want to risk that you have a frenzy? But at the same time, okay, playing very patiently.
I think Liam is far ahead enough that he can do that. The reason Leon had to go for it is that he felt like he wasn't developing his board because all he did was Nova Hellkite. So he felt like he had to get the Stingerback Terra into play, otherwise he'd just lose to too many other things. And I agree with his line here. I agree with him sitting on the Stingerback Terra for one turn, and then on this turn, playing it out. But yeah, actually getting punished for that decision as the Witchstalker Frenzy was indeed there. So now we see here, you can Lightning Strike the Razorkin Needlehead before the draw, just like we've seen before. And that gets another card out of your hand. Then you can play the Mountain, and no matter what you draw, even though it's a second Mountain, the Stingerback Terra now will be a 6-6. And you can even pump up the Hyatt Claw with the Rockface Village and pump it with its own ability. So you're attacking for 4 here with that Hyatt Claw.
Things are looking really good here for Liam, that now is going to deal.
Oh, but here we see the Burst Lightning taking care of that Hyatt Claw. And yeah, no way to pump it in response because Leon has not lost life. But it is a dangerous thing to, you know, if it played out slightly differently and Liam had an extra mana and a Burst Lightning in hand, he could kind of Burst Lightning Leon in response and then activate it. So that's something you have to be careful with.
This is a 6-6, and what answers does Leon have to deal with a 6-6 flyer that will soon become a 7-7 flyer?
Does not have any answers. He can only Nova Hellkite it and pass the turn. Cannot still attack into this, but he's trying to mount his own offense. Ooh. If Liam had nothing, the Nova Hellkite plus Soulstone Sanctuary would actually win the race. But now there's a Screaming Nemesis, and it changes everything.
This changes everything here.
Yeah, if there's a land draw there for Liam, that could actually, because then he couldn't get the Stingerback Terra up to 7, so that could have actually changed a lot. So yeah, now the question is, do you offer the trade of Nemesis versus Nova Hellkite? And does Leon take it? He knows he has no answers to the 7-7.
Yeah, it's not easy for Leon, thinking what top deck can I have to get me out of the situation.
I think he needs to draw a second Nova Hellkite and double block the Stingerback Terra. So he takes 10 damage now, goes to 4. And then double blocks, but it's so awkward because then the Screaming Nemesis kind of has your number. So he might have to top deck his own Stingerback Terra. Or he might have to try and see if he can race this. Goes down to 4 life here.
It's difficult to race when you're at 4 and your opponent is at 13. So let's see what's the top deck here. Maybe card available.
The Act of Treason effect. And he can do 7 plus 4 plus 1. It's not quite enough.
Oh, but it's
and
not
that's the game. Liam Tiller Collins getting into the Pro Tour. We saw him yesterday play with his red deck, overcoming adversity. He had some rough draws yesterday, but finally, after running it out today, getting the 12-3 and into the top 8.
Well played by both players here. A tough one, I have to say. And we have a mono-red player in the top 8. That's going to be Liam Tyler Collins. Congratulations on this win in the mirror. And we are going to have still more magic before we announce the top 8. And Simon, I'm always very excited to announce the top 8 and what players made it into the Pro Tour. You are going to play with some of these players in the Pro Tour yourself, Pro Tour Richmond, Lorwyn, Eclipse. Are you already preparing for that or not yet?
Well, not Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. I have the World Championship coming up.
Yes, you have first, yes.
Yes, but I have started the preparation for that event. Yeah, looking at what Standard might look like after the ban. After ban announcement on Monday. Of course, we will have to speculate, not on Monday, but next Monday, in a week. Of course, we'll have to speculate. You know, we know as much as you do, but just getting to play with some of the new cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender, some of the underutilized cards from the Spider-Man, etc. Just getting a feel for what these cards bring to the table and what these decks that are a little bit under the layer of Vivi in the format do. So yeah, well, congratulations again to Liam, making the top 8 here.
Yay!
One of our non-Vivi players so far. And I think we might be able to...
Yes, actually, we are ready to go for an interview here with our first player that we are announcing in the top 8. Liam, congratulations. Let's see what he has to say.
1, 2, 3. Hey, Liam, congrats on winning this round. That puts you at 12-3.
Yes, thank you very much. It's pretty close to top 8. I was 7th coming in, so
yeah.
I'm fairly confident that I'm, you know, I won't say anything because I've I haven't been looking at like the prizes or the standings. I've just been playing each match and trying to win. So
good tiebreakers with a win this round. I think that puts you in an incredible position to make the top 8. Let's see what happens. You were 8-1 on day 1, so today went pretty well as well.
Yeah, I started day 2 with the loss, so I thought, oh, this is the end of the run. But yeah, I've kept it going. Yeah.
What happened in the match? You said
this match.
There was something weird happening in game 1.
Definitely my most nerve-wracking match. Like I've never played for this big of an event. It was in game 1. I had lethal if I remembered my Razorkin trigger.
Okay.
And of course I forget the one very important Razorkin trigger. So my burst lightning, he's on 5 life, I have burst lightning kicked. And then he wins next turn instead. So I have to win game 2 and 3.
It's been a long weekend.
Yeah, well, I think it's just intimidating pro opponents, and I get in my head. And
there's a lot of people watching at home. There's a big crowd watching here. Does it get to you? Like, do you feel stressed out? Does it hype you up?
I don't mind. I kind of like the coverage area and being on the headsets and things like that, because I've done like gaming events in the past and things like that. But it completely depends on my opponent's demeanor, I think, is what gets me on edge or not. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. My previous big finish in a GP, my biggest finish is 62nd place, so I made money once. And that's
awesome.
So now this is my biggest.
That's a great story, man. Good luck in the top 8. Hopefully your good luck continues.
Thank you.
Great to hear more here from Liam, our winner and first person that we are putting in the top 8. Congratulations on making it to the Pro Tour. Super exciting stuff. And we have more magic for you with our backup feature match, which is going to be a very fun one. And the one that Simon didn't want to spoil when we were talking about what decks are going to make it into the top 8. So we are going to have a possibility of a non-Iszet deck in the top 8, right,
Another
Simon?
one on top of the Monored.
Another one, that's true.
Yes. So we're going to watch Alexander Jimenez Ortega from Spain playing Sultai Reanimator. You know, we've seen him play earlier, and the deck just looks so powerful, absolutely demolishing a Monored player. Up against Antonio Castellani on Iszet Cauldron, who I did check, by the way, did in fact make top 4 of the Grand Prix Brussels in 2015, losing to me in the semifinals. So
have you played with every one of the players here?
I played 70 Grand Prix.
Oh my God.
It's a lot.
Have you ever played with someone with your own name, like another Simon Nielsen?
Yes, yeah, we do have one back home, of another Simon Nielsen doing the Spider-Man meme. So yeah, shout out to you, Simon, if you're watching.
Everyone, I love that. And yeah, I'm excited to see more Standard. And we know that Standard might change a bit in the future, right? Simon, I was asking if you're preparing for the Pro Tour, but what I meant is for the World Championship. That's going to be 6th of December?
Yes, it is. Yeah, 6th of December, like that weekend, Friday to Sunday. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, getting to play the standard format as it will look post-ban with the release of Avatar as well. It's gonna be very exciting, and yeah, I'm pumped to prepare for this. Here we see Alexander Jimenez Ortega from Spain.
Actually leading 1-0 here, so it's going to start on game 2 with this Sultai Reanimator that we've seen here before, piloted by Alexander Jimenez, and there's that superior Spider-Man trying to get the Bringer of the Last Gift ability.
Yeah, and I loved what Alexander had to say about his deck building. You know, not only the Oblivious Bookworm that I highlighted last time, but the cash grabs instead of the other Sorcery Speed options. Look, there's 1 copy of Town Greeter and 3 copies of Overlord or Baelmerg. So going lower on those effects, instead having the cast grabs and the Bitter Triumphs, getting to pass the turn, and the opponent won't know if they're about to die to the combo or not. So in these types of deck, there's a huge difference between Sorcerer Speed mill cards and Instant Speed mill cards. And it's so lovely to see Alexander recognize that exact interaction and go lower on the cards that people thought were just, surely you play 4 Town Greeters and 4 Overlords in this deck. No, Oblivious Bookworm and Cash Grab, that's where it's at.
I love that also, that Smuggler Surprise sneaking there in this deck, and we saw how powerful overall this deck list can be. Now Alexander does have quite a difficult task, which is the beat to beat the deck to beat of the tournament. So that's going to be on the other side. We are going to see some of these Iszet Cauldron action by Antonio Castellani. Castellani, I believe.
Yeah, Castellani. Castellani.
I think it's Italian, right? Italian or
is.
Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, so the Italian people in chat can help me out how to pronounce that. But here we have Antonio Castellani with this Iszet deck. This one with not with a Duelist of the Mind, right? The version that doesn't run it.
Yeah, exactly. Again, just getting to play more copies of all the other cards, an extra Steam Core Scholar. And I feel like we've seen this exact deck list before. I wonder if it's the same as Denis Beccari's deck list. I'm just going to check that right now, because it would be funny if they're, on the exact same 75. No, they are not, because Beccari has 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Abrade, rather than 2 Abrade. So yeah, otherwise it's actually the exact same list. Same number of Soulstone Sanctuary as well. I guess there's an extra multiversal passage here, but I guess at that point we're kind of getting into the into too much of a detail work. But yeah, this there's also the one Thundering Falls. If we really want to get detailed about it here, that's something that not all of the Vivi players are running, but it does help with a little bit of consistency. And sometimes you get that effect where you hit the Vivi on Surveil on turn 1 and get it into your graveyard that way.
That's great. Also, if you are able to surveil away your Winter Night Stories as a way to have some harmonize from the graveyard, pretty good stuff to get. So we are starting here with our players ready for game number 2. So we are actually starting on game number 2. Alexander Jimenez Ortega did win game 1. And again, it's a win and in for the top 8. The player that wins this match will qualify for the Pro Tour and be in our top 8. Now we have that Iszet Cauldron from Antonio's side, and that can exile cards as well from Alexander's side, which is a bit strange and makes the life a bit complicated for Alexander.
It certainly does. We might need to find some of his ways to get rid of that Cauldron. Of course, we're playing a post-board game at the moment, so there are going to be avenues to get rid of that, as well as the Awaken the Honored Dead, which can destroy any non-land permanent. There's also another way you can get around the Cauldron. If you can fill up your graveyard so quickly that you have multiple Bringer of the Last Gift in your graveyard, then when you play your Superior Spider-Man, it does not target. So so if there's 2 things you can copy in your graveyard, well, the Cauldron can't get rid of both at once, and then you'll be able to copy the one thing if the Cauldron exiles the other. But here we see the Scholar. Now Antonio with the Cauldron can just safely tap out. Of course, we're also not in turn 4 yet, where Alexander's combo goes off. So just developing a little bit, but this is just a 2-2. Maybe it's only discarding 1 card and gaining a bit of card advantage. But not too much pressure.
This card is scary, though, when the Profts or even Marauding Mako is in play. It can start getting quite steamy, and that's the thing about this Iszet deck. It just has so many things that alone they don't seem like much, but suddenly, Vivi in the graveyard.
Yeah, so now we can already start making mana. Does Alexander have a Bitter Triumph or a way to deal with this? And you see him there react kind of interestingly to that Vivi. So yeah, it seems like there is indeed a Bitter Triumph here. Paying 3 life, or just maybe discarding the Bringer of the Last Gift, because now the Cauldron is tapped. So if he can get a second Bringer into his graveyard next turn, he can actually combo around the Cauldron. So let's see if that's available for him right here. As he plays it to rest, sees the hand, and there's a Disdainful Stroke. So you can take away the answer to the Superior Spider-Man that way.
So there's a Proft, there's Fear of Missing Out, and there's the Stroke. Alexander here can choose between the Stroke and the Proft.
Wow, yeah, this is...
And is Alexander Jimenez the combo man?
I don't believe so, but I'm not actually sure. I guess I can go in and check his name, because yeah, that would be perfect if that is indeed him.
The combo man playing the combo.
No, his online name is Sniper Freak 69. So yeah, maybe, maybe that's not what we should be saying out loud. That's okay.
Getting Arden here in the graveyard, and there's 3 lands, and actually choosing to not get anything back.
With oh yeah, because he doesn't want to return the Arden to hand here. But this is he was hoping for a little bit more than this. Arden with no other creature is not exactly perfect here. He can play the Superior Spider-Man, lose the Bringer of the Last Gift. then get an Arden in play, but there will be no creatures to copy at that point because the Superior Spider-Man does exile the card that you copy, and Arden doesn't trigger until the beginning of combat step. Still, you would have an Arden in play, and any future turn you fill your graveyard can be dangerous for Antonio. As we see here, now the Prof comes down, and you can then play out the fear of missing out, and then you can put a counter on it with the Cauldron and start to make a lot of mana here off the Prof. So that's going to be Antonio's game plan here.
Yeah, fear of missing out, going to discard Agatha Soul Cauldron. That's legendary. We already have one, so we don't need the second.
And yeah, I had Antonio excited. You said, yeah, go for it. Just do your thing. Put 2 counters on that boy. And also, you can actually you don't even need to activate the Cauldron because the Prof already gave you the counters, and that's enough to make 4 mana here. Post-combat play Winter Night Stories. This is not an attack. This is a harmonize with 3 mana floating, getting to draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards, finding another creature that you can then activate the Cauldron on.
Let's see if we can find another creature indeed. So there's 3 mana floating currently.
2 blue, 1 red.
2 blue, 1 red. What creatures can we get? A Riddler, Warped can... There's a lot actually. Marauding Mako, Steamcaller. Steamcore Scholar. So there's a few options.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the Steamcore Scholar would be kind of nice here. Just like drawing a few more cards, activate the Cauldron, get 3 more mana. But we'll also see it's also tempting to be able to just discard a single creature to this Winter Night Stories. But goes to discard 2 lands. That's usually the other mode of the card. And is this a... Oh, it is a Marauding Mako here. As well as that nice Riddler with just 1 card in hand. You will draw 2 cards right now. And already putting it in the warp zone, even though it technically is in the play at the moment. So you can use your Cauldron to put counters on it. But no, Antonio just passes here, using the Cauldron defensively. Rather than exiting the Bringer of the Last Gift immediately, I wonder if Antonio realizes that the Spider-Man does not target here. As we see the Spider-Man come down, and now Antonio will have a look at that graveyard. Notice that there's 2 big creatures, and you have to get rid of one of them.
Choose your fighter.
Choose your fighter, indeed.
So the Superior Spider-Man wanted to get that Bringer, but Agatha Soul Cauldron is going to exile the Bringer.
Oh, right. You can take cards from the opponent's graveyard as well with the Arden.
Yes, you can.
Is there a creature in the graveyard?
I don't...
That was something killed, right? The Steamcore Scholar, right?
Yes, it should be.
Yes, there is a Steamcore Scholar in the graveyard. I recognize the sliver of the artwork there. So you'll actually get to trigger your Arden on that Steamcore Scholar and attack with a 5/5 Vigilance, Lifelink, Haste, Menace, maybe even, I don't know.
Yeah, it says...
Yeah, Menace, Lifelink, and Haste.
Menace, Lifelink, and Haste, because...
Wow.
Demon.
So this is this is just lovely seeing Alexander, kind of baiting out the Cauldron activation this way to tap it out so that he could put 2 creatures in his graveyard within 1 turn cycle or within 1 Cauldron untap cycle, essentially, so that the Spider-Man was able to resolve. And now there's the 5/5 Demon. Or is it just a 4/4? It's a 5/5, right? Yes. Copy of Steamcore Scholar.
They were before wrapped.
And now you get to draw and discard and potentially load more things in the graveyard that the Cauldron will have to try and deal with. Otherwise, it's more demons next turn. This is really both players like fight, popping off and doing their thing.
I was sad that Mono Black Demons didn't do so well this weekend, but it looks like we have Arden Demons instead. So.
Oh yeah, that's a different demon stick for sure.
Yes.
All right, attack for 5, Lifelink, Menace, Vigilance, and Haste. So yeah, that's a lot of keywords there. Alexander up to 23, but you are letting Antonio untap with the Cauldron here, and all of this mana at his disposal. He has the Riddler, he has so much stuff going on, so let's see if he can convert that maybe into lethal this turn.
And one thing that Iszet Cauldron players love to see is a tapped opponent. And this is the time for Antonio to try to shine here with this Iszet deck. Otherwise, it's going to be his last game of the weekend. As a reminder, This is round 15 of the Magic Spotlight Liverpool, and this is the last round before top 8. This is a win and in for top 8. Right now, Alexander is 1 game ahead. Now, Antonio just played a Vivi.
All right, that's a nice start to one of these combo turns, as it will, you know, once you've cast a couple spells, Vivi gets the counters. It can also activate its own ability and the ability it gains from Cauldron. So there's a lot of mana boost through this Vivi here. So now we see something got activated. I wonder if that was just the Mako making 2 mana to pay for this here prop. Destroying another card, starting out a little slow here. Could potentially into the Floodmaw bounce the Steamcore Scholar, which is essentially just a token, right? Exile up to 1 target creature. Create a token that's a copy of the card. Yes, so the card is a token. You could just bounce it and it's gone forever, or you could bounce the Arden, which will turn into a Superior Spider-Man in Alexander's hand. So that's maybe the more threatening card and the one that's being bounced right now. Triggering Vivi, making more mana. Oh, maybe not realizing the Vivi trigger? Yeah, forgetting the Vivi trigger here. And that, you know, could absolutely matter. You know, that's a point of damage, but more importantly, 2 mana and a point of power being left over here. So now this is still pre-combat, I believe. We activate the Fear of Missing Out, making 4 mana, play the Riddler. The Vivi still hasn't been activated yet on either of its activations. The Cauldron hasn't been used, which can be used on the Scholar to make even more mana. And of course, the Prof hasn't triggered yet, which also creates more mana.
2 cards were drawn there with the Quantum Riddler. One is the Steamcore Scholar, the other one Marauding Mako. The 3rd card in Antonio's hand is a land.
I like this play here, just putting the counters onto the Fear of Missing Out first, because then you get your Delirium double attack here. So you attack for 7, untap it, and then you can put the counters on the Riddler afterwards. Or you can just put it on the Fear of Missing Out again to attack for 10. But I think attacking for or actually attack with both here. So you attack for 5 plus 7, so that's 12 damage. But Alexander could just go down to 3. I'm not sure it's a good line, but it's certainly an available line. Yeah, there's a lot of board to deal with, especially when the Cauldron is still up, when you're unable to combo and contain with this board. You could also trade the Scholar for that Mako here and stem the bleeding just a little bit.
Honestly, Agathel Skull Cauldron is such a good card in this deck. Not only it enables you to win, but also it disrupts your opponents when they're playing graveyard decks like Alexander here.
We actually see an additional copy of the Superior Spider-Man in hand alongside the one that got bounced. So not very many options here. You can copy the Oblivious Bookworm or a creature in Antonio's graveyard, but neither of those options are very enticing at the moment here. So a big thing here, you might buy yourself a lot of time if you kill the Mako. Maybe you draw a removal spell for the Fear of Missing Out, and you could potentially get somewhere. This is also a bit of a dangerous block, because like Antonio could actually use the Cauldron to grow this to a 6/6, kind of as a combat trick.
But deciding to be patient, leave the Cauldron open.
Yeah, it's much more safe in case Alexander can do something. I don't believe he would have a 1-mana way to get the to get it into the graveyard, but I don't know. You have seen crazier things sometimes, you know, Thoughtseize myself type of thing.
Yes, and here not taking any chances. Now Alexander is a bit in a tricky spot because of that Agathel Skull Cauldron. There's the Superior Spider-Man in hand. I mean, in fact, there are 2, and there's the Bringer of the Last Gift is exiled. So not a lot of things there.
Yeah, just one single lonely oblivious bookworm who's quite oblivious as to what just happened with the being put into a big pot of a witch and boiled to a perfect stew. That's what happens when you read books, kids. Don't do that.
Look at how much mana is floating there.
Yeah, this is just, once again, Antonio popping off here, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, even though the Fear of Missing Out is gonna die here, I believe that the rest of the crew here can amass to lethal with all the extra card draw and mana available to Antonio here.
Absolutely, and the pings from VV, Alexander down to 8 life. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of mana available.
Yeah, even just right now it's lethal, right? You put the counters on VV, and then, yeah, you just have lethal.
Those 2 counters on the Overlord are the impending counters, means that that's not even a creature that can block, so good game here. That means that we are going to have a game 3 of Sultai Reanimator versus Iszet. Now, let us know in the chat, who are you rooting for? Iszet Cauldron versus Sultai Reanimator. Both decks doing quite well, actually, this weekend. But, of course, the VV deck way more represented, especially in the top 8. And, Simon, would you like to have a Reanimator deck in the top 8?
I would love that. It would be nice to have a little bit of a variety, you know, some other matches to show you for that top 8, you know, so we can, you know, so far we've avoided showing any Vivi mirrors, and we'll see how long we can keep that going. But maybe we can go the entire tournament without having that happen.
Actually, Vivi mirrors, maybe controversial opinion, but are you know, I don't hate watching them.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of stuff going on. It's like a really, you know, like kind of an interesting mirror, and, you know, we'll expect that we'll get one. That's why we haven't shown them yet. We kind of expected that we would get them come the top 8. And so, yeah, that's probably what will happen here. But I would prefer to, you know, not have our hands forced and have it be only Vivi mirrors in, you know, the quarters and semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely are mirror matches that are more painful to watch, but now we have here Alexander Jimenez sideboard. Simon, anything that you think will change game 3 now with Alexander on the play, or just the same that he probably did on game 2?
I'm very interested in these Riddlers and where they come in and what role they provide. Not that it would be very good here. The intimidation tactic seems kind of nice, because that's a way you can answer the Cauldron as well as a lot of the important creatures in the Vivi deck here. So that's going to be, because it also exiles. So even if you take a Vivi, it's actually going to be gone and not available to a Cauldron in the future. The Keen-Eyed Curator, of course, is a way you can interact with the graveyard, but it's also important that you don't focus too much on the whole Cauldron thing and how Cauldron disrupts you, because there's still Prof into Steam Core Scholar that can just produce so much damage you also need to deal with.
Yeah, especially in this deck that really does have a plan, which is on turn 4 to try to get that combo going, and if you just are trying to disrupt your opponent, you end up losing to your own deck, right? Losing cards that are fundamental to your deck.
Exactly, yeah. So that's another thing you need to, you know, you really want to keep your creature count high to make these overlords of the Baelmerk work. We saw here the overlord actually made it so that Alexander went down a card because he milled 3 lands and a reanimation target that he didn't want to put into hand there. And so the more, of course, you know, regardless of how you sideboard, that would look like that. Because it's not like you're boarding out the lands for creatures anytime soon. But just remembering that the higher creature count you have, the more likely you are to have your overlord actually work. Same thing with your cash grab. You might not always be forced to pick a land with cash grab, and so on.
Did it ever happen to you that you had so much hate for a specific deck post sideboard that you ended up just drawing things like 3 Blood Moons or
oh yeah,
or just like 3 ways to exile the graveyard? I don't know, I'm just...
No, very classic scenario is that, okay, now I have you combo deck on lock. You cannot cast 2 spells a turn. I got your graveyard down, and I have a Surgical Extraction, which doesn't work with my Rest in Peace, but we'll see about that. And then, is that a 2-2? That's fine, I can take the damn... And now I'm at 10. Okay, I drew another lock piece, and now you're... Oh, okay, I'm dead. Like, that thing, yes, it can happen. And
I see a lot of emotion. I know that I unlocked some memory from your core.
That's how I talk at the table too. Yeah, you know, I'll play a Water Grave on turn 1, and it's your turn.
Yes, I mean,
and you've experienced that. Yeah, that's exactly how I do.
Multiversal Passage here.
Look, new mode unlocked of the Multiversal Passage representation. This is the white bordered basic land cut off sideways into the sleeve. So yeah, we're just seeing more and more tech as we go later into this tournament. And here we have the Oblivious Bookworm doing its thing. The Simic Fear of Missing Out, essentially. Drawing a card, discarding a card, and trying to set up Alexander for a good combo. The question is, would you want to discard the Bringer of Last Gift right now, or actually wait? Because if he discards it right now and there's a Cauldron, then it's going to be gone. But if he waits and there's an answer for the Bookworm, well, then it might be stuck in hand. So that's the decision he has to make here. And essentially, the question is, how bad is the scenario for me if one or the other happens? Deciding that losing the Bookworm and then having it stuck in hand is a worse scenario for Alexander than if the Cauldron comes down.
Yeah, and it looks like that it was exactly what happened there. The Agatha Soul Cauldron took the Bringer away.
Yeah, and the reason is here that there's a reclamation stage for the Cauldron, so Alexander actually wanted Antonio to play the Cauldron right there, kind of baiting it out so he could curve up perfectly with his creatures. And yeah, see, that's how you make the decisions, right? It's not just like, oh, what's more likely to happen? Do they have 3 ways to remove it before Cauldron, so I should play around Cauldron? No. You think about which scenario is better for me if it happens and I played around the wrong thing. That's what we're seeing on display here. That's what Javier taught me. So good
lessons from...
Good lesson, yeah, from Alexander here.
From the one and only fervent champion.
Oh, that too.
And
from one Spaniard to another. As we now see here, so this is Alexander thinking about his discard on this Bookworm here. So it does draw every turn, you get to draw and discard. So it's way better than Fear of Missing Out in that sense. Worse in other senses, yes. But
yes, but just in this particular sense. Otherwise, tomorrow we have headlines on the MTG subreddit.
Simon Nielsen lies again.
Simon Nielsen states Bookworm is better than Fear of Missing Out in Standard. And the crowd goes crazy.
I do love me a good book. Are you a big reader?
I was before, but now I'm more of a movie person. Like I'm excited because we are almost in 5th of November, so I'm sure I'm going to watch V for Vendetta. I always do that on 5th of November.
Oh, I just bought the comic book, actually. I haven't read it yet.
Okay, good luck. So you're more of a reader, you're going to be reading, I'm going to be watching the movie. But here we saw that Winter Night Stories and discarding the VV, which is exactly what Antonio wants to do. Of course, if that Agatha's Soul Cauldron was still in play, it would be much better.
So here we see the Mako on defense here, as it is 3 power against 2 2-power things. And so all of a sudden, Alexander has turned into a beatdown deck. This is the thing that can happen that I talked about. If you're too focused on the Spider-Man, you might just die to creatures that have power and toughness. As now, what is the 4-mana play here for Alexander? Normally that would be a superior Spider-Man. And you could actually copy the Vivi, but no, he does not have that. He just has a Bitter Triumph, paying 3 life to get rid of that, and attack for 4. Is this mono red?
I mean, look, this is something that we don't see often, is this deck using Bitter Triumph in paying life instead of discarding a card, but it looks like Alexander here really going for just, honest damage, 2-3 and a 2-1, I believe, not just attacking for 4 each turn, removing every creature that Antonio tries to play, disrupting everything that Antonio tries to do, like the Cauldron, and...
I love this. Alexander did not play the rest. He didn't cast it because he figured I'm going to leave up Heritage Reclamation and then I'm going to draw and discard this to rest because it's probably worse than a random draw. And even if I draw a land or something, discard instead, I can play Heritage Reclamation now and then the rest next turn. So that is... I'm just super impressed by Alexander. The ways he talks about his deck, the ways he plays his deck, this is someone to watch.
I mean, again, like Alexander made it so far here by playing this deck optimally and really approaching it in a way that most players wouldn't. Otherwise, they maybe could be here as well. Of course, there's many other factors in Magic, but still, Alexander, so far from what we watched in the feature match, playing very beautiful and having some line of play that even we are surprised.
I wonder how much removal is in Antonio's deck right now, because this Heritage Reclamation can deal with the fear of missing out, destroying it as an enchantment. And you're just getting beat down by these creatures.
Are we going to see a Bookworm just beating Antonio by combat and getting invite to the Pro Tour?
Compared to the, what's it called, the mob...
the conniving one, right?
Yeah, the conniving one, yeah. Oh, that's not in this list I'm looking at right now. Yeah, so the conniving 2-drop, that's a 1/4. It's much worse of a clock than the Bookworm.
Yeah, that's true.
Now we see here, Heritage Reclamation, destroy target enchantment is one of the modes on this card. And Fear of Missing Out, well, yeah, it didn't want to miss out on being an enchantment creature. So the big decision here for Alexander is that he also has Awaken the Honored Dead in hand. And you could just play that to destroy target non-land permanent, get rid of the Fear of Missing Out that way. But if you do that, then potentially a future blocker like a Riddler, you wouldn't be able to get rid of. I guess you would, because Heritage Reclamation can kill a flyer? No, I guess it can't. Wait, this is... Oh, this is... Of course you can do it that way. Heritage Reclamation, when you exile a card from the graveyard, you draw a card. So getting rid of the Vivi, making sure that Antonio can't combo off, and now using the Awakening the Honored Dead.
Very well played here.
This makes a lot of sense. And can now attack again for 4, putting Antonio down 6.
And kids, looks like going to the library pays off.
Yeah, and discards a Terror of the Peak now. So any Superior Spider-Man just copying the Terror of the Peaks is kind of frightening at this point, when your life total is so low that you can't answer it without paying 3 life.
And that Awakening also.
Oh, the foresight of just getting rid of the Vivi right now so that the Cauldron here is blanked.
3 steps ahead.
Truly. And now Antonio didn't have a creature to play, so he can't block these 2-power creatures. What are we seeing here? This is just someone who understands that their combo deck with creatures can also play as a beatdown deck. And you can leverage, that ability. I mean, he might have even bought it out some combo pieces, for all we know, into those Cauldrons. And obviously, I wouldn't, have this be a reliable game plan, but sometimes the game plays out in a way where you can do this. And it all came down to discarding the Bringer of the Last Gift on turn 2 with the Oblivious Bookworm, baiting out the Cauldron so that you could hit it with your Reclamation Sage.
Very well played. Brilliant plays here by Alexander that now plays a second Oblivious Bookworm.
Wow.
And
there's a disdainful stroke in Antonio's hand that he was keeping up here, but it does not deal with a 2-mana 2/3. And you see Alexander here, he kind of expects this to get countered. And yeah, Antonio, he's kind of reluctantly pointing the counter spell at that thing.
So now Antonio at 2 life. There's...
Oh, Spider-Man is even getting discarded here. That's so funny. He must have a very good card in hand, since that would be able to still copy something good through that Cauldron anyway. So that must be scary when you're Antonio. I guess you can still recur it with the Awaken the Honored at Chapter 3 next turn. So yeah, on 2 life, facing down 3 2-powered creatures, Reclamation Sage and 2 Oblivious Bookworms. This is just, these are all uncommons as well.
I mean, like sometimes you lose against your Duskmourn draft deck.
Exactly. Oh, this would be a great draft deck in Duskmourn. Awaken the Honor Dead and 2 Oblivious Bookworm. I guess Awaken is not from Duskmourn.
It's from Tarkira.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, overall of the Baelmerk then, and 2 Oblivious Bookworm. That would be a good deck. Can we agree on that? Okay, thank you.
I agree.
Man, why you gotta be correct always?
That's not true. You didn't need to laugh that hard, Simon.
No. And we see it.
Game.
Yeah, Alexander Jimenez Ortega gets the winner into the Pro Tour and into our top 8 here. So yeah, that's a great victory for this person who came here, tested with his team, prepared well for this tournament, and it paid off.
Combo Man here taking the win with the Sultai Reanimator deck, and we are going to have a Sultai Reanimator into the top 8, defeating here. Do you think Alexander has the mission here to come with the Sultai Reanimator to this tournament and destroy all the VVs in the top 8?
I'm actually not sure, because if you look at the data from last time, the Reanimator deck, Crusher is really well positioned against all the non-VV decks, but not particularly well positioned.
But you're thinking about a non-Alexander piloted one.
Yes, exactly. So that's so far we've seen on the feature matches, we've seen the Reanimator deck absolutely destroy blue-white control, mono-red, whatever comes at it. But then here, we also see Alexander take on the Vivi deck and be victorious. And I wonder if he can do it again in the top 8. I'm certainly excited to see that. I hope you are too.
I'm very excited to see that, see if the Bookworms will give the win here for Alex. But nonetheless, I'm sure he's already very happy into making it into the Pro Tour, to be there in Richmond with you and the other Pro Tour competitors. It's always super exciting to see that, and to qualify for these, it's very impressive. And you know what? I'm thinking that the Spanish community has a lot of great players. We see over and over again, they come here and they crush these tournaments. Tony Martus was also doing pretty well during the weekend, and many other of the Spanish players. So congratulations to the Spanish community, because you're fostering obviously great players within the community. We saw, for example, Marilu won a tournament that we had of 700 people 1 or 2 years ago, I think, as well. So a lot of great players in Spain, and I'm excited to see more of them making it into the Pro Tour.
Absolutely, yeah. We even saw Fernando Garcia Palmero as well, someone else getting second in Prague at our regional championship. And yeah, this Spanish community is just gonna keep racking up names and players, and maybe Alexander is another one of those. Hope our interview is ready. Because
yes, so actually we are going to have an interview to learn more from Alexander and why he chose to bring this deck, but also after that, Simon, Arne and Andrea will be here to show you all who is going to be in the top 8 of this event, which is very exciting. So that's it for us for now. We will be back soon and watch the interview.
Hey, Alexander, congratulations. This win put you at 12-3, so you just locked up top 8. And that means you're qualified for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse next year in Richmond. And you're also going to have a chance to fight for the trophy here.
Yeah, it feels amazing, Martin. It has been a crazy day, and I still can't believe it.
So what happened in those games? Game 1 felt like you were kind of behind.
I felt like I was behind because he had the Cauldron. Yeah, he had the Cauldron, but decided to eat Vivi. So then he cannot use it on my turn, which allows me then to Spider-Man to bring her to wipe his entire board and allow me to make a crazy comeback. So it was tense. I saw myself losing that one.
Yeah.
That's
something I want to touch on. How hard has it been navigating your way through a field where 30% of the players are playing 4 main deck Cauldrons, which is a card that is really good against a Reanimator strategy. So how hard has it been for you to make your way through that, and now you're in the top 8?
Well, basically there's 2 strategies that the Reanimator deck uses to avoid that hate card. One is playing 4 Sagas main deck, which obviously deals amazing with the Cauldron, and also develops your graveyard later, etc. But then also there's another strategy, which is playing a lot of millers for 4 cards, so you can overload the Cauldron, because the Cauldron has to tap, so they can only eat 1 creature at a time. Okay. So you just try to put a bunch of them, so they're not able to eat everything. So that's the 2 main strategies.
Then what happened in game 3? That didn't look like you executed the Reanimator strategy.
Yeah, because sometimes they bring in so much hate, like they bring counters, like they don't sideboard crazy, they just usually take out the removal and bring in the counters. But sometimes things happen where okay, I can develop my board and play to it and just be aggressive. Okay, I killed your guy. Oh, you have a FOMO. I can Reclamation Sage against it, and I'm the beatdown now.
Who's the beatdown? Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed in MTG Melee that your handle there is Combo Man.
Yes, indeed.
You just always play a combo deck?
I mean, not always. I play everything, but that's my jam, definitely.
Whenever it's possible, you try to find a combo deck?
Absolutely.
That's cool. That's awesome stuff, man. Good luck in the top 8, and we'll see more of you later on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
This year, open tournaments returned, reborn in the Magic Spotlight Series. First-time players tested their skills, and familiar faces from the past were back in action. The result has been a celebration of competition and community. We visited the likes of Atlanta for Magic Spotlight Foundations, Utrecht for Magic Spotlight Modern, and Chiba for Magic Spotlight Final Fantasy, with each event being special in its own way. At MagicCon Las Vegas, we said that the Magic Spotlight Series would be bigger and better than ever in 2026. Today, we're able to share our full schedule for next year, with a few secrets still left to be revealed. In the first quarter of the year, our journey begins in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France this January, kicking things off in style with Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Next stop, we head north to Toronto, Canada in February, returning to one of our favorite planes with Lorwyn Eclipsed. In the second quarter of the year, we move over to Richmond, Virginia in March for Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, before we head across the Atlantic and beyond to London, England and Chiba, Japan in May for our Secrets of Strixhaven Spotlight. As summer heats up, so does the adventure, with a super team-up for the ages, with Marvel superheroes in Las Vegas, Nevada in June, then over to Brussels, Belgium in July. The journey continues down under in Brisbane, Australia in August, followed by a long hop over to Dallas, Texas in September for Magic Spotlight, The Hobbit. And to wrap up an incredible year, we'll be in Hartford, Connecticut in October and Beijing, China in November with Reality Fracture. Join us at a Magic Spotlight event near you. Play for fun, play to win, and be part of the gathering.
Welcome, my friends. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is here, and today I'm going to show it all to you. But I'm gonna do it in style. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at this beautiful collector's case. Of course, if there's anybody I would trust to transport the crew, it's Appa. Ooh, magnets. Look how beautifully the logo is embossed in here. Now this, my friends, is quality. And of course, it has space for your whole Avatar Squareo collection. Let's keep going. Look at this beautiful Momo deck box. I especially love the ears. This bad boy can hold up to 100 double sleeve cards easily. Just put them in there, close up, shake them around, do your monkey business, and they will stay safe. Ah, you're right. This meditation really does work. I can feel the energy of the elements rising already. And yes, you're cool and all, and I do really want to be like you, but did you really think I would cut my hair for this? You might be the last airbender, but I am the last hairbender. Oh, and of course we all know, no Avatar The Last Airbender collection would be complete without his most handsome hero. And not only is he really good looking, but he will protect all of your most valuable goods. Let's keep moving. Of course, that is not all of them, and I wish I could transform into every single one, but somebody spent all of their costume money on cabbage. We still got Toph, Katara, Sokka, Uncle Iroh, Zuko, and of course Azula. And together with them, the collection is complete. And if you want to know where to get them, check out the link down below. And hey, while you're here, why not watch one of those videos?
And welcome back to Spotlight Series Liverpool. It's me, Andrea Mengucci from Italy, joined by Arne Huschenbeth from Germany. We were watching a beautiful ad by Ultimate Guard MTG Malone. Wow, that was
absolutely love that guy.
It's Mary. I was just I haven't said a word in 2 minutes.
Great energy, and a big fan of the Avatar stuff. Seeing those deck boxes, you know, brings back those memories of watching the show when you were a young kid, and just really, yeah, a lot of nostalgia. All right, back to Magic, though.
Back to Magic. We have a top 8. In first place, we have Maseji Barwing. We've seen him on coverage a lot. He's one of the many Iszet Cauldron players. There are indeed 6 copies of them. So there it is, Maseji Barwick from the UK, followed by
Dennis Bequiri, the 37th place, 9-0 after day 1. The Bachelor's Party story continues here.
Yes, indeed. In third place, Michael Simonetti, who comes from Virginia, United States.
Oh,
we have an overseas that got rewarded for their deck of choice.
Congrats to him. We have Liam Tiller-Collins, maybe the person we've seen the most in the feature match. The Monored won the mirror match in the winning against Leon van der Linden.
Yes, this is the first Monored player. The first 3 players were playing all blue-red Vivi. We have one more blue-red Vivi in 5th place, Jacopo Di Napoli from Italy.
Yes, and then we have a combo man.
Combo man, I believe his name is Alexander Jimenez Ortega.
Yes, who just successfully also won his feature match with Sultai Reanimator. And then we have Alexei Poulot also on Cauldron, and Andre Santos on Cauldron as well from Portugal.
France, and then Portugal, yes. Andre Santos. All these players.
Congratulations to all these players who make top 8.
Yes, clean cut on 36 points. It's very good to see that, that of course, in front of us, there's a bit of sheets. We are, of course, checking out those things that we talk about. It's going to be exciting to see in the quarterfinals the 2 Iszet Cauldron mirror match, because, you know, if you're watching the standard format, you know this deck is a powerhouse. Last week at Spotlight Series Baltimore, there were 5 in the top 8. This week at the Spotlight Series in Liverpool, there are 6.
Yeah, we increased, unfortunately, the share of Cauldron here to 75% of the top 8. We have Monored aggro in the hands of Liam Tiller-Collins and Sultai Reanimator in the hands of Alexander Jimenez Ortega as the last non-Cauldron decks standing. And of course, those are the 2 feature matches we're going to take a look at. So yeah, will we have again a Cauldron fill top 8 be won by a Monored aggro deck like all the last?
Exactly. This year, every standard event was won by Monored, basically. So, well, yes, blue-red is a thing. It's very powerful. It will be changed drastically in the next with the next ban list changes that will happen the 10th of November. But you know, will Monored or Sultai Reanimator be able to fight? Because again, Sultai Reanimator had a very good win rate yesterday, 58% win rate. So that deck is definitely no jokes. The powerful play. How does Sultai Reanimator work for the people that just tuned in and don't know much of that deck that we keep on referring to?
It tries to fill up the graveyard with cards like Overlord of the Balework or Oblivious Bookworm or Cash Grab. And then it has the powerful combination of Bring Out the Last Gift, which is an 8-mana demon that essentially performs Living End when cast. But 8 mana is a lot, so instead of casting it, you're cheating it out with Superior Spider-Man, which copies it from the graveyard and counts as casted, so it will cause the Living End effect. Opponents and you, the entire board is sacrificed, and you return all the other creatures, which includes stuff like Arden, the Usurper, Terror of the Peaks, and cause a ton of damage, hasty demons, to then just kill on turn 4 at times out of nowhere.
We've seen yesterday Autobruche playing Blue-Red Cauldron, defeating the Reanimator deck via like discarding a lot of Quantum Riddlers and just creature that came back with Living End effect. Although in last match we've seen Alexander Jimenez defeating Antonio Castellani on Blue-Red Cauldron. Antonio Castellani, who just last week, I lost a final of an RCQ against. So, you know, it's very nice to see him here doing well. Unfortunately, didn't make the top 8. I was rooting for him very much, even though his loss gave us more deck diversity in the top 8, I guess.
There you go, there you go. Sounds like we're ready to go down to our feature match. We have Monored aggro here against Iszet Cauldron, Liam Tiller-Collins versus, who's his opponent?
Jacopo Di Napoli. We are seeing the top of the bracket, so we may actually see a final between 2 non-VV decks. Very unlikely.
Yeah, it is unlikely, but it could be possible.
All right.
Sounds like we might be needing some more time to go down there.
No worries. We have plenty of things to talk about.
We could take a look at the player profiles here.
That's true. I've got Jacopo Di Napoli, who said, what is, you know, a PT top 8 invite giving you? And he said, qualifying for the PT means now I have 4 PT qualifications under my belt, just as my brother. So his brother was a motivation for him to qualify as many times as possible for the Pro Tour.
And family competition.
Exactly, there's a little bit of a family competition right there. It's cool that you have your brother and you together are now 8 Pro Tour qualifications combined. Me and my brother actually have over 20 Pro Tour qualifications combined.
Oh yeah, he has 0, you have 20.
Roughly, I don't know.
I think that's true for me as well.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right, so we see you on screen, Liam Tiller-Collins. We've seen him over 2 days, 4 times, and he's 4-0 on coverage. You know, oftentimes people on coverage are stressed, feel like they play badly, feel like they are judged by the people, but not Liam Tiller-Collins, who keeps on winning on stream.
Yeah, I think he's won every single feature match, if I'm not mistaken. He's certainly enjoying the limelight, and yeah, he's been doing really well. Had a tight match against Leon van der Linden, which was very exciting, a mono-red mirror, and now he's back in the trenches against Cauldron. You know, it's stock mono-red, not much to say here. We have 2 Sanctuaries, 4 Rockface Village, a Shark in the sort of flex slot.
What is a gameplay for Monored to win against Iszet Cauldron, the best performing deck in Standard?
Yeah, the biggest card in the matchup is Razork and Needlehead. If he can stick multiples of those, and while the opponent is low on removal, especially in game 1, the Cauldrons list usually have, as we can see here, just a few removal spells. Although, Jacopo coming with the free torch to tower, so he's prepared for the Mono-Red matchup, and on a Braid, yes. So he is prepared for the Razork and Needlehead, but that is the big one, playing out creatures, curving out, and then removing Vivi's blockers, you know, getting rid of the creatures dealing enough damage. That's how Mono-Red wins. But I would say that if Cauldron has a good draw, it is ahead in the matchup. Cauldron is just that powerful. Yeah, pretty stock list here that we are looking at. Nothing too special. Very straightforward, like we've been seeing from many Vivi lists. Free Quantum Riddler, free Steamco Scholar.
Do you have anything from, I think one of the funny things that caught me the attention from Liam, a player survey, he says, I can't play Blue Red Vivi because I'm too slow. So I have to play Mono Red. Wow. You know, so he's just you have to recognize your own limits.
Yeah, your weaknesses and play to the best of your abilities.
Played extremely well. He didn't get any draws because he was playing Mono Red. You know, we see oftentimes slow people picking up control decks and just inevitably drawing and hurting their chances. So it's important that you take a fast deck, which yes, you will take your time. You will play very well, and you will finish in time, whether, you know, we win or loss. But okay, so we see a mulligan from Jacopo. Tyler, Liam is higher in Swiss and starts with that Shards of Alara Mountain, passing the turn back to a Thundering Falls.
And it sounds like, also from this player survey by Liam, this is going to be his first Pro Tour. So congratulations on making it. Welcome.
All right, it is very cool indeed to qualify, and these Spotlight Series events are a perfect way to qualify to the Pro Tour because you don't need any, you know, invite. They're open tournament. You can just, ooh, look at that draw, Razork Needlehead. That's just the best card in this matchup.
Yeah, and there's an interesting decision here to be had. Do we sort of try to bait out a Torture Tower by playing the Ember Challenger first, which is the weaker creatures? No, we're going for the all upside line, the most damage output. Yeah, I mean, you play to win, right? Don't have the fear. Liam definitely does not have the fear here, and
plus Jacopo mulliganed. You want to just. I mean, you have a card that is the best card in the matchup. Yes. You play it on turn 2.
Yeah,
they have it.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. So Fear Missing Out very strong, but takes 1 damage, and now is gonna take also a Lightning Strike.
And here we have also an interesting line. We have Lightning Strike at our disposal, or we can play Nova Hellkite, ping the Fear, and attack for 6 damage, as the first striker would make the Fear of Missing Out turn into a chump block if Jacopo tries to block.
There it is. Lightning Strike strikes down the Fear of Missing Out. Yes, we are indeed in the quarterfinal. Up there it says round 16. There were 9 rounds yesterday, 6th round of today, and this is the first round of the top 8. We get to the elimination bracket. 128 players got their foil Spider-Man. A lot of people got some prize money, and these 8 players here even got a Pro Tour qualification to join the best players in the world.
Yeah, okay. And I really like I really like the Lightning Strike play. I just wanted to point that out because an easy way to lose is if you just go Nova Hellkite and the opponent plays a Cauldron, as we already see that Vivi in the graveyard, and then starts going off with the Fear of Missing Out, being free power, generating free mana. So just removing it prevents that draw from happening. And yeah, now we have a decent line, but it's not that good into this Razork Needlehead. Yeah, Jacopo really wants to find one of those red removal spells. All right. Sorry about that.
Bit of mistake there. We are. Okay, there it is. We haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything.
I didn't catch anything either. If we were spoiled or whatever.
Yeah.
We're on a slight delay here. But yeah, we're back.
Yeah. Arne. Let's guess who's gonna win this game. All right.
I'm not going to look at chat. If anybody in chat saw something, come on, guys. Don't say anything.
Don't spoil
it. You're insta-banned. No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding, but like, don't spoil people if you saw something.
Well, I would say the advantage bar is in Liam Tyler Collins' favor, mostly because Jacopo did not find a removal spell yet. And that means that this Razorkin Needlehead is going to keep on dealing damage. It already dealt 4 damage, and it's going to deal more and more.
Yep. Really, really huge that he played that on turn 2.
Yeah. Although just no 4th land, it's a little bit weird because he has 4 spells in hand. They would love to double spell, but he just can't. Keeps on casting those Lightning Strike, and now Steam Core Scholar. Let's see. Hopeful that Liam has a.
Did he forget the trigger?
I'm hopeful that which trigger? Oh, you have to remember the Razorkin Needlehead trigger because that goes on the stack. It's like Shieldred basically. We have now to deal 2 damage because, well, the Steam Core Scholar draws 2, discards 2, and then the damage goes on the stack.
Yeah, he still has plenty of time to announce the trigger at this point. But yeah, going down to 9, but a 4/4 Vigilance creature is a pretty formidable size.
All right, the hand is on the Razorkin.
Yeah, we're not forgetting that one.
All right, 2 damage. There it is. Jacopo goes down to 9. Does he have a land removal spell? No, still no. Oh wait, did he forget the Proft?
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, the Mako stays at 1/1, so Nova Hellkite can actually come in here and punish the decision on the Prof there.
I see what you mean here. Nova Hellkite is in end, and Nova Hellkite will mean that the Steam Core Scholar can't really trade with it, but only jump it if the...
Yeah, this is an awkward situation. I feel like maybe you should have distributed the counters a little differently there.
This game is honestly just extremely close.
I mean, if a Cauldron is drawn, maybe Jacopo could make a comeback here. He's going down to 5, going down to 3. The problem is just he can't really go off with the Razorkin in play.
No, he needs to find an answer ASAP. Warp is there. Jacopo untaps, goes to 4. Let's write that down.
Another draw spell. Oh my gosh.
Look at 3 draw spell in his hand.
It couldn't have gotten more awkward for him here.
All right, he has to cast one though, so let's go. Top 3, play Steam Core Scholar, go down to 2. And, there's also the option that Liam forgets the trigger.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Put the hand down. I like it. I like it. I'm not going to forget it. Oh, the torch is there.
Finally, but...
Discard a flyer. Yeah. Go to 2. And what do we do now? We have the torch the tower. Let's put a counter on the same one. Attack for 6. Flying. Vigilance. Boom. You go to 14. But Liam just needs anything. Burst Lightning, Lightning Strike. What else?
I think he has a Nemesis in hand.
Screaming Nemesis is not... Oh yeah, it is
lethal. It is not lethal because you can block the Scholar and then kill it with your own torch.
No, I'd rather concede. That play is not.
No, but then he goes to 1 from the Razorkin, right? Yeah. And then he draws Torch, torches the Razorkin, plays Quantum Riddler, draws 2, maybe attacks for 14 this turn. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe draws land, Cauldron, activates.
Yeah. There's a Vivi in the graveyard. There's a Vivi in the graveyard. Yeah, Screaming Nemesis is actually not lethal.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Also, there's Floodmaw is a card that probably Liam is thinking about here.
Yeah, the Razorkin Needlehead. How much damage did that card deal? Like 20?
I don't want to know.
Like actually 16. Yeah, because the 4 damage from the. Wow.
Yes.
He doesn't see the line.
It dealt 14 damage. We're working on the math still here.
Jacopo was listening to me. And
Jacopo
he heard me saying to concede. I tried to concede, and that's what he did. I said, I could block
Italian pride there,
I could torch my card, but you know what? I don't want to torch my card. I'd rather concede. So yes, the 1 copy of Razorkin Needlehead, I mean, I say 1 copy. There's obviously 4 in the deck, but the 1 draw Razorkin Needlehead literally won the game on its own. That's insane. That's actually insane. Like Liam played a 2-drop, and Jacopo died.
Yeah, 14 damage right there.
Played 2 Lightning Strike and then died.
It's a pretty good return.
No, it's crazy. And actually, like, And the unfortunate thing is that Jacopo even had more care about that card. He's playing 3 Torch and 1 Abrade. Some people play 2 Torch and 2 Wild Ride. You know, and maybe if you play 2 Torch, you would have drawn him. If you play 4.
It is, yeah.
Playing a card game. It does a lot of variance, of course. And
all right, let's take a look at the sideboard here from Liam. He has those 3 copies of Magebane Lizard, which I'm not the biggest fan of personally in the testing of Monored that I did, but some people really believe in it in the Iszet Cauldron matchup as an additional pinger, additional annoying card. That 4th toughness is pretty tough to deal with. 3 Sunspine Links, that one usually does not come in. Stinger Bacteria is pretty bad into Floodmore, so no Fire Magic, no Twisted Fealty on the other hand. Plus, you know, Sibling, Vengeful Possession right there. They might be coming in because they can steal a big Riddler, a profited up Fear of Missing Out, which, you know, you can get to Delirium in Monored as well, or a gigantic Vivi, and then you can make a bunch of mana and explode onto the board. So those effects are going to come in, and maybe we're also going to see some of those Obliterating Bolts. Sided out, maybe some Burst Lightnings. They can be a little bit awkward at times if your opponent curves out with like 2-3 into 0-3, stuff like that. Some people like to board out Nova Hellkite, which is reasonable in the matchup as well. You can trim a little bit on something like Burnout Bastionout as well. Yeah, so that's probably what Liam is up to.
I think we can like record what you said and just play it on for
the next
actually,
semifinal.
You know what we should have done? We should have done that at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah.
And put it on every time there's Monored against Vivi.
I can get a coffee for us.
That's the same matchup that actually, I feel like I've seen Liam sideboard so many times throughout this tournament, and just at this point I just learn it by heart. Or actually, yesterday was like round 4 or something like that. We had Liam, and do you remember his draws of Novel Kite into Sunspine Links into Novel Kite?
That was
win against Black White Pixie.
Calling it.
That was one of our first feature match of the weekend. And it's cool to see that Liam actually like closed, because so many times what we do here is that we feature players, but the tournament is so long that the players that are maybe undefeated on turn 5 just end up like still do a good tournament, but still not close it to a top 8. But you know, we basically just followed Liam event throughout the event, and seeing him here to the top 8. All right. Meanwhile, we see Jacopo top 8. See top 8. Jacopo sideboard. He has actually 3 Unable to Scream. He's caring so much about Monored. Like people normally play a lot less slots for the Monored matchup. So he has 4 Torch in the 75, 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Obliterating Bolts. So he came prepared for Monored, and we'll see if he ends up winning game 2 and 3 here.
I saw him during sideboarding, like, starting to collect a lot of cauldrons when we got a glimpse over his shoulder. So he might be doing the same sideboard plan as we saw in round 14 adopted, which by Dennis Bequiri, who also is in 2nd place in the top 8. Boarding out the cauldrons, likely boarding down on the Vivis, and just going this like Quantum Riddler control route as well by bringing in like these, what is this? Looking at this, is where we have like 3 Unable, a Torch, a Scatter, so like 7 cards at the very least to bring in, maybe the Riddler as well, 8.
Yeah, I've definitely bring in the Riddler. You need that Riddler as a kind of like, I play all my 1-drop removal spell and I refill with my Divination. This is my plan. Again, I had 8 for 8, pretty clean when I played my RCQs with Vivi, and I think Jacopo is definitely doing the same thing. If you come to these events, you have your sideboard mapped for the most popular matchups for sure. All right, so game number 2 about to start. Jacopo was on the draw and mull to 6. Now is shaking his hand and going to mulligan. Whereas Liam is comfy. Oh no, it's not. He's mulliganing as well.
You know, when you're playing a Quantum Riddler deck, it doesn't even feel that bad to mulligan, to be honest. Because, you know, you just catch back up with that one.
Yeah, I mean, especially newer player. I feel like there's like definitely a generational shift between older player that used to just play Magic during the old Mulligan rules and newer player who just started playing Magic with the London Mulligan rules in 2019, of course, Pro Tour London. That's when the first time happened. I've lived through a bunch of Mulligan changes. First, it was PT London, of course, is the most recent one, but there was also PT Vancouver. The previous mulligan was basically that you mulligan to 6 and then you scry 1. That was the mulligan that they did for a very brief amount of time. I believe it was 4 years from 2016 to 2019, which is 3 actually, and not 4. Before that, the mulligan was just brutal. You go from 7 to 6. From 6 to 5, you know, no extra changes. And then, of course, we had another very old mulligan rules back in the days of Magic. But no, the mulligan is definitely improved a lot, and it rewards you to mulligan more.
Someone in chat saying Paris mulligan 2. Do you know anything about the Paris mulligan?
Paris mulligan, I do not know that.
Me neither.
Yeah, that must have been a long time ago.
Yeah. By the way, Liam is our lone British player here from Salisbury, UK.
Yeah.
Representing the Brits on their Isles here at their home turf. So, yeah.
Okay, the players now are ready to start. And we see a Sparbluff Canal with a little, ooh, I also have one of those. The little heart on that Sparbluff Canal.
Pro Tour Kaladesh, that must have been.
Pro Tour Kaladesh, indeed.
Or maybe a GP in Kaladesh Limited,
Yeah, no, but I did have that heart, so I wonder where that comes from. Anyway, very good start here. Mako into Proft. Edict Memory, one of the strongest cards in the deck, and he's not gonna slouch. The Mako, of course, is attacking into the, you can't block the Arc Law, so.
Yeah, this is an astonishing good start for Jacopo. He's got to be feeling great right now. Mako is incredibly good against Monored when it gets going because it's just such a cheap, gigantic threat that, you know, turns the race around at times. You know, I've played this matchup plenty of times, and if you're on the play with a Proft into like Steam Core Scholar and a Mako turn 1, you're the beatdown, not the Monored player. You are the beatdown at that point. You just deal so much damage.
Okay, so a land and a passing of the turn, not pumping the Heart Claw. What does that mean?
I'm smelling a removal spell. Lightning Strike, Burst Lightning, in response to the Prof trigger, probably on the Mako here.
Yeah, you want to Prof to target something. Let's say Jacopo goes Steam Core Scholar. Okay, resolves. Actually, if you go Steam Core Scholar, you kind of have to kill the Mako, otherwise the Scholar can discard 2 cards.
Yeah.
Well, I guess once you discard 2 cards, you can respond.
Yeah, you can respond to the triggers, and then then Jacopo would get the 4/4 Steam Core, which is also really good. So.
Yep. Let's see if Jacopo has that sequence of cards. Of course, he can also just go Fear of Missing Out. He can go just Torch the Tower, Quantum Riddler. I mean, the deck is strong. There's so many good cards that he can play now. We unfortunately do not know exactly the content of the hand. The players are hiding information from us.
Steam Core would certainly be very good here. Fear of Missing Out would be nice. Those are like the optimal choices here. Winter Night Stories, fine too. Oh, the lone tap land.
Yeah, we see it. Thundering Falls, leaving the card on top. And what happens next? It can also cycle a Mako to pump the other Mako for 2.
He's passing the turn.
Wow.
No attacks is interesting. So that kind of indicates to me, if I would be Liam, why didn't he attack? So maybe he wants to bait me into blocking and then play a trick if I start to activate a higher claw. That's sort of what I take from this play.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning Strike, end of turn, killing the Mako, and then Torch the Tower, killing the Hard Claw. And yeah,
trades are happening here. Oh, someone in chat saying that the Paris Mulligan is the one where you 7, 6, 5. So that the one that we all grew up with, sort of.
Oh, okay. We see into the Flood Maw just to bounce the Screaming Nemesis, which, you know, Screaming Nemesis, bounce spell works on Screaming Nemesis for a turn, but Jacopo needs to be on board for a bounce spell to actually be successful. But I guess, you know, Into the Flood Maw is so good right now nowadays because of Quantum Riddler. You do card disadvantage, but at the same time, you get it back with Quantum Riddler. So yes, you lost a card there, but you get it back immediately after, and the tempo change of just trading 3 mana for 1 is huge.
Wow, and now we get to draw 2 more cards. This Fear of Missing Out is going to be a 6/7. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's such a combo. Quantum Riddler, Fear of Missing Out. You draw 2 cards, and then you play FOMO, you discard a card, you draw 2 cards, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely amazing. The power of the Cauldron deck in action here, and the Proft, of course, being astonishingly powerful. Yeah, we got a 6/7. All right, guys, you can meme out in chat now. Yeah, and 6/7's pretty big. How's Delirium? We are looking at 3 types. We're missing Sorcery or Enchantment right now in the graveyard.
We have, of course, in the sideboard a couple of threat and effect, vengeful possession and twisted fealty. Although, man, it's imagine if you steal the FOMO, you have Delirium, and you just deal 20, like something like that. That could be a way to just deal so much damage. Liam is thinking, I mean, he has the Nemesis in hand, but what else does he have? Looking around, lots of mountains. That is, unfortunately, one of the things that can happen if your deck doesn't play enough card selection like the blue-red deck. You can definitely flood out a bit, and, you know, that's a thing. All right, we see just going, you can go Screaming Nemesis, pass, you know, block the fear of missing out, deal a lot of damage to face. I just think, though, I mean, that's kind of your only plan, honestly.
Yeah.
You try to pass.
Yeah, you can't really raise this thing at 18 against 18. It's just, it's like, yeah. Yeah, maybe you pass and you hope to block, and then...
Yeah, so we have honestly, you could just go 4 damage to the Nemesis. I don't care, I take 4.
Yeah, that's...
And that actually puts a sorcerer in the graveyard as well, so that's definitely the right play. Obliterating Bolt, exiles the Nemesis, 4 damage redirected to Jacopo, who's not going to be able to gain life anymore. Is that a problem?
Not very much so.
Not a problem to not gain life because the blue-red deck does not have
any life gain.
But Delirium has been achieved. Now with this card, unfortunately, we don't draw 2 because the Riddler is no longer around. The Prophetic Memory is going to put a counter on the Fear of Missing Out, which is going to attack for a clean 14.
Yes, even more, right? We can do Prof twice, so it's 15 damage in total, putting Liam down to 3.
But instead, we choose to put a counter on a Fear of Missing Out, differentiating the...
I think this is maybe not necessary this particular game, but this is a good habit to get into to diversify a little bit against those threaten effects, especially if the extra damage doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, you're totally right there. Threat and effect is something you have to keep in mind. We see another land, Witch Stalker Frenzy, which is not good enough to kill that Fear of Missing Out. This game is completely slipped away from Liam, who, to be honest, though, was never really in game. This was just like blue or red doing the blue or red things of like, I kill your stuff, I am extremely efficient, I play 2 mana threats that filters my deck, 2 mana 6/7, you know. It is the best deck for a reason, and just Monored needs to draw that Razorkey Needlehead, needs to stick it around, needs to push those damage to win, which, you know, can happen. It has definitely happened to Liam, who has defeated plenty of blue-red Cauldron on its path. I mean, to get to top 8 this tournament, you must have played against so many blue-red deck.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, this is game 2. So we're going to likely go to a game number 3 here with Liam on the play. Well, if he has a good curve out, he can certainly succeed as he has shown in game number 1. Although I would definitely say that post-board is a little bit better for Jacopo because he has just so much more removal for that annoying Razorkey Needlehead.
Looks like we are playing Quantum Riddler from the Warp Zone to draw a card, pumping that Fear of Missing Out with Prophetic Memory. Go to combat. Target. Fear of Missing Out. We're going to have 2 lethal threats here. Both of the creatures will be 6/7. They will actually attack 3 times. We've showed this many times. If you have 2 Fear of Missing Out and 1 Prof, the way to sequence it is attack with the first one, untap. Attack with the second one, untap. Attack with the third one, attack with both. Get 3 Prof triggers. All right, packing up. Let's go to game number 3. We see Jacopo Di Napoli from Milan, Italy, versus Liam Theodore Collins from, is that Salisbury?
Salisbury, I believe. Yeah. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know where it is.
It is somewhere in the United Kingdom.
It's somewhere in the United Kingdom, indeed. Whereas Milan is in the north. I am a lot further from there. I live in the, I would say, center. the center of the country. Milan is definitely a city with so many players, so many stores. It is a delight to play Magic in Milan because you have, you know, tournaments every day. You want to play Modern, there's a tournament there. You want to play Standard, there's a tournament there, and so much. So definitely a lot easier to play up there.
What's the weather like in Senegalia right now?
What's the weather like in Senegalia? Oh, thank you for asking. I wonder why. Maybe I mentioned it a couple of times throughout this weekend. No, but when I left to come here to Liverpool, it was 20 degrees. It was hot.
That's actually very nice.
There was sun outside. If you could leave your window open throughout the day, and it would probably be warmer outside than inside. When I came here, it was raining. My glasses became a wall of, water.
Condensation on the glasses.
Yeah, I don't know how people wear glasses up here. They probably don't. They all probably wear contact lens, and this
makes sense.
Actually, yeah. When you see, it's very common, I think, in Italy to wear glasses, whereas maybe in the rest of the world less so. Maybe because of the rain. It is. I had never thought about it.
There you go, learning something about your own culture.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, we do see the player shuffling here, of course. Actually, recently I got into a Twitter conversation about what's the best way to shuffle. And the way I answered is you pile shuffle once to count your deck, to make sure that it's 60 cards, to make sure you're not presenting a 59 cards deck. You also check some sleeves. Maybe some sleeves are heavily marked because something happened throughout the game and they got bent, so you can replace them. And then you shuffle thoroughly, just like Liam is doing. But I really love to give a pile shuffle before presenting the deck, and before shuffling, of course, to make sure you got 60. What about you?
Yeah, no, that actually sounds pretty accurate. That's what I try to do every time as well.
Yeah.
So I do the 5 or pile shuffle.
5, yeah. I do 7, but yeah, that's all the same. Just get used to it, so you save time, but you always do it once. It's definitely my tip for any competitive tournament. I was at the Pro Tour, last Pro Tour. I was not competing. I was sitting at the top tables and just watching my friends competing, and there were actually a lot of judges doing deck checks. So here, of course, we're uncovered, so we don't see the deck check, but the judges are there doing once or twice deck check. I believe at the PT was 3 deck checks every round. So they had a very huge team just making sure that the players' deck lists were correct, that the sleeves were not marked, and so on and so forth. Because again, we are playing competitive Magic. Honestly, right now, the judges that you find at these big events are so trained. They have played so much. Like, the rules are so polished. And again, like that judge that I see here, I've seen him, I don't know, for 15 years. So these players now, these judges know just so much that is very nice. Also, lots of different judges from everywhere around the world. So if you're not familiar with the same language that your opponents speak, you can just call for a judge of your language. It has definitely been a very good thing of the Pro Tour, and of course of the Spotlight Series event, because Fanfinity does hire a lot of judges from all around the world. So
yeah, the players are in very, very good hands.
Definitely. And speaking of hands, these two players are looking at 2 of them. It is Liam who's the one that's choosing whether to keep her mulligan. His face, poker face, I can't tell anything. He says, I'm keeping. Jacopo mulligans. Once again, that's the 3rd mulligan. He's mulliganing every single game in this match, although the second match brought him a win. So, Italians fan, don't desperate.
Yeah, no. They stay strong, okay.
VV haters, you can cherish a bit.
And to be fair, I mean, you got 2 in a running here. Dennis Biccheri, also an Italian player.
Yeah, where is he from? I'm curious. I want to check his
let me see.
Dennis Biccheri, because he was our first. He was our 9-0 player. He's from Trieste in the north west or east. No, west. No, east. No, of course I know where Trieste is. I was just confused with the west and east.
East.
Northeast, yes. It's very close to the Slovakia, Slovenia, those places. Yeah.
The Adria, Venice is nearby.
Yeah, Venice is, I would say, a little bit south, but yeah. Very windy up there.
Windy?
Very windy. It's definitely a peculiarity of that city. There was a, before the Spotlight Series, we had a tournament circuit in Europe, and I remember playing there. I played Blue Red Murktide. Did we play that tournament? No, we played at the one in Prague, me and you, right? Yeah. Blue-White Control versus Blue-Red Murktide, when Modern was actually at its peak, honestly.
It's good times.
2023 Modern, you know, amazing, amazing format. Well, speaking of Modern, the next event I am commentating on is going to be the regional championship in Antwerp, and it's going to be Modern. I'm super excited for that.
And for that one, I heard you're even going to be in the expert role as the Modern expert.
Am I? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
You're going to be...
I'm going to be expert, whereas today I'm just the apprentice.
Yeah, exactly. You're
learning.
What do you say? Oh, God, I'm missing the word.
What's that?
In Praktikant in German.
Yeah, it's fine. Apprentice.
Apprentice is fine.
Yeah, I think that's what it meant. All right. Jacopo is mulligan into 6. Once again, keeps is nodding. And let's go. Does Liam have a 1-drop?
That is going to be huge. No, he does not.
Maybe he said it out the Bastronaut, as you said, because I haven't seen it in Game 2 either. We start with a multiversal passage, a revolutionary land. A land that just, honestly, changed Magic? I don't know. This land is just going to go in every single non-monocolor deck, I feel like. It's just a very, very strong land. It also enables the Verges. All right. We see the Razorkin Nether Verge and no Torch the Tower once again for Jacopo. This is how Game 1 went. This is how Liam got his win. Let's see if he's able to turn
this. Passing the turn.
No removal spell.
Oh, I think I see an Abrade, actually.
All right, Abrade. There's no pump spells.
By the way, I wanted to say intern. That was the word.
Intern. I'm the intern today. Well, intern usually don't get paid, but thankfully, Fanfani made sure to say that. So, okay, Abrade kills the Razuki Needlehead.
Wait, I thought we were doing this for free. You getting paid for this job?
No, I am actually. I'm sorry.
I gotta talk to them.
Sorry to tell you that. Yeah. Actually, I had, you know, before they called me to do this commentary, I booked my trip, I booked my hotel, I was ready to play. But I said, you want to commentate Mango? I said, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
It's certainly a blessing to be doing this with you.
All right.
Incredible team here behind the scenes.
Warped, Quantum Reeler, just a cycling card.
Yeah, and I've been unable to scream. That Razorkin is quiet now.
All right, the Screaming Nemesis, of course, is now became a toy, a 0/2 toy. It's on the side, but it will be able to block in the future. There's no disenchant effect in red. Maybe we should tell Maro to break the color pie and let red have a disenchant as well.
I don't know about that.
Whoa!
Sunspine Lynx being boarded in here. All right. Dealing 2 damage.
Dealing 2 damage because that mountain over there is actually a multiversal passage.
Oh, Jacopo has been drawing land after land after land here. He's looking at 4 lands.
Oh my god. Man, cited in Sunspine Lynx is not something I thought would happen, honestly.
No, I'm
really
surprised.
Must have cited out Bastronaut then.
Nova Hellkite perhaps as well, but yeah. Those maybe have been boarded out.
Yeah, so, wow, he's looking at his hand and being like, what should I do? Cast his Mako or cycle it? Honestly, I would cycle it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I think cycling is the right call here, as you just... I could see it if it would lead to the Quantum Riddler drawing 2 cards, but it doesn't even, right?
I think he wants to chump block, that's what it is. He decided that a card is not worth 5 damage. Obviously, you can't draw Obstinate Obliterating Bolt, but I think it does make sense. Liam is also considering going for the Threaten effect, but the Threaten is going to be very, very strong next.
One tiny thing I want to point out here, he does have 3 basic in hand right now, and there's more than 1 Sunspine Lynx in Liam's 75. So I believe, small thing, but Jacopo should have perhaps played the Mountain instead of the Soulstone Sanctuary there.
All right, Razuki Needle Verge comes into play once again. 2 cards in it. 2 cards in hand. You got Twisted Filthy and another card. So damage.
Not missing those triggers.
What was drawn there?
I didn't.
It was a red card, I think. Jacopo doesn't want us to know.
The Quantum Riddler is a really nice blocker.
Yeah, but there's a Threaten effect in hand. That means that it's going to be 9, 11, 12.
I'm just saying Jacopo doesn't know that. Yeah.
Actually, it's lethal.
Yeah, it is lethal with the Razorkin, yeah.
Because Twisted Filthy puts a counter on it.
Ooh.
That's it. I think...
If you didn't miss
I think it's
the
lethal.
card.
Go to 12, and then it's exactly 5, 10, 12. We've got... I mean,
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is lethal.
It is lethal. Exactly lethal.
12.
Close to 0.
And a Burst Lightning.
Okay, Burst Lightning did not set it out as well. So we have to know, you know.
Maybe we can ask him.
Twisted Filthy. And shake. We've got our winner here, Liam Collins from the UK, representing the country that we're in. Liverpool trying to defend the home turf. Unfortunately for Jacopo, his tournament is over, but he gets away with, you know, some prize money, very cool foil promo, but most importantly, a Pro Tour invite to Richmond, Lorraine Eclipsed. So can't be too disappointed. Of course, his draws were not amazing, but that's still very good, very good. It's looking at his hand, it's just nodding like there's nothing I could have done there. I've done my best. It is true. That game 3, honestly, there was nothing to be done.
No, there was really not. That draw was just too poor. Yeah, Liam still hasn't lost a feature match. I think he's 4-0, maybe 5-0 already. 5, you say?
5, I know, Liam. It's amazing. We have another matchup involved a BB Cauldron versus Sultai Reanimator. We've seen the player over and over, Alexander Jimenez Ortega from Spain on MTG Melee. He's called Combo Man. He said, I want to play Spider-Man. This reanimation card is so cool. As soon as the card came out, it's like, oh, there's this, you know, I can reanimate the threatening. What's the name of the 8-drop that living ends?
Ringer of the Last Gift. Or Arne Huschenbeth.
Have you ever seen that card played before, or is that like...
Well, I've lost to it in Iszet Unlimited, I can tell you that much.
No, yes, but like in Constructed, has that card ever seen any play? Was there ever a reanimation strategy around that card before the Superior Spider-Man was printed?
No, because it explicitly says, or at least not as I am aware of, it says explicitly you have to cast it, right? And all the other reanimation effects, or not all of them, but you know, 99% of them, are just bring them out of the graveyard into play, so the cast trigger won't happen. So it's just a 6/6 flyer at that point, which is just very unexciting. But Superior Spider-Man goes around that and does cast it, and so works very well. Here we see the deck list. In addition to Bringer and Superior Spider-Man, we have 2 copies of Arne Huschenbeth, we have 2 copies of Terror of the Peaks, 2 copies of Valgov of Terror Eater to, you know, be brought back when you go through all of it. Harvest of Misery, a 1-off as well, can serve as a -2/-2 effect. Rounding those heavy hitters out with Cash Grab, Awaken the Honored Dead, Steam Core Scholar, the 4 copies of Oblivious Bookworm, 3 copies of Overload of the Balmerk, and 1 copy of Town Greeter to fill up the graveyard. Interesting split between those, to be fair. We've seen some Sultai Reanimator lists today, and some of them are playing 4 Town Greeter, no Cash Grab, no Oblivious Bookworms. So there still seems to be maybe some discussion left to be which cards you should be running to fill your graveyard.
Oblivious Bookworm is a 2/3, Town Greeter is a 1/1. I would say that Alexander decided to just be on board more rather than focusing on comboing, to just kind of take the game a little bit longer. I want to focus on a card here. Awaken of the Honored Dead is just such a strong card in this deck. It's a 3-mana removal spell that fuels your graveyard and brings back that combo piece. This is like so many things in just a single card for this deck. It is really, really, really powerful here. But yeah, on the other side, we see just a generic blue-red Cauldron. This is actually not the opponent right now. Antonio Castellani, unfortunately, got very, very close to the top 8. But, you know, we've seen so many Iszet Cauldron deck at this point that we just learn them by heart. All right, here's the player. Again, on the right, we have Michael Simonetti, who comes all the way from the United States of America. And on the other side, Alberto Jimenez Ortega from Spain.
Michael is shouting out Jake Beardsley, Pro Tour champion Jake Beardsley, for helping Bleak, the standard deck?
For helping, I don't know.
Leak? Anyways, it sounds like he was helping him with the standard format.
The standard format.
And then, what was your best card of the weekend? He's saying Nathan Stoyer.
All right, Duelist of the Mind. That's not a card we've seen very often on stream, so I like to see someone shouting out. Of course, Nathan Stoyer won the World Championship 2022, got his own card in the set Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so the players are ready. Maradi Mako and the City Sewers checking the top card of the deck. You want it to be a drop there to just bin in the graveyard for free. Bam, Maradi Mako there. Sparbluff Canal, little mismatch with the language there.
It's even non-English. It looks like we have a.
And Iszet Cauldron, which not only helps Michael for its own gameplay of just, exiling Vivian, etc., it also is a natural sideboard piece that he just casually plays in 4 of in the main deck. That's definitely not what Alexander wanted to see. 1 damage once again from the Mako. Michael does not have a way to pump that little 1/1 pirate shark. What else? Does Michael have a land? Indeed. Do we play something? Ooh, Vivi or Nitir. And sometimes I guess you would love to discard to the Cauldron. If you don't have a way to discard, you just play it. The opponent may just kill it, and then you can exile it. So one way or another, you're going to get a home with a Vivi or Nitir, the powerful mythic rare from the Final Fantasy set that has seen so much play from Pro Tour's Final Fantasy in the Blue-Red Prowess deck. The Blue-Red Prowess deck was heavily weakened with, Chorus to Cutter ban, but the card still dominates standard here. Ooh, we see Harvest of Misery.
Yep, taking out that Marauding Mako.
But now we can pump that Vivi to give a mana next turn with that +1/+1 counter, thanks to exiling the Harvester. Okay. Oh yeah, of course. The Awaken of the Honored Dead has to take down the Iszet Cauldron.
And Michael is playing tight, not forgetting to put the counter on the Vivi. And yeah, Awaken the Honored Dead, turn number 3 here. That is certainly the best turn 3 play probably the deck has to offer. So Alexander has to feel good about going removal into Awaken.
Yep. Once again, if you just joined, this is the quarterfinal of the Spotlight Series Liverpool. We already saw one of the 2 feature match happening. It was Monored versus Iszet Cauldron, one of the 6 Iszet Cauldron in this top 8. Monored won, so at least there's going to be a little bit of a variety in the top 4. This reminds me a bit of, again, just standard in a nutshell for the last 6 months, Monored versus Blue-Red. These are the 2 defining color. We'll see what's going to happen the 10th of November if we're going to be able to shake up this, this like dominance of the color red and blue. We see a second Cauldron, a third Canal, and an attack.
That is huge. The second Cauldron is huge here. Alexander had to take some time off to remove those creatures, and now his graveyard is still empty, being filled up slowly, but
Terror of the Peaks. That's a card you don't want to draw, because it is a card that you cannot cast in your 3-color deck. So, Awaken of the Honored Dead mills over 3 cards.
Yes.
Does not do anything else, because the next chapter will be you may discard a card, and when you do, return target creature or land. But the fact that this card targets makes it really, really bad against Iszet Cauldron. Cash Grab, number 2. Milling over. What's the first card? Is that Smuggler Surprise?
I believe so, yeah. There's a one-off Smuggler Surprise.
Oh, wow. That's not a common choice in this deck.
Nope. But it works. I mean, you can put some big guys into play.
Yeah, put some 8 drops into play, but of course you cannot return it with Cash Grab, which only returns a permanent to its owner's hand for the cost of 2 mana. Alexander is under pressure here. Michael is keeping his hand very close to his chest, so we can't really guess what's in his hand. He hasn't been like looting too much. He hasn't played any blue card yet, which is weird. I guess Vivi. Half blue.
I see 3 lands and 2 full art cards. I'm not sure if those are swamps or is that some full art.
That
I don't know.
Swamp, yeah, that is not ideal. Vivian taps as a 3/6. Torch to the Tower. And another land, I think. So both players are drawing a little bit land heavy, but the player with the creatures on board is definitely the one that's going to be able to deal more damage. Here there's 5.
We are looking actually at a Torture Tower in hand, which would fill up the graveyard exactly.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Was Michael thinking about that?
Yeah, and then he could attack for a total of 12 damage this turn, which plus the 1 ping would be 13, so not quite lethal.
He's going for it.
No, I actually...
Did you count also the Agatha Cauldron?
Yeah, I did count that.
No, but it can't exile its own Mako or...
No, he could do it after the ability.
That's true.
Goes on a stack.
So 1 damage from the ping of Vivi. You're at 14. I've achieved Delirium. That's going to be 10 damage. Zuck. 2 plus 4, and then 4 more. Alexander goes to 4 life. And passing of the turn. Michael decides not to play the top land. Wow.
Wow, 6 lands in hand. My goodness sakes.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Again.
It didn't happen in the winning at least.
No,
at the Pro Tour qualification. You gotta think about the good things.
Yeah, he got his good luck out of the way. All right, there it is. Now we see Michael Simonetti's list, who has indeed 2 copies of Duelist of the Mind. I'm looking at Michael's surname. Do you know what's my mom's name?
Simonetti?
Simonetta. I would say that Simonetti has some Italian roots, as you know, many Americans have, and it was funny when I was traveling to the States. I always find people, you know, telling me how, like, oh, you know, I'm Italian. It's you know, with like the very strong roots that the United players show, the United States people show to their roots, and I love to see that. So.
There you go. I mean,
two Italians and a half in this.
Yeah, I was about to say you have another person to root for then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually is from Virginia. He says here in his
Virginia
survey.
is the city of Richmond.
Yeah, he's saying it's basically in his backyard. The Pro Tour.
Wow!
He's looking forward to sleep in his own bed for that one.
Well, back in the days, you had the Pro Tour, you know, play the game, see the world. You would love to travel around places. But apparently Michael said, you know what? I'm just happy I don't have to pay for a flight to go to anywhere. And I can just drive to the Pro Tour hall, which, you know, I've never done. I guess driving to a GP, sure, but not driving to anything more than that. So in Italy, we haven't, I guess Germany as well. You also never had the pleasure to play any high-level event in your home country.
No, unfortunately not. Okay, looking at the sideboard here by Michael Simonetti, we have Disdain for Stroke ×2 even. That card is going to be incredibly good in this matchup, countering Superior Spider-Man and all the other fatties. And Spell Pierce could be brought in. It interrupts the Awaken the Undead, which is a powerful free drop. We've talked about Cash Grab, Bitter Triumph, it can hit, Heritage Reclamation. But that's about it, I would say. Maybe he brings in the Duelist of the Mind, maybe the Quantum Riddler. But yeah, he's going to look to board out some of those torches, and a Braid is not very good. All right, let's take a look at Alexander Jimenez Ortega's sideboard. Swarm Weaver in the sideboard. I love that card. Oh gosh, Duskmourn Limited Swarm Weaver. When I saw that card in pack 1, pick 1, I just, you know, I went for it. There was blinders on. Is it for this matchup? I don't think so. It's more an anti-Dimir mid-range card. It's very good against some of those small flyers they offer. Yeah, in this matchup, he could bring in Reclamation Sage, Heritage Reclamation to blow up those cauldrons. We saw him bring in Duress as well in the previous matchup when he played against Cauldron. So
I love the Keen Eye Curator. That's a card that I love to cast in Legacy. I've mentioned this already when we were covering the blue-green Herboroid deck. So I love to see that card.
Keen Eye Curator has a little bit of a downside in this matchup, though. If it goes to the graveyard and then is Cauldron,
oh my god!
All the other creatures get the ability from Michael, and then he can at will exile the graveyard for 1 mana. So we gotta be careful with that one.
That's true. That's true. That is so cool how the Cauldron just interacts with, you know, opposing creatures. Sometimes you get these things like in Legacy, I don't know, you exile a Grizzlebrand and you draw 7 cards. Or I actually have a pretty fun stories in Limited with Agasol Cauldron. It was one of the Vegas Open. I was playing against a, you know, a Limited expert, Alex Nikolic, and then the winning in for the top 8. I had Agasol Cauldron in play. He had Ginger Brute in his graveyard. I exiled the Ginger Brute, gave unblockable to my creatures, and won the game that way. So that is definitely a pretty cool line that Agasol Cauldron lets you do. And you know, Agasol Cauldron is just such a a cool card. Like a lot of people mentioned, you know, how they want to change standard in the 10 November announcement. And I was actually talking to Frank Carson, and he was telling me how he wanted to ban the Cauldron. It's like, no, Frank, Cauldron is such a cool card. You know, I mean, it's strong, but I really want to keep it around because, you know, whenever these decks, like, do you remember, I mean, in this top 8, we have Alexi Paulot, and I believe he's the one that piloted the blue-green Cauldron deck to a top 8 at Worlds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe something like that. Or maybe a 9th place. I definitely remember...
10th. Yes. He did.
I definitely remember him, like, doing very, very well with Iszet Cauldron. I don't remember too much of how that deck won and what was using the Cauldron for, but there were some sort of weird combinations in that deck. So I feel like that card is just such a unique card that, you know, yes, it broke this format for a bunch of reasons, of course. We got Vivi, we got the Prof, but I think it's just such a cool card that I just want to be able to play with it maybe a bit more in the future of Standard.
I can totally see that. On the other hand, it's also been around for more than 2 years at this point in Standard. It had its time to shine, so I could see taking out the Cauldron instead of the Vivi to have the Vivi around for a little bit longer, because, you know, Final Fantasy came out in June, so it's been 4 months. I think, and I know a lot of people might disagree with that, but I think Vivi Ornithor without the Cauldron is actually a fun card to have around in the format. It is very powerful if you get to untap of it, but I don't think it's too powerful. It is, so after all, a free drop without enter the battlefield abilities. You can just kill it with a go for the float effect.
So you're on team ban Cauldron, I'm on team ban Vivi.
Okay, well, yeah. It is how it is.
It is how it is. It's okay. We see now these players made their cyber procedure and are now heading to the Mulligan decisions. Alberto looks like he just said, I'm going to keep. What about you, Michael? And Michael is thinking about it, raising his eyebrows.
Can we find some common ground, though?
What's that? Proft. Yeah, we're banned. I mean, that card must be banned.
We said it at the same time.
Yeah, Proft must be banned, that's for sure.
You found common ground at least.
Yeah, that card is so great. It's like...
It's a blue beanstalk.
Yeah, I mean, if you ban Vivi, that deck easily survives. Just doesn't even care.
Yeah, it's still going to be the best deck.
Yeah, takes out Vivi, takes out Cauldron. It just easily is going to be the best deck for sure. I mean, you look at how the match goes against blue-red, against mono-red. You just side out, you know, that thing. And I even saw some players having Thundertrap Trainer, and there's a card that like it's a blue card from Bloomborrow that you can bounce your own thing and draw a card. Sorry, ephemerate your own thing and draw a card. That, you know, I've seen people doing that with the Thundertrap Trainer, which is another way to get your card advantage engine in your blue-red deck. So, there's so, I mean, and the funny thing is that after you do all these changes and ban Proft, blue-red will still be a thing. I'm very sure.
Probably.
There's just so many blue-red cards. The Quantum Riddler of Shell plus removal spell will still be good.
Yeah.
So it's not that
Willis of the Mind has been excellent.
Yeah, it's not that your deck would, oh wow, only 5 cards in hand for Michael. That's very few cards. Ooh, I love this island though. Anich Island, that's the island I play with whenever I play the modern formats. Tapping one of the, Oblivious Bookworm, one of the best card in Duskmorn draft. Being able to just draw a card for free.
It was excellent. Simon was calling it the blue-green fear of missing out.
Okay, at the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless a permanent entered face down under your control. Of course, that said, I had a lot of Manifest Dread, so you were just able to go turn 2 that, turn 3, I don't know, Manifest Reality, put a 2 into play, draw a card, and just snowball from there. Turn 4, I don't know, an enchant, but it ramps up a card, and like, you know, that was.
Yeah, we've come a long way from Merfolk Looter. Actually, here we see.
Speaking of which, the other Merfolk Looter on the other side, of course, signed.
Face off.
Of course, signed by the 2022 World Champion Nathan Stoyer, who last week, am I wrong? He qualified. Oh no, I think he did well in a Mox Championship, so he qualified to the Pro Tour that's happening in Richmond.
Yeah, he was popularizing that Jeskai Blink deck, taking the Jeskai controllers from Ili Cassis and evolving it into the Felia Ragavan deck, which then a week after, I believe, Fino took and top eighted and won the entire regional championship in Houston.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that Nathan is back at the Pro Tour. He has been. He's obviously like dominated the scene for many years, and then took a break, and now he's back. So it's lovely to see. All right, we see a card that I believe to be the breaker of the last gift in hand. Is that what the weird card is on the right?
I couldn't tell you.
I think that's what it is. Yes.
I think it's a Valgavoth.
You think it's a Valgavoth?
Yeah, I see the V up
Where's
there.
the Valgavoth? Oh, there's 2 Valgavoth. All right, it's a Valgavoth. Of course. Can't you tell from the picture?
I've been at the card. I've been at the card.
Oh, Iszet Cauldron is here. At least Valgavoth doesn't have any activate ability. Does it have any
No,
ability?
it doesn't.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of a situation here. We have the crime being triggered from the duelist, and we also have a situation over on Jimenez's side, who has just played another blue-green land. He's color screwed.
He is color screwed. That's why you play 2 colors of 3. All right. Oh, I love that Michael Other basic clan is a mountain. That's actually whenever I play, old decks, I play beta. Whenever I play, modern decks, I play Ani H. So that's exactly the 2 type of basic clans I use.
Wow, you should.
And he has an Italian
link
surname.
up, you guys.
So,
yeah,
he has a little bit more tattoos than I have, but apart from that, we have the same style.
Your mom is almost his name.
Yeah, my mom's name is.
There's too many. This is getting a little too many coincidences.
Many familiarities. Although my arms are, we
have tattoos. You say?
No, my arms are clean. No, they don't have a tattoo. I don't know what's the word.
You don't got a single one.
No, I am, as I say, near mint.
Near mint.
Near mint. We've got the Haunted Rendition, I believe. What's the name of that card?
Haunted Rendition. That's
Outer Reclamation, Heritage Reclamation, destroying the Iszet Cauldron. In the meanwhile, Valgavoth gets exiled. Duelist of the Mind gets a counter. Ooh, Spell Pierce goes on the graveyard. No, sorry, what's that? Vivi goes on the graveyard. Spell Pierce goes on the graveyard.
Yeah, and we Alexander can pay. And he's not going to do anything with his mana anyway, so there you go.
Wait a second, what just happened there? Sorry.
So Michael used his Spell Pierce to make Alex pay, and while doing so, he was triggering the crime ability on Duelist to be able to loot a little bit. I think he just wanted to turn the Spell Pierce into something and also empty his hand, because he has Quantum Riddler in hand. See? So that's why he just cashed in the Spell Pierce just to make Michael pay a little bit of mana.
Oh, wow. Whenever I'm on stream, I always tell people to never make that play, to just never Spell Pierce if they have mana up, stuff like that. But I guess never is never. Sometimes you have to break those rules in order to... Ooh, look at that island. Also, a pretty one from Unglued. And now, Quantum Riddler draws 2 cards, taking back that mulligan.
Oh my gosh. And now we can actually... Oof. How big is this Duelist of the Mind now? It's already a 4, so... It can make 5 mana here if we want to use that Cauldron. And the graveyard is empty right now.
Oh, wow, he's tapping it.
Oh, he can actually wait. He can make way more mana because he can give the counter to Riddler.
There's Vivi.
Yes.
I didn't see. I mean,
You were so focused on all the similarities to Michael. No. So this alone is 9 mana already. We have Steam Scholar in hand.
It's gonna be even more. It's crazy. Michael mulligan to 5 on the draw.
Absolutely.
And this may be a turn 4 kill.
He's making a good case to maybe do something in that next ban announcement.
I mean, I think the whole tournament is making a good case. Iszet Cauldron was 29% of the metagame. It is 6 copies in the top 8. I don't want to look at the stats of the top 16, but Frank Karsten will tell you that he's going to be working. Honestly, this weekend is the first weekend I've actually worked with Frank Karsten. He's a beast.
He's amazing.
He's incredible. Just working no stop. He just really wants to give you those facts. His article on Metagame Mentor on Magic.gg, by Wizards of the Coast are just the best, the closest thing to journalism that I see in a while. Not clickbaity at all. Just giving you the truth. He's amazing. Honestly, if you really want to read anything worth it, just Magic.gg, Metagame Mentor, Frank Karsten. I'm not sponsored. I mean, I guess somewhat, because we are. on coverage. But anyway,
you mean it from your heart. Yeah, I can tell. I see it in your eyes.
Exactly. As an influencer, you have to say our sponsor sometimes, but this is not the case.
Sponsored by Frank Carsten. We're just all in love with Frank Carsten. And who isn't really? Who isn't? So what are we doing here?
We're just casting a 5-mana Power 6 flying that draws 3 cards on ATB.
No big deal.
Yeah, you can also pay 2 mana to draw also 3 cards.
I think this Quantum Riddler is on the watch list also. Maybe not next week, but maybe in the future. I feel like Quantum Riddler might not survive the full 3 years in Standard.
Yeah, we've only mentioned in Mythic Rares though, but at least Quantum Riddler you can use it in other formats as well. If you have, that card. All right, Winternet Stories. That's a card as well. Drawing 3, discarding 2 lands. Discarding the Beta Island as well, with a little green island, pristine condition.
Very nice. My God, he just has lethal with the Prof and the Duelist here.
Turn 4 kill.
Duelist was
Turn 4 kill.
Amazing.
Turn 4 kill.
That is insane.
All to 5 on the draw.
The power of Nathan Stoyer right there. It was 8 power by itself, and then like 7 counters from the Proft. I mean, absolutely insane.
A good news for you at home. Somehow, there's not 4 Filipa Cauldron in the top 4. There is 1 player with Monored. And again, I want to tell you, this year, Monored has won every major event in Standard. It has won Pro Tour Final Fantasy by Kenyu Hero. It has won the regional championship in America. It has won Spotlight Series Orlando. It has won Spotlight Series Baltimore. So, the blue-red decks, sure, they're great. They have an amazing win rate, but they don't tend to close. But this weekend, we have the chance to, I guess, give the trophy to an Iszet player for the first time.
Yeah, perhaps, but Liam might stifle that. And I can already tell you that Dennis Bikuri against Alexei Poulot, Poulot was able to take it down to 2-1.
Both of the Italians are out of competition. I have to root for Michael right now. That's what I'm left.
Yeah.
And then when I go home, I celebrate by tattooing my whole arm from the shoulder to the top of my finger. No, I'm not gonna do that, Michael. But I'll still root for you in the quarterfinals. Sorry, in the semifinals.
Sounds like we have an interview ready, though. So let's head over there with Martin Juza and the winner of this match.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, I'm sitting here with Michael, who just won to move to the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uneventful games, close games, mulled to 5, still won.
They were pretty uneventful. I mulled to 5 in game 2, but I kind of ripped on him. Like he kills my Cauldron. He never draws a black source, so his hand's worse than mine.
Yeah,
so mine at least casts my spells.
Duel is doing all the work.
Yeah, I mean, it eluded me to my VV, and then I got to combo. I drew another Cauldron and killed him with Riddler. So,
talk to me about Duelist of the Mind. You had a cool story with that.
Yeah. So preparing for Baltimore last weekend, it was Nathan's birthday.
Okay.
And we were like, oh, we'll play 1. It's your birthday, buddy. We'll play 1, maybe in the board. And then we were kind of playing some games, and we were like, it's kind of good. Like, it's kind of doing the thing I want it to do, especially post-board, where you're just becoming more interactive, maybe you're trimming on the combo. So, yeah, like, this weekend I was like, I'll play 3. Happy birthday again to you.
Who did you prepare with for the event? Do you have a big squad you usually test with?
Yeah, I test with Team Scrap Heap.
Okay.
Some younger players that are tapped in, and I'm old and washed. So,
I can relate.
I tested with them mostly and just talked about the deck. We all played in Baltimore and Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
None of them came here, but kind of transferred. Nothing really changed. So.
How do you feel about the Reanimator matchup? That must feel pretty good for you when you have 4 Soul Cauldrons in the main deck.
I was pretty surprised my opponent
made it all the way to
like fundamentally it's hard to I'm playing this graveyard deck
for sure,
when 60% of the field or whatever has 4
main deck
graveyard hate.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was kind of scared. I was like, clearly he knows something I don't know about how this is going to go.
Yeah.
But No, I like played the Soul Cauldron and then he did nothing.
Yeah, Alex actually had a great story. He said when Spider-Man came out, he was like, "Oh, wait, there's a couple new cards, and I kind of just like brewing." So he just started playing the deck and goldfishing with it before the set actually even really came out in paper. And he just liked playing the deck, and his friends were like, "Man, just play Vivi. Like, forget about this."
Yeah.
Like, no, I kind of want to try it. And he has a great story. So congratulations to him as well for.
So I should have lost, really.
No. But like,
he should have won the tournament. I understand.
It's just a great story both ways. Congratulations to you for picking up the PT invite. You're not going to play the Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, which I think is next year in Richmond.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
It is like an hour and a half from my house.
That's awesome.
So perfect. Thank you. I can sleep in my own time zone, my own bed, and that sounds pretty good to me.
Any new plans now, maybe? Like, knowing that you're going to play the PT, are you going to maybe travel to more events or anything like that?
No, I just came back to the game like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I've kind of ramped up, and I've kind of just been like hitting a lot of events that seem appealing to me. And so I'll probably just keep playing events. I like seeing my friends and hanging out, and playing Magic enables me to do that. So
that's cool.
Continue doing that.
Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, a couple of people. Jerry T, my all-time GOAT, great friend of mine. Shout out his podcast. Dylan Nolan, good close friend. Scrap Heap, everybody I test with, everybody in the Dylan Discord. All great, all good vibes, people.
That's important.
Yeah, I think the vibe is.
Yeah.
Oliver and Sam for being here today. Andre for being here today. Like, good vibes being in Europe.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have come to Europe and at least know some people and be able.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, man. Congrats and best of luck in the semis.
Yep. Thank you.
And welcome back. That was the interview between Martin Juza and the winner of the match we just showed, Michael Simonetti, who advances to the semifinals. We have 3 Iszet Cauldron, 1 Monored. You could have predicted that. You would have been right. But some people predicted 4 Iszet Cauldron. They would have been wrong.
There you go. Yeah, Monored's still alive to take another standard event down that is dominated by Vivi. Can it do that? We will find out. We have a quick look here at the bracket for you guys. And we still have 1 quarterfinal going.
Yeah, it's untimed. It's a top 8. The players are still battling out. We have the first player in the Swiss, Maciej Barwick versus Andres Santos, and they're still battling out. And Liam with his Monored deck is waiting.
Yeah, and then down there we can see that Dennis lost to Alexei. That was a Cauldron Mirror, and of course Michael Simonetti succeeded over Sultai Reanimators, going to face the Frenchman, who, as you said, has already a lot of Cauldron experience from the get-go. Right when it came out, was playing with the card in the World Championship.
Yeah, I remember him winning an arena Pro Tour
Championship,
yes. Followed by 9th place at the World. So that is definitely a player that also I've played against him in a legacy match earlier this summer in Belgium. So I definitely have I like people that play Legacy.
Yeah, he seems to have a wide range, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely a wide range. Michael, as he mentioned, played in the Spotlight Series Orlando, played in the Spotlight Series Baltimore, and traveled all the way here to Liverpool. So, not changing the ban list for this long period of time, I guess rewards the players that just want to stick to a deck and master it. So I guess Michael is one of those people. He just, as he mentioned in the interview, played the same deck all these 3 events and finally got a breakthrough result.
And he also mentioned to me when we were talking on the floor real quick that he's played 10 mirror matches in each of those tournaments, and he only lost like 5 of them, he said. So he's going to be prepared for the mirror match, and we're going to look forward to seeing that in action.
All right, look at that. Look at that. We just got a name spawning. It's Maciej Barwick. Ooh, he's victorious against Andres Santos. And now we have a fully top 4 bracket. Yeah. being on the play is strong, and Masej is going to do that again against Monored, which is a very, very important thing, because what happens is that you have more time to handle the Razor-Key Needle Verge. You have more time to handle these Screaming Nemesis. You're able to get on board, raise the Monored deck, play Proft, and just be ahead. Being on the play, super important against an aggressive deck. That's always been the case and has not changed in Magic for a long time.
And yeah, for the semifinals, we are going to leave you guys in the very good hands of Simon Nielsen and Filipa. But before we go there,
I forgot. I thought we were going to semifinals. I was so comfortable here.
No, we're going to be back for the finals, Mengucci. We're not quite done yet. But yeah, before we head into those, we're going to have a little interview with Martin Juza and Emma Partlow. Let's head over there.
2, 3. Hey everyone, I am sitting here with Emma Partlow. Emma is the content manager at TCG Player, and she also happens to live in England. So what brings you to this event?
It was about 40 minutes from my house, so it seemed rude not to come by and say hi. Spotlight events are really cool, so they probably remind you of this as well. As someone who's been in a lot of GP top 8s. They remind you of Grand Prix. These events that you can just wander into. Same structure, and it's like you can just wander in and just see like what's this about? What's happening, sort of thing. You can kind of peek your head through the door and just see what's going on, and just see what's happening. And in the UK, we don't get many events like this, so it's really cool that Fanfinity have brought Spotlight Series to Liverpool, London next year as well for Marvel Superheroes. So yeah, be rude not to check it out.
So we covered the main event, right? Like we focus on standard. We show you 15 rounds of Swiss, then it's the top 8. We're gonna tell you who the winner is. But what else can you do at this event? Let's say maybe you're not a favorite. You don't love standard. Maybe you like to draft. Maybe you like to play commander. What else can you do at these events if you don't want to play the main event?
Yeah. So the cool thing about Spotlight events, even though you're focusing on this cool trophy and the competitive event itself, there's just a lot to do. So, there's side events firing all the time. There's a Pauper event in an hour that I'm going to take part in. You have pre-modern, you have modern, you have pioneer, you've got sealed, you've got draft, you've got mystery booster 2 as well. And there's also other things outside of that. So there's a bunch of artists just behind there. You can get cards signed. There's Altruist work going on. You can play Commander with folks as well. So there is something for everyone, and it's just really cool that you can just wander in, buy some cards, get them signed, and then just be on your way as well.
So let's say I like to draft. I come here with a bunch of friends. What can we do?
So right now you can draft like Edge of Eternities. You can do. I know that's a banger limited set, as you would say. You can do.
Goated.
Yeah, really. Okay. You can do You could do the pick 2 draft with Marvel Spider-Man. They're quick firing those all weekend. So if you're not familiar with pick 2 draft, you could be like, "What's this about? This is like a new draft format." Just get 3 of your friends and you just sit down and sling packs, and it's just a really quick way to play limited as well, I must say.
Yeah. So you're very much involved with Magic. You also happen to be on the Pauper format panel. What does that mean? How do you interact with Pauper?
So I've been playing Pauper for a long time, and the Pauper format panel there's about 7 of us on the panel, with Gavin Verhey being one of the head honchos of the PFP. And it's our job to check the health of the format and just moderate it. And if there's a card that's printed that might be a bit too good, what do we do about it? Do we ban it? What do we look at unbans? And it's just basically our responsibility to be like, hey, just to keep an eye on the format and make sure nothing goes wrong. Because the thing with commons, they are the most printed rarity of all Magic cards. We see a lot of commons in Magic these days. And it's just good to have a group of people, global people, by the way. So I'm the UK representative. You've got a couple of folks in America. You've got someone in Brazil and Japan as well. So there's this massive net of people who just keep an eye on Pauper, and we just all chat on a daily basis and look at all the cool decks and things that we're doing with the format, and just keep an eye on it.
The format looks awesome.
Yeah.
Tell the viewers, why should they start playing Pauper? Maybe, you're watching Standard, there are all these combos, sometimes the game ends on turn 3.
Yep.
Tell the viewers the pauper format.
So
what's cool about it?
Its accessibility is one. It's very easy to get into. You can literally build a pauper deck with leftover play boosters.
Okay.
So say you bought a box of Marvel Spider-Man and you cracked open all the play boosters just to like forage all the rares and mythic rares for value maybe, and you have all these commons left over. And it's like, cool, I can make a pauper deck out of that. I can just make a mono white aggro deck with a bunch of Spider-Man cards and just be on my way.
Speaking of Spider-Man cards,
yes,
have any of the new cards impacted the format at all?
Not in like a big way, but there is a couple of cards that I've seen play. So like Spider-Man Web Slinger, the 3-mana 3/3 that you web sling for 1 mana. That's pretty good. You also have Skyward Spider, which is the one that gets flying when it's modified. It also has ward, so it's a bit awkward to deal with in Pauper. You have to spend some extra mana to remove it. It's really good in the like the Bogle style decks because they're quite popular in Pauper. And you also have Swarm, being a bees, which is the one with Mayhem for 1 black mana with flash and flying.
Right, yeah. What is your favorite pauper deck when you play a tournament or when you play with friends? What is your go-to pauper deck?
So the thing is with Pauper, it's very easy just to like, because I have like 10 decks, because there's always one person that has like a bunch of Pauper decks, and just close your eyes and pick one. Right now I'm playing Mono Blue Fairies, which is the spell starter sprites, and you're playing like just a bunch of like Fairy Seers and just turning sideways. But if I was playing in an event, say I was like going to a Paupergeddon or something like that, I would probably play Mardu Synthesizer, which is the experimental synthesizer, Core Sky Fisher, Glinthawk.
Value.
Refurbished Familiar from Modern Horizons 3 as well. And you're just playing this like value game plan, but you're beating people down with like flyers like Core Sky Fisher. And that's a really fun deck.
That sounds great. You should definitely give Pauper a try.
Yep.
Emma, thanks for talking to me.
No worries.
I hope your event's great and you're having fun.
I am. Thank you very much.
See you in the next event, which is?
It's Leon. I believe it is January 9th to the 11th. So that is the Magic Spotlight Avatar. So we're going to be talking all things Avatar The Last Airbender for that one, I believe. So it should be exciting.
Live coverage, standard. But as Emma said, there's a lot of other events you can play. So make sure you check it out. Head over to fanfinity.com. And if you have any feedback, maybe there's some events that you would like to see more on the side event.
Maybe more Pauper events. Like I wouldn't say no to more Pauper
maybe
events.
Some flashback drafts, something cool. Yeah. Let us know, and we'll do our best to try to make that happen.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Filipa, joined by the one and only Simon Nielsen, and we are ready to cast the semifinals. Over 500 players joined here this weekend, but we only have 4 left, and what a journey it has been. We have 3 VV decks in the top 4, as well as 1 Monored deck that is the VV Slayer. Has slayed so many VVs so far in the tournament here.
There goes our hero, is what I think. When I see Liam now rolling up to these tables, Liam Tiller Collins. This is the probably 5th time we featured him this weekend. We featured him pretty early on yesterday, like round 5 or so, and yeah, he keeps showing up and keeps doing his thing.
Some people think that being on feature match doesn't give luck. Liam can definitely not say that so far, winning here, crushing over and over again. So we do have Macias here in Iszet Cauldron versus Liam on Mono Red Aggro. On the other side, we have Alexei on Iszet Cauldron playing Dimir against Michael Simonetti. And yeah, a lot of exciting games. I have to say, one thing that I really liked from the player survey, I'm looking at them. So first, for example, looking at the Liam one, saying that decided to play Mono Red actually for a reason that I never thought, but Liam says that he tried the VV deck, but he plays it too slowly. So he had to play a faster deck. Usually you think, oh, Mono Red players are the super fast ones, but sometimes it can be the opposite.
Oh, I actually, like, one very big reason to play Mono Red is that you get more time to think through your decisions. We've already covered how, like, difficult the red deck can be. You know, we've seen the mirror matches and so on. Like, some of these, you know, you have to be very precise with the red deck because it doesn't give you a lot of leeway to win matches where you mess up.
Absolutely, and we are ready here to get into the action and go to game 2 here. The first game of the semifinals, it's going to be Liam Tiller Collins versus Macy's Barwick. Macy's from Liverpool, so hometown here. It's from Poland, but it's living in Liverpool now. And the other side, Liam, also from the UK. So.
Yeah, from Salisbury, UK.
So we have the Iszet Cauldron deck here first. We do see the duelist, no duelist here, but we do see these list. That is a bit the stock list that we saw before, right?
Yes, this is very close to what you might expect. The one copy of a Braid and 3 Steam Core Scholar. And so, yeah, this is just maxing out on the combo material. The main thing here is that there's no Duelist of the Mind. So Nathan Stoyer, our previous world champion, did not get to show up for this match, but has been kind of crushing it on camera all weekend, I would say.
And I really want to say that Mace is here on the player survey. Under previous Magic accomplishment, just nothing, just as like a dotted, like nothing yet. But first one here with these top 8 here and now top 4, potentially the winner of this Spotlight Spider-Man. So on the other side, let's take a look on Liam's deck. We've seen that over and over again here this weekend. As you said, been in the feature match multiple times, saying that for him the best card in the deck is Iron Claw because he needs a good 1-drop for the best mono red. And what do you think of this list, Simon, against this Iszet?
I am sure that Burnout Bastronaut looks on in, with gritted teeth as Iron Claw gets shouted out as the best card because he needs a good 1-drop, and Bastronaut apparently doesn't qualify as a good 1-drop. Yeah, you'd probably agree, but, so is the life of the Burnout Bastronaut. I guess lizards are better than goblins after all. To answer your question, we just saw this matchup play out here, and this is a matchup that hinges very hard on the card Razorkin Needlehead and Maciej's ability to answer that card. So it depends on if he has the Torch to Towers, there are 3 copies main deck, as well as the Braid, and post-board so much more removal for that Needlehead. But if the Needlehead sticks around, it gets a lot harder for Maciej to navigate, wanting to draw a lot of cards during his turn. There's also other things that can happen, like getting the getting to go first, for instance, can matter a lot. I'm actually not sure who is higher up in our standings here. Oh, Maciej was our #1 seed. Yeah, I went 13-1-1 with the one draw there actually being intentional. So 13-1 in the Swiss rounds is absolutely amazing for Maciej Bardovic. And yeah, it will be on the play as a result here. So that is, Liam kind of battling, kind of uphill. Again, last round against Jacopo, Liam was on the play, but now has to be on the draw and win that way.
Not an easy feat, but definitely worth trying here. There is a very sweet trophy for the winner of this event, and I'm sure both Maciej and Liam would love to have that in their display. Maybe the first of many trophies, Simon, and a lovely story to tell.
Yeah, it's certainly, there's, not that many of these trophies in the world. Only for the 2 Spotlight Spider-Man available here. One from Baltimore last weekend and one here in Liverpool this weekend. As, the 2, the 2 essentially, England residing players here. Liam from Salisbury and Maciej, who lives in Liverpool. Facing off against each other. Liam wrote under previous Magic accomplishments a top 64 at GP London 2017, and he's wrong. It was 2015 that he got top 64 in London. So.
Oh my God, Simon! How do you know that?
It's Liam.
Simon knows exactly everyone's result. Like, when they stopped using the DCI points site, doesn't matter because they just store it in the big database that is Simon Nielsen's brain.
Yeah.
We have here turn 1 Marauding Mako from Maciej's side. That lovely 1-drop in Iszet, but on the other side, Liam said that Iron Claw was the best card to start with. So, looking like that's happening, and here attacking with a 1/1.
All right, so the question is here, if you block and there's a second Marauding Mako, Maciej could cycle that, get a counter, and essentially eat your creature for free. And it was actually not even a bluff, but it is noteworthy. This is a play you can do with Marauding Mako, is that it can attack into a High Claw because,
Whoa, and if one Marauding Mako annoys some people, 3 annoy much more.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a Steam Core Scholar coming down and just growing your board to gargantuan sizes as this High Claw now comes in. And no bluffing here, no double block will go on with these Makos because the High Claw can pump itself. So yeah, we just see these 1-drops racing past each other as neither of them can block. And there's the Needlehead. So this is the start that Liam really wanted to see. So the question is Is there a way to draw cards? Oh, there's a
Winter Night
Stories, but no land. Even the Vivi in hand. So taking 1 damage there from the Razorkin Needlehead. Liam on top of his triggers this time around. And yeah, we see just the Abrade, which maybe will just answer the Needlehead. Having to just do that and attack with for 3 damage with your 3 creatures. I guess that works out. Who's the Monored deck now?
I mean, but if Maciek here starts getting that 3rd land, Winter Night Stories, and these 3 Makos start getting counters, things are going to look pretty grim for Liam. Liam that really wants to try to close out the game before that happens. We see that there's some lands in hand, also Bashonaur, or even 2.
There's actually another Razorkin Needlehead here. This is the different artwork from Duskmourn. So you could do that plus the Bashonaur, but can also just play a Screaming Nemesis. So that's the big question. Is there a second answer for Needlehead? And Liam concludes, well, since you spent a Braid on this, that's a very inefficient answer. You might not have a Torch the Tower as well. So just gonna go ahead and deploy these 2 creatures, get the speed up, attack with the High Claw, which immediately gets the speed up to 2 here, and now this board state is looking quite fearsome with no removal in Maciej's hand. Draws a card. Is it a land? To be able to start doing something here, and it is indeed an island. And yeah, now Maciej can play Winter Night Stories, but that will deal him 3 more damage from this Razorkin Needlehead.
These sharks are starting to smell some blood, but...
Oh, yes, indeed. Maciej could discard just a Vivi here, but is actually quite incentivized to discard 2 cards instead. And yeah, I just love that this deck lets you do that all over. Like Mengu always says that no, you cannot go down on cards. Yeah, if you play Vivi, yeah, you can go down on cards a lot, and it's totally fine to do so.
If you have 3 Marauding Makos and you can put 3 counters, yes. I think it's fine. So these little sharks are now 3/3.
Yeah, essentially choosing to discard the fear of missing out to put a counter on each Mako. That's what's happening here, and make that trade. But I think that is a good trade here. Also lining up the Makos to be 3 toughness lines up so much better into the attackers here from Liam.
Doing some math here, deciding if it's worth to attack with any of these.
Yeah, it's very... Oh, wait, was the trigger missed here from Liam? Or has it just not been... put in the life total marker yet, because that is very, very important to see if... No, okay, he is at... should be 11 life here, because there was 3 cards drawn.
Possibly getting updated there with the life totals.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. As these Makos are rolling in, attacking with all of them, actually, and yeah, that's kind of a... it's a lot of damage here, and potentially will need to chump block with this Burnout Bastion here. But actually, Liam just decides to take all of this damage. Can attack back for, 8 damage with the Screaming Nemesis, which is not quite lethal, and then play a Burnout Bastion as a chump blocker. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see if that's actually enough to finish the game here. I think I would have liked to see that Bastion chump block so that you aren't dead to removal spell, so you don't have to play too passively on this turn. Yeah, now we go into Liam's turn. And
Screaming Nemesis, that's...
Yeah, it is a lot of damage. That's why I said 8, because the Nemesis coming in here with the haste. And now I guess to decide what to do. You could even leave the Screaming Nemesis back, honestly. It's not a totally crazy play. It is a little bit worse, or not a little bit, it's a lot worse against Into the Floodmaw, but can be better against a whole lot of other things that Maciej could possibly have here. So yeah, very challenging situation for Liam. Needs to do a lot of math and figure out how much damage do he need to deal for it to be enough. Knows that the Razorkin Needlehead is not dying yet. Potentially could end up dealing more damage to Maciej if he tries to flashback that Winter Night Stories.
Maciej at 12 and Liam at 7 points of life. There's 2 speed right now, so that Bashonaur doesn't have double strike yet, but he does have menace. Doesn't matter because all the sharks are tapped, but...
Yeah, all the sharks are out swimming here or out for blood. Do you even think this shark can swim?
I have no idea. This shark looks...
He's much more of a land creature.
Looks very comfortable. Yes, yeah. Pirate thing,
All right, so that's an attack, leaving back the Bastronaut to chump block with. So yeah, obviously the thing you could have done last turn, but by waiting here, you potentially get to chump block a bigger Mako this turn. So in case all of them grow to, let's say, 6/6 this turn, which, you know, with another Winter Night Stories, they could all grow to 5/5. You are still gonna be alive. Whereas if you chump block last turn, you'd find yourself at 10 life. You'd actually be dead now if there was another discard too. So, you know, Liam making, I believe, the correct play by not chump blocking before. And here we see the Iszet Cauldron plus Vivi. There's so much mana, and you see Liam. Oh. Yep. Let's see if this is enough to change the game here. You do have to start out by activating the Cauldron on that Vivi, and yeah, then you probably get to go Fear of Missing Out into Winter Night Stories, and that's, you know, a lot of discard here, bringing all the Makos up to 6. But that's not quite lethal. So Machi needs to find something, but he is also dying to this Razorkin Needlehead. Note that he's at 4 life currently, so he can't actually do Winter Night Stories and Fear of Missing Out, because he'll draw too many cards and die.
Oh, that's true, and that's where the Razorkin is so good.
So Machi needs to find possibly just this Winter Night into removal spell. Yes, if he finds a removal spell off these 3 cards, he goes to 1, clears one of the Bastronauts, and can attack for lethal. So that's the game plan here, as he just pays full retail 5 mana for this. Land, Vivi, land.
Ooh,
wow,
that's
goes
exactly
to 1 life. That's what Liam has noted down the life pad right now.
And you cannot even play that Fear of Missing Out because of that 1 life.
Yeah, you can. So Razorkin Needlehead potentially just taking out this game. These Makos are going to grow to 5/5, but because Liam didn't chump block last turn, he now gets to survive at 2 life. That is incredible.
MVP.
So now we see here these Makos growing up, and yeah, one of them, of course, is a little bigger than the others, but that one can be chump blocked. And yeah, now, you know, Liam pointing to the life total here. You are at 1 life. Machi nodding, knowing that that is not a good place to be. Can play the Fear of Missing Out with the mana float, or can play a Vivi with the mana floating. But needs to play, if you can play 2 non-creature spells, that will actually work too. But I don't think he has any. He has another Cauldron, maybe? He has a second Cauldron. Wait, is this enough? I think it might be. Yes, he can play the second Cauldron, which will trigger the Vivi, put Liam down to 6 life, and then attack with everything and use the 1 counter from the Cauldron as a as a combat trick here to push over the last point of damage.
Is this going to be it?
It is. Wow. So at 1 life here, Machi gets to stabilize, or not even stabilize, but just actually swing for lethal. What a firework of a game. And there is a creature in graveyard, yeah. Block. Push this Mako up to 6 power, and that's your life total, and that is exactly lethal. Wow.
Insane here, and it looked like Liam had another Vivi deck here on the bag, but Vivi decks sometimes do this, you know?
They sometimes do.
Sometimes out of nowhere, you get a bunch of counters, and at 1 life, the dream comes true.
Indeed.
We will have a game 2 now with, of course, Liam on the play. This is best of 3. This was only the first game. And Simon, what can Liam do to stop the Vivi madness?
Yeah, so what Liam wants to do is just make sure that that he has like the necessary removal to kind of trip up Machi. We'll start by looking at Machi's side, actually. He's looking for these Unable to Screams, the Torch the Tower, the Pyroclasms. He wants all the answers he can for this Razorkin Needlehead. We saw how much damage it caused this game, where Liam drew 2 of them. And it's possible he'll also bring in the Obliterating Bolts and such. And he actually has so many cards for this matchup that it's very possible he'll bring out the Vivi Cauldron combo.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Maybe like leaving in some number of VVs, but the issue is that you need to fit in these cards. And so you could cut all your card draw, you could cut all your Winter Night Stories and so on, because they seem clunky and they trigger Razorkin. And then you have your combo, and you do your combo, and now you have 10 mana. But you can't do anything with the mana because you have no card draw in your deck anymore. So you just have a bunch of removal spells, and that's not really you know, that great of a combo. So instead, you could leave your card draw and cut the combo pieces, to use the card draw to kind of like refuel after you spend a bunch of cards on the removal, and then kind of like outcard Liam that way, making sure that you don't kill the first 3 things and then die to the 4th and 5th thing, which is something that's very common if you just have removal but no card draw to go alongside it. I believe maybe even the Riddler could come in to support this game plan, where so you just play 4 Riddlers and removal spells.
I like that plan. And Simon, I was wondering, you know that Standard obviously has changed a lot, also with the rotation timeline now increasing, so we have less rotations. What do you think of that? Are you a fan of the 3-year standard rotation, or did you prefer the 2-year standard rotation?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. So the issue is with these types of questions for me is that I just play the game and I just like it. So
easy to please, Simon.
so like, I don't think I have a strong opinion on that. It certainly like does have a big downside with the big standard, in that they we actually see an update on the bracket. Yeah, okay, so I'll just like snake out of your question here and just have a look at the bracket instead, because I'm stumped. I don't know what to answer. Maybe you have a more clear answer than I have. You know what? Pineapple pizza is fine. That's my hot take. Okay, so Alexei Pollard lost the first game here to Michael Simonetti. I just want to highlight here, Alexei is someone who has had some previous success here. He got second at Arena Championship, the second Arena Championship that was ever held. He got second place, qualified for the World Championship, got 9th at Worlds, at a heartbreaking tiebreaker 9th place, and was close to getting 9th here as well.
But karma always comes back.
Karma always comes back. And yeah, he didn't qualify for a Pro Tour off getting 9th at Worlds, because at that point, it was only the top 8 that qualified for Worlds.
Yes, I saw that.
So this will actually be Alexei's first.
That's so funny. I couldn't think that a player that was in Worlds was not qualified for the Pro Tour, because you just assumed that a player that is in the World Championship is also qualified for the Pro Tour, but not always.
You know, in that World Championship, he played a deck that was kind of this crazy combo deck built around a card that had just can't come out in Wilds of Eldraine, the newest set at the time. Cauldron, yeah. Cauldron, he was playing a blue-green Cauldron deck at that tournament.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, surely, you know, he just loves that card.
Was that Simic Cookies?
No, it was not the Simic Cookie deck. It was like way before Cookies, a full year before.
Oh,
this was a, you know, you use the Cauldron to combo off with a creature that taps for mana equal to its power and then waste it to
I
untap
remember that. Okay, I remember those days, back in the days.
Yeah,
so
in the good old days.
Starting here, turn 1, Iron Claw. Great way to start from Liam's side. Now, Maciek always also play a land and passing.
Yeah, so we'll see here if there is more follow-up. There is the Magebane Lizard to deal even more damage this way, and Magebane Lizard notably not dying to stuff like Torch the Tower and Abrade. That's why we see stuff like Obliterating Bolt and Unable to Scream in Maciek's sideboard here. And there's a triple 1-drop start, it seems. Actually, it does have the Razorkin Needlehead as well, but because there's mana open for Maciek, decides to just play the 2 1-drops pre-combat here and see if I can go to combat. And this way, the potential Torch the Tower trades with a 1-drop rather than a 2-drop. I think actually I would have liked from Liam here to go ahead and attack with the Hired Claw first, and then play your 2-drops, 1-drops afterwards. Because in case Maciek has the Torch, he's gonna wait for you to play Needlehead and then kill it. So even though you're actually giving up damage by doing this, you know, the Hired Claw doesn't trigger an extra time, you lose a point of speed, you actually gain 2 more damage in case of some, in case there is a Torch on Into the Flood more for this reason. As we now move back to Liam here after just this prof, but you know, the prof is so scary. It means, you know, not much board presence right now, but next turn you could be facing huge blockers.
Yes, and Prof's another card that I feel like it shined a lot this weekend. It just showcased that it's not only Vivi or Cauldron, but Profts as well being a very strong card in this deck and having a lot of synergy with cards like Fear of Missing Out. Just overall, very strong card. Now, we do have that Razorkin here, very important against this Vivi deck, and we saw almost finishing the game, leaving Maciek at 1 life.
Wow, the Pyroclasm here, completely brutal.
Wow.
I actually believe I just ran through the last game here on my notepad here, and I actually believe that Liam did miss a trigger last game with the draw 3 from Winter Night Stories, but only triggered twice.
That's what you were writing. I was like, why is Simon like writing random numbers?
Yeah, I was just checking.
But by the way, how did you manage to do that all in your head?
I just remember how the game went.
Insane.
Yeah, that's I got a sticky brain. It's,
oh my God.
You know, there's a lot of things I don't know how to do, but instead I can remember a game of Magic a long time after seeing it.
That's definitely a superpower. They need to do a super Simon set.
Exactly. On the other hand, I do not know how to put up a shelf, so yeah, that's the trade-off.
I mean, you win some, you lose others, and we do have now this team course color. It's going to draw 2, discard 2 in this case. That
is a lot of power and toughness on the board here as the Prof will trigger, and yeah, we've seen this time and time again. Mako coming in for 3, and with Liam missing a land drop here, this is not looking too great for a Monored player anymore.
It's not looking great, and honestly, Simon, it's a difficult one to deal with. These Makos get really huge with the profs and the Steam course color. Just the deck works so well together, just super synergistic.
Yeah. No, this is very powerful. So we'll see here if Liam has another removal spell. There is a Witchstalker Frenzy and an Obliterating Bolt.
The thing is that it starts getting kind of awkward because the longer that Liam is not able to answer the creatures, the more difficult that it is that he can find an answer for the creatures because they start getting counters, so suddenly they are out of range for all of the Torture Tower, then the Frenzy, and then they're just so big, there's no way Liam can get rid of them.
Yeah, so we see here just deciding for that reason to use the Obliterating Bolt right now when he has the time rather than develop more threats, trigger the prowess on the Challenger, and potentially rocking in for 3 points here, as well as a Burnout Bastronaut. He doesn't need to play this pre-com because he already stabbed his speed, but no, Machi is saying, you know what, I just want to gain 3 life with this, and as long as he has card draw to back this up, this is a fine play, but if he doesn't, he might actually run out of cards, because Liam's hand is still full of stuff. But yeah, that is a Riddler, and that is the sort of card that exactly wants you to run out of cards. So now you can just, unable to scream on this Hayek Claw, I guess you just make it lose a single point of power, but also its ability, so that's important. And then warp this Riddler here, draw 2 cards, trigger the Prof, making the Mako even bigger.
Ooh, and finding even some Torch the Tower in hand to deal with any threat that may come, and attacking there with the Mako. There's only a 0-2. Without any abilities there.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to do. Liam could choose to jump block right away or could wait for a better moment to cash in that Hayek Claw for some life. You could also keep it around because if you draw a second Hayek Claw, it actually is a toy lizard. So attacking with it will trigger the other Hayek Claw. It doesn't have its own ability anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, it's the creature type is relevant. You can also pump it with Rockface Village. So it's not completely useless here. It can be an attacker in a very, very scrappy game. Not the type of game we look to have on our hands here, though, as Machi is kind of firing off, just doing the Prof things. And once again, we don't see Cauldron, we don't see Vivi. Very likely that neither of those cards are in the deck.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if we will have some interview maybe with Maciek eventually to ask exactly that question and many more.
That question and many more. Okay, so Liam knows that if there is a land drop here, the Riddler can come down and grow the Mako into 6. 6 toughness is the danger point, as wow, even attacking with the. Oh right, because that's actually beautiful. Yeah, you keep it around so you can Witchstalker Frenzy. I forgot about that mode as well. You know, the toy just doing so much here, unable to scream. Yeah, it's able to do something at least.
Yeah, unable to scream, but yeah, definitely able to attack. And
right, so yeah,
that's that frenzy.
That way, you made sure to get out of range of a 6 toughness creature, because that's certainly not what you'd like to see, and there's no land right now for Machi, so no Riddler as well as another potential 6 toughness creature. So now Machi got to build up the board again and try to see if he can contest this Emberheart Challengers. There's also a single copy of Magebane Lizard in hand, not looking so hot at this stage of the game.
Not looking good here with Liam already 1 game down. We do have the Profs here, legendary rule, but drawing a card, of course, that will help.
Oh yeah, that was actually interesting, because Magic could have decided to, instead of playing the Prof, just torch the tower on the Ember Heart Challenger, but decided to draw the extra card right now to get the extra counter on the Mako. And this is because Liam is at 12 life. So this way, you just get to make the clock bigger, and there's Delirium online for this fear of missing out. So next turn, actually, you can attack with the Mako twice and essentially force a chump block or some other sort of interaction. So that's why Machi decided to go for that line and can then use the Torch the Tower next turn to clear a blocker.
Iron Claw was the card draw here for Liam, and I mean, great one drop, but I don't think it's exactly what he needed here to beat the Iszet Cauldron deck.
I wonder if you just swing with the Ember Heart Challenger here. So if Liam does that, Machi can just go ahead and block with a 2-3, and the Ember Heart Challenger will die. But I think you need to try and bluff some damage here. Bluff that you have some sort of removal spell. For, like, if you have another Witchstalker Frenzy here, and you just clear the Mako, well, that would be, clear the big Mako, and then you trigger Prowess, that would be a big blowout. So it's very possible that Machi will just have to take the 2 damage, and you can maybe squeak in some damage while developing some blockers. Like the Lizard is gonna deal damage. You have the Toy that can jump block, so you're not really dead. And yeah, potentially you could top deck like a Nova Hellkite and get there. That's essentially the game plan. Yeah. Another thing you could do is activate your Rockface Village on the Challenger. So that way you guarantee to get it through, and maybe, you trigger the Valiant, hit a land, so you can still play both your things. But it's a bit of a gamble, because you could also hit things that aren't as relevant.
Let's see here what Liam decides to do. This fear of missing out is a big threat on the other side, the Mako as well.
Right.
There's a
does decide to do this. Oh, and hits the Act of Treason, which would be so good here.
If he had 1 more mana.
Yeah, he would actually be able to steal the fear of missing out. I guess he wouldn't have Delirium, right? Yeah, it's not. So that's like the reason you play the, sometimes you play the other one, Vengeful Possession, that lets you discard a card and draw a card. Because you could discard a land, get Delirium when you steal the fear of missing out. But yeah, just has to attack with the Challenger now as a 3-2. And yeah, Mache, now knows that there's much less risk in blocking here, because there's unlikely to be a big blowout like Witchstalker Frenzy. But decides to not take the trade anyways. Just that this Lizard enter the battlefield, and yeah, the gamble from Liam did not pay off here. There was a calculated risk, and now with a Braid and Torture Tower and unable to scream in hand, just full of removal here. And yeah, Machi can't quite clear. Well, he can clear both the blockers, right? He can unable to scream on the Lizard just to make it 2 toughness, and then torch one of the toys and braid the other toy, and then attack with both things, and that's actually lethal.
Yeah, I think we might see that happen.
And he will only take 6 damage to make this play. Oh, actually, you only take 1 damage because you're unable to screen the Lizard, and then it loses the ability to deal you damage.
And then no longer is going to ping you.
Yeah, so
the exact place we have unable to scream 1 damage there from the Lizard, but then it cannot deal any more damage. Now we have a Braid and torch the tower, and this is going to be game here for
10 damage rolling in, and we saw the play from last turn, deciding to play a Prof rather than a torch the tower just to deal extra damage, and that damage piled up on this turn and became lethal. Maciej Bardovic, 13-1 in the Swiss rounds, 2-0 in the top 8. This is an insane run, 15-1 on the weekend so far for the Liverpool local from Team Chad Magic.
Congratulations here to Maciej, doing very well here this weekend. And this means, Simon, that we are going to have Iszet versus Iszet final.
We will, yes. But the question is, which Iszet decks? And they're actually...
Which Iszet?
Yeah, which one is it? I actually believe that all of the deck lists we have are, a little bit different as well. So for the, for those fans of the Cauldron deck out there, who've been watching and waiting to see some mirrors, well, we have those for you now. It's actually a battle of Duelist of the Mind versus No Duelist versus Stormchaser's Talent.
So the question is bringing Nathan Stoyer here to the tournament a good or a bad decision? We will find out. I mean, obviously a good decision because he already put the player here on the top 8 and a qualification for the Pro Tour. But I'm saying that because did you see the interview that the player had before with, I think, with Martin?
Yeah.
Where he was saying that he was testing the card. He was testing one Duelist of the Mind, just because it's Nathan, and then we're like, oh, actually, this is not bad. and now he decided to bring 3.
Nice. Yeah, that's you know, perfect. That's exactly how you do it.
Michael Simonetti here.
Yeah.
So Michael said, why did you choose this deck for this weekend? Best deck, so why not? Exactly. It's a very good deck
shout
in
out
standard
to
format.
Jake Beardsley for helping break the standard format.
Yes, also, what was the best card for the weekend and why? Just said Nathan Sawyer and Into the Flame.
Into the Floodmaw. Yeah, a lot of the blue-red players are doing Into the Floodmaw as their favorite card of the deck. It seems to be so important in the mirrors, and I guess we'll get to witness that because we haven't seen any on camera yet here. Now we're looking at the bracket, and it is currently 1-1 between Alexi Paolo and Michael Simonetti. Michael coming, by the way, from Virginia, from Harrisonburg,
Oh,
Virginia.
so close to Richmond.
Yes, Richmond, Virginia is where the Pro Tour is at, that these players qualified for. And Michael noted that he was so happy to qualify for essentially a home state Pro Tour, getting to sleep in his own bed right before the tournament. And yeah, that's a great thing to do. I loved when they announced Pro Tour Copenhagen, and then I wasn't qualified for it. And then COVID happened. And then the tournament didn't happen at all. And so, yeah, I managed to not miss a Pro Tour as a result of that. But yeah, that's...
Sorry to hear, Simon, but I know that Michael here is very happy because you will not be victim of jet lag, as I know sometimes you are, right?
No, I'm never victim of jet lag. You need a sleep schedule to be affected by jet lag.
Oh, you don't have a sleep schedule?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
All right, we see here Alexi Paolo here. So I believe he's from France, but not 100% sure on that. And is playing, this Cauldron list, but he's playing a different take. So he is also playing Duelist of the Mind. But he is not playing any Makos. We saw how good the Mako was with 3 copies here, but instead is playing the Storm Chaser's talent and the Opt. So this is a different build of the deck that some people in the tournament have been bringing. When I scrolled through the deck list, I did see a little bit of this style. And so it's playing a little bit more prowess here with the Opt to kind of trigger the Duelist of the Mind more, to trigger your Props Eidetic Memory more. And it's still playing the free Cauldron 4 Vivi. It is still a combo deck at heart, but just exchanging, instead of playing Steam Core Scholar and Mako, it plays like the Duelist, Talent, and Opt package. Michael Simonetti here, that's a player from Virginia. I haven't actually asked him yet why he is in Europe these days. Maybe he just took the trip over just because he wanted to qualify for his home state Pro Tour.
He wants to qualify for a Pro Tour to stay close to home, so he crosses the continent. So
that would be the perfect storyline there for Michael Simonetti. Also playing this Vivi Cauldron deck with the Makos at this time. So that's why I'm saying, we've seen some of these choices here. It's going to be Mako versus Talent in this round, and then whoever wins, well, it's going to be either another Mako versus Talent or a Duelist versus no Duelist.
And I just have to say a big shout out to Nathan Stoyer because we do have him here on Twitch chat saying, go Michael.
Let's go. Nathan, of course, also recently qualified for the Pro Tour in Richmond by winning a Magic Online Open event. So that's a Magic Online Championship Open event. And those are really tough to do. But yeah, he managed to take one down and qualify himself for the Pro Tour in Richmond. So that's nice to see the champ is back online and can finally play with his own card maybe. If they don't ban Props Eidetic Memory, I know what he's playing. That's already locked in.
Yes, and I mean, Michael, a very true friend, even though leaving the continent to play here in the UK, still brought the friend Nathan Stoyer to the top 8 of this tournament.
Yes, indeed.
And players are getting ready here to start the second semi-final, and we will have an Iszet winner.
We certainly will. That is guaranteed now. The winner of this tournament will not be Monored anymore. It has taken on too many tournament wins this year, and now it is the Cauldron. In its final showing here, will show us why the deck is so powerful. As now we are seeing this mirror match. So, the players I've been talking to have found this mirror match very interesting to playtest for. As we see an Annul here.
Annul.
Reminder, this is game 3. So the sideboards have happened, and Annul is such a crazy good card in the mirror. But yeah, the players have found it really interesting to figure out the mirror, exactly how you sideboard, how much of the combo do you leave in, how do you play Spell Pierce or not, all of these things, and also the way you play it, and how you're supposed to pace yourself, making sure you get enough board, but you don't die, and you don't overextend, and all of these things. It's actually very tricky, but one thing that's really important, though, is getting a Cauldron down. Because not only does it represent the start of your own combo, but you can also disrupt the opponent's combo. So if Alexi ever exposes a Vivi right now, well, the Cauldron can just take it away. So it's a very common sideboard strategy for people to leave the Cauldron in the deck, but board out the Vivis. But if both players do that, well, then both players have these useless Cauldrons in their deck. So yeah, that's a very interesting, like, situation to happen for these. As we now see, a second fear of missing out, discarding a second Mako. Everything good comes in pairs.
Yes, and that fear of missing out going to be a big threat. Attacking there with the Marauding Mako for 2 points of damage, first blood.
I wonder what the tattoo.
Oh, another one.
Oh, another Mako, the third one. I wonder what the tattoo on Michael's hands say. I noticed it says slow on one of them, but I do not know the other one. What do you think it is?
I cannot see.
On his right hand it says slow on his fingers.
How can you read that? I need to buy glasses.
No. I can't see it right now, but he tipped his hand earlier, and
I didn't see.
I didn't see. No, I don't have X-ray vision.
I mean, you have like a lot of brain memory to remember like 3 games ago and every GP that every player played ever, so I wouldn't be surprised.
As we see here, the Abrade, the reason the Abrade has been seen so much playing Standard is exactly because of this reason, that it can deal with Cauldron. And now we see the Duelist of the Mind, but no land up here for Alexi, having to pass the turn right back. Also sitting with that Prof in play, not to forget, Prof being shouted out as one of the better cards in the mirror. But with this board state here, and the Riddler coming down, drawing 2 cards immediately for Michael Simonetti, and the Abrade, Spell Pierce showing up right here, countering that Abrade, drawing a card, discarding a card, and now the Duelist of the Mind, can actually block the small Mako, and that means you can't even attack with, I guess you can attack with these two, but, there's Delirium. I see. So you untap
enchantment creature, artifact, instant.
Block the 2/2, take 3, and then you take another 3, essentially. Or actually, the other Mako could get in here, because that would just be a trade with the Duelist. So that's actually kind of a funny lineup, but Michael decided not to offer that trade here to Alexi. Now we see a Riddler come in. Is there a land? Yes, there is indeed. But there's also this Winter Night Stories. So there's so many cards being drawn now, and that means the Duelist of the Mind will be a 9-power creature attacking here so far. Maybe an Opt will make it into 11. That is a huge amount of power.
Yes, that's definitely a big threat there. And when Michael decided to bring Nathan to protect him, he didn't think about getting attacked by Nathan as well.
Yes, exactly. So taking a large chunk of damage right there. That is 9 points of life. Michael down to 11 now. And here's a multiversal patches, taking 2 damage. And can Alexi answer this fear of missing out in some way, or is he just going to flash back or like harmonize the Winter Night Stories? No, it does seem like he has some sort of answer. It might be a Into the Floodmaw of his own to bounce that fear of missing out and making sure he doesn't take too much damage this turn. As the Floodmaws are certainly flying in all directions here, and it does seem like Alexi also has his own, but he's going to wait with this Floodmaw until Michael goes into combat, because he doesn't want the fear of missing out to be played and pumping the Makos pre-combat here. But yeah, having to say goodbye to this big Nathan here is quite a big blowout. Otherwise, that was going to be a great blocker.
Yeah, and things are not looking too good after that. But using it to commit a crime.
Right. So that's actually the big decision there. You have to decide whether to let the fear of missing out be played pre-combat to pump up the Makos versus getting to loot an additional time. And Alexi concluded that, yeah, my hand is bad enough that I'll essentially take 2 damage in order to fix my hand and get the free loot. So yeah, that's very high level gameplay there. Like paying attention to those details and not missing that is indeed an option you can take.
And attacking here, I mean, Alexei down to 5 points of life. Things are looking grim, but we know that this deck has the ability to come back from behind. And we have Vivi. And we have Opt, okay. 1 mana available, but there's also now a Vivi mana. Scry. I think keeping on top. Ooh, okay, it's into the Floodmaw.
Wow, another one here. So that could potentially help stabilize here. You could bounce the Mako, and yeah, the Prof will trigger here. And so you can also play the Duelist, And yeah, now the Vivi is big enough that it can block the fear of missing out. So I think you're actually in a totally fine position as Alexei here, albeit your life total is kind of low. So it depends a lot on what Michael has here. But the player with Proft versus the player without Proft. Oh, as I say that, there's a Proft Eidetic memory from Michael as well. So now it's a bit of an even battlefield here. But yeah, it's very interesting. We see Alexei actually decide to keep the Vivi in his deck. We haven't seen a Cauldron yet, so we don't know if that is part of the equation at the moment.
Yeah, and Proft's here. Now we have the Quantum Riddler, and that's going to be able to draw 2 cards. Let's see if Alexei wants to say something about that.
Yeah, so the draw 2 happens here and puts the counters on the fear of missing out. It's going to attack as a 4/5, and there's currently not enough damage to kill it in combat. So I believe that... Oh, this is it. Oh, again, Alexei with the perfect timing here. Bouncing in response to the Quantum Riddler trigger ability. So now there's 2 cards in hand, and you only draw 1.
Oh, very well played there.
Yeah, this means that also because of the trigger from Duelist of the Mind, now you have 4 power in play, and there's only 1 trigger from Proft. So the fear... actually, I guess there's still 2 counters being put on from Proft. But the fear of missing out is not too scary at the current stage.
Yeah, very well played there by Alexei. And now having that Vivi and Duelist of the Mind.
I'm still actually curious why the fear was not the one bounced there, because I still believe with 2 cards drawn for this turn, the fear can get up to 4 or 5 still, and you have to just go to 1 life, I guess? Or you block the 4 now, but then it's going to attack for 6 now. It's actually a really troublesome position here for Alexei, because the fear of missing out is staying in play. So Michael is just working through the motions. Like, can you do anything? It's very possible that I'm missing something and that there is an extra point of power to make this here, but I guess I don't think so. Yeah, this is just going to roll in here as a 4/5 on tap, and then next turn it can attack as a 6 power attacker. So the Duelist on the Mind has to jump block this fear of missing out. Yeah, I wonder if I wonder if Alexei messed this up by not bouncing the fear and instead bouncing the little bit more juicy target in the Mako. Okay, so Michael is still thinking about here how you can do this. Remember, there's now 2 damage marked on the Vivi, so you could target the Mako and attack with both creatures. It's kind of a safe attack. They'll also note that there is 3 damage marked on the fear. So if you attack again without putting counters on the fear, the Vivi can trade for it.
Okay, looks like the counters are now on the fear of missing out.
And there's 4 damage dealt to Vivi, so it has 3 life left, and there's 3 life left on the other one. So, yeah, so even a double block here, you trade both your creatures for this fear of missing out, which you probably have to make this block just to enable the Vivi to go to the graveyard as well. But maybe you're better off just chump blocking with the Duelist and potentially seeing if you can find a way to clear the Mako as the only blocker and winning with an attack from Vivi.
Difficult decision here. And let's see how Alexei decides to do this block. I'm sure Alexei, that prepared a lot, if he has been doing very well in the tournament, decides to just chump block there with the Duelist of the Mind, keeping that Vivi alive. Let's see if that's going to pay off now. Michael is at 9 life.
Draw 2 cards. Is there an answer for the Mako here? There's a Storm Chaser's talent, I believe. No, it's an opt. Okay, so trigger the Vivi. And yeah, we'll actually get to scry 1 and draw 2 cards again. So Opt working so well with Riddler. And this is Alexei's deck building here, coming into clutch. Is there also a Winter Night Stories? There is indeed. So there's so much more card draw here.
Okay, if there's a way to remove that marauding Mako.
Yeah, it's actually going to be an attack for lethal. So, and he kept on top. So that is a great sign for Alexei here, as we are now waiting to see, what was strong here? It was the Storm Chaser's talent. So that's actually enough. Trigger the Vivi. You have enough mana now, and you can get back into the Floodmaw. Bounce the Mako.
Oh, wow, that's right.
Wow. So this is... Yeah, this... Okay. I mean, honestly, I am floored. I am impressed at the way Alexei played this game. These mirrors are just so cool. Why didn't we cover this all day? Oh my god.
That is true. I mean, this Vivi mirror can be quite interesting, and we saw here Alexei piloting it very well.
Piloting it?
Piloting it. Hi, Simon. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. And congratulations here on taking this second semi-final. And this means that we know who our finalists are, right, Simon?
Yes, we do indeed. So our final here is going to be Maciej, the crusher of the tournament so far. 15-1 is what his record has been in a tournament, winning so many Vivi Mirrors alongside it. Of course, Alexi, must have also won a ton of Vivi Mirrors. Everyone in the top 8 playing that deck, has to have gone through a lot of those. And that's going to be our opponent here. So it's going to be very exciting to see, who can win here. Alexi, of course, has a previous second place in a big tournament from the Arena Championships.
Oh.
A couple of years ago. That's how he qualified for that World Championship. And
now for the first Pro Tour.
And now qualified for his first Pro Tour. That sometimes you do it in that order, and that is, totally fair and acceptable.
Yes, I mean, very excited to see here all these players that qualified for the Pro Tour, even if they are not advancing into the finals. They did amazing. There were a lot of players here this weekend. We saw a lot of good magic actually throughout the weekend, and I'm happy with the players that made it to top 8, and I think they all did a great job. Shout out for them for qualifying for the Pro Tour and also entertaining us here at home during the weekend. And Simon, this is going to be the last round that we are going to cast.
True.
Because the finals are going to be casted by Arne and Mengucci. So before we go, I kind of wanted to ask you, what are the key takeaways from the weekend for you?
So in terms of standard, moving forward, I think it's really interesting. I definitely want to keep an eye on that Sultai Reanimator deck. We did see one make top 8 there, and some very wise words from Alexander on that deck. Instant speed milk effects are better than sorcery speed ones, and Bookworm. I think that was important. And I think another takeaway is come to these events, come and join these, and you can get to play. The format that we have on offer. There's a bunch of different ones. Next year they've announced so many Spotlight Series events.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, there's even Team Limited is back on the menu in Brussels. Are you kidding
exciting.
me?
I love Limited. I'm very excited for that one. And in 3 weeks, we also have the regional championship in Antwerp. That's going to be modern, so people can join, try to last chance qualifier, or even just watch at home, because we are going to be there, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be a lot of fun. I will have to say, before we switch, that I have just found it so great to be with you in booth.
Aww.
I think you do your job very well, and you make me shine, and that's awesome to be.
It's not difficult to make you shine, Simon. I sometimes don't understand Simon, but there's always a reason why he's doing something. For example, he's writing some random numbers. I'm like, what is Simon doing? And then he's like, I calculated 2 games ago, this happened, and because this trigger was missed, actually it was indeed because I just calculated everything here with my pen and paper in 3 seconds.
Well, let's finish it up here and then toss to a video to get to switch with our other casters.
This year, open tournaments returned, reborn in the Magic Spotlight Series. First-time players tested their skills, and familiar faces from the past were back in action. The result has been a celebration of competition and community. We visited the likes of Atlanta for Magic Spotlight Foundations, Utrecht for Magic Spotlight Modern, and Chiba for Magic Spotlight Final Fantasy, with each event being special in its own way. At MagicCon Las Vegas, we said that the Magic Spotlight Series would be bigger and better than ever in 2026. Today, we're able to share our full schedule for next year, with a few secrets still left to be revealed. In the first quarter of the year, our journey begins in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France this January, kicking things off in style with Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Next stop, we head north to Toronto, Canada in February, returning to one of our favorite planes with Lorwyn Eclipsed. In the second quarter of the year, we move over to Richmond, Virginia in March for Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, before we head across the Atlantic and beyond to London, England and Chiba, Japan in May for our Secrets of Strixhaven Spotlight. As summer heats up, so does the adventure, with a super team-up for the ages, with Marvel superheroes in Las Vegas, Nevada in June, then over to Brussels, Belgium in July. The journey continues down under in Brisbane, Australia in August, followed by a long hop over to Dallas, Texas in September for Magic Spotlight, The Hobbit. And to wrap up an incredible year, we'll be in Hartford, Connecticut in October and Beijing, China in November with Reality Fracture. Join us at a Magic Spotlight event near you. Play for fun, play to win, and be part of the gathering.
Water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squirrels could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them. As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squirrels will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final of Spotlight Series Liverpool. I'm Andrea Mengucci from Italy. Joining me, Arne Huschenbeth from Germany. We have kept you company the whole weekend. It's time to just let it go. This is the last time that you see us.
Yeah, very much. But what a sad start. Now we have finals time. Let's go. And finally, we get to see some chess here in Magic the Gathering. We get to see a mirror match of Iszet Cauldron.
Some chess.
Well, a mirror match. Like, it's the same figures, you know?
Oh,
you see that
my
reference?
God, I've never thought about it.
A mirror match is like playing chess.
Is this the first time you say it, or is that...
I think on stream, yeah, sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We've never shown any mirror match the whole weekend.
Yes, it's our first.
We made sure Frank Carson to never select Iszet Cauldron mirror, but obviously now it's unavoidable. The semifinals showed Maciej Barwick on Iszet Cauldron defeating Liam Tiller-Collins on Monored. Marsic just dispatched him 2-0. And then Alexis Poulot from France with Iszet Cauldron defeated Michael Simonetti from the US. So we have a final of a mirror match between Maciej Barwick versus Alexis Poulot.
Yeah, the French against Polish standoff here. And Poulot has a bit of an interesting take on Iszet Cauldron, so we're going to see that perform here with Opt. I was just talking to a teammate of his while I was waiting for the semifinals to finish, and they were saying that they wanted to have the Opt to, make the Profit a little bit better, make the Quantum Riddler a little bit better. You can play the Quantum Riddler and then cast the Opt with the Riddler trigger on the stack, draw 2, and you also make the Vivi a lot better. So that version of the Cauldron deck is a lot better at casting.
At going off. It's a lot better at going off. Of course, Opt is a card that you exchange, mana for time rather than mana for board presence.
Yeah.
So sometimes that is very good to do, maybe when you're on the play, but it's not the case. Alexis Poulot is on the draw because the player that's on the play has been crushing. He's honestly just been on the top of the standings throughout the whole weekend. First in the Swiss, hasn't lost a game yet in the top 8. Let's see if Maciej Barwick will be able to finish tournament undefeated.
It sounds like we are ready to go down to the finals of Spotlight Series Liverpool. Let's join them. No, maybe not.
But anyway, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be. Look at that! Look at that! Look at the gauntlet. There is. That's the trophy, the Infinite Trophy. There's only 2 in the whole world. One was awarded to the winner of Baltimore on Monored.
Alexander McIsaac.
Alexander McIsaac, and the other one will be handled. One of these 2 players. We have the Mako already, it seems. There's only one drop in the deck list of our player on the left, whereas Alexis Poulot has a couple of 1-drop. He can either lead with Storm Chaser Talent or Marauding Mako, and he leads with Storm Chaser's Talent.
All right, and here we have a torch.
Actually, I was double checking. No, I was wrong. There's no copies of Marauding Mako in Alexis Poulot list. I was like, how does he find a slot for those Storm Chaser Talent? We're simple. He cut the Makos.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, very basic mana base. I feel like is it possible that I've never commentated on a game of Maciej Barwick yet? I think it's always been Simon.
Yeah.
I had the feeling like this is our first time, because I always, you know, judge people basic lands, and I've never seen these basic lands before. On the left side.
Look at that opt. Is that a Yago in the opt as a?
Oh wow, it is.
As an altar. That's funny.
Also, the sleeves of Maseji are very, very interesting with that little white border. All right, this Mako is attacking just for 1. Not very good, showing that maybe that 1/1 Otter would have been better here than the Mako itself. And then we play a very expensive cycle card.
Both these players have had a lot of experience playing mirror matches all over the weekend, and now it comes down to the last one here. One more. Maybe the last mirror match they play of Vivi in their entire life. Who knows?
maybe. That's interesting. You know, but these are definitely the players that play the longest, because they played from round 1 till round 18. That's 15 plus 3. Tapping 4 and returning. Wow, that's interesting. Leveling up the Storm Chaser talent, getting that card advantage. So the Mako was just a 1/1, whereas the Storm Chaser talent provided a lot more value throughout this game.
Certainly a bit of a sign of weakness, I would say, in terms of what Alexei is having in hand here. That's at least what Barvik should be thinking about right now. Probably no Steam Core Scholar or anything like that. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of unlucky that he's just not drawing any Fear of Missing Out, Steam Core Scholar, Winternet Stories.
There's actually just 3 copies of Winternet Stories and 0 copies of Steam Core Scholar. So there's a bit of a lag in the mid game to include those 4 op to make space for these cantrips.
Oh, you mean on Alexi's side? Yeah. No, I was mostly talking about the marauding Mako just attacking for lowly 1, just kind of unlucky to just never really drawing. Okay, so we see here, Iszet Cauldron, and then Quantum Riddler draws 2. So now the Warp, of course, is gonna put the Quantum Riddler on the side, and now we see once again an opt. Just honestly a lot slower than usual. It seems like a post-sideboard mirror match, and not exactly how game 1 usually goes.
Both seem to have a bit of a subpar draw, that is so sure here.
Both with a foil copy of Agatha Soul Cauldron. Leveling up, the Storm Chaser talent has already been leveled up, so exiling those instants is not as relevant as it would have been, you know, before the case. But yeah, this Morocco continues to take for a while. So that means that Maseji is not interested in casting the Proft, but instead wants to play the Quantum Riddler. Drawing a single card because of the land. The hand is stacked. There's 4 cards, one of which being the very powerful Into the Flood Maw. Taking out an instant for delirium purposes.
Not forgetting that, you know, it's been 10 hours since we've had the day start for these players. It's been a very long tournament, so quite a show of determination and endurance to not forget any of these triggers here.
3 Into the Flood Maw.
In hand?
In hand for Alexi Pulo. And speaking of forgetting, I did forget a thing to do at the beginning of the match, which is a giveaway. So giveaway alert. Be ready for something happening throughout the sideboarding. Don't leave, because we're gonna give away some sweet, sweet prize.
That is very exciting.
Stay tuned as we get to see this very cool mirror match going on here. Again, this mirror match is, I mean, people hate mirror matches, people don't love Vivi, but it is actually very fun to be playing the Vivi mirror match. I've got to do that plenty of time in my RCQ weekends, and you know, as much as the meta game is a little bit stale, this mirror match is very, very fun. And now Maseji is thinking about what to discard with that Steam Core Scholar. Of course, it can be 1 instant, or it can be a sorcery, or a creature with flying, or 2 cards.
Yeah, he might be thinking about trying to level up that Marauding Mako. He can also discard the Winternet Stories and immediately harmonize it before Pulo receives a priority.
That's true. Tapping down that Quantum Reader instead, he chooses to put discard a Thorn, a Torture Tower. Proft has drawn 3 cards. I'm guessing 3 cards from the
Steam Core plus the Proft.
The Proft, indeed. We want to put 4 counters on that.
Ooh,
and
that was quite a blowout.
Yeah.
in response to the Proft ability.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of blindly trust whatever Masaji decides to do because he's been winning so much. But I would have loved to discard Winternet Stories and flash it back immediately and put so many counters. Although I guess the Torch would have still killed that thing. So I guess not because you discard more cards, so the Mako is bigger.
That is true.
But you can always sacrifice the Storm Chaser talent to bargain to kill the Mako. So I wonder how that turn would have gone if we chose to do that. Of course, now Masaji can cast the Winternet Stories and get more and more value.
Yeah. The advantage bar I would have definitely leaning towards Barvik's position. He's high up on life total. He has that Air Force power.
5 cards in hand, whereas Alexi just has 3 into the Floodmaw.
Yeah. Alexi really needs to find Quantum Riddler or Winternet Stories of his own to get going.
Vivi Orniteer hits the stack. It resolves. There's no counter magic in the main deck, and now we see that Winternet Stories that me and you would have discarded here is Art Cast. Masaji knows what to do. Of course, if you cast a card and flash it back, you get twice the value. If you discard it and flash it back, you only get once the value. Of course, there's the Iszet Cauldron, but as you said, ooh, you know what it is actually? Because of the Mako, Alexi would have had priority to exile the Winternet Stories, so our play would have actually not be good at all. Whereas now the Mako is dead, there's no trigger.
And
so Masaji is able to harmonize the Winternet Stories as it's the graveyard. So very, very heads up play. We missed it. It took a turn, but we realized why. Again, whenever I say this a lot this weekend, but like whenever you watch very good players, they make a play that you don't align with. My mindset is usually, why did they do that? You know, I remember doing that with Autumn Bruchette at some point in this weekend where I wasn't aligned with her gameplay, and at the end she was right and she won the game. So yeah, this is very important, a mental exercise whenever you watch someone's better, and you kind of like, that's how I started my Magic career, by watching the Channel Fireball videos of Reed Duke, of David Ochoa, LSV. Those taught me a lot, because that's how content goes, and now I hope to be teaching other people as well with my video. And these two players here are also definitely teaching us a lesson. Meanwhile, they're trying their best to win that Infinity Gauntlet, which is the great prize added to the Spotlight series in Liverpool.
Yeah, very, very cool trophy, especially if you're a big Marvel fan. And yeah, Alexei Poulot is also no stranger to success. He has already won an arena championship in 2022 or 2023, I believe. 2023, I think.
2023. No, top 2, he said. In the
he lost the final.
Yeah, apparently lost the final.
He made it to the World Championship because the top 2, and then made, I think, a top 16 appearance in the World Championship, playing Cauldron when it was legal for the very first time, right after the release of Wilds of Eldraine. So he's been championing that card for a long time.
All right, so Alexis cleaning end step, bouncing the 2 biggest threat, untapping with Cauldron, with Fear of Missing Out, with Proft, with Storm Chaser talent.
I think I'm spotting a Quantum Riddler down there, am I not? Now he's down to 2 cards in hand. He has a Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone I was actually not seeing down there. So he actually has the ability to refill already. So this is quite a tempo swing.
Starting the turn with a top land is funny, but the reason why I did that is that now it's going to be able to draw 2 cards with Quantum Riddler. Whenever you want to draw cards, you don't want to make your land drop first tapped, because you may draw into 2 drops. But Alexis has 7 life, so he decided to do that. Ability on the stack, look at this.
Man, only able to draw 1 now.
I'm wondering why he chose to bounce the
Riddler?
Instead. I guess he's not afraid of that Fear of Missing Out. It's not delirious, so it doesn't really matter. It's just 4 damage. That's not what the game is about. What the game is about is that Steamcross Scholar potentially attacking for lethal here, alongside that land in the pile of lands. That's very hidden, but that's a 3/3. Let's see. Tapping 2 islands.
We do not have the Winternet Stories anymore. Okay, we start with a Quantum Riddler here.
Yeah, we, of course, have seen plenty of Quantum Riddler, although the hands are getting so large that, you know, the other ability is not going to come up now. For the...
I think he has the ability to cast Mako, play land, cast Vivi, cast Floodmore, and then cast Riddler to draw 3. If he wants to do that.
Okay, Alexi...
Appealing.
Yeah, Alexi has already 3 into the Floodmore in the graveyard. I believe at some point he had 3 in his hand. I don't know if he played them all or if he still holds the 4th copy in his hand.
He has 4 copies of Torture Tower in his deck too, so that's something that can kill
I'm just checking. There's only 3 into the Floodmaw in the main deck.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So that's all the copies. But as you said, Torture Tower can kill that Steam Curse Caller when the Proft counter get in. So maybe Maseji is able to threaten lethal, but Alexi, or he doesn't have it. Alexi does not have a burn spell in hand. So if Maseji is able to present lethal.
Okay. Yeah, Barvik is playing it safe. He could have like deployed both his 1-drop here and try to draw 3.
I think we got lethal. We cast 2 spell, 2 damage from Vivi. Oh, it's
right now the Scholar is 4, yeah.
It's only 6 damage. 2 from Vivi, 2 from Prof, 2 from Scholar.
Well, he could cycle the Mako after casting the 2 Floodmores.
Well, then it is 7.
It is, but again, the Torture Tower could stop all of that. So that's what he's thinking about right now. And yeah, there's 3 Torture Towers in Alexei's list.
Yeah, so this is the final of a very high-level game. The players are definitely playing. So what's going to happen here is trying to see if he has Torch. If he doesn't have Torch, he's going for lethal. If he has Torch, well, whatever, I tried.
Well, now he can't go for lethal anymore, I think. Because he would have needed to cycle the Mako first to get that extra counter. So he decided to play it safe, pass the turn with 2 Floodmores up, which is a pretty good position to be in. There's not that much that can go wrong. Floodmore is sort of the catch-all, be-all card in a mirror match. I think it's one of the most important cards in a mirror match, actually.
And nothing wrong can happen, basically, by passing the turn. So yes, he would have won the game, but he plays it safe. But earlier today, we've seen Monored playing it safe, you know, not going for lethal, and then ended up in a loss. Let's see if Alexi Pulo is able to also turn this game around with ease. 4 copies of Opt and 3 copies of Storm Chaser Talent. So a little bit of a twist of a deck that, in the words of Maseji Barwick, just playing a stock deck. That's what he said in the interview. I'm playing the build as stock as it gets. Just leveraging his play skill, and of course, you know, you're gonna be a little bit luckier than your opponent to win the mirror matches, but definitely you gotta play better in order to achieve first place in the Swiss and a final. So,
you know, old but gold, better safe than sorry. You know, those words hold true also for Vivi Cauldron. We've seen the same recipe, the same deck list, the same sort of 73 out of 75 succeed in a lot of ways. So, you know, I think. Only because you're playing what everybody else is playing, that might not be the wrong choice by any means.
Yeah, so fear of missing out. Alexi is thinking about which cards to get rid of. Oh no, actually we're thinking about which... The priority was on Maseji, who decides to bounce the other. Fear missing out, this way the Quantum Riddler does not work.
Ooh, there's the Vivi. 1 turn too late. Alexei needed to find that 1 draw step earlier, not 1 turn. 1 draw step, then he could have discarded and gone off. Now...
But not even going off, because you have the 2 Quantum...
the Floodmores in hand. You're absolutely right. Yeah, well...
Yeah. Packing up, we see first game going to the player from... Polish flag, but his team is all year from Liverpool, if I'm not mistaken. So it's
Chat Magic team.
Exactly, the Chat Magic team. So he's like trying to defend his home turf there, whereas Lexipolo is, of course, from France. The players are now looking at their phone, because on their phone you can find the opponent deck list. We are playing the highest level of competition. And while they think about the sideboarding, we have a very special announcement. We have a giveaway. Everyone loves free stuff. Everyone loves free food.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Yes.
We're not going to give you free food. We are going to give you a free Ultimate Guard goodies, handpicked by Martin Juza, is our Ultimate Guard representative here, who personally wanted this giveaway to happen. And I'm so glad, because Ultimate Guard is, of course, my sponsor, is, of course, your sponsor, and is, of course, the sponsor of the Spotlight series. So thanks so much, Ultimate Guard. And because of that, you can now type in the chat. Actually, first, you have to head out to twitch.tv/Funfinity, because this live is going on in various places, but you all now need to open a new tab, or on your phone, you can go on Twitch, write Funfinity, click follow, because we want that number to go up. Of course, Funfinity is going to also cover the next Spotlight Series in Lyon. It's going to cover, you know, all the events that are happening in Europe, so you want to click that follow so that you don't miss when we go live. And then once you're there, you're going to write !Ultimate Guard. This is the, you know, the giveaway. We are going to give you Sidewinders, Katana, and whatnot. You are going to talk specifically with Martin. You're going to just arrange whatever you like after you win the giveaway, of course. Not everyone will get something for free. That would be a little bit too much. You know, we do love you all. We do want you all to have an Ultimate Guard goodies, but I would like you to all go on twitch.tv/Funfinity right now. You can see it's spelled on the backside of that, you know, table. We see, of course, the head judge there. We see the card selector, the life gain. You know, we have lots of people around the Funfinity. So go ahead there.
And that sweet, sweet trophy. Yeah, go type an !Ultimate Guard over at twitch/Fanfinity. And to everybody on the YouTube channel, on the Ultimate Guard live channel, and on the Fanfinity channel, thank you so much for watching, for being with us today. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're enjoying the show. We really have an amazing production staff here who's trying their very, very best to make all of this happen, to give you guys the best production quality. And also a big thank you to the organizational staff of the whole Fanfinity Spotlight Series, and of course to the judge staff as well.
Yeah, the coverage team.
All of this work.
Coverage team has been amazing. This was my first time ever being on coverage, and of course, I didn't know what was going on back here. I always saw, of course, the Pro Tour coverage, the Spotlight Series coverage, but I never really knew what was going on, and it is a pleasure being here. I definitely had a great time, and I'm grateful to actually be able to showcase the finals between these two high-level players who are now shuffling each other's deck. Of course, you want to make sure that your opponent deck is thoroughly randomized before you present for the beginning. So yes, exclamation mark. No, it's okay. Exclamation mark Ultimate Guard.
In Fanfinity.
In twitch.tv/Funfinity.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the sideboarding real quick before they're heading to game number 2. In this matchup, we are looking to bring in annuls. Those are the most commonly played sideboard card for the Cauldron Mirror. They counter Fear of Missing Out, the Cauldron itself, Storm Chaser's Talent, Proft, a lot of things. And Spell Piece is also a good option to bring in. All right, game number 2 is starting.
Yes, we see Multiversal Passage on the side, Spellbluff Canal on the other side. No opt this time around. We will never know what Multiversal Passage named, but we will know at some point. Or never, because it never comes up, but that's also a possibility of that land. Wow, look at this draw go.
I would take a bold guess and say it's an island.
You say it's an island?
Yeah.
Look at this draw go. None of the players playing anything here, so kind of wasting that advantage of being on the play, because of course the play draw is, yeah.
There we go, playing around Spell Pierce here with that Cauldron.
But not playing around the Braid, which is probably going to come down now to attempt to shatter that Cauldron.
But yeah, you can tell these players are experienced, the way they're playing crisp and fast. They know exactly what they're doing. They're both mirroring each other here in the first couple of turns, essentially. Until turn 4, of course, where Polo put the first spell on the stack. So they know to play patiently. They know how this matchup goes. It's going to be a joy to watch them here.
The first Quantum Riddler of the many is being worked. No ephemerate, no consign to memory in this format. Just a fair card.
Well, there's Splash Portal, but none of the players have chosen to play
exactly.
it.
That's the card that I was mentioning with the Thunderchip Trainer. Okay, we see nothing. Yeah,
some cycling happening.
Some cycling happening on either side. There's obviously that blue mana up. I see a Spell Pierce in the hand of Alexi Polo.
Ooh, that was a quick resolve, so maybe no annul in Alexi's hand. Certainly something I would pick up on when I'm playing in Barvik's shoes here, that the annul would have maybe been thought about at least, you know?
Second, fear of missing out, looting away those lands. So I've mentioned it throughout the week and how much like the mono-red deck were flooding out, being susceptible to variance. The blue-red deck can just loot out those lands and just be able to draw spells, taking out lands, and that's what you want to do in a successful deck such as this one. All right, Quantum Reader comes in, puts a counter. Nope, didn't put a counter.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's been a long day, almost 11 hours here in the tournament hall. Slight misstep. Yeah, Alexei, he's realizing it, throwing his hands up. But it's okay. Just, you know, nothing.
It's definitely still ahead, though.
Yeah, I mean, depending on... Yeah, the hand is not that good, huh? Just a Proft and 2 lands.
Oh, Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce. Wow.
He did draw the Annul, perhaps. Oh, he has the Spell Pierce, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the full art version of Spell Pierce. Oh my god, Masaji was able to play his first non-creature spell under
got countered.
Under 6, and he got countered. The Vivi still gets a counter. So Pulo has the advantage, has the best card of the deck into play, Proft Eidic Memory, and so he's going to be able to... I'm sure he's never going to miss a trigger anymore.
Yeah, now he's learned.
But now he doesn't have any ways to draw cards. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, he doesn't have any ways to draw extra cards.
Alexei has an Obliterating Bolt in hand. Is he going to use it on the Vivi? Wow, there you go. Spirebluff Canal was representing, you know, a null, no, not a null, but like Floodmaw and whatnot. So that was a bit of a risky play, but Alexei had to read.
It was, but like if Masaji Floodmaws anything, that means Alexei is going to draw a card. So it's probably still happy with the trade.
Yeah, that's true,
And if it doesn't, then it's very good. So you see, so you see how like, you see how you sometimes play or make a risky play because the outcome is just so good that you kind of have to. Discard 2 lands and plays Wilderness Story empty-handed. I wonder why I played a land first. I guess to hold up both blue and red, but yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good reason. Oh, that is an illegal play.
Cards. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Nice.
We have everything under control again. The players have been playing for such a long time at this point, and they've played probably so many mirror matches at this point too.
I enjoy that they're playing on a really tight, crisp pace.
Very fast, yes. I love fast Magic.
Okay, Alexei just on a land and a Floodmaw and a null, I believe. So he's missing action right now.
Whereas Masaji has played. Okay, I think a sleeve broke, but
okay.
No problem. You can just replace that.
Replace it. All good.
Yeah.
I mean, the nerf's got to be kicking in right now.
And speaking of sleeves, someone might have already been winning some Ultimate Guard sleeves if they typed !Ultimate Guard in the twitch.tv/Fanfinity chat. The Katana sleeves are my favorite. I usually use those.
Oh, we already got a winner.
We got a winner?
Sakuya.
Okay. You'll be contacted by Hall of Famer Martin Juza himself doing the handling. Then you can select whichever prize you want among the various Ultimate Guard goodies. Okay, meanwhile, is Masaji gonna drop 0 games in the top 8?
Is that really... He's 5-0 right now? Crazy.
Yeah, he has been undefeated throughout this top 8. Or maybe not. Maybe he lost 1 to Andre Santos. But still, I mean, he lost...
Yeah, he did lose 1. Yeah.
He lost 1 match yesterday, round 9, at table 1, and hasn't lost again today. That's crazy, going undefeated today.
Ooh, that is a good draw.
Quantum Riddler, does he play 5? He does indeed.
And another Annul.
Or is that Spell Pierce?
Maybe.
All right, this time around we don't forget the Quantum Riddler. But the question is, are we attacking? Nope, never attacking. We need to hold back for those fear of missing outs.
Yeah, they're quite scary.
Yeah, the grip of Masaji is huge. Look at that.
Yeah, 7
cards. Although Alexei does have answers. He has Annul into the Floodmaw and such. Ooh. Proft has been drawn. It would be countered by an Annul though. Maybe you want to bait it out with
2 Cauldrons in hand as well.
Oh my god, so we can discard Vivi now and then play Cauldron. Gets Annul, play Cauldron.
Yeah.
And then play Proft. And then I mean you still get your Cauldron bounced, so nothing will happen this turn. But the card advantage just accumulates over and over.
it's very dangerous from here on out for Pullo.
It's definitely scary to tap out with Vivi in the graveyard, because if Pullo draws a Cauldron, he can turn it around.
There's a Spell Pierce on the Cauldron. Both Cauldron have been answered. No comboing off this turn. Whew, what a game. And Pullo is actually happy to empty his hand here a little bit to get rid of those counter spells. So these Quantum Riddlers actually will draw 3 cards here now in the draw step. Whew, that is going to be pretty dangerous with the Proft in play as well.
Okay, so what's happening here is that Into the Floodmaw is going to bounce Quantum Riddler. This way in the draw step, Alexi will have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Unless he has another Into the Floodmaw.
Another Floodmaw he might be to play.
He's thinking about it. Unfortunately, with Floodmaw, you can't bounce your own thing.
Yeah.
I would have loved to do that.
Well, in this case, maybe not, because it doesn't empty your hand. But
well, oh, yeah, you're right. But still, you draw... Because like, the thing is that he's bouncing things that draw cards, you know? So it's not ideal. But anyway, Wintana Stories is the draw step. That's a fantastic top deck. And now we're discarding 1 creature, I believe, because the hand is quite stacked. As a land, there's an opt.
He's really looking to find Vivi and
yeah.
it. But he also doesn't have the Cauldron right now, so he's kind of far away from combo.
Yeah, his hand is actually Mountain Opt, Floodmaw 2. Wow, it's discarding
2 cards. Why? Huh.
2 cards.
Oh, because he wants to empty his hand. Of course. He wants to go lower on cards in hand.
Yes.
So his second Riddler draws more cards.
So we're going to go up to 5 cards. The other card in hand is Opt. Ability in the stack, check it out.
Well, in this case, with only 1 card in hand, yeah. If he had additional card, then he could have cast the Opt and drawn 3, right?
Yeah.
But this way, it's fine to just draw the 3 there.
Yeah, because now you can cast spells and then Opt.
He found the Cauldron, and there's a Vivi already in the graveyard. Oh my god.
Barwick's side.
Oh my god.
Okay. Wait a second. Masagi had at some point Into the Floodmaw. He chose to tap out though and bounce a Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, which was a reasonable play at the time because he wanted to prevent the drawing from happening.
It was, but the thing is that once the Cauldron taps and targets the Vivi, if you bounce the Cauldron with it in the stack, the Vivi is just gone. It's in the exile zone. So even if Alexi can recast the Cauldron, he's not able to. Okay, so 5 mana from the Quantum Riddler using blue and red mana, but no. Take them
not those. I got my own.
Yeah, I got my own. I paint them at home. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
A Storm player.
Red mana, blue mana. Leaving blue. Oh, wow. Does he have 1 card in hand? He does. Opt is turned into a better version of Ancestral Recall. Ancestral Recall, one of the best cards in the game. It's basically cast now in Standard, thanks to that Opt. So Alexi went from having nothing to drawing just drawing so far this turn 9 additional cards. So he drew a total of 10 and the turn just started.
Amazing. Yeah. That is the power of Iszet Cauldron. 9 counters from Proft alone. This Duelist of the Mind is it's already 10 power.
He just came into play though, so he won't be able to attack.
Yeah, but if it gets a counter somehow, I suppose.
Oh,
makes a million mana.
That's what you mean. I mean, it will get counters. We have that Proft is gonna give counter to something. But Alexi.
Well, we might want to give the Riddler the counters, right, to attack for lethal here.
Exactly. So we're gonna draw 3. That's 12. Riddler is already a 16. Can Alexi Pullo draw 4 more cards?
Yeah, he just needs 4 more. But how does he get the mana without the Proft is the question here.
Land drop for turn, don't forget about that.
Ooh, is he a spicy one? He cited in Get Out. That's sweet. Countering those Riddlers. It's like an annul with upside, I guess.
Alright, we're casting the Proft, drawing another card. Let's see if there's a Cauldron. I guess he wouldn't be able to cast it anyway, so we're going to combat here. And we're gonna get so much mana post-combat phase.
Yeah. Not lethal quite.
Attack.
Just 17 damage.
17. Then it goes to 3. There's no Lightning Bolt in the deck, but what there is 17 mana. Oh wait, there is Lightning Bolt. Vivi or Natir. 1.
Oh.
3.
Nice.
There it is. We go to a game 3.
Wow, what a turn.
That was a turn of event pretty unexpected, I want to say.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
We hear some clapping in the background. We are completely live right now. So
Yes,
we have fans cheering in the crowd for both players.
Yeah, because throughout the weekend, Fanfinity was able to record the backside feature match to be able for you to have zero break. That is honestly, I mean, I remember watching the coverage of back in the days, and the delays were you just tune in on coverage and there's just loading pages after loading pages. You know, here at Fanfinity, that doesn't happen. They've recorded the backside feature match. Me and Arne have casted 2 match per round. Filipa and Simon have casted 2 match per round. And yeah, and now of course we are live. There's no backup feature match. There's only 1 table left. It is the final. The winner is gonna take that gauntlet and either put him on the bedside and sleep with it tonight.
Yeah, do whatever. I mean,
put it under the pillow as
you can put it on, maybe. I don't know. Can you put it on? That'd be sweet. And then you create. I'm not a Marvel fan, to be fair, but like you snap and then you destroy the world or something like that.
I hope not. I hope not. You can destroy the standard format and remake it the 10th of November. Your blue-green Herboroid will become
Soulstone. Yeah.
The form. The you know that was my prediction for the deck to win. It did not. Come close.
Yeah, I predicted blue, white, black control. Yeah, Jessica Black. That didn't get close either.
Oh, Jessica Black. Haven't heard that.
Yeah. Look at us. We're just talking about nonsense while the sideboards are up. Like, we can talk about it real quick, I suppose. Get out 2 copies of that card. That's a sweet little tech by Alexi in the sideboard, and he already showed us that he's going to bring those in. Duelist of the Mind, in another copy in the sideboard. He did have that as well. He showed the 2 Annul, the 2 Spell Pierce. Probably the Braid coming in, so he actually has a lot of sideboard cards, up to 8. And I presume he's going to take out the Torches, he's going to trim a lot of those. He's going to trim on the Storm Chaser's talent, I would think, because that one's a little bit awkward against Agatha Soul Cauldron. The other token is also kind of unexciting. Mako at least can get really huge, so I would think that the talent goes out, some of these Torches go out. And yeah, maybe even the Duelist. We did see Duelist post-board, yeah. And for Mache, Mache is a little bit more simple. It's just the Annuls, the Spell Pierces, maybe in a Braid, maybe a Riddler. So no spicy get-outs.
Yeah. When I was playing a Vivi, the mirror match, the way I was sideboarding was to cut a couple of Vivi and a couple of Cauldron.
Yeah, that's fine too.
That was my plan. It was just -2/-2. And then on the draw, I like the Torture Tower, actually. Maybe not in this matchup, but like Mako needed to die, in my opinion. So obviously not here because there's no Mako. But normally on the draw, I would love to keep a couple of Torch. I was bringing in, as you said, the Annul and the Spell Pierce. I don't know about that, but I guess it's been good in this match so far. Spell Pierce has countered a Prof, and then I got also Cauldron on turn 6 and on turn 7.
Yeah.
So, people that say that card is not good, maybe they were wrong all along, because Alexi Pulo did manage to use those 2 Spell Pierce to a victory in this game.
Sometimes you can even counter like a very late stage Floodmaw that's been kept up to sort of prevent a combo turn, and then boom, Spell Pierce comes in and the combo happens.
Yeah.
So it has a lot of use cases.
The problem with Spell Pierce is that it doesn't empty your hand, which you want to do. So sometimes your hand can be clunky with Spell Pierce, but you can always discard it to Storm Chaser talent, to Steam Curse Caller or Fear of Missing Out in the late game. So I don't mind playing a couple of Spell Pierces here and there as the players are doing and as the players are winning with. So
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's been a common strategy to trim down at least on some Vivis. I like the Cauldron. I think you can maybe trim 1, but the Cauldron is so good because it works from both graveyards, right? So if the opponent has Vivi, as we saw there in the game number 2, Alexi was able to steal the opposing Vivi under the Cauldron of his. And and it also, it interrupts the Delirium, which is important, and it interrupts the Winter Night stories, so it has more use cases. While Vivi Ornithor is a little bit awkward into Floodmaws, especially during sort of the mid-game. That can be a bit of an annoying tempo swing if your Vivi gets bounced.
All right, let's see if the players have a functional hand. Alexi seems to have two lands. Maseji has 3 lands, but that's not good enough for him.
His hand was actually interesting. He had 2 islands, a Soulstone Sanctuary, 2 Spell Pierce, a Winter Night Stories, and a Cauldron.
Oh, wow.
I think that's maybe actually a reasonable keep, but he's played this tournament to a lot of success.
He didn't even think much about it, honestly.
Yeah, he did not think much about it. Maybe he wants to have the red mana, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, he had 3 lands, 4 spells. Henny mulliganed.
Yeah, that's you know, I mean, he's the one in the finals right now while we are talking here. He's been battling. He's been in the trenches. He's played the mirror match a dozen times at the very least, and prepared a lot. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Normally what you think is that Spellpierce is a good card in the early game, but the way these games have gone, the Spellpierce was actually a better card in the late game, funnily enough. So maybe opening those two in the opening hand, he said, I don't want these. This is like a late game interaction. His hand has Multiversal Passage Mountain, so the mana is sorted, and the spells also look solid, so this is a keep. He's now thinking about what to bottom. And the second copy of Vivi Ornate here will go.
He sort of seems to be thinking he doesn't want to go for the combo. Like, discarding the Vivi is awkward, right? Because whenever you discard the Vivi in the mirror early, you expose it to get eaten out by the Cauldron.
He did lose the game because of that.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, we see the power of Multiversal Passage here much better than starting town. And Iszet Cauldron is drawn. Let's see what spell we casting, because of course Alexi is representing both Annul and Spell Pierce, but this Cauldron resolves. Maybe it was a bait though, because the best card there was, I think, Proft, because he wanted to draw a third land to be able to keep on going. So Cauldron was just a bait there. And of course now you're on the draw, so, sorry, you're tapped out, and your opponent cannot, ooh, that's a land.
He did draw land, that was huge.
But imagine if he played Proft on turn 2. It would be so much better now.
That is true.
All right. Starting town would have already dealt 1 damage, by the way. Draw 2. Discarding that Cauldron and Winternet. Winternet Story is bad to discard, though.
Yeah.
Maybe you just hold it and then you discard a Cauldron later on. I mean, I definitely want to discard a Cauldron. Sure, there's a Braid, 1 copy.
I think he just has to discard the Winternet Stories, though.
I agree.
But he could choose to discard. No, that's probably bad.
Yeah.
He has to discard because he needs the land, he needs the Prof, he needs the Riddler.
And you see how hurtful is a mulligan.
Okay.
Because you mulligan, you have 1 last card to discard. But of course, the original hand didn't have any of those powerful cards that he has access to. So if Maseji wins the game, it is also because of the mulligan decision.
He's going for the greedy line there, discarding the 4th land.
I mean, there's no counter to Steamcore Scholar. No, sorry, to Winternet Stories. I guess
Spell Pierce?
Spell Pierce, but he didn't have it on turn 2.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
That's a tempo.
Oh, he has a Vivian end.
Oh, wow, yeah, you're right. That is amazing.
Wait. Oh,
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't do it.
Yeah, it's funny. We realized the same thing 1 millisecond above Alexi had his plan all along. So what happens is the counter attempts to, at this point, exile the opt, of course, because Alexi is gonna exile the. Wow, that's such a cool play. Yeah. I love it.
Oh, yeah, and now we got the combo going.
How many counters does? How many power is that? 3, right?
I believe it's 3, yes.
So think about it, and it's 3. 1 from draw step, 1 from the draw step, 1 from the looting, and 1 from the counter of the Cauldron. I think the turn is over here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great hand, unfortunately, for him, but it's still a pretty good turn.
State.
Yeah.
And now let's see, Maseji has...
He needs the Abrade of Floodmore here. Oh my god, he drew a Braid, wow.
No, I don't want to scream too much because they're right behind us. But
yeah, you're right about that.
He'll eventually play.
They do have headphones with.
Yeah.
They do have headphones with white noise on, so yeah. Right. But I got to be a little bit quieter.
All right. Anyway, the Abrade was played. It's in the graveyard, not in the exile zone. And it's fine, it's fine. Actually, I have a memory about this, Arne. That is a very fun story. I was playing the Mythic Invitational top 4. We were in this arena, you know, and the commentators were so loud that our headphones were not holding much. So that was definitely an experience that I had of the esports arena days. But, you know, the players are really, you know, in the zone. But again, Abrade was had, but the land drop was missed. So I think Winternet Stories would have been a better discard 2 turns ago.
Absolutely.
All right. Iszet Cauldron's back. Oh my god, this Pepis was drawn in the meanwhile. Oh man, discarding that island is so...
Yeah, no, it is, it is.
All right, maybe he was just happy that his Cauldron was Spell Pierced rather than the... Or maybe he was baiting both Spell Pierce and Annul this way by playing the Iszet Cauldron first.
Yep.
Now we can attack. Van Stoyer is a 1-2-4.
1-4, 1-4. 2-4, yeah, drew a card this turn because of the loot. The crime has been...
2-3.
Ooh, a Proft. Oh, Proft into Riddler. Oh my god, this is going to be a very strong turn.
Proft, Eidetic Memory.
And a big attack for the Duelist and the Vivi here.
Alongside Vivi or Natir. 2 cards that may not have too much time left on there. Okay, we put a counter on Vivi.
Oh, interesting.
Choosing... Attack, 3-6, let's go.
Choosing... Wait, why is the Duelist not attacking?
Duelist is not attacking.
It is a 3-4 Vigilance, no? It's a 2-4. No.
2-4, yeah.
No, it's a 3-4. It drew 2 cards because of the Proft.
Well, it's 1 card.
No, but well, it gets an additional power from the draw step, so it's a 3-4 that... I don't know, maybe he announced the attack. In any case, it's been a long tournament. Let's see what Barvik is up to. Winter Night Stories. Oh my god! Another Spell Pierce?
Yeah, it is funny because I was talking to some friends of mine and they were debating about the Spell Pierce. I believe they ended up playing 0 because they said it was not very good in the mirror match. But Expulo has played both games 2 and 3, both copies of his Spell Pierces. So definitely disagreeing.
That was backbreaking.
That statement. And we see now into the Floodmaw on the Vivi.
Whew.
So sad though, bouncing a card with your hand almost empty. The opponent has Quantum Riddler in play, Duelist of the Mind, Vivi or Natir, 2 copies of that card. Definitely.
Hey, well, 2 copies of Vivi is a little awkward. We attack with the 2-4 while we have a free blocker. Well, it is a free attack, so I like that. But yeah, what is Barvik going to do? Is he going to block? Is he...
Probably just announce that it's blocked. Oh, maybe no block entirely. He's playing around Opt. Yeah, he hasn't blocked.
Yeah, playing around Opt, I suppose.
But if he had opted, he would have played BV first.
That's true.
And then put a counter from Proft. Yeah. Draw step.
Obliterating Bolt with a Quantum Riddler and a Mako in hand.
Bolt is an interesting sideboard. I guess we use it to kill a Vivi. He doesn't know that there's another one.
Oh wow, he's not playing it first? So he would draw 2 cards? Maybe playing a little too... Oh, he wants to do this. Okay.
Alright, drawing 1, drawing 2, drawing 3. Discarding a Marauding Mako, I'm assuming.
This game is by no means over, I would say. Like, if Alexei's hand is not very good, he can make a gigantic Steam Core here and sort of dominate the air. And that's one of the reasons why Floodmaw is so important in this mirror match, as Floodmaw is able to deal with these gigantic creatures, these crafted up creatures.
Yeah, attack for 7, and now the Obliterating Bolt is attempting to kill which of the 2? Okay, because we know Alexei had 2 Vivi, but
yeah,
the Duelist of the Mind would have been the better choice, but of course, Masashi does not know that. Vivi or Natir?
Oh, it was a 3rd Vivi. I was wondering what that gold card, that promo card was.
Drawing 3.
That is amazing.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler in combination with Duelist of the Mind and Prof. This deck is so synergistic, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
This deck is just such a masterpiece, and there's so many playables that these 2 players are playing a mirror match with like 15 cards apart.
Yeah.
And there's people in the room that did well, that made day 2 without any Vivi nor Cauldron in the deck. There's just so many ways to build this deck. There's so many playable cards that are so good in blue and red. And yeah, we see them succeeding here in 2 different builds, but Alexei may be the one that's triumphing over here without copies of Marauding Mako, without copies of the other very famous...
Yeah, and I think I spotted an Opt here, so we can make that Steam Core Scholar potentially chump block this turn? Yeah, I think so. We can trigger the Crime and the Vivi, put Barvik to 8.
Ooh, he just drew Agatha, Soul Cauldron.
He's 1 mana short though, and he's 1 mana short, he doesn't need it. Also, he's just gonna Opt, put Barvik to 7, put all the counters on the Duelist, or on the on the Riddler, and that's lethal. No, it's almost lethal.
Yeah, it is lethal because he drew 6 more cards now.
Oh, 6 more. Yes, that is it.
We're about to.
Wow.
We're about to go. I mean, Masashi just tapped out. There is the players just making sure that is going on. Attack, and that is going to do it. The handshake was presented. Alexis Poulot from France is the winner of Spotlight Series in Liverpool, being now assaulted by his friends. Of course, we see here in typical Magic tournament celebration. I love to see that with this. This is cool. This is, of course, the moment. I hope that he's taking the trophy and wearing it. This is what I'm waiting for. Let's see if he does that. No, you see us right now, and it is also cool. It is also cool. We don't have a trophy to wear it, though. We just have, ourselves. We can hear the French people chanting in the back.
Yeah.
It is always a nice story. This tournament, of course, crowned one champion, Vivian Nitir, the best card in Standard. Of course, crowned Alexis Poulot as the champion of this tournament. It was a pleasure. It was really, really cool for me to be here again. My first time doing commentary gig. You were so amazing as my partner, of course. And I want to thank you, really, really, everyone for watching. This was so cool. And yeah,
I think we do have a winner's interview coming up for you guys, and with the trophy,
anywhere.
of course. So don't go anywhere. But yeah, what an incredible storyline. Alexis Poulot, the playing at the World Championship 2 years ago, right when Wilds of Eldraine came out, the Cauldron deck, being the very, very first to do it, and now being the very, very last to do it. Yes,
may be
exactly.
The last if WotC follows the Frank Carson prediction. Maybe that's very cool. That's very cool in this section. But yeah, so let's go to the
interview?
No,
bracket.
The bracket.
Talking about the
there
bracket
it is.
quick,
The interview is going to happen very soon, as soon as the French people stop celebrating.
Actually, there were some Swiss too, because Alexei, I was told, lives on the Swiss border in France. So there's a little bit of a Swiss alliance going on, some Swiss-Italian players.
Yeah, he said or next, which I don't know where it is, but I'm sure that the community over there will be celebrating their new champion, Alexis Poulot, who defeated on its way Michael Simonetti from the United States and Denis Bekiri from Italy on its way there. It is, wow, he also had a pretty clean go. Actually, this final really felt like Amaseji was going to win 2-0, but Alexis turned it around. A couple of spell pierce, a couple of into the flood maw, and boom, he got his win few turns later, and it was very, very, very cool match. And again, he twisted the deck list a little bit. He didn't just play the stock version of it. He didn't just he added those opt, he added those into the Storm Chaser talent, 2 cards that I've never seen anyone before playing ops in this deck, and I have watched a lot of deck lists.
The innovations really paid off. Duelist of the Mind being picked up, and lately the sideboard plan with the get outs as well, very spicy. You could tell he must have tested a lot, and to come up with this sort of innovative take of Iszet Cauldron. And honestly, Mengucci, I really enjoyed watching that mirror match played out. That was kind of fun. That was exciting. There was interaction. There was flood moss happening. It wasn't just like one person being
snowballing the Monored games. Yeah, I mean,
it's enjoyable to watch.
We have never showcased the Vivi mirror matches, mostly because it was the decks that everybody knew was the best deck, and everybody know that's not going to be lasting long. So people wanted to see what else can be showed in Standard, like super superior Spider-Man that made the top 8, and so on. Throughout the weekend we've showed Temur Surprise, just Dimir mid-range,
Esper Mill,
lots of decks that were able to defeat Iszet Cauldron at some point in the event, but at the end, we kind of expected it, that this would have been the outcome, and so there's no surprise there, but there is actually some surprise, again, some innovation, and maybe Blue-Red remains to be one of the powerhouses of the format. I mean, WotC thought they got rid of it with the last ban list, but it's still here, so who knows what's going to happen. 10th of November, it is, again, we'll have World Championship in Seattle at the beginning of December, which you'll be part of, so that's going to be an amazing event to watch. I won't be there competing, I won't be there doing commentary. Actually, I'm going to be home that weekend. That weekend is going to be my birthday.
Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
So I'm not going to travel.
Okay.
I'm going to stay home for
one rare weekend where Andrea is not on a flight to somewhere in the world.
Exactly. I'm going to stay home for a change, watching you and other people figure out Standard post ban list that's going to happen. But so yeah, let's.
Hopefully with maybe a little bit less Vivis around. But honestly, I do want to point out, I think when it comes to sort of best decks that we've had, over the years, may it be Hogak, may it be Eldrazi, may it be Temur Energy.
Nadu,
yes. That had a very short lifespan.
Not so short. Could it be shorter?
Could have been shorter, sure.
Let's make sure that, we always enjoy our broken decks for a while, it's cool, it's cool.
But what I want to finish the spot with is that this deck honestly was a challenge to play with. I think knowing it deeply, knowing it inside and out gave you a lot more leverage than if you just picked it up. It was a very intricate deck, very skilled.
The deck is just also the players, I think, love to play it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Talking to people, they just so much enjoyed playing the mirror. They enjoyed playing this deck. And I mean, how could you not? You have this infinite combo, you have this incredible Proft enchantment, you have fear of missing out on tapping things, Quantum Riddler drawing cards, Midnight Stories from the graveyard.
Lots of
so much play to the deck, cheap interaction. And when it comes to best decks in a format, I think, sure. Many of you are going to say in chat oh, we're not going to miss this, get rid of it. But I will say it was a pleasure having it around and play with the deck.
You have to cherish the broken decks. This is competitive Magic. We wanna play the best decks and win with it. Of course, it would be better if it lasted a little bit less time, but we embrace it, and we definitely embraced it this weekend. We've showed it a lot. We've showed it in the final, the mirror match. There was so many choices as well in that mirror match. Even from the sideboarding, one player had Obliterating Bolt, a card I've never seen in that matchup before. The other player had Spell Pierce over and over, a card that a lot of people decided that it wasn't good enough for the mirror match. There's still, despite the deck has been out for 3 months, there's no decision on the best list. There's no decision on the sideboarding. Some people wanted to cut the combo out. Some people wanted to cut the VV. I remember hearing, because you want to have only the Cauldron, but cut the VVs. But both players had VV. Alexplo had 3 VV around at some point. So, so many choices.
Well, amazing to see Alexei take it down. 10,000 in prize money and that sweet gauntlet.
Look at that. Upcoming events. Ultimate Guard Magic Regional Championship Antwerp. That is in Belgium, for those who don't know. It's from the 21st of November to the 23rd of November. I'll be there. I'll be in the booth. I don't know if they previewed yet, but I'm gonna preview here. I'm gonna be there, and I already booked my flight, booked my hotel, have my deal with Fanfinity. They want me there, so I'll be there.
I think that's a great idea, and you've certainly shown your prowess here in the coverage booth, I would say, and everybody here. And give it up for Mengucci in the chat if you enjoyed him and his first time here on the live coverage.
Yes,
I certainly enjoyed my time with you.
Thank you. And the next one will be the Magic Spotlight Series in Lyon. I missed the day, but I believe it's in January.
Very early in January, I believe.
Very early in January. So if you want to start your year, you do your New Year celebration, maybe you go somewhere abroad, but make sure to spend a weekend in Lyon, where you probably see the winner over there, maybe just showing up with the Infinity Gauntlet. The man from France is not going to leave very far away.
True. He's going
from Lyon. He's going to be there.
Home turf.
Yes, and he's going to defend the home turf. But yeah.
That's also going to be standard, by the way. With Avatar, The Last Airbender.
With Avatar, The Last Bender, the format will be polished. 100% there will be no broken deck. And if there will be, it will be legal, rest assured. The World Championship will decide, if you want to play control deck, watch Arne's, because he's going to play control deck of some sort. You can already... If you're a worst competitor, you can already scout him down, play some sort of Day of Judgment, I don't know, blue-eye control. He was telling me off screen, every time we were covering control, he wanted to play control so badly.
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I see control, I want to play it.
I see Normalize into Pass, into Day of Judgment.
Consult the star charts. Oh,
that's a perfect.
Beautiful. Rakshasa's Bargain was a blessing too in this tournament.
Rakshasa's Bargain. That's a card from the Sultai player that showed some appearance here and there. But yeah, the aggro decks will for sure be good. The red decks are not going anywhere. They will remain as good as they can be. Blue-green Urborg is going to get some improvement. We've seen the card from Avatar, that 2-mana 2/2 that Earthbind a creature land.
That one is going to be very good in that deck.
Would be good in that deck. I'm sure, I mean, many other cards would be good in that deck. Standard always gets
bigger, better.
Changed every set. I mean, we've seen Edge of Eternities with the Quantum Riddler, definitely shook things up. And then we've seen Final Fantasy, of course, with Vivi and many other stuff. So, I mean, new sets always impact Standard so much.
Yeah. I'm hearing we are heading to a little bit of an ad, and after that, we hopefully have the winners interview set up for you guys. So, see you then.
This year, open tournaments returned, reborn in the Magic Spotlight Series. First-time players tested their skills, and familiar faces from the past were back in action. The result has been a celebration of competition and community. We visited the likes of Atlanta for Magic Spotlight Foundations, Utrecht for Magic Spotlight Modern, and Chiba for Magic Spotlight Final Fantasy, with each event being special in its own way. At MagicCon Las Vegas, we said that the Magic Spotlight Series would be bigger and better than ever in 2026. Today, we're able to share our full schedule for next year, with a few secrets still left to be revealed. In the first quarter of the year, our journey begins in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France this January, kicking things off in style with Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Next stop, we head north to Toronto, Canada in February, returning to one of our favorite planes with Lorwyn Eclipsed. In the second quarter of the year, we move over to Richmond, Virginia in March for Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, before we head across the Atlantic and beyond to London, England and Chiba, Japan in May for our Secrets of Strixhaven Spotlight. As summer heats up, so does the adventure, with a super team-up for the ages, with Marvel superheroes in Las Vegas, Nevada in June, then over to Brussels, Belgium in July. The journey continues down under in Brisbane, Australia in August, followed by a long hop over to Dallas, Texas in September for Magic Spotlight, The Hobbit. And to wrap up an incredible year, we'll be in Hartford, Connecticut in October and Beijing, China in November with Reality Fracture. Join us at a Magic Spotlight event near you. Play for fun, play to win, and be part of the gathering.
Welcome, my friends. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is here, and today I'm going to show it all to you. But I'm gonna do it in style. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at this beautiful collector's case. Of course, if there's anybody I would trust to transport the crew, it's Appa. Ooh, magnets. Look how beautifully the logo is embossed in here. Now this, my friends, is quality. And of course, it has space for your whole Avatar Squareo collection. Let's keep going. Look at this beautiful Momo deck box. I especially love the ears. This bad boy can hold up to 100 double sleeve cards easily. Just put them in there, close up, shake them around, do your monkey business, and they will stay safe. Ah, you're right. This meditation really does work. I can feel the energy of the elements rising already. And yes, you're cool and all, and I do really want to be like you, but did you really think I would cut my hair for this? You might be the last airbender, but I am the last hairbender. Oh, and of course we all know, no Avatar The Last Airbender collection would be complete without his most handsome hero. And not only is he really good looking, but he will protect all of your most valuable goods. Let's keep moving. Of course, that is not all of them, and I wish I could transform into every single one, but somebody spent all of their costume money on cabbage. We still got Toph, Katara, Sokka, Uncle Iroh, Zuko, and of course Azula. And together with them, the collection is complete. And if you want to know where to get them, check out the link down below. And hey, while you're here, why not watch one of those videos?
Hello, everyone, and it is the end of this amazing weekend. We are gonna head over to the champion, Martin Juza, with the champion, Alexis Polo from France, the winner of the Infinity Gauntlet, the winner of Spotlight Series, Liverpool. And thank you so much, Arne, for being my partner this weekend.
It's been my absolute pleasure being a part of this coverage booth here with you. I've had so much fun covering all these games, the finals. What an exciting match that was. Congratulations again to Alexis Polo. Again, thank you to all the staff and everybody here in the hall making all of this work. We are signing off and sending it over to Martin for you guys. Take care, everybody.
580 players, 2 days, 15 rounds of Swiss, a cauldron of Vivis, 3 rounds in the top 8, and 1 champion. Congratulations to Alexis Polo, the winner of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. Alexei, you're now the proud owner of this super special prize, the exclusive Infinity Gauntlet replica that has a Madeira citrine soulstone set in 18-karat gold.
Damn. That's insane.
How does that feel?
Incredible. I couldn't dream of better.
So crazy finals. You were down a game.
Yeah.
Game 2 wasn't looking particularly great, and then you managed a crazy comeback. What happened?
My opponent kind of played into my counter spell, and then he died in 1 turn. Like, happens a lot on this mirror.
That was going to be my question. What was the key to winning all these Vivi mirrors all weekend long?
Actually, in my deck, Vivi is a real card and not just some garbage that you throw away. So, like, because in the sideboard, in the stock version, is just siding out Vivis and some Cauldrons. I just keep all Vivis, all Cauldrons, and my Vivi is just really good in my deck. So that's the point.
Was there a point in the finals where you felt like you had it, or were you just sweating every draw step till the end?
Yeah, game 2 was really close. Game 3, I felt really ahead all the time.
Okay, good stuff. Congratulations again. You're now the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man champion. And with that, we're going to be signing off. So thanks to everybody who tuned in this weekend. Thanks to all you guys who came to the Magic Spotlight here in Liverpool. Thanks to our sponsors. Shout out to Wizards of the Coast, Ultimate Guard Beckhead. Shout out to Marvel and the East Continental Gems as well for this incredible trophy. And we're going to see you guys about 3 weeks from now at the Regional Championship in Antwerp, which is on the 22nd of November. So make sure you tune in. And until then, we'll see you later.
I'm cool with it, player, keep the fans with him. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, you and I, they already, he an outlaw, getting off when he calls envy. Hit the peanut gallery, they all jelly. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, we let them say what they gon' say about us. That ain't nothing, I ain't bothered, not a problem. Haters hate, another day in dollar. Keep your money ready, have you pay the homage. Delay the profit, we go freeway on it. Yeah, the real one, not the copper. If you need reminded, holla at your Siri, ask who I'm. You can find him on the app. Yeah, they call me Peaky Blinders. You bet your bottom dollar, I'm a classic. 64 Impala, me, I been the plug. Plead the fifth when the name that you brought up. Real legend never die. Deal with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4 and 9, let's go real suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my mind. They remember